or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Whether it's the team, the organization, or you, the fans, we are all Resilient SF on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
Handoff goes to Trey Sermon. He's got running room. He's at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Trey Sermon. Mond looking, pumping, firing, and it is juggled and caught, and running in for a touchdown is Austin Watkins.
High drive down the left field line. Austin Barnes! Austin Barnes! Dodgers lead 1-0.
Tommy Pham hits a fly ball deep to left center. And it's out of here. Tommy Pham back in San Diego, and he makes it 2-0 D-backs.
That ball's cracked to center field. Edman back. He looks up, and Pete Alonso deep into the laundry, into center field, way out of here, and a 2-run home run for Alonso.
He swings away. Julio with an absolute nuke out to left field. He has given the Mariners an 8th-inning lead. Julio Rodriguez becomes only the second player in baseball history with 20 homers and 20 stolen bases in each of his first 2 major league seasons.
And that should do it.
Trey Sermon touchdowns, Tommy Pham home runs, and Dodger highlights.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Oh, that's not how I wanted to start my Friday morning, Dave. But what's up, everybody? What's going on? Happy Friday. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning and taking you up to some Giants baseball back in your life today, back in Atlanta, taking on Spencer Strider and maybe the hottest team in the National League, the Atlanta Braves. Or maybe we should mention the other hottest team in baseball right now, the LA Dodgers, who won their 11th straight game yesterday.
11.
Had a 1-0 win over the Milwaukee Brewers.
11.
And I guess, Dave, you can kind of look at it 2 ways. The bad news is the Dodgers won a game and extended their lead to what? 10, 11 games up now in the NL West. But the good news is the Milwaukee Brewers are one of those teams competing for a wild card spot. So maybe the Dodgers gave the Giants a little bit of help yesterday, as it seems like they're running away with the division with their 11-game win streak and them now being 10.5 games up in the NL West. So this is the time of year where we start scoreboard watching and taking a look at what's going on in the wild card race. What's going on with teams like the Arizona Diamondbacks, who had a 3-1 win yesterday over the San Diego Padres? You look around baseball, there wasn't really too many games that had huge playoff implication yesterday with a lot of teams traveling, and one of those teams traveling is, of course, the San Francisco Giants out to Atlanta today. That first pitch will be at 4:20, nice, of course, Pacific time, and that kicks off their road trip where they start in Atlanta, go out to take on the Philadelphia Phillies next week, and then come home to see the Atlanta Braves again. So we'll have plenty of time today to get you ready for the weekend series. I don't know if there's anything I can say this morning that's going to get the Giants lineup ready for Spencer Strider, who's one of the best strikeout artists in the Major League Baseball right now. So we'll see how the rotation lines up, not only for the Braves, but for the San Francisco Giants, who will actually have starters pitching this weekend, as Alex Cobb is scheduled to go tonight and Logan Webb on Saturday. So we'll play some sound later on from Farhan Zaidi talking about maybe additional guys joining the rotation soon. We've been talking about Kyle Harrison all week. We've checked in with Zach Bayruti when I was filling in with Papa. Hell, I told you guys about how last Thursday out in Las Vegas, I went and watched Kyle Harrison with my own eyes and was once again impressed, just like I was impressed when I saw the kid play down in San Jose. So maybe during this East Coast road trip, maybe next week out in Philadelphia against Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, and a left-handed Philadelphia Phillies lineup, maybe we could see a Kyle Harrison debut, or maybe we will have to wait till the start of September until rosters expand. But Farhan Zaidi did talk about Kyle Harrison yesterday, and he talked about the Giants' offensive struggles. Again, I think they're going to struggle tonight against Spencer Strider, but we'll see how it goes. It's baseball. You never know what's going to happen. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on your San Francisco Giants, but we should also keep you updated on your San Francisco 49ers, who are back in action this week, this Saturday, taking on the Denver Broncos. So that means Russell Wilson is going to be back in your life again, and so is Mike McGlinchey. And I'm expecting both these guys to be on the field at Levi's, because the Denver Broncos were one of the few teams last week with Sean Payton taking over the franchise to actually play their starters in last week's game. That's why it's kind of funny when I'm looking at the Broncos and the 49ers. They're the two games that I bet on last week for preseason football. And Dave, I know I gave out the advice that you shouldn't be betting on preseason football, but I will take credit for taking the Raiders +4 last weekend.
I'm just about that action, boss.
After watching what the Raiders' defensive line was able to do against the 49ers' backup offensive line during joint practices, I said, you know what? I am about that action. I'll sprinkle a little bit of shekels on the silver and black, and that obviously ended up paying out. But I also threw a couple dollars on the Denver Broncos taking on the Arizona Cardinals last week because they told us that the starters were going to play. Well, they played. The problem was they weren't playing in the fourth quarter when the Arizona Cardinals had a comeback win. So I was on the bad end of the stick on that bet. But I'm looking at this game already, and in case you're wondering, there is a spread. The Denver Broncos are favored by 4.5 points, which, again, I don't think would happen in a real game, but we know this is not a real game. It's a preseason game. But I'm a degenerate, so I might end up throwing money on the 49ers +4.5 anyways, especially if we do get to see Brock Purdy on the field this weekend, which there is some speculation that he could be out there after Kyle Shanahan came on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes during the afternoon show and said, yeah, you know, it's not set in stone our game plan for this weekend. We could let the starters go out for a series, maybe two. But after that, he did lay out the game plan for guys like Sam Darnold, who should get the majority of the reps in the first half, kind of flipping the script from what we saw last week with Trey Lance getting the ball in the first and second quarters and Sam Darnold taking over the third quarter. It sounds like the game plan is maybe 1 or 2 series for Brock Purdy, then give Sam Darnold the entire first half. Trey Lance would come in for the third quarter, and I would assume that Brandon Allen would get the snaps in the fourth quarter after he has made his return to the team after having a baby earlier this week. So that's how it's going to shake out from a quarterback perspective. But if Brock Purdy's even thinking about going out there on Saturday, I want to make sure that the first-team offensive line is out there as well, especially after what we saw last weekend in Las Vegas. So we'll play that Kyle Shanahan sound for you, give you an update on the 49ers, all the narratives coming out of training camp this week, and what you need to know about their matchup against Mike McGlinchey, Russell Wilson, and the Denver Broncos this weekend. But we can also keep you updated on the Golden State Warriors. We can give you a little bit of a trifecta, the smorgasbord of Bay Area sports talk this morning, because the Warriors were in the news yesterday with their schedule being released for the 2023 season. And it's something that I think I joke about. I know my guy Copes jokes about it. And I think pretty much anybody who's a fan of the NBA jokes about how the real season doesn't even start until Christmas Day. Well, the NBA, as we all know, has tried to change that up and has been trying to get people interested in those games before Christmas with this new play-in tournament. Yes, Dave, the quote-unquote NBA Cup. And I heard a couple of Warriors players talking yesterday about how cool it's going to be to compete for a championship during the middle of the season.
Air quotes.
Even though it's not really a championship. Yeah, we'll throw the air quotes on the champions there. I don't know. I don't know if the Warriors are going to be raising banners at Chase Center saying, hey, we were the NBA Cup champions. But I know people are interested in it. I've heard our guy Murph said he's a supporter of it. And they're trying, all right? They're trying. The problem is It's going to go head-to-head with like Thursday Night Football and Monday Night Football and go head-to-head with the NFL right around Christmas Day. And again, to me, that's when the season starts. So we could look at the opening night matchup between the Phoenix Suns and the Golden State Warriors at Chase Center and look at the Chris Paul revenge game. But to me, it's going to be more about opening day on Christmas Day, where the Warriors will be playing in their 12th consecutive Christmas Day game, and they'll be taking on the defending champs, Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. So that's a great game to circle on your calendar. Hell, you could look at your first week, like I said, you open up against the Phoenix Suns, then you actually play the Sacramento Kings twice in the first week of the season. But boy, oh boy, is it lining up for another entertaining year this year with your Golden State Warriors, especially when you do look at some of these matchups. Like a couple days before Christmas when Jordan Poole is going to face off against the Golden State Warriors, making his first appearance as a member of the Washington Wizards. That game is on December 22nd. And I got to give a shout out to our guy Mib, who used to be the producer for Murph and Mac before I took over, now working with NBA 2K. NBA 2K just put out the new demo, the new trailer for their new video game this year. And of course, in one of the scenes, it has Jordan Poole and Draymond Green in an isolation one-on-one matchup, a matchup that I'm sure that we're going to be looking forward to this year between the Warriors, between the Wizards, and hell, the half the games that the Warriors will be playing on national TV again. It seems like 50% of their games are going to be on national TV, but hey, that's why they're a big marquee team. That's why Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green get the big bucks and why Joe Lacob is paying so much money for this current roster. So circle your calendars. If you are in a season ticket package group like my guy Murph is, pick your games out. Warriors 2023 schedule release is official. I don't think people really get as excited about the Warriors schedule release as they do about the NFL schedule release.
Nobody cares.
Dave, I'm not going to go through with my win-loss record and say, oh, yeah, the Warriors are going to go, 60 and 22 this year. No, we're not going to break it down like that. And again, I don't think people are really going to care until the NBA Cup kicks off. But it will be fun to watch them opening night. And actually, on the Murph and Mac show today, you can check in with Larry Harris at 9:30. He's going to talk about the schedule release. And I also believe we might be having Wade Meckler stopping by on his Wade Meckler 2023 tour, stopping by the Murph and Mac show today at 9 a.m., talking about his journey from being drafted last year to going to San Jose for 10 games, to Eugene, to Richmond, to Sacramento, to San Francisco, and now to the Murph and Mac show. Wade Meckler at 9 a.m. this morning. Great guest list by our guy Triple E, who I know is begging for me to tell him happy birthday this morning. He's been counting down for 6 months now on the Murph and Mac show. So shout out to our guy, Triple E. And shout out to everybody tuning into the leadoff spot this morning. Like I said, a lot of fun stuff to get into with the Giants, 49ers, and Warriors. And Dave, we also got a big fight card coming up this weekend. UFC 292, The Sugar Show is fighting for a title. Sean O'Malley taking on Aljamain Sterling, the Funk Master, and what could be his last fight in this weight class before he moves up. Interesting tale of the tape, a classic wrestler versus striker matchup. But I got to say, I might be leaning towards Sugar Sean O'Malley as a plus 235 underdog. The only fight he's really lost in his career was against Chito Vera when he damn near broke his foot or his ankle. Well, guess what? Chito Vera is also on this fight card, and they're talking about potentially making that rematch for a title if both guys win this weekend. Also going to be cool to see Zhang Weili back in action on a title fight. How about Chris Weidman, the former champion, the guy that took down Anderson Silva not once but twice? He's fighting on the undercard versus Brad Tavares, so it's cool to see him back in action. And overall, a good UFC pay-per-view card. Now I just got to plan out my weekend if I'm able to go to the 49ers and Broncos preseason game. And then, hop in an Uber, get to a bar, and watch my UFC fights. We'll lay out our weekend game plan for you and get you ready for the 49ers and Broncos matchup this weekend with that sound that I promised you from Kyle Shanahan, talking about Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold, of course, all the quarterbacks and what their game plan will be this weekend against the Denver Broncos. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on Triple E's birthday on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
With the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy, a quarterback from Iowa State.
With the third pick in the 2018 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Sam Darnold, quarterback, USC.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yes. Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher getting you ready to potentially see all three of those quarterbacks this weekend suiting up for the red and gold down at Levi Stadium for the first time this preseason, as their Week 2 preseason matchup is at 5:30 this weekend against the Denver Broncos. Then they'll take on the LA Chargers Week 3 of the preseason, all before getting ready for their Week 1 matchup out in Pittsburgh, taking on Mike Tomlin, Najee Harris, TJ Watt, Kenny Pickett, George Pickens, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. A matchup that I think is going to be highly intriguing and maybe not as easy as a matchup as a lot of 49er fans are thinking that it's going to be. But we'll get into that matchup down the road in about 2-3 weeks when we get you ready for the first week of the NFL season. But now it's time for preseason football. You saw some on your TV last night, an 18-18 tie. Never want to see ties in football. The Browns and the Eagles squaring off. And how about Trey Sermon ripping off a 33-yard touchdown? That, of course, was after he had a big fumble in the game. Trey Sermon, obviously a ex-49er and one of the guys on the long list of third-round draft picks that really haven't turned out too well for the San Francisco 49ers.
Who are these f***ing guys?
But they're hoping it changes this year with one of their third-round draft picks, Jake Moody. Jair Brown, I thought, had a great performance in his first preseason game. Jake Moody, not so much, though, as he got iced twice by Josh McDaniels and the Raiders and missed his first 2 field goal attempts. So the 49ers, I'm sure, are going to be looking to get Jake Moody back on the field, kicking it through the upright this weekend. But that means that their offense is going to have to be a lot more productive than it was last weekend against the Raiders, when Trey Lance went out there with the quote-unquote first team, the first offense that they put out there. But we all know it was not the first team offense. There was no Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. Hell, there was no Trent Williams. There wasn't even a Colton McKivitz. No Aaron Banks, no Spencer Burford, no Daniel Brunskill. Like, there was no starting offensive line. And that's why it led to 3 straight 3-and-out periods, him getting sacked 3 times in the first 3 drives, and overall being sacked 4 times on the day, which is a big reason why I'm not overreacting too much and putting the nails in the coffin of the Trey Lance is a bust narrative and saying that he'll never be a productive quarterback. Now, is the book still unwritten? Absolutely. And it's up to Trey Lance to take advantage of these opportunities, because now those opportunities are going to go to someone like Sam Darnold, who Kyle Shanahan said yesterday is going to get the majority of the reps in the first half. Now, we saw Trey Lance get the entire first half, Sam Darnold get the third quarter, and Brandon Allen get the fourth quarter last week. So now, going into this weekend's matchup against the Denver Broncos,
Seeing ghosts.
we're going to see if Sam Darnold is seeing ghosts against a defense that used to recognize themselves as a no-fly zone. Now, the Denver Broncos don't have that same defense that took them to the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Hell, took them to the Super Bowl when it was at Levi Stadium. But this is still a good defense and a team that I do think will be improved this year with Sean Payton as the new head coach. I mean, they can't be any worse than they were last year with Nathaniel Hackett. That's for damn sure. And it sounds like Sean Payton is going to roll with a lot of his starters like he did last week against the Arizona Cardinals. So, of course, offensively, that means Russell Wilson, Mike McGlinchey, the former 49er, going to get some action this week. But also it means you should be going up against the first-team defense. The question is, who's going to get the first snap? Who's going to get the first series? Well, yesterday, Kyle Shanahan broke it down with Tolbert and Copes on the afternoon show and said there's a chance that Brock Purdy and the ones could get a series. But here was the full game plan that he laid out for Brock, Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance.
Yeah, I mean, we plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here. So I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
Well, if Brock's out there, I want all of the ones. I don't want some of the ones. I do not want to see him be on that offensive line that we saw last week against the Las Vegas Raiders backup defensive line. If Brock's going to go out there for a series, make sure Trent Williams is with him. And again, I've talked about what I saw last week from Colton McKivitz in the joint practices, his one-on-one matchups with guys like Max Crosby and Chandler Jones, and how I came out of that practice really not that confident in the 49ers offensive line outside of a guy like Trent Williams. And that's why maybe you should get some extra reps for Colton McKivitz. It seems like people are kind of glossing over the Mike McGlinchey free agent departure this offseason. And again, it kind of felt like Mike McGlinchey was kind of in that Brandon Belt category, where some fans loved him, some fans hated him. I thought he was a great run blocker. But then, of course, someone will probably pop up on the text line with that screenshot of Michael Parsons tossing him to the side in the playoff game last year. So, again, you got to pick and choose your battle, and you got to pick and choose what players you're going to want to pay. Now, of course, with the 49ers having so many high-praised superstars, they could not afford to pay Mike McGlinchey, or at least they did not believe that the value was there with the contract that he got from the Denver Broncos. So they let him walk away, which, of course, leads to Colton McKivitz taking over at right tackle. Now, this is the same Colton McKivitz that was cut from this 49ers roster team 2 years ago. Now, I'm not saying he can't change and improve over the last 2 years, but again, it doesn't inspire the most confidence in a guy, especially when I saw him struggling last week in joint practices. Now, again, I don't want to blow it up too big, but look at that week 1 matchup against the Steelers, against TJ Watt. Look further down the 49ers schedule. You look at Michael Parsons squaring off against them. You look at the matchup they have with the Cleveland Browns this year. You look at Myles Garrett. Yeah, even if Aaron Donald in the Rams, if he slides inside, slides outside, he's all over the defensive line, Dave. And that's what I think 49er fans want to see is the reps with their quarterbacks, but with that first-team offensive line to see if they're in the groove. Because, again, it was not pretty last week for Trey Lance. I think we can all agree on that. But like I said earlier, I'm not ready to close the book on this guy because I want to see the potential that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch obviously saw when they drafted the guy. When they decided to take him over somebody like Justin Fields. When they decided to go up with that trade package and select Trey Lance. Well, those opportunities are kind of slipping away now because Sam Darnold is going to get those extra reps, because he's going to get that first half. If I'm the 49ers, I'm honestly asking the questions if you let Trey Lance play the entire second half. I know Brandon Allen deserves some reps, and there's people wondering or not if he's going to be in the QB3 competition with Trey Lance. But to me, you got to figure out what you have with Trey. And right now is the perfect time to do it. There's only 3 preseason games. There's only 2 of them left. And if you're going to give a full half to Sam Darnold, then you have to try to dedicate some of the time to Trey Lance. And maybe this does take a little pressure off him if he is going against the backups in the second half, like we saw last week with Sam Darnold. Because that's what it seems like it's coming down to with Trey Lance, is the pressure that he's feeling on his shoulders. The pressure that he had kind of bestowed to him after the 49ers decided to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo and hand the keys to the car to Trey Lance. It's something I like to remind people. Last year, going into the season, after the 49ers were in the NFC Championship game, they were confident enough with Trey Lance to lead this franchise, to lead this offseason with a Super Bowl-ready roster. And all the reports we heard this offseason is that Trey Lance has improved. He's gone off and worked with multiple throwing coaches, with quarterback gurus. His mechanics are better than ever. He looks like a better quarterback. Well, we need to see some of those results on the field because we definitely didn't see him last week against the Raiders. Now he's got a chance to do it maybe in the second half this weekend against the Denver Broncos. And here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday again on with Trey Lance, on with Tolbert and Copes, talking about Trey Lance and the pressure that he has felt ever since the 49ers selected him at the number 3 pick.
When you have the pressure of a 3rd pick in the draft and all the eyes on you, when you do have 2 plays like that and you get sacked, that's what comes with it. But that does happen to a lot of other quarterbacks. That happened to our quarterbacks, not just Trey, but it happened to Nate last year and it happened to Brock in their first games. It's just not quite as big of a deal.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was a big deal this weekend. Not only for 49er fans, but the entire national media. How many times this week have we played different sound from a guy like Michael Lombardi saying he was born without the quarterback instinct? We talked about Dan Orlovsky saying he can't play in this system. I've seen enough. He's a bust. Marcus Spears calling it the worst trade in NFL history. And again, we've only seen this guy play 4 games. Hell, I guess if you want to throw the preseason games in there, that'll bump up his stats a little bit. But I told you about that stat, how last year Geno Smith had more pass attempts in a single season than Trey Lance has had in his entire NFL, college, and high school career. And that's why the sample size is so small. And, of course, it does come with the pressure of being the number 3 pick. Vice versa, you look at a guy like Brock Purdy, who walked in last year without anything to lose. Of course, he comes in with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, being the last pick in the draft. But a year ago, at this very moment, he was competing with Nate Sudfeld just to make the roster. And once the 49ers added Jimmy Garoppolo back to the squad, there was conversations on whether or not they should keep Sudfeld or Purdy. Now, obviously, they made the right choice and kept Purdy as their QB3. And by week 3, he was their QB1. But it is a different perspective. But even going back to last year, this was something that stood out to me about the interview with Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He talked about how it didn't take a preseason game. It didn't take until week 3 or 4 of the season last year. A lot of 49er fans, or I should say players, recognized the talent and the ability of Brock Purdy as soon as OTAs, as soon as some of those practices that we like to talk about so much. Here was Kyle Shanahan on the moment he realized that Brock Purdy could perform in this system and be the quarterback of their team.
Well, the thing that helped Brock was how much he impressed us from the first practice he got here. I mean, starting in OTAs to training camp, I mean, it wasn't just me, but the players. And I remember Trent saying things to me, you know, at the end of OTAs, like, what's up with that Purdy guy? He can play, huh? Guys like Fred coming over at the end of a practice, be like, what's up with the third guy? And so he had a hell of a camp. He just wasn't getting many reps. I remember saying to Jed one time how good he was doing in camp, and you know, but you never truly know till they get in there, and it's the heat of the battle in this NFL game, because you got to see how they react under pressure. You got to see once this is really going and they're really hitting. But I remember when everyone got hurt, and I remember Jed saying to me, he's like, all right, well, we're going to see if that third guy's so good now, and then I immediately backtracked. I'm like, wait, slow down. This is his first time playing, and you try to slow down because you don't know until they get in there.
And once he got onto the field, he never looked back. And that's the story of Brock Purdy taking advantage of his opportunities. Something that, to be honest with you, we haven't really seen too much from Trey Lance. But as I mentioned earlier, maybe we do see that this weekend. And maybe we do see other guys stepping up and taking advantage of opportunities. We saw the injury a couple weeks ago to Ray McLeod. Now the 49ers are without a return man, so maybe they go with Ronnie Bell, the rookie out of Michigan. Maybe they go with a Deshaun Jameson, corner who's only like 5'9", but has been making impressive strides in camp. And even last week had a couple great returns that were negated by some penalties. But that's a guy that I think will be interesting to watch, not only for the return game competition, but maybe a nickel corner. I've heard some reports that they've been moving him around, moving him inside. We got to remember that Jimmy Ward is gone. He's out with D'Amico Ryans playing for the Houston Texans. So whether it is Ambry Thompson or Isaiah Oliver, or even maybe a Sam Womack, who was getting plenty of playing time last week, there are still roster spots that are open for grabs. And that's why, me personally, I do enjoy watching these preseason games. I like watching Jair Brown get some reps because it obviously seems like Hufanga is going to be a starter and Gibson should be the other safety as well. But Jair had some great moments last year. Not even last year, last week against the Raiders, made a great open field tackle down at the goal line. He's a guy that seems like he likes to hit a lot. So I want to see him on the field this weekend. And again, I just want to see more reps for this entire squad, whether it is the quarterbacks, whether it is the backup offensive linemen. I've been hearing a lot about this Hawaiian tackle, Manning, only 6'2", but has been dogging people in practices, so he'll get some playing time this weekend. Whether it's a guy like Tay Martin, who maybe made the catch of the joint practices last week, Moss and a Raiders defender on a Trey Lance fade in the back of the end zone. These are guys that are going to be looking for an opportunity. And, hey, the opportunity's out there this weekend. It's up to them to go and take advantage of it. And who knows, maybe the 49ers will find another Elijah Mitchell, another undrafted running back. Or maybe we'll see a continued development of guys like Jordan Mason and Ty Davis-Price, who kind of got lost in the wash last year. Elijah Mitchell still dealing with the kind of abductor strain on his side, so I'm sure we'll see plenty of Jordan Mason. And TDP, Ty Davis Price this weekend. Not sure if we'll see too much of Christian McCaffrey, even though it sounds like he's chomping at the bit to get out there. I would put him in bubble wrap, like Kyle said yesterday, to Tolbert and Copes. But if he's thinking about playing some of the starters, maybe they will be out there. That's another thing to mention, too. I think Trey Lance might be one of the few quarterbacks that didn't get a chance to play with Christian McCaffrey. Neither did Jimmy. He got hurt also. But I'm interested to see what that offense looks like as well. But that's something that maybe we'll talk about later on down the season. If Trey Lance is still on the roster, hopefully he is, especially with all the injuries that the 49ers have been dealing with at the quarterback position, specifically over the past couple weeks. We'll see how it plays out this weekend for Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and, of course, Sam Darnold.
Seeing ghosts.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't see any ghosts, but he will be seeing the ghost of Russell Wilson this weekend.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Yeah, ride your ass straight out of Levi Stadium. I'm not going to welcome you with open arms. I'm sure a lot of 49er fans will not either. I'll see you out there on Saturday, 5:30 start down at Levi Stadium. But on the other side, let's talk about the 4:20 start today of the San Francisco Giants out in Atlanta, taking on the Braves. We'll get you ready for this weekend series against arguably the best team in the National League, and whether or not the Giants are thinking about calling up Kyle Harrison on their East Coast road trip next week in Philadelphia. Farhan Zaidi addressed those rumors yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. We'll play that sound for you. It's a Friday morning. It's the Water Boy. You're on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's been a hell of a ride. That if I had the interaction to do all over after my day of filling my belly with ribs and going down to the river, I might have just said we look at a couple of things when we make those decisions. The first thing is the leverage of the situation, how important it is in the context of the game. The second is
who the batter is that's walking up to the plate, and third, the pinch hitters that you have available. And thought Slater was a good guy to take down that moment. Simple as that. So I would have probably said it in just that fashion had I been less kind of frustrated from the game. And it's part of baseball, as you mentioned. It's talking to the media a couple of times a day for the better part of a year, which I understand is my responsibility. I enjoy it. I genuinely enjoy getting to know our writers and genuinely enjoy the challenges of having those conversations fresh off a loss or a win. But yeah, last night I explained to Danny that probably wasn't as patient as I could have been, and we're going to be fine. I'll see Danny when we get back from this road trip, and we'll chop it up again like we always do. And that's the cool thing about baseball is you get ready for Atlanta tomorrow and the day after and the day after, then on to Philly and then back home, and there's a new game and a new opportunity to have a good conversation every single day, and I think Danny and myself both take advantage of those.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The voice of Gabe Kapler, not only reintroducing us back to the Leadoff Spot on a Friday morning, of course it is Marquise Boucher, but the voice of Gabe Kapler last night on KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo Sr. Shout out to FP, my guy, young Tony Raff behind the scenes, booking Gabe Kapler from the road last night in Atlanta, and of course, talking about the back-and-forth interaction with KNBR's own Danny Emmerman, an interaction that got a lot of airtime yesterday on these KNBR airwaves and actually started to make a little bit of national news with the way that Gabe Kapler handled himself in that situation. And I think it's good to clarify that a lot of people, I know me specifically, even Murph and Mac, I think Papa and Lund, even Tolbert and Copes, when they were talking about this situation yesterday, weren't really criticizing the actual move of pinch hitting Austin Slater for Wade Meckler, but just looking for an explanation of what the difference was or your reasoning behind not doing it 2 days prior, as Gabe Kapler likes to tell us.
Prior.
And then coming back and saying, yeah, we want Wade Meckler to hit against lefties, then we're going to pull him against Slater. Now, of course, we got the explanation. Slater obviously has a long track record pinch hitting off the bench versus a guy like Elliot Ramos, who only has 4 pinch hit opportunities, despite the fact that you used him last week against the Texas Rangers in a pinch hit situation. He came in and squared up a line drive 113 miles per hour over the center fielder here. But that's here and there or there. Let's get over it, folks. That's what I took away from that Gabe Kapler quote. Next pitch. Let's move on. I'm sure this is something that he does not want to emphasize and talk about for the next week, but hey, credit to him for coming on last night with FP and talking about the situation. And from everything that he said, from Danny Emmerman reaching out with the text, it seems like there's no beef. It's not that big of a deal, but again, it's a big reason why Gabe Kapler has rubbed a few people the wrong way over the last couple of years, and it's a big reason to get an explanation of why he was so frustrated. But think about it. If you're the manager of a big league club and you've lost 8 out of your last 11 games, I'd be pretty frustrated too. When you have one of the worst offenses in baseball over the last month, I'd be pretty frustrated too. But still, Kapler could have handled the situation better, and as he explained last night to FP, he probably would have in hindsight. But now, there's no more hindsight. It's foresight, and we're looking forward to the weekend series against the Atlanta Braves, the best team in the National League. And I would say they're the hottest team in the National League, but no. That title goes to the LA Dodgers, who won again last night, beating the Milwaukee Brewers 1-0 to extend their winning streak to 11 games. That has now put them up on the Giants, 10.5 games in the NL West. So it seems like during these dog days of August, the dog has got off the leash and the division is running away from you. And so now we're focused on the wild card standings, which is good for the San Francisco Giants because they're playing the team that's 1 game ahead of them, or 2 games ahead of them for that number 1 wild card spot. That's the Philadelphia Phillies next week in Philadelphia. And so when you're looking at a potential postseason type series, you want to have all hands on deck. The problem with the Giants is, specifically when you're looking at their starting rotation, it seems like they only have 2 pairs of hands in it. That, of course, is Alex Cobb and Logan Webb, 2 guys that are scheduled to pitch tonight against the Atlanta Braves. Shout out Alex Cobb, the All-Star, going against arguably the best pitcher in the National League right now, Spencer Strider, A guy who's thrown 139 innings this year and has 217 strikeouts. Leads Major League Baseball. It seems like every time this guy gets on the bump, he's striking out a baker's dozen, getting 12 or 13 guys. And after seeing Dane Dunning carve up the Giants for 12 Ks last week, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a 13, 14, maybe 15 strikeout performance tonight from Spencer Strider.
14.
But I am confident in Logan Webb and the boys bouncing back on Saturday versus Yanni Chirinos, a guy that used to be an opener for the Tampa Bay Rays. So that's a little bit of break in their rotation, but it's going to be the Giants using an opener on Sunday against Max Fried, who once again has a 2.57 ERA this year and has been one of the better pitchers in the National League. But I'm looking even further than that. I'm looking at that series against Philadelphia and wondering if we're going to see 3 straight openers like we saw this past week against the Tampa Bay Rays. And you don't need me to tell you, it didn't work out too well against the Tampa Bay Rays. Whether it was the season-high 18 hits they allowed on Monday or the beatdown that they put on them on Wednesday before they got out of town. So, I don't know if this is a viable strategy. It's cool when you're doing it in the middle of the season against the A's in the National, but when
you got options.
When you're in a postseason push, when you're going down the dog days of August in this playoff run, you need your best guys on the bump. Now, with Logan Webb and Alex Cobb pitching this weekend, they're not going to be available for the beginning of that Philly series. You know who could be available? Kyle Harrison, the prospect that we've been talking about all year long, even before he sat down with Murph and Mack at spring training this year. Even before the Waterboy went out and watched him pitch in San Jose, where he was getting me a couple beer batters, throwing 95, 96 miles per hour. And now I've got an updated scouting report because I went out last Thursday in Las Vegas and watched the River Cats take on the Aviators, and I saw Kyle Harrison hitting 97 on the mound and throwing more strikes, which he did again this Wednesday in Sacramento. Now, there was a lot of speculation about whether or not Kyle could have joined the big league club this week. We talked to Susan Slusser on the Pop and Lunch Show. John Shea wrote a big article about it, but here we are on a Friday morning on August 18th, 2023, on Triple E's birthday, and Kyle Harrison is still not up with the big league roster. So, of course, yesterday my guys Tolbert and Copes got a chance to interview Farhan Zaidi, and they asked him the question that all Giants fans have been asking: what's the latest update on Kyle Harrison, and when can we expect to see him with the big league club?
Yeah, getting back to Kyle, he did have another good outing yesterday. He's kind of had back-to-back really strong outings, and the strike throwing has been the most encouraging thing. I mean, this last outing he gave up 3 runs, on a 3-run homer with 2 strikes, threw a fastball that was kind of middle in, that was taken out to left field on him. But I still love the attacking the zone. I mean, if he throws strikes, I had a conversation with him the other day, and I said, you've got one of the key elements of being able to pitch successfully in the big leagues is being able to beat good hitters in the strike zone. You're not going to be able to make a living off of getting guys to chase. So I was really encouraged. Even the home run that he gave up, I love the fact that he was attacking with 2 strikes.
Even the home runs he gave up, he loved. And I'm sure no one loves it when a pitcher gives up home runs. But hey, if they're solo shots, no big deal. That is, of course, unless you're, Ross Stripling getting paid $12.5 million this year to lead the major leagues in home runs allowed. And that's why people want to see Kyle Harrison, because I think we're all tired of going out and watching Ross Stripling. No offense to Ross. I'm just not really looking forward to him opting into his contract next year also. And I just like steady arms in your rotation. I don't think it's too much to ask for. Again, look at the Braves rotation. Look at the Dodgers. Look at the Astros. Look at most of the teams at the top of the standings. They all have multiple arms in the rotation, and hey, maybe Kyle Harrison will be that arm added next week for that Philadelphia-Philly series, or we could be waiting an extra week or 2 until rosters expand at the beginning of September. But the bottom line is, with or without Kyle Harrison, this is still an offense that needs to score runs. I mean, look no further than our guy Logan Webb, who has been having a phenomenal year. I was one of the guys saying that he should have been in the All-Star game. Then he goes out, throws the CG right before the All-Star game. Last weekend goes 8 2/3. Of course, Gabe Kapler pulls him. Camilo Duvall blows the game, but they end up winning. But overall, it's been a fantastic season for Logan Webb. The only problem has been the lack of run support, where he ranks at the top of the league and not getting it at all. So last time I checked, Kyle Harrison's not stepping in the box looking like Barry Bonds. As much as we all would all love our own Shohei Ohtani, Reggie Crawford and Bryce Eldridge are still a long way away. So offensively, I don't know what the quick fix is for the Giants. I don't know if there is a quick fix. They called up Wade Meckler, and shout out to Wade in the 2023 Wade Meckler Tour. He'll be making a stop by the Murphy Mac Show today at 9 a.m., so make sure you tune into that. But we've seen so much movement, whether it's calling up a guy like Elliot Ramos, sending down Luis Matos, calling up Luciano and Casey Schmidt, sending them back down. Now I will give you an update on Casey Schmidt. He's had home runs in back-to-back days with the River Cats, and I would expect him to be added to the rosters once they expand in September as well, at least for a defensive option for late in the games in those big inning situations. But again, I don't think we should be relying on Casey Schmidt to spark the offense like he did earlier this year when he was called up and really kind of revitalize the entire Giants lineup. Once again, we're looking at the veterans struggling. We're looking at J.D. Davis. We're looking at guys like Austin Slater, who's 0 for his last 17. Mike Yastrzemski being hurt, not being able to come back from that hamstring injury. Brandon Crawford, let's be honest, has been slumping towards the end of the season. I mean, he hasn't had a great season overall, but again, it's going to be on the veteran guys, and that was the message that Farhan Zaidi had yesterday with Tolbert Copes, talking about this struggling offense and how they have not been able to capitalize with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, I think you're right. We have to score, and it kind of gets back to what we talked about at the beginning. We've got to put crooked numbers on the board. Because, these guys will put crooked numbers on the board against you. We've got Cobb and Webb lined up for the first couple of games, so we've got our guys going and feel really good about their chances to keep us in the game. But, yeah, I mean, even for them, pitching with 3 or 4 runs on the board is different than – going into the 5th or 6th inning of a scoreless game and feeling like you have no margin for error. So that's going to be big for us is, grinding their pitching. We're facing Spencer Strider tomorrow, another great pitcher, but a guy that hopefully with our approach we can stretch him out and get him out of the game. But, again, it's going to come down to, the crooked number of being able to put, 2 or 3 runs on the board with a double or a homer here and there, which, have been few and far between, but it's something we're going to have to do to turn around this offense.
And that's the thing about playing this Braves team. It's going to take more than a couple crooked numbers because we just mentioned Spencer Strider's numbers, how elite of a strikeout artist that he is. Look at the offense that he has supporting him. Look at Ronald Acuna Jr. this year. Has around 25 home runs, 55 stolen bases. Might be on track for 30, 75 this year. You look at Matt Olson, who's got 43 home runs. Sean Murphy, former A, another one, all-star catcher this year. I know Ozzy Albies is hurt right now, but they got Michael Harris, Austin Riley. This is just a team that is absolutely stacked with talent each and every day. And guess what? They're playing their guys every day, too. No platoon system with the Atlanta Braves. And that, again, is why they're one of the best teams in baseball. Got the best record in the National League, 78-42 record. And this weekend, they got 3 games in a row against the San Francisco Giants. Alex Cobb tonight, Logan Webb tomorrow. TBD. I'm guessing it's Ryan Walker in the opener on Sunday. But as we know, it's Alex Cobb versus Spencer Strider tonight. 4:20. Nice. First pitch. Pre-game coverage starts right here on KNBR at 3:20. So we'll talk plenty of Giants baseball this morning with Murph and Mac. Like I said, Wade Meckler joining the show at 9 a.m. today. Mike Krukow to kick off your power hour on a Reggae Friday. It's Marcus Boucher, the water boy, about to make the connection with Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Next time you get Farhan on the radio, tell him this kid from this guy down in Tampa says draft a little better.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
All right. Happy Friday, everybody. Fun leadoff show today. Glad to be back with my guy, Overnight Dave. I know I was gone for a while last Thursday and Friday out in Las Vegas. Not only watching Kyle Harrison pitch against the Aviators, but out there, of course, for the 49ers and Raiders joint practice. I got to experience week 1 of the preseason, and I'm thinking about going out double dipping for the game this weekend. 49ers and Broncos on Saturday. But Murph, I got a double dip because right after the football game on Saturday, I got a big night of UFC fights, UFC 292, where again, I'll be throwing down a couple bucks on my guy, the Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley, a plus 235 underdog. Great UFC card this weekend, but there's a lot on our plate. Whether it is the 49ers, the UFC fights, the Braves, and the Giants squaring off this weekend, and the Warriors schedule release that we got yesterday. As I said earlier, a whole smorgasbord of Bay Area topics to talk about this morning with my guys, Murph and Mac, and now Brian Murphy is sitting down in the KNBR studios. Murph, good morning. Happy Friday, my guy.
Yeah, happy Friday. Happy company holiday. It's Triple E's birthday. Did you hear?
I'm surprised we're working today.
There's a town crier walking down Van Ness shouting it right now. You know?
I came down and the band was marching down in Barcadero. They were blowing the tubas, throwing the confetti.
Our
the
CEO, Mary
machines.
Berner, in New York, in Cumulus, is apparently going to hold a company-wide Zoom today to declare it a company holiday. I think we're all set.
Where we all go around the classroom and say something that we like about Triple E.
How about something we'd like to see Triple E get better at? How's that?
Oh, that's some constructive criticism on his birthday. It's always good.
Well, we gave him the box of Bob's, and he got the fritter. And let me tell you what, Bob's never disappoints. I got in just ahead of the rush, the 5:05 rush. First of all, a bunch of city workers in their fluorescent vests, about 5 of them, got in right behind me. Had I come a minute later, I might still be in line. It's also probably a very attractive woman in line.
Hey, now.
Yeah, I know. You never know what you're going to get.
Hey,
man,
listen. You never know. The streets of San Francisco, baby.
Yeah, you come staggering out after some encounter. You're like, what happened? Like, I don't know. We met at Bob's.
I mean, listen, the fairer of the species, they need Bob's too. Yeah, what are you going to do? It's for everybody.
Yeah, there's worse places to meet your mate.
She really was classing up the joint. Like she was dressed nicely and she was very attractive. I was like, what is she doing? You know what she's there for? She's there for her Bob's.
Wow.
There for the
should have had her deliver the donuts to Triple E this morning. That would have made his day.
Her and 5 city workers and me, and there was a guy catching a nap right out front. Too.
Nice. And this is the morning after you were out celebrating another birthday.
Yeah,
Check
by
with
the way,
Candace
Paulie,
last night.
I got one word for you. That word is Moselle.
Moselle.
Okay, that word is Moselle. Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll get back to that. But I wanted to circle back to your weekend. Mm-hmm. Are you the leading 49ers / UFC guy going, or is there somebody on the beat who can match you, like a David Lombardi?
That's a good question. No, I don't see too many people in Bay Area media that cover MMA in general. I don't know if there's any huge fight fans off the top of my head.
I think you're our leading 49ers / UFC guy.
So here's my game plan, because the pay-per-view card starts at 7. The 49er game starts at 5:30. I'm thinking about going down, watching at least the first half of football, seeing some Sam Darnold, but I also want to stay for some Trey Lance.
Some Sam Darnold. You might see some Brock Purdy.
You might get some Brock Purdy with the 1. So I want to see Brock. I want to see Sam. I want to see Trey. But then I might be skedaddling down the street to my spot.
Watering hole to watch.
My watering hole is one of my favorite wing spots. It's Smoke Eaters right down the street.
Smoke Eaters.
Yeah, you guys know where that In-N-Out is near off the freeway, off of 101, right off of Great America.
Right there.
Right there. That's Smoke Eaters right there. Grew up going all the time. See, I used to go to Smoke Eaters back in Santa Clara. We were talking when you were gone last week, the 911 challenge at University of Chicken, a.k.a. Cluck You.
Shout out Cluck You. Isn't Paulie known as a smoke eater? Isn't that what he, what I mean?
Well, it's funny you should say
smokes
that.
and eats.
But I believe, it's funny, that's why I jumped back on. I think that isn't that also a nickname for the firefighters?
Smoke
Aren't
eaters.
they considered to be smoke eaters? Dave says yes.
I think you're right.
I remember that from Dennis Leary and the Rescue Me show when they were, the New York City firefighters. They refer to themselves as smoke eaters.
And you're right. Now that I think about it, Smoke Eaters, the logo has a fire hat on top of like a chicken wing or something.
Probably a former firefighter or something like that.
I highly recommend the Atomic Wings.
Thanks for all your hard work, guys. We appreciate it.
Shout out our hardworking firefighters. They might have been the guys in line at Bob's today. I don't know. But somebody working hard. They might have gotten in line afterwards. Well, then you got a great weekend ahead of you, buddy.
Oh, fantastic. I got fights. I got football. I got Giants and Braves ball.
Giants take 2 or 3 in Atlanta, right?
Logan Webb on Saturday. Looking forward to Spencer Strider's going to be tough tonight.
Cobb goes tonight. right?
I don't know.
Cobb has a lower ERA than Spencer Strider.
Yeah, but Spencer Strider has like 200-some strikeouts and 130 innings.
217 strikeouts and 139
I'm expecting a Baker's dozen. How many donuts you get in that box today?
Waterboy, it's okay because the Giants are a contact team. They're a contact hitting team.
Yeah, it's not like Dane Dunning struck him out 12 times last Sunday.
I did get a Baker's dozen. I guess she put the fritter in a separate bag. Ooh. I don't know what's up with that. I guess the fritter was too big for the box.
Well, we all know the fritter's going to the birthday boy
needs its own zip code,
today.
that thing, and it really does.
Oh, it is.
What's it called? The fritter? It's the Tommy Lee of fritters.
I mean, it's a real showpiece, too. Once they bring out the fritter, that's like, the Stones doing Satisfaction at the end of the night. Yeah.
So, we're off to a good start, boys.
Yeah, it's a good show. It's a Reggae Friday. Yesterday was Candace's birthday. Today's Triple E's birthday. And it's also our guy, Bill, from the text line. It's his wife's birthday today. So I'll give a shout out to Bill and his wife. Longtime listener. Glad he's tuning into the leadoff spot. And my guy, Dave, doing a great job as always. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac show starts on Triple E's birthday.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, happy Friday. Everybody's in a good mood. How can you not be in a good mood when you got Reggae Friday coming and you got a box of Bob's sitting right outside
let's
the door,
applaud the vibe, dude. Just the vibe. And happy birthday to Triple E back there. It's all in the name of Triple E. Donuts, celebrations, hard hats at Bob's. None of this would have happened without this kid.
To quote one of our old pals, Triple E is well into his 30s.
Nice.
All right, that's for our old pal. Actually, today is his 30th. He's flying to New York City with his babe.
Yeah, it's really exciting, man. I'm excited for the kid. Yeah,
excited for him. And maybe that will somehow translate to the Giants. I don't know. I jock-blogged about him yesterday, and basically I wound up doing the Bob Sala, now what, Paulie? That's my new slogan in life. Now what? Hey, you know what? You played your show open. Now what?
I went to Bob's at 5 a.m. Now what?
You screamed over Van Halen. Now what?
There was 5 hard hats and a good-looking lady. Now what?
Yeah, I was intrigued by the woman in line.
No, that's the kind of clientele you're going to get. It's always an interesting mix.
Eclectic mix.
Yeah, very much.
Had, for example, had in like a movie plot, something happens where there's an earthquake and we all get trapped inside, and then, the 5 workers and me and the lady.
You know what? It's like
discover each other.
It's like a Tom Hanks rom-com. He goes in for the Bobs and there's Meg Ryan. Next thing you know, they strike something up.
Exactly. We got the Niners on Saturday. We got Warriors schedule out. It's all good.
Yeah, a lot going on, buddy.
How's your Thursday night, buddy?
Oh, it was super chill. I mean, it was super chill. There was no game on, so it was just
any sports, any movies?
No. It was more of a musical throwdown jam kind of night over at the old Mac Estate.
Tommy?
Yeah, kids on the keys, ripping.
Were you jamming with him?
Ripping us up. Yeah, a little bit.
Nice.
A little bit, yeah. Well, we have like a whole...
Does he understand his father's place in the Allman Brothers community?
Yeah, but I don't think he cares. You know what I mean? I don't think he really cares. It's like your kids understanding you in the sports landscape. I don't know if they really care. But no, we had a good night. It was like a TV-free night, so that was a nice change of pace.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's all like bracing ourselves for this Atlanta weekend. I'm a little uptight already. I got to be honest.
Yeah, you should be.
They also say that the heat and humidity down there, second to none. Did you see the footage of now, forgive me, Waterboy might be able to help. There was a video getting sent around last weekend of a Yankee pitcher in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy put Patrick Ewing to shame. Now, I don't know who the guy was, but the drip coming off his hat.
Tyler Walker.
It was like there was a hose over his head.
Tyler Walker and Patrick Ewing
You saw that?
They want their sweat back.
Bro, Ewing is jealous.
And his gray Yankee road jersey.
Drenched.
It looked like it had been taken and submerged in a bucket of water and then put on his torso. I'll have to tell you, it was Peter and Chuck who sent it.
Yeah, well, that's right. It was
kind
Chuck.
Of a stocky, blonde pitcher.
This poor guy on the mound, man. I've never seen anything like it. So anyway, Giants, hydrate, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I did, as a matter of fact, I did check. I'm going to tell you, Waterboy, who the guy was.
Oh,
I did check
the visual, you'll never forget it.
For the jock blog. What are
they saying about the weather?
It's hot. It's hot as balls. Hot as cojones, dude. Hot as cojones. It's going to be in the 80s. The real worry is the Sunday game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 80s. Cool, they have night games. So both games are at 7:20. So
the humidity will still get you, though, even in the 80s. But that's a break. They get a break with the temp.
In the 80s on Saturday and Sunday, and then in the they have a Sunday day game that looks like it's going to be well into the 90s.
That'll be a tough one.
Wait, you're not going to be at the Braves-Giants game? No?
What's he talking about?
He just leaned him. Triple E just leaned him. I'll be there. He's talking about... Oh, Yankee Stadium.
He'll be there spiritually.
Okay, yeah. No. We're talking about the Giants and the Braves.
Yeah,
So in addition to all the hurdles they have ahead of them. By the way, the Dodgers won again last night.
Well, it's 11 in a row now.
11 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
they're flooring the car, man. They're flooring it.
They really are. They really are. I just want to make sure, and I want to repeat this when he's awake, but I just got one word for you, and that word is Moselle.
Oh, it's our guy, Moselle. He's one of the great diplomats of Marin County.
That would
up
be
there.
true.
Yeah, no, he brings people together,
First of all,
literally.
Peloton Moselle.
Okay, well, he's slimmed down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's looking good.
Yeah.
Looking sharp.
Yeah, man.
And I just gonna free plug. They're not a sponsor or anything like that, and I paid for my meal, so I didn't get any freebies. Although I will not, that's not true. He comped an appetizer and the little donut holes for dessert. Which, by the way,
now you're talking.
By the way,
now you're talking.
They were
a gourmet donut hole.
Bonkers.
Yeah,
they were
powdered sugar. What are we talking?
I don't even want to describe it. I couldn't even.
I'd rather not discuss it.
I just, as he said to me multiple times. Now tell Paulie.
No, he's on me like a wet blanket. Yeah, I know.
Get it done.
I have to get it done.
Right, anyway, Village Sake in Fairfax. And shout out Fairfax on a summer night, by the way.
Well, you know whose hometown that is? That's a hometown of our good friend and great guitar player, Barry Sless. I've jammed with him a few times up there at Iron Springs. He's guy's a legend. He's in Bobby Weir's Wolf Brothers band. But I'm not kidding. It's not uncomfortable or uncommon to drive into Fairfax for any given reason. I'm going to the hardware store. I'm going to Gear and Jellies, whatever it might be. There's Barry Sless walking the streets. If he's not on tour, you'll see Sless on the streets of Fairfax. That's a promise.
Paulie, was he going to see?
It's a promise.
Dan's of Steel, the Steely Dan tribute band that was playing at Perry's that night?
Oh, nice. Yeah. No, I didn't know about these guys.
Paulie's nightmare.
Yeah,
Lock him into a room.
That's all right. No, let him go. Let him go.
It's funny because yesterday I heard, I'm all over the dial. I go Papa and Lund. They go to. I go to some music, and I heard. I stumbled on Peg, and I'm in my car laughing.
I appreciate that. No,
this is
still
one of
my
best.
favorites.
Still
one of my favorites, man. Right here.
Peds.
Come on, man.
Incredible.
I mean, that's
Tiger Woods.
That's kind of Steely Dan groove I can get into.
It was back when Tiger was under fire for perhaps being on steroids.
Well, they
from his
shipped him
doctor.
something, right? Yeah, there was like a FedEx box from Canada or something.
And he was the first guy who'd ever heard performance in any drugs called Peds. Yeah. And he kept saying in his Tiger phrase, well, I'm not on Peds.
Yeah, Peds.
Peds. And Paulie's like, wait, I got an idea.
Yeah.
And the idea was this.
In and out, nice and quick, nice and clean. Yeah.
Peds.
Yeah, it still works. Something about this.
Peds.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, listen, Kyle Shanahan, a lot on KNBR was buzzing yesterday.
Oh, man.
So you had Farhan Zaidi out here trying to explain this feeble offense. You had Kyle Shanahan hopping on saying Brock Purdy and the ones might play a series or two. And then I got a text from FP Santangelo when I was somewhere between the luscious sirloin, the beef skewers, which were out of this world, or the smoked hamachi that we had, or the omakase nigiri, or the chili hamachi roll, whatever the hell it was. I got a text from FP saying, I just had Gabe on, and there's some great sound for you. So Gabe Kapler came on late last night. If everybody missed it. So we're going to play that for you, too. So Kapler, Farhan, Kyle.
Busy day.
Where else do you need to be? That's why you, quote, rip the knob off.
Well, and that's why they call it the leader. Yes.
Yeah. Call it the leader.
We lead.
And, of course, the Warriors schedule came out, too. You got your Jordan Poole reservation for December 22nd.
See him there.
How about your Suns rolling in? This will be Kevin Durant's first trip back to Chase Center. Because of the pandemic and injuries, he's never played as an opponent there since he was a Warrior.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, and he still might. Who knows? He might sit that game out, too.
Yeah, right.
But it's opening night. Yeah, I'm going to load manage opening night. He might. They might load manage opening night. You know what I mean? Yeah, opening night. No, I'm not playing. No, you know what I mean? So,
well, don't forget now, the NBA's put in some new sanctions with the rules as far as like guys winning MVP awards.
That's right.
You have to play a certain amount of games. So guys that are really like interested in their stats and guys that are interested in achieving stuff like that, those big awards, you're going to have to put some time in now, man. Load management to a point, Murph.
Yeah. You are.
Or you won't be considered.
We'll see if this works. Yeah. What do you give me for the pitch clock in baseball and the new rules in the NBA?
They're trying.
And Waterboy, the P1 Chuck has checked in. The pitcher who was sweating his cojones off his name, Ian Hamilton.
Bro.
Ian Hamilton.
All right, Hamilton. Hamilton was sweating his A off.
Yeah,
like nothing like I've ever seen.
Exactly. He's joined Tyler Walker and Patrick Ewing on Mount Sweatmore.
No question.
There's got to be one more we're forgetting.
James Brown.
Okay.
Throw him in there. Do you ever see him on stage? He's drenched. Yeah.
I was quite the sweater myself back in the day.
I am too. I'm a sweater. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get you guest list on Triple E's birthday. He has a fritter. Is he happy now?
We'll see.
Is he happy
He
now?
better be.
So give him a fritter and a blanket. He can take a nap.
Yeah, he looks happy.
All right, good. Happy birthday, kid.
Yeah, man.
And we'll get the guest list and get you going on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the Tolbear and Copes afternoon show yesterday to discuss the game plan for Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance this weekend against the Denver Broncos. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here. So I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
Well, there's your guy, Kyle Shanahan on KNBR, giving us a chance of Brock Purdy, a little taste of Brock. Herb Alpert talked about a taste of honey.
Yeah, man.
A taste of Brock.
taste of Purdy.
Yeah, why not? A taste of Purdy, why not? Bring him on, and we'll see what he does. Of course, he'll go like 0 for 2 and like maybe overthrow a guy.
Oh, God forbid he throws a pick. Can you imagine if he throws a pick? Oh, my God.
Dude. Yeah, pick 6.
Be nuclear.
There's a little screen pass. It just gets red and pick taken the other way. Oh, man.
What's wrong with Brock?
We may have to come on the air Sunday just to discuss it.
You might have to cancel your vacation.
I know, seriously.
To talk Brock.
Oh, my God. Well, so be careful. Well, be careful what you wish for, 49ers fans. But anyway, that'll be fun to see. And then Darnold in the first half. I got to tell you, man, I feel like Darnold's the mystery man in all this. Nobody really talks about him. We're all focused on Trey. Trey. And then when people aren't talking about Trey, they're like, is Brock really the number one? And then Darnold's over here just sitting there, just spinning the ball up.
I have a distinct feeling we're going to be talking. I think we'll be talking about Sam Darnold a lot next week because I think we're going to see a pretty good look at him on Saturday. So I think next week we open the mics. You're going to get plenty of Darnold talk.
Hope so, man. I don't know. You know, he's in terms of. I'm telling you, that might have been a very, very savvy signing.
I agree.
By John Lynch there. So
very much.
Marcus, the Water Boy Boucher. Is there enough room in there with the birthday boy back there behind the glass?
I mean, here's the thing. You guys know I like to do these like planned theme rejoins. I feel like we've all been waiting in vain for Triple E's birthday just to be over with by now.
Very nice.
That's very good.
Very nice.
Very good. And did you get a donut yet?
Not yet, boys.
Okay.
You know it takes me a while to get settled in.
Hey, MLB last night, Waterboy. The Dodgers won. I think I read that they might be 15-1 in August. Buddy.
You would be correct because that's what I read also.
Okay, so I mean, this is fresh off of 2 weeks ago. I had a Dodger fan friend of mine just burying the team. This is wrong. That's wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. And I don't know what to say, man. Farhan came from that team, and everybody was like, "Oh, well, Farhan's a genius. He built the Dodgers." Now Farhan left, and the Dodgers almost got better. You know what I mean? So. I don't know. Farhan, whatever Andrew Friedman's doing, I don't know, trading for Mookie Betts and signing Freddie Freeman.
Well, that's a good start.
How's that?
Yeah.
How's that for a start?
How's that? That's good. That's...
Talk about star power. Can you imagine if Mookie Betts was a Giant?
No, I really can't.
Imagine if Freddie Freeman was a Giant? Can you imagine if they were both Giants at the same time? Oh, my God. So anyway, that's what we're up against.
Anyways, yeah.
Pretty much. Only problem is they're not losing games. They've decided not to lose anymore.
Yeah.
Murph, what's their record in August?
I heard 15-1. Let me double check.
15-1.
Yeah.
Now they're 10.5 games up on the Giants in the NL
that happened
West.
fast too.
That happened.
It
in
happened
an instant.
fast,
In
so
an
quick.
instant, yeah, I mean, you went from 2.5 to 10.5.
It was almost as fast
in a day.
The Dodgers going 15-1 in August is almost like the day I woke up and realized that Joe Davis is going to be with me till the rest of my till I expire from this earth. It's going to be me and Joe Davis.
He is.
Yeah,
it is, and you're not that bad with it either. You're not that upset about it.
No, I'm good with Joe Davis.
Yeah.
I just had to. I didn't know how to get acquainted with him that fast. I'm like, it's me and you. Okay, Joe, I got you.
Yeah, August.
And the Dodgers are not losing anymore.
They're 15-1. In fact, they haven't had a losing month all summer. I was on baseball. I was noodling around Baseball Reference yesterday for my jock blog.
Shout out noodling.
Looking around, dude. Here's my point on the Giants. So, there again, 5 teams. Okay, I'm not including Arizona in this. As I said in the jock blog, I'll check back with me in a couple weeks. Maybe I'll acknowledge Arizona. Maybe. I mean, they won last night. They beat San Diego. I suppose I should acknowledge them. They're only 3 back in the loss column. But I don't know. Just for right now, I'm dealing with 5 teams. The 5 teams are the Phillies, the Giants, the Cubs, the Marlins, and the Reds. So you only need to be 3 of those 5 teams.
Yep.
That means all you got to do is be 3rd out of those 5. And the Reds and the Marlins, here's news. I got news for you guys. The Reds are 4-10 in the month of August. And the Marlins, since like July 1, I have it somewhere in the document, they're like very under 500. Both teams are going in the wrong direction.
Okay.
The Reds and the Marlins.
All right.
They're in reverse. So, Giants, all you got to do is somehow tread water and survive this little 9-game stretch against Braves, Phillies, and Braves.
Now,
and come out on the other side, and you're going to outlast these guys. Now, will the Diamondbacks make a run? Will the Padres make a run? It's to be determined. We'll punt that one.
How willing are you to go, take the advice of a Dwayne Kipe? I think it was Kipe who was telling us at some point you're going to have to wind up rooting for the Dodgers.
Yeah, well,
here's an example.
This weekend,
they're playing the Marlins.
You are rooting for the Dodgers.
Right now. They're playing the Marlins starting tonight. So,
Great call. That's Kipe.
Yeah, so Kipe was like, you guys better prepare yourselves to rooting for the Dodgers because you can't have the Marlins winning games right now, Marcus.
Now, here's the thing, Murph. I don't want to be a negative Nancy on a Reggae Friday.
Be a negative Nelly then, not a Nancy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll be a negative Nelly.
Okay.
But you talk about those teams trending in the wrong direction. Aren't the Giants also trending in the wrong direction?
A little bit, buddy.
So there's a radio show somewhere on the East Coast saying the same exact thing about the Giants.
You know what? I mean,
yes, there is.
Yes, there is. Freaking right on point, buddy. Right on point. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to spin furiously, spinning furiously. So, anyway, and I guess Gabe, I'm guessing Gabe, and listen, I'm putting words in people's mouths here and probably irresponsible. I do that a lot. But I'm guessing Gabe came on with FP last night as a little damage control. That's my
I think you're right.
My spidey sense tells me that.
I think you're right.
That he doesn't hop on. He doesn't fly to Philly and then just like say, hey, I want to go on with FP. He's like, oh man, I'm getting a ton of blank, ton of guff in San Francisco. I'm just gonna hop on.
Here's my question: do you think someone recommended he do that, or do you think he just did that
maybe the
on his
PR,
own will?
the
Yeah,
media
that's what I'm saying.
relations,
Yeah.
or Larry.
Yeah.
Larry might have
Larry
texted.
calls you on the bat phone. Now you got to do something. Yeah.
Larry might have said, hey, it might be a good idea to go on. And then Gabe. So anyway, I was texting with my buddy Schmitty, the mayor of Philadelphia. And, of course, all he was focused on was the Eagles' preseason game last night. That's all he was. He's like, I'm willing to talk Phillies with you tomorrow. I got to focus on the Birds tonight, But I guess they tied 18-18. Is that right? Last night, the Browns. And so for you bettors, you preseason bettors, like Waterboy, who was talking openly about his preseason
Now, that's
bets.
one of the most incredible things. I mean, listen, what are you doing? I'd like to say, Marcus, you go run wild in the streets, do what you got to do. But you shouldn't be betting on preseason ball. What are you, out of your mind?
Paulie Mack, you're
There's
absolutely right.
You got no way to tell anything that's going to happen.
And I am out of my mind
Yeah, you
because
must
I was
be.
in Las Vegas.
Just
I was
kidding.
in the sports book. I told myself I wasn't going to do it, but it was too tempting.
Hey, give me 3 dimes on Detroit.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Preseason game. I like they're looking good.
They got the lines in front of me. They're offering me free drink tickets. I'm drinking. I'm betting, Paulie.
How are you doing on these preseason bets? Are you the victor? Or?
I'm 1-1.
Ah, okay.
So not great. I did a lot better in baseball last week.
1-1, I mean, no
He ain't
blood.
a loser. He's not losing.
And you experienced the adrenaline hit that you were looking for.
If that's what it's about, then you check that box.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Watching the last couple minutes
Is
of
it
the
about the
Cardinals
adrenaline fix?
Broncos game.
Or is it about making some dough?
No, for me, it's more about the adrenaline fix. Like, I'm a better for entertainment. Like, I have an action just like you can experience it. And that's why if you throw like $20-$30 on a game, it's like going to a movie. If it's a bad movie, whatever, you move on. But if you win, hey, you get the experience and you get that little hit of adrenaline.
It's like going to a movie, Murph.
I'm trying to figure out what my adrenaling fix, because probably for you, clearly it's hitting the stage.
I like that.
Oh, you get a big old thrill, I'm sure.
I do.
When you're on stage. Yeah. And then when you're performing. And I'm trying to think what was mine.
Golfing?
Is it making I know, but is it like
hitting
making
a shot?
Triple bogey on 7? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I mean,
what a rush.
It's not really that's more of like a relaxed, soulful experience. So that's like if you have a great day on the golf course, it's a soulful experience. It's not an adrenaline
I'll tell you one thing right now. Why don't we open this up to the listeners and say, help Murph find his adrenaline rush. What should he be investigating and exploring? 808 KNBR. Text us in your ideas. Hang gliding? I don't know.
Skydiving?
Yeah, skydiving, stuff like that.
Bungee
Robbing
jumping?
banks? I don't know.
Isn't that what Tim McGraw tells you to do? To live like I want to go skydiving.
Wow.
Doesn't he say that in
Rocky
Bull
Mountain
Ride?
climbing?
Thank you, buddy. Ride the bull for 6 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think my adrenaline rush is honestly to see if Tripoli will beat me to work every day.
Okay,
that's my
there
adrenaline
it
rush.
is.
That's my
There it
adrenaline rush.
is.
Every morning I get a little juice coming down Broadway. I'm like, all right, let's see Let's see, baby. Let's see.
Another good adrenaline.
Ride that action. Let's ride that action.
Or if you want to follow the Paulie Mack playbook, another good adrenaline rush. A source of that is getting yelled at by management. That'll crank up the adrenaline.
Triple E says,
I excel at that.
Come snowboarding with me, and I'll show you adrenaline.
No, that's a little too much adrenaline.
Listen, you know, the guy's limping around with a knee the size of a
I got news for you.
Blimp.
Murph and I ain't looking to break any bones at this point in our lives. Yeah, we're good.
I don't need Murph rolling in a wheelchair after going to Tahoe with Triple E for a weekend.
I ain't looking to get my X Games on. I'm not building a ramp in my backyard. You know what I mean?
I might never come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I go back. What happened to Murph? He lost it. He didn't come back. We lost him.
Right.
Triple E got Murph.
They buried him up on the slopes. All right, let's get I'll still search for my adrenaline rush.
Okay, we'll find something for you.
Yeah, well, Triple E just said he will put some money on him beating me to work.
Here's one right here, 774. Thank you guys for offering up ideas. 774. Yo, Murph, start spray painting abandoned cars on Mount Tam.
Okay.
That's a good address. Okay. Bro, 774, I like where your head's at, man.
Well, there is famously a car on the Coast Trail.
That's a creepy
thing. Yeah, how the car got there.
Driverless car just sitting there. Yeah, Murph, go spray paint that bad boy.
That's it. Number one. All right. Let me give you guys the guest list here. There it is. It's been since August 1st, we've been building towards this day. In his San Diego City Connect font, Triple E's birthday is today.
It's a celebration.
He's 30 years young today.
It's a celebration.
Where were you on your 30th birthday, Paulie Mack?
I don't know, but I remember I got a framed signed picture of Joe Montana. I was very excited about when I turned 30, and I still have it.
So that was my 30th. Yeah, I actually, what was I doing? I was covering the Niners. So I was probably covering a Niner game somewhere. Anyway, what do we got here, Waterboy?
Well, I want to be the first one to welcome Triple E to the backside of his 30s by saying happy birthday today. So happy birthday to our guy Triple E. Yeah, you can hear him.
Yeah, I totally hear him
giggling and cackling in the background.
I see him and hear him.
Well, Triple E booked a good guest list today.
Into his 30s.
Well into his 30s.
Murph is well into his 30s.
And so to kick off the guest list on a Friday morning, our 7:35 Power Hour hit is always Mike Krukow. He'll get us ready for the Giants and Braves this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kruk's perennial optimism will be tested this next 9 days. Now, who's saying, and what about you left this open in one of your slight asides this morning? You're like, you never know. It's baseball. You never know. I mean, that's basically what we're looking
baseball.
At.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe J.D. Davis catches fire.
Ooh.
2 bombs
Hope
tonight.
so. Nice.
Right? 2 bombs off a stride. Chased Strider in the 3rd inning tonight.
Maybe Wade Meckler hits his first career home run. Teaser for the guest list. He might be on it. We'll get to that in just a second. We'll get through our big hit or cooler of content in
big
the 8 a.m. hour.
Got to be Niners today.
Yeah, Niners getting ready. Kyle Shanahan was on Tolbert and Coach yesterday.
Let's get that going.
Discussed the game plan for this weekend.
Gabe calls FP.
And Farhan came on the afternoon show yesterday, too. So
Gabe
we got a bunch of
Farhan,
good sound.
Yeah. Did you see, by the way, Johnny Shea's story on Kapler this morning in the Chronicle? He asked him about, like, you're in the scopes, buddy. You're in the scopes. How you feeling? Because he's been basically, if you look at it, every game during this homestand, he either got booed or second guessed, whether it was the pinch hitting situations or taking out Logan Webb. It was a rough time for Gabe and the public eye. Like he got cuffed around a lot on this homestand.
Nobody wants to get booed and second guessed. It's a double threat, you know?
In the story, he drops the line, I've done this job in tough environments, and I have the thick skin to handle.
Okay, Gabe. Well, he worked in Philly, so
it's like your skin wasn't that thick when Danny Emmerman, Toby from The Office, was questioning you there. Sorry.
All right, so
I'm just curious.
We'll get that sound from Gabe Kapler giving a response to FP last night about Danny Emmerman. We'll talk about that. We'll do our cooler of content. Then 8:35, we'll check in with Randy Cross talking some 49er football. Can even squeeze in some.
We'll have to squeeze in some Pac-10, 12, 8, Pac-8, 10, 12.
Randy, yeah.
By the way, they say Cal and Stanford are really looking at the ACC. That they're like,
well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Geographically, it makes sense.
They're on that right coast, right?
On the Vegas grease board, that's the most likely option now. ACC.
All right. I mean, that's a long way to travel for.
Well, you know, I know. Plus, that's even weirder than the Big Ten. At least in the Big Ten, there was some history. They play the Rose Bowl every year.
Yeah, you got your Michigans and all this. Yeah,
it's very odd.
Yeah, we'll talk about it with Randy Cross 8:35 today, and then we'll pay off on that tease 9 a.m. this morning. Your latest, the Wade Meckler 2023 tour is making a stop on the Murph and Mack Show 9 a.m. this morning.
Miggity Meck yourself before you wreck yourself.
Very nice.
All right?
Very nice.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get the Wade Meckler
Meck yourself, bro. I'm all over that
for 9 a.m. this morning, and then we'll wrap it up 9:30 today, talking about the Warriors schedule release with Larry Harris at 9:30.
Oh, wow. Maybe we're going to try to get Sluss to hop on early because we're the bunter. Not Sless. We have talked Sless and Sluss today, but we'll try to get her to hop on too. All right, so we have our choice on the other side of checking out Kyle, Farhan, or Gabe.
Wow.
Spin the wheel.
Kyle, Farhan, Gabe. That's good choices too.
And we'll tell you who we chose next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah!
Yes.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some great texts on where I can find my next adrenaline rush. 5-0 said, here's an adrenaline rush. Bet on the Giants to beat the Braves. That's an adrenaline rush.
I guess so.
The great call you pointed out about is spray painting abandoned cars.
Yeah.
Multiple people checked in saying, dude, coaching third, waving a kid around in a tie game, in a Little League game, knowing your neck is on the line because parents will kill you if the kid's out, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's one. 408 says, why don't you take up punt returns, Murph, for adrenaline? That's pretty good. And then 310 has the all time. He says, why don't you go to Vegas and stay at Stefan's house for a weekend of adrenaline? Well, adrenaline and, other things that might require penicillin.
Oh, hey now. So, it's an adrenaline shot followed by a penicillin shot. Yeah, it's a nice 1-2 punch. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you guys all. Paulie Max got his adrenaline. This all started because we were talking about Waterboy betting on preseason football.
Well, I asked him why. I go, is it about the payoff or is it about like the rush and the adrenaline? And he goes, no, it's about the adrenaline. And then he gave me the good analogy of it's like going to see a movie. You're gambling.
Yeah.
Like I might be throwing $30 down the toilet, which it basically costs now to see a feature-length film. Like you go to a movie theater, what are they charging you, $18 now or something like that?
Plus popcorn, plus a drink. You're spending like $50, Paulie Mac.
Yeah,
By the way, I want to shout out 209, one of our great listeners and texters who asked, am I watching the Little League World Series? I'm asked, and the answer to that, does the Bear use the woods as a bathroom? I
believe he
come
does.
on, brother.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? I'm not missing a pitch.
No.
Did anybody see the Chinese Taipei kid? Was he 19 years old? I've never seen a Little Leaguer hit 80 miles an hour from 46 feet.
What are we talking, like Danny Almonte again?
This kid, he would be whatever is Taiwanese for Danny Almonte.
Okay.
All right, dude.
Yeah, no, I didn't see.
I think he actually hit 81 from 46 feet. Dude, when a kid hits 70 from 46 feet, that is serious business. Like if you're facing a kid throwing 70, you're up against it. You're like we're hoping to scrape out a couple.
This kid's coming 80 plus.
He hit 81 yesterday.
Yeah.
You can't.
The kid's supposed to be terrified in the box.
It's just a matter of human reaction. You just can't react fast enough.
No.
So I mean, Waterboy, that's the deal. You just don't. Your synapses can't fire that.
And are they still doing like the MLB comparison?
Yes,
I
it's
know they used to do it.
104.
Wow. I would think it's even harder than that.
No, they compared him to Jordan Hicks.
104.
There was an overlay of him and Jordan Hicks.
They're telling me those kids in the box have less time to react to a fastball than someone going up against Camilo Doval.
Correct. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. But you'll be shocked to hear Canada got 0 hits in the game. It was actually as a perfecto.
Are you serious?
The kid had a hook and a slider.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
I don't know why he was dropping in the hook and the slider. I'm like, why are you just throw the gas, buddy? They ain't gonna touch you. He was like trying to amuse himself by throwing the curve and a slider.
Let me see if this works.
The poor bastards up there. Once he threw the curve, they were like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah,
to
they're
me?
waving. I got no chance.
He was dotting it too. He was dotting it. I was like, this guy.
Maybe the Giants can send a scout down there, get him in our rotation.
And then the other one is the Little League World Series. And then there's a big controversy last night about the California-Ohio game that got called after 4 innings because of rain.
Okay.
People are furious that play the game. Anyway, 404 or 209.
Now, do they resume that, or do they just bang it and start again?
They banged it and called California the winner.
Wow.
And a nation is up in arms, and you got to let these kids finish this game.
A nation is up in arms.
Yeah. 2 things now, Paulie. 1, Adam Rank joins Papa and Lund today at 1:15. That's always fun. And number 2, don't forget, in the suite this week, the bond was made with Greg O'Donnell. And we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300.
We'll do.
So FP's in Atlanta.
Yep.
And I don't know if he ran into Gabe in the elevator or what, but Gabe came on. I thought that he came on to maybe snuff out a little negative momentum in the media from him, the Danny Emmerman incident. By the way, Q rating of a Danny Emmerman right now.
Well, this has done nothing but bolster his likability,
And he came on with Papa and Lund and never changed his low vocal fry.
Yeah, he's got that easy. Totally.
Yeah, I wasn't looking to be the story.
Vocal fry, it's a thing.
Yeah,
it really is.
I didn't know there was male vocal fry.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, Waterboy. In your generation, Triple E. Because vocal fry, that whole thing with the girls.
It's hard to do.
They do that whole thing.
I just want to make sure I sound like this when I talk.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Well, I feel like Gabe kind of has a little bit of a vocal fry.
No, he's so deep. Vocal fry is more like,
But it's interesting when he does get a little bit more upset, a little frustrated, his voice does get a little higher.
That's interesting.
Sometimes it gets higher.
All right, well, Cap came on with FP. And I guess I'm glad to hear FP's on the broadcast. I think he's done a great job this year.
Yes, he's good.
I really do.
Yep.
And here's the cut we're going to use. He talked about playing cards with the coaching staff and talking through their lack of offense.
All right.
I'm interested in this cut here, yeah.
So last night on the plane, FP, and you've seen this setup, myself and a couple of our coaches, probably 5 guys maybe, sometimes Alyssa will play with us as well, we'll sit around this card table, right? Some and the seats, they face each other, so it's a really good setup to play Hold'em. We play poker. And most of the time on a trip, West Coast to East Coast trip, we basically spend the entire time, playing cards, and there's not a lot of baseball discussion because, in between hands, we're all kind of planning for the upcoming trip, whether we have a hitting coach who plays, a pitching coach who plays. And so we're all doing a little bit of planning while we're playing poker. But in the middle of the game on this trip, we just kind of paused it, and we talked about the offense for about an hour. It was awesome, just like old school baseball talk, like kind of back and forth on players' swings and approaches and some of the things that I think we all think that we can do a little bit different. Sometimes it comes down to preparation and routine, and sometimes it does come down to swing mechanics. And then it's kind of cool. Blake Sable came back, and Sabe stopped by the poker table, and he talked a lot about his swing and the things that he's working on. And so it just turned into a great baseball discussion and some planning for these upcoming series. Now, as you mentioned, you were talking about the ballparks, and these guys have to hit the ball hard and get the ball in the air. If they're able to do that, you're right. These 2 ballparks in Atlanta and Philadelphia will reward them.
All right, well, there it is. Number of reactions to this. Number 1, first of all, you're living when you're on a jet where you can play you have a built-in poker table. You're living. That's I'm not a huge poker guy. I'm can barely get by just played this past spring for the first time in years and years. And
How'd you do?
Actually did great.
Yeah.
One was the big winner. And in fact, guys start getting pissed at me.
Yeah, that's what happens. Guys always get mad.
They were like,
Yeah.
bro, you came in talking like you didn't know. And I'm like, well, I didn't. Because I've never played Hold'em. I'd always played 5-card draw where you get your hand, you kick a couple back, you get a couple more. I didn't play
nice
Hold'em.
and easy. Right.
So they had to hold my hand through it, and then I started winning everything.
Wow.
They're like, bro,
Yeah.
what are you doing, man? I was like, sorry, it's the cards, it's not me. But anyway, shout out living your life where you have a poker table on your plane. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Number 2, dude,
What?
if this all turns around, we're going to call it the Poker Summit, right? Like
Maybe.
me and Jed had the Urinal Summit,
Yeah,
remember?
could be. Could be the Poker Summit.
This could be it.
Yeah.
It's going to be like when we're going down Market Street after the World Series championship, it all goes back to the Poker
And by the
Summit.
way, I would love to be a fly on the wall in that whole story he just described, because I could see him like in the middle of the game, like there's smoke in the air, chips, you know what I mean, all over the table. Guys, let's pause this. I want to talk about the offense. I want to talk about Mech. You know what I mean?
What about Cap? There's a whole ocean there of Cap playing poker, too.
Oh, dude. Well, he's got the legs crossed.
Deuce is wild.
He's got his legs.
Deuce is
He's
wild,
doing one of these, like the legs are crossed.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Oh, there it is, right there. There it is.
Or no, just
You guys
based.
ever heard of Kenny Rogers?
Here's where I'm going to give the streamers a treat if you're watching the stream. Like, I've seen this posture quite a bit when he does his post-game thing. So here's how I imagine him with the cards, right? First of all, the leg is crossed.
Everybody watching on the stream
He's
right
got
now.
the cards fanned out. Here are my cards. And he's doing one of these things. So he's like this.
It's probably on the
and he's got
YouTube
the
stream
cards, and he's got
and the
other arm
Twitch.
like this. So he's like, looks like I've got 3 of a kind. You know what I mean? Like, but the other arm is way out there. You know what I'm saying?
This is why you got to watch the Twitch.
See, it pays off.
The
It pays
YouTube.
off.
Right, I want to see
You know what I'm saying?
Kapler. Yeah, I want to see him laying back and be like, "Oh no, go fish! I don't
believe
have
I have
any
a flush."
threes."
Yeah.
What do you
call this, a
you
royal
have an
flush?
eight- you have
Kai,
an
give me
eight
your
of-
money.
You have an 8 of hearts.
Kai, give me all your money.
Yeah, give me your. Go fish, Kai.
Okay,
Kai, give me 2. Hit me. Yeah.
yeah, I can just see him do the knock, the double tap.
Dude,
on
I
the
got
table
Kai
too,
wearing one of
yeah.
those green visors, like the guys that handle the chips and all that. Yeah,
and the shades, so you can't see his eyes.
Totally. Yeah.
Dude, and never looking up either.
Yeah.
Okay, Waterboy, we now have a job. At some point between now and the end, there has to be a reggae version of Kenny Rogers the Gambler. There has to be.
No, guaranteed.
So I want that rejoin.
Guaranteed.
Kenny Rogers the Gambler reggae style with that cut. All right. Although it's pretty long. You might have to trim it down, though. But anyway, we'll look for that. Okay, on to the next guy. And this is the one. This is the juicy one, the gossipy one, right? The gossipy one where we're all into the buzz of how he sort of, quote unquote, snapped at Danny Emmerman. I'm just curious about you. And we were like, it just came off really poorly. And with the Giants are losing, and Cap's coming off with this bad look, so everybody's pissed.
I'm just curious about that.
See, that's what I mean. So finally, he comes on with FP to explain his version here.
All right,
Danny and I do have a good relationship, and he sent me a text message today, kind of to talk through things, and I was planning on talking to him in person, but he initiated via text, which was great. And I basically told him that I've been around a lot of beat writers. You have too, FP, but I'm talking about the crew in Boston when I played, the crew in Detroit, like some tough, good quality beat writers. Obviously, the writers in Philly and the writers here in San Francisco, as well as LA. I've developed relationships with them. I've maintained relationships with them. And Danny is as thoughtful and as aware and as fair as any writer I've been around, and it's amazing because he's doing this at a really early stage in his career, and I think he's both finding his way, but also like asking the tough question, asking the challenging question, as you saw in the scrum. And it's with respect to how I reacted. I think I just reacted like a guy that had just come off a game where his team got beat up pretty good by the Tampa Bay Rays, and probably a little less patient than I could have been. And I told Danny that, and can always be a little bit more patient in those interactions. And
all right, what do you think, Paul?
very decent of him. Like, kind of owned it a little bit there.
I think we were just talking about how Danny Emmerman's Q rating was going up. I think it just went up in the last 2 minutes.
No question.
I think from 643 to 646, his Q rating has gone up.
Well, and who knew that at the beginning of the 2023 Giants baseball season that Danny Emmerman would wind up playing a key role in the back end of the
true?
Yeah, the back end of the schedule.
Johnny Shea, the legend John Shea, has even tweeted out. He goes, "This kid did good."
No, it's like one of these line in the sand moments. It was like everything that led up to the Emmerman moment and everything after. Maybe that'll be the turning point, kind of the way that Grateful Dead turned around Triple E.
The Emmerman Summit, the whole deal.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was telling you guys earlier, I was texting with Schmitty, the mayor of Philadelphia, and he was like, "Hey, hang on, let me get through this Birds preseason game." But he said, yeah, did you know that Gabe had a very spirited clash with Angelo Cataldi of the WIP morning show? I guess Gabe did weekly hits on Philly morning radio.
Wow, that must have been insane to hear.
I guess famously, he and the guy Angelo Cataldi got into it. And it was similar.
That's a pretty big name, too, Cataldi. That's like a pretty well-known name back there.
He just retired after
did he?
how many, 30 years on the morning show or something.
Right.
Stuff Paulie and I could never dream of.
Nice run.
So, but he, apparently Cataldi was like us, like kind of getting fed up with the
whole bit. Yeah. No.
Exactly.
That's a tough one.
And I guess he came at Gabe, and then he, I guess the key moment was Cataldi said something like, I got a Twitter poll that says this, and Gabe calmly said, you don't speak for the city, Angelo.
Whoa,
is what he said.
Hey now.
So,
yeah.
So they got into it. I went down a rabbit hole on that one and found Cataldi had actually put out a tweet when Gabe got fired, saying, "Thank goodness, it's a great day."
Oh boy,
he was like cheering the guy's job loss. I know, right? Philly, right? It's Philly. So anyway, more on Kapler and Emmerman. If he could do it, don't we all say, if I could do it all over again?
Sometimes,
That's what Kapler says here.
You know, that if I had the interaction to do all over after my day of filling my belly with ribs and going down to the river, I might have just said we look at a couple of things when we make those decisions. You know, the first thing is the leverage of the situation, how important it is in the context of the game. The second is who the batter is that's walking up to the plate, and third, the pinch hitters that you have available. And thought Slater was a good guy to take down that moment. Simple as that. So I would have probably said it in just that fashion had I been less kind of frustrated from the game. And it's part of baseball, as you mentioned. It's talking to the media a couple of times a day for the better part of a year, which I understand is my responsibility. I enjoy it. I genuinely enjoy getting to know our writers and genuinely enjoy the challenges of having those conversations fresh off a loss or a win. But yeah, last night I explained to Danny that probably wasn't as patient as I could have been, and we're going to be fine. I'll see Danny when we get back from this road trip, and we'll chop it up again like we always do. And that's the cool thing about baseball is you get ready for Atlanta tomorrow, and the day after, then on to Philly, and then back home, and it's there's a new game and a new opportunity to have a good conversation every single day, and I think Danny and myself both take advantage of those.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'll see Danny. We get back.
We'll chop it up. I'll be chopping it up with Dan.
People, let me tell you about Gabe and Danny. Oh, man. To tell you what, the Murph and Mackey ballot just got crowded. Walter and me as the Friendship of the Year. Now we got a horse race with Danny and Gabe.
Well, let's not forget that just a few days ago, the Friendship of the Year challenging your Friendship of the Year candidacy was Gabe and Meckler. So now it was Gabe. There it is. So first it was Gabe and Meckler. Now I move Meckler aside. Emmerman, get in here. You're going to be filling in for Meckler. Yeah.
Meck and Gabe and Danny.
The three of them.
What do you give me for Meck, Gabe, and Danny in the opening credits of What's Happening, Paulie? Running down the street, dribbling a basketball.
Dribbling the ball. Yeah, totally.
Three's company.
And riffing.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, shout out to Gabe for coming on. That was nice.
Good for him.
He gave us good content. Those are pretty good bites. Those are pretty
Dude, we've gotten like two full shows.
What's the ribs in the river thing he's talking about?
But I was
fascinated. To, like, in his off day.
I'll fill my belly with ribs.
So one of the first questions FP asked him was about what he did in his off day, and he said he went down to the river and had a full rack of ribs filled up his belly, and that's why he was feeling good enough to do an interview last night.
What river are we talking about?
The Delaware River, Philadelphia.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, right?
Nice.
No, they're in Atlanta.
I decided to go
they say George cross. They say Washington cross the Delaware.
I know at the same time. I decided to go check out the Delaware Water Gap. I've heard good things. Yeah.
Washington, did he have the ribs that I had down the river? Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, hey, man. Down to the river. Well, I mean, listen, so many songs.
You ain't kidding. I mean, there's a lot that come to mind, and you can listen to Bill Walton break it down.
Many of the songs of the Grateful Dead about the river. Black Muddy River, Big River.
Yeah, my bad. I had them in Philly like an idiot. They're not in Philly. It's not the Delaware. So is it the Chattanooga?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what river.
Is that it? Wait a minute. I've been to Atlanta many times. I never saw the river. There's no river.
I don't know.
You got to go out of your way. Okay, that's interesting.
I was out near the river.
Have I been going to the wrong parts of Atlanta?
I don't know.
There's no rivers to the strip clubs.
Shout out to Buckhead. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
That's about it.
The Chattahoochee, way down yonder.
You guys familiar with the Chattahoochee?
It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. We laid rubber on the Georgia desert, and then a little crazy, and it never got fallen down in the river. I used to be one of my go-tos. I was an Alan Jackson guy. In fact, Alan Jackson's high on my list. Him and Clint Black's ahead of him, but I'm a big Allen. But I didn't know that Chattahoochee was doable from Atlanta.
Going through to the banks of the Chattahoochee.
It says the northern suburbs. So I guess you got to get up to the northern suburbs.
He'll get out and about, man. That's one thing about Gabe.
The Chattahoochee, yeah. Hey, is there a reggae version of Chattahoochee?
You got a lot of work to do in there, Marcus. Yeah.
All right. Oh, well, thank you, Gabe, for giving us the content.
2 shows full of content.
Real quick, I got an update. I got the sound for you.
I went and I got some ribs, which was awesome. I found a spot that came highly recommended and went over and got a full rack of ribs. Fantastic. Yeah, I'd share a little bit more on that tomorrow when I see you. And then I went down to the river. There's actually a river that runs through Atlanta. I think it's called the Chattahoochee. And, just spent a little time there at the end of the day as the sun went down. It was great.
Down by the river. Shout out Neil Young. You're right. There are so many. Shout out Springsteen. He's got the river. There's a million river songs.
Yeah. Alan Jackson made it famous, man. There it is, buddy. All right. Well, great. Thank you, Gabe, for that content. Yep. We'll revisit that later in the show.
All right, man.
And next up in our content palooza.
Oh, good.
Kyle Shanahan came on. Your 49ers, Paulie. We're getting closer.
You're right.
3 weeks from Sunday, and they play Saturday against Denver. Your boy Russ with Curls is coming in. You can go greet him?
I'm never big on Curls on the field at the Vi. He's done a lot of damage down there.
Who knows what Sean Payton's going to do? He might pick a fight with somebody.
He was blitzing fools years ago. You remember he was blitzing Alex Smith like it was the NFC Championship.
All right. What did Kyle have to say next on the Sports Leader?
Called the Chattahoochee.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, Lance is a really fascinating guy because, Ross, he hasn't really played much football since 2019. And there's no way he can learn how to play the position without playing the position, and he just has not played a lot, and he's not going to get that opportunity. Right now he's very tentative and uncertain as to what is open in the NFL. That can often come with experience. But what really stood out on the tape is he turned down a number of throws that were clearly there within the timing and structure of the play design. I mean, there were 3 or 4 examples of that where the ball needed to come out, the throw was there, and he just turned it down. And only he could tell you why. I can't do that. But that's not going to be a positive in the mind of Kyle Shanahan.
That's our buddy, Greg Cosell. I guess on his ESPN NFL matchup show. Is that right? Yeah. Just saying, Trey's not seeing it. He's not seeing it. And again, also saying the kid just doesn't have a ton of experience. And that's been just that was determined when his career.
It was, and that was determined as early as his mother picking him up out of the crib. We found that.
Mike Lombardi's doing a media tour, and he's going to come on our show in the coming week or two.
Nice.
And we'll have to ask him the crib incident.
Yeah, the crib incident. They got the crib.
So there is another lukewarm review over Trey Lance here.
He can show us something this weekend. I mean, that's the thing. It's another opportunity for him to.
I'm already going to tell you this. If he does, people will say it was against the threes.
Well, he's got no control over that. All he has to do is go out there and perform as well as he can. And I would think that I expect him to look a little better this week. I really do, because he looked a little bit better as that other game unfolded, as he got deeper into it. It was that first series that was so ugly that it's hard to shake that off. And I think that's and it is for me too. That's kind of the lasting memory of that game, the opening sequence, which was awful.
My DVR cutting off that opening sequence,
maybe it was a gift,
was a major factor in my takes on Trey Lance all week, because I didn't see the first series. So I was like, guys, he got better. You're like, did you see the first series? I'm like, no, my DVR didn't have it. So I'll have to see if I set the DVR again. We're going to be in Seattle this weekend, actually. Shout out to my soft spot for the Seattle Mariners. So we'll be in Seattle this weekend. I'm coming back Sunday.
You're going to Seattle this weekend?
Yeah, leaving today.
Wow.
Leaving today.
When are you? I didn't know.
Yeah. Wheels up today. Yeah, we have a little family moment.
Say what's
Candace's
up to
mom.
Okay.
It's time to spread her ashes, Paulie.
Oh, I understand.
At her home. So
you probably don't have time to say hi to Eddie Vedder up there.
No.
Okay.
Well,
you never know, though. Yeah, give him my best if you see him.
It's going to be a warm occasion. It's going to be a celebratory occasion.
All right,
so,
man.
Anyway,
and then you're coming back?
I'll be back Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a quick trip. But anyway, the point is I set the DVR last night. Like, as I said it, I was like...
Yeah, but who knows what will happen? You said it last time, and you missed the first quarter.
I said to the remote control, don't blank this up.
Yeah.
Don't blank this up.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here's the deal. Shanahan came on yesterday, Kyle Shanahan with Tolbert and Copes, and said a little bit of news. The Chronicle wound up writing about it, that Brock Purdy might play.
Yeah, I mean, we plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here, so I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series, a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
Okay, a series or two with Brock and some of the ones.
Right.
Did you see Juwan Jennings called him Brock Star? Did you see that?
I like that.
That's the new one now.
He's a Brock Star.
Yeah. Well, you know why not, Paul? It's a Friday.
You want to unload the barrel, the whole clip here?
Let's see him.
All right, well, I mean, just
January 29th, the world came to an end in Philadelphia. And now here we are, August 18th. Guy might be on the field tomorrow.
I want to Brock! JJ French, Murph.
JJ.
True story.
Turn the party up. I'm waiting for so long so I can see the red and gold. So let's go. Red and gold. So if you ask me why I like the way he slays it, there's only one thing I can say to you. I want to Brock. I want to Brock. I want to Brock. I want to Brock.
I love it. I want to Brock.
Woo. There he is, John Lynch.
All right, man.
On the show. By the way, if you watch on the live stream, you see Paulie rocking out.
I always you got to rock out on a Friday.
And speaking of the live stream, too,
rock out with your Brock out, Murph, if I may.
Well, we got to do. If you're watching us on live stream, God bless you. YouTube or the KNBR app on Twitch. And 209 says there's a 10-year-old kid named Nash who's watching in his room, getting ready for school.
Nice. What's up,
It's
Nash?
his birthday, and if we gave him a shout-out, he'd freak. So
happy birthday, Nash.
Happy birthday, Nash. Did you know, Nash, that you share your birthday with the American legend that is Triple E?
That only makes the day that much more special.
Dude, move Triple E out of the way. We should have a countdown for Nash's birthday every year.
You know, I'm starting to think
just to tick off Triple E.
Who was it that deemed the term Brock Star yesterday?
Jawan Jennings.
Boy, I'm thinking like the floodgates are about to open. We could play around with a lot of different phrases and sayings. Like one would be rock out with your Brock out.
There it is.
Or if you're like in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, you could just say, hey, do me a favor, throw a sock on that Brock. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
it's off and running.
It's Friday, so.
All right, young quarterbacks. They're all young. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. Here's Shanahan on all their skill sets here.
Each guy is a little bit different, and when you do put a quarterback in there, you've got to use their skill set the best way possible. And some guys have different ones than others. Sometimes when a guy's more of a runner, you utilize that stuff because it can really slow down the defense and make the defense a lot easier when they do become a passer. For a guy who's got no threat as a runner, he better be a damn good passer because he's not going to change the defense. They're not going to get scared once he scrambles once, or they're not going to get scared if you run the zone read and they ignore him one play. You better do it about 8 plays and scare them before they change. So all that thing's going into account when you're thinking about guys, but it's what makes them successful. Can you tie that to your team, and can you find a way to win that way?
So he's talking about using skill sets. The question is, does Trey have the skill set of a runner? Does he? I mean, I think when he was drafted, we all thought he was going to be much more of a Jalen Hurts type. Maybe that was just bad film study on our part. He's not. He's not that guy. They said, I guess the comp was a little bit more Josh Allen up the middle through the tackles.
Yeah.
And then when he ran him through the tackles, we all got upset. Because he's like, dude, you broke his ankle.
Yeah, he got hurt. I know, that's the thing.
Josh Allen runs between the tackles.
He doesn't have the size of Josh Allen, though. He's not quite that big. I mean, Josh Allen, he's got a bigger body to take on that kind of punishment. Like, Trey's a little bit smaller.
If I'm a Bills fan, I don't necessarily want to see Josh Allen.
Not anymore.
Either,
yeah,
boy, that AFC, man.
I know.
There's going to be 4 quarterbacks standing on the sideline on the Super Bowl. Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, Allen, throw in Garoppolo. There you go, buddy. Trevor Lawrence.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
There's going to be 5 or 6 guys standing on the sideline who could easily be there.
Yeah. Well, the Bills are going to be interesting this year, too, because you hate to even talk about it like this, but after the DeMar Hamlin incident, I don't think they ever really recovered from that, and they just couldn't get back up on their feet. I mean, in the playoffs, they were like the walking dead out there, so I expect they'll be a lot more energized this year. You're right. Dude, the AFC is a jungle, man.
The Bengals came one roughing the penalty away from going to back-to-back Super Bowls.
I've been saying it. Watch out for Joe Burrow, man. I'm serious.
In the Netflix series, man, they bring it back. We're going to Burrowhead. We're going to Burrowhead. And, dude, that was,
Wow.
And until they squeaked out that 23-20 win on that Butker kick fueled by the pass interference
tough way to end a game, yeah.
Mahomes had never beaten Burrow.
I know.
Okay?
That's the one thing. That's the one guy.
Him, yeah.
Yep.
Brock Purdy, Shanahan on how he's come back.
Okay.
Well, the thing that helped Brock was how much he impressed us from the first practice he got here. I mean, starting in OTAs to training camp, I mean, it wasn't just me, but the players. And I remember Trent saying things to me, at the end of OTAs, like, what's up with that Purdy guy? He can play, huh? Guys like Fred coming over at the end of a practice, be like, what's up with the third guy? And so he had a hell of a camp. He just wasn't getting many reps. I remember saying to Jed one time how good he was doing in camp, and but you never truly know till they get in there, and it's the heat of the battle in this NFL game, because you got to see how they react under pressure. You got to see once this is really going and they're really hitting. But I remember when everyone got hurt, and I remember Jed saying to me, he's like, all right, well, we're going to see if that third guy's so good now. And then I immediately backtracked. I'm like, wait, slow down. This is his first time playing, and you try to slow down because you don't know until they get in there.
Yeah, about that. And he's talking about Jed going, okay, now show me your third guy. And he's like, whoa, easy now. My job's on the line here. Well, that's exactly what he said there is why we're not freaking out about these practice stats is you never know anything until they play. It's like the old line that, what's his face, Doug Glanville had about, well, he wrote it, that's the old line. Yeah, he can hit the minors. Let's see how he hits with a third deck on the stadium.
That's a good phrase, yeah.
And that's Brock Purdy in an NFL environment performed to a level none of us could have imagined.
Nope.
And he did it again and again and again in an NFL environment, in that cauldron of a Sunday, under those pressures.
How about this? How about his second game? You talk about like how he responds and plays under the pressures. I mean, don't forget his second game with the broken rib we learned. Guy goes up to Seattle and gets a win up there. Yeah. No easy assignment for any quarterback.
And played well.
Yes, he did.
He did. Yep. By the way, 650 says, you guys forgetting one of those AFC gorillas?
Who do we leave out? I know there's so many of them. Oh, geez, yeah. Well, that'll be another interesting team to watch. That division's going to be interesting. I think the Patriots will be a little better, too. Who? The Jets have the defense. As Saleh told us, we got the blanket defense. We know the blanket defense is good. It's the offense is the big question, so we'll see. But you're right. They could be in the mix. Not out of the question at all.
I just wish ESPN would cover the Jets.
I could use some coverage. There's not enough.
I'm a jonesing for some Jets talk.
Yeah.
And I can't get it.
No.
We may have to fill the void.
Can't find any.
We may have to fill the void.
Yeah, it's quiet out there.
Oh, my God. Hey, we got big news. Susan Slusser, who's our regular Friday guest, is moving to the next segment because we got Randy Cross at 8:35 talking Niners and college football and all that.
Let's do it, man.
It's always good to talk to Randy down in Atlanta. Maybe he saw Gabe by the Chattahoochee with the ribs.
He might have had some ribs with Gabe, yeah.
so Sluss, not Barry Sless, Susan Slusser.
Okay.
The great Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle beat reporter, live from Atlanta. Giants Braves tonight. Giants teetering. Can they turn the rudder around? No, that's not the right phrase, is it? Can they grab hold of the rudder?
Turn the beat around.
Turn the beat around. Sluss from Atlanta next on The Sports Leader.
I'm just curious about that.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about the great people at Marin Health. North Bay is filled with world-class beauty, but what about the world-class secret we call Marin Health? It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
So last night on the plane, FP, and you've seen this setup, myself and a couple of our coaches, probably 5 guys maybe, sometimes Alyssa will play with us as well, we'll sit around this card table, right? Some and the seats, they face each other, so it's a really, really good setup to play Hold'em. We play poker. And most of the time on a trip, West Coast to East Coast trip, we basically spend the entire time playing cards, and there's not a lot of baseball discussion because, in between hands, we're all kind of planning for the upcoming trip, whether we have a hitting coach who plays, a pitching coach who plays. And so we're all doing a little bit of planning while we're playing poker.
All right. Well, there it is, man. We asked, but you asked for it. You got
Marcus
it, Marcus Boucher, just the champ behind the glass. You see him on that little rectangle on the YouTube live stream. So it's Reggae Friday, so we played the Gabe Kapler cut from the FP show last night after KNBR Tonight, which Gabe talked about the staff playing poker on the airplane. I said, all right, Marcus, your challenge is to find a reggae version of The Gambler by Kenny Rogers.
He's like, I'm on it, no problem.
Here it is. You found one.
By the way, it's not bad. It sounds pretty good.
Well, this right here, boys, is Busy Signal with, of course, a cover of The Gambler. I found it in like 30 seconds.
There's a reggae cover of everything.
Yeah, there is.
All right, so anyway, well, there it is, the Poker Summit that will turn the Giants season around here. We have Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. She's live from Atlanta, out of an elevator. Hopefully she's out of an elevator. Oh, we get to hear the
Let's
Go-Go's.
greet her formally.
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey.
I'm great. How are you guys?
You're in Atlanta.
I'm in Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta.
It's warm, huh?
Hot Atlanta. Yeah, it's not, well, I mean, it's humid, I will say that, but it's like low 90s today, I think.
Ooh, low 90s, yeah.
Sounds pleasant. Hey, I know you were off on Wednesday afternoon. Johnny Shea was there. You missed the fireworks, right? I mean, not fireworks, old school Lou Piniella, Earl Weaver style, but the low-key new era meltdown by Gabe with Danny Everman. I'd love just to hear your, from afar, knowing what you know of Gabe and Danny and all that. What was your evaluation of the whole interaction?
You know what? Gabe has done that sometimes pregame, and I think more really kind of what I think he tried to explain later was like to clarify some things. But sure, he gets testy. Every manager gets testy at times. I think this right now for the Giants has been a very frustrating period. I don't think he's alone. I think most of the players would tell you that they're frustrated too. But yeah, as you guys know, how to explain it to you. We just sometimes have to ask really basic questions, and the one who provides the answer is the manager. Sometimes they just have to explain stuff, even if they think we already know the answer or the answer seems obvious. It's just how this works.
Right.
What do you you have strategies when managers snap and fire back? I mean, do you ever want to just fire back at them? You stay calm, or each situation's different? What?
Well, you and I have both covered somebody who had something of a volatile temper, and I would say I
this is
tend
true.
to
this is true.
Snap back at people who do that.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a mix. You pick your battles sometimes, I think. But usually you go back later if you've had any sort of miscommunication or misunderstanding or something that seems a little tense, and try to talk it out and explain your side. And I do think I really like what Danny wrote on your website, which was, absolutely no maliciousness intended with that question, of course. We ask basic strategy stuff all the time, and that's just a given. So, that was mild. It was mild, but it was interesting. It tells you maybe a little bit about where some mindsets are. It's funny because some managers, and sometimes Kapler has been among them, get a little more tense when the team is playing better. Even,
really? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's a strange job we do, and it's a strange job they do. And every once in a while, they're just going to clash. It's not really that big a deal.
Yeah.
But when your team is not playing well, I think everything gets a little magnified.
Paulie, is the great Jim Healy soundbite from Bob Costas said, "Look, it's a wacky business."
True story.
Do? Yes.
Yeah.
It is. It is a wacky business. It's fun though. Okay. Well, we haven't talked to you since. So it's funny, when we talked to you last Friday, you were pretty confident Kyle Harrison was going to come up in the homestand. And what's interesting is they did call up a guy. It was just the guy nobody thought about. Now, if you're a Giants minor league head, you knew that Wade Meckler was on a rocket ship rocketing through the system. I think even if you're a minor league head, you probably didn't expect him to get called up this fast, particularly before Kyle Harrison, too. So,
right.
So, Susan, your reaction to Wade Meckler getting that quick call-up. I think we figured out that it was like fewer plate appearances than anybody since Matt Williams and Will Clark or something like that in the minors.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah,
Crazy,
not on the 40-man. I wouldn't have called that one. I was going to joke and go, I met Wade Meckler, but yeah, I wouldn't have called that. We all saw the numbers, but, like everybody else, he started off this season in Eugene and wasn't on the 40-man. You go like, well, they got plenty of outfielders, even though they've got Yaz more dinged up. But this kid has an idea at the plate. So I can see why they're so high on him. I can see, what they're thinking with this move. Honestly, some of their better hitters right now have not been having some of their best at bats. So why not throw him in so see what he's got while Yaz is out? And it's kind of, a little bit one of those sink or swim kind of things. I asked Kapler the first, or maybe it was the second day he was up, about kind of not necessarily rushing him, but throwing him in the number 2 spot right away, 2 days in a row. And I said, it kind of throwing him in the deep end. And he said, well, we think he can swim. We think he can handle the deep end. So I like that, that shows a guy and organization's faith in him, even though he started off in Eugene and really was not high profile. He wasn't in big league spring training. So yeah, fun. I mean, some of the guys that they had other outfielders who were in big league spring training. He's bypassed, like Von Brown. So fun stuff.
Yeah, and then also when they called up Matos, I guess they hit Matos second early on, but mostly he lived in the 7, 8, 9 hole. They just dropped Meckler, and then leading off on Wednesday. So you talk about the deep end there, and you would anticipate, we're not predicting the lineups, but through the Braves and the Phillies series, anticipate Wade to keep getting these chances, right?
More Meckler, yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if he didn't. Now, look, it's really hard to say anything with certainty with the Giants.
Right.
They they value their flexibility like no other, and things change. But yeah, and I like it. Why not? He did have some very good at bats. He's looking good in the outfield. So yet another reason really why Danny's question was a good one, because this seems like a kid that they're like, okay, yeah, no, we like him. Let's wind him up and let him go. And they don't hit for him the one time. They do hit for him the second time. So, yeah. It's all fun. It's all interesting, guys.
It is wild. Susan Slusser here of the San Francisco Chronicle, live from Atlanta, where the Giants take on the majorly hot, really talented. I mean, I was going over the Braves lineup, and they are just, talk about doing it.
They're explosive.
Just stacking talent from Acuna to Olsen to Sean Murphy to Ozzie Albies, who I think is on the IL. I think the Giants miss him. So, but it's Alex Cobb, who's one of the Giants' best, against Spencer Strider, who struck out 217 guys in 139 innings. But, Susan, that's okay. The Giants are a bat-to-ball team. They're a contact team, right? Wait. Yeah. No, they're not. Yes. A lot of strikeouts coming tonight, Susan.
Yeah, it's possible. Hey, the Giants tend to, maybe not so much in the Tampa series, they tend to play their best against the best competition. Shouldn't that mean they're their very best when they play the Braves? I'd like to see that. Yeah, well, maybe that shows us a little bit of something if they do come out, and they've certainly got the two guys on the mound in the series that they would like to have.
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
that will stand by TBA.
Fortunately, that didn't hold against the Rangers and the Rays.
It did not.
No,
it did not. So they need to get it together. I talked to Cobb the other day, and you'll remember coming out of the break. They came out of the break so hot and on the road on a tough road trip, and Cobb said, we talked about this last year. Coming out of the break, we were flat. It basically cost us the season. So I talked to him the other day. I was like, why don't you guys just take that mindset again? Because that seemed like that one worked, and he was like, yeah, that's kind of hard to do, but they need to. That's what they need to do. They need to get it together right now, because otherwise their season is going to slip away. This is one of the worst. I'm air quoting right now, you guys. Wild card races we've ever seen. It's not a race. I don't know what's that. It's a wild card meandering or something.
Grazing.
Nobody is grabbing it. Yeah. Exactly. They're just kind of who knows. But somebody's going to get hot. The Giants really need it to be them, or they are going to be watching from the sideline.
Yeah, we are, by the way, obsessed with the Kyle Harrison name. It's just like we track his every pitch. You two were on it, and you were among, Johnny Shea wrote the same thing, and he didn't get the call. Now our next stop is, does he get called up in Philadelphia? So, I mean, given what you've seen in the last week and all summer, would that be your best bet now?
Sure.
Why not,
right?
Why not?
I kind of wanted to, look, this is just kind of maybe the old school thing where you give the kid a start at home and all of that. I kind of like to see that, but maybe there's a little less pressure on the red. And it's not like he's a traditional starter right now. He's probably going to be basically an opener because he's not really stretched out. So I'm not sure it necessarily matters that you get a start at home in front of your, Bay Area kid. I still, I really would have liked that. But he looked, his last time out, obviously, he looked on fire. I think the first 19 of 23 strikes were strikes, something like that. So he's very close. Even if it's not Philly, it's very close. Maybe it's next time at home, but it's soon.
And, he would be they haven't pitched him beyond, I think, 4 innings, in the minors, right? So he would be
basically an opener.
5. He went 5 once. Would he just, he would just go one time through the lineup. He's not going to be he's not Logan Webb. He's not calling up Logan Webb.
Not now, maybe next year. It was the whole idea was we're saving his bullets for the second half. But if you're not, somebody said this to me the other day, somebody with a lot of major league experience, if you're not training somebody to be a starter, how do you expect them to be a major league starter? I mean, you really you have to go 6 or 7. You have to get through the lineup a few times to know how you adjust and change things and what your stamina's like and how you pitch when you're maybe kind of at the end of your stamina. This is yet another interesting experiment. I don't have any problem really with slow playing pitchers when they're young, because they've shown essentially, and this makes sense, over the course of your athletic career, you have so many bullets in an arm. It's an unnatural motion. Things break down very quickly. So maybe they're forestalling something bad and maybe preventing it entirely. I don't know. Great. But he's not a guy who is going to be able to go 6 or 7 this year. He's just not.
It's interesting about the amount of bullets in your arm. It's there's a few outliers, I guess. The Nolan Ryans, the Justin Verlanders. Although Verlanders had how many Tommy Johns? 2, maybe, I think. Anyway, yeah, interesting. All right, Susan. Well, like you said, if they play their best against the best, then maybe
we should see some good ball.
Well.
Yeah.
We don't know if Harrison's coming up. Well, the Meckler experiment continues, and this offense just ice cold, man. It's J.D. Davis and Lamont Wade, and Conforto got hot a little bit. Crawford's going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
They just
JD's cooled off.
They ain't hitting, Susan. They ain't hitting.
Boy, man, you guys are going to make me a little bit testy. Come on.
You're supposed to say, fine. I'm just curious, Murph. What are you trying to ask?
Yeah, nice. Let them have it, Susan.
Yeah. Batting average on balls in play, guys, it's very low. These things tend to turn around. Although I asked Kapler about it the other day, and he's like, not always. Over the course of a season, like maybe it's next year or something. But yeah, it's the fact that it's coupled with not hitting the ball very hard. There's the bottom of kind of exit velocity. That's a little troubling too.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can pull themselves out of this.
So, and we'll follow the wild card, air quotes, meandering, right? Meandering?
I like it.
All right.
Oh, you guys know I now have official. What are we calling them? Followers or bulk guys? It's the shadow rotation. They're shadow starts.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay, the shadow rotation. I like it. The shadow rotation.
Right.
There's something like sinister, like a CIA type of thing. The shadow
knows all that. Yeah.
Super. Yeah, exactly. A superhero-ish.
All right. Take care, Susan, and stay cool.
Thanks,
all right.
All right.
There she is, Susan Slusser in Atlanta.
Quick anecdote from Murph. This is just for me and Murph, real quick, being 70s kids way back in the day. Murph, what would you do if I told you, with my hand to God, true story, that I actually went to a store, paid cash for a vinyl copy of Andy Gibbs' Shadow Dancing?
That's actually
Shadow Dancing.
Rather surprising.
True story. I bought it.
Surprising.
Bought it as a kid.
Paulie doesn't do. I bet there's a reggae version of that too. By the way,
Shadow Dancing. Good track, by the way.
I'm going to say number one hit.
You do. No
I'm going to
question.
say hit number one.
KFRC till the cows come home.
Yeah. Don't forget.
Anyway,
Andy,
Shadow Dancing. I did it.
It's funny because actually driving home last night and shout out Moselle and the great crew at Village Sake. I met them all. Ying, the owner.
Happy birthday to Moselle too. He had a birthday too.
I gave him a birthday
present. You and
present.
Candace.
Brought him an autographed copy at 28.
Nice, dude. See the class act. The class act that is KNBR Murph.
This guy, you got to go to Village Sake. He kept saying, tell Paul.
I know. No, he's told me. He's beating my door down. Yeah.
Anyway, we were driving home last night. We were all over the radio dial, and somehow at one point the Bee Gees came on. Too Much Heaven.
Oh.
Nobody.
Great track.
And I was just listening to
it. It's as high as a mountain.
I said to Candace, I said, think about how dominant the Bee Gees were in our lives in our 4th and 5th grade.
Slapping down number one singles like a deck of cards. What do you want?
Andy broke loose and said, I'll do my own thing.
Andy broke
Shadow
loose.
Dancing. I'm going to make Paul McCaffrey go to the record store on Clement Street.
I mean, we got Andy Gibb with a Shadow Dancing. Murph, what do you want? The follow-up? What do you need? An Everlasting Love? I got it.
Is that a cover that you two did?
No, I think that was an original.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So, all right, Mike Krukow starts us off. The big hit. Could be Niners or Gabe. We haven't decided. We'll stay tuned.
Okay, man.
Wade Meckler at 9 a.m. How cool is that? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The question is, hey, can you say it?
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union making you money. All right? Talking about a new little offer here called Invest on Your Own Terms. This is pretty cool. You can really personalize how to make the most of your money. Enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. So for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield. Yeah, that's one of the most competitive rates on the market. So with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, Their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That raise effective May 30th, 2023. It's a limited time offer. The minimum balance requirement is $10,000, and an early withdrawal penalty may apply. It's federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty. Hey, one look ahead, a little football talk with Adam Rank joining Papa and Lund today at 1:15. But we got Mike Krukow right now, so let's get into it. Giants in Atlanta taking on Mike Krukow's old NL West rival, the Braves. Ooh, baby. Matty Olson, Ronnie Acuna. They are hot, hot, hot. Spencer Strider on the hill. They got it going on in Atlanta, and the Giants need to answer that bell. So Mike Krukow on the Yuma guest line. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, good. Enjoyed the day off and ready for my seat on the couch to watch the game tonight.
How's Reno this summer? How are we doing?
Oh, my God. You don't even want to know.
Uh-oh.
It's so beautiful up here, and, I mean, it really hasn't been a very hot summer either, which is kind of odd.
Yeah.
But it's magnificent. It's, I shouldn't even be talking about it. They should be hiring me for the Chamber of Commerce. It's,
right. Yeah. Well, I mean, how are you going to beat the Sierras in the summer? I mean, that's like every Bay Area person forever has just been jonesing to be up in Tahoe, and you're right near there. So enjoy the heck out of it, Mike. Okay. Well,
we are.
Yeah.
But it's going to be nicer if we can get the Giants offense going. It'll be much easier to watch and enjoy from a couch seat.
Yeah,
you said it, Mike.
So we got to get the gossip out of the way first. Listen, you've been in baseball since 1970, whatever, 73 or whatever, and you've seen every manager in the world snap and throw phones and flip spreads and do all that. By that
some
measure,
of the greatest, yeah.
What Gabe Kapler's comments to Danny Emmerman of KNBR were extremely mild. However, they've made for radio content the last 2 days because we all think, oh boy, things are getting a little tense and things are getting a little edgy, and everybody had their opinions. And Gabe went on KNBR last night and said, listen, I was pissed because we lost a game, all right? And he said he apologized to Danny and all that. But I wanted your opinion, just because I talked to you Wednesday morning. It was great to see you. And then after that, the Giants went out and didn't hit, and then Gabe sort of had a little back and forth with Danny Emmerman. Did you see anything in that other than, summertime just tempers, or what was your interpretation?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it's that uncommon. I think Gabe is pretty cool, calm, and collected for the most part, which is really why that stood out, because we aren't used to seeing him really get a little hot and challenge a reporter, especially a guy like Danny Emmerman. He's a young guy, right?
Yeah.
And I thought he did great standing his ground. I think that, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys know it, but I don't know if our listening audience does, but when you get into the room as a reporter after the game talking to the skipper, or anybody for that matter, there's a pecking order. I mean, the people who've been there the longest, they get to ask the first question. And the people with the most prestige get to ask the first question. So when you're Danny Emmerman, you have to wait your turn. And when you do ask a question and a manager kind of gets in your face, which, I mean, I don't really think that was that much of a get in your face, but nevertheless, he was questioned. At that point in time, I've seen a lot of reporters just wilt. Just like, oh, I'm sorry, you would ask a question, I got to go to the bathroom, goodbye. That's kind of how it goes. But he stood his ground. I thought that was great. And that was huge for him, too, confidence-wise. When you go into a question with a manager or a big league player in any sport, you have to be able to have a question behind the question. You have to be able to back up what you're asking that person. You cannot let them challenge you and then go away. It's just like the rules of debate. You better have 9 layers of argument when you start to debate an issue. I mean, that's the way I was taught, and that's the way that I always prepared if I was going to go into a discussion that was going to be a debate. And I was really impressed with what Danny did. I was not surprised that Gabe Kapler called and apologized. But I think that it is a sign of the dog days. I think it's a sign that the skipper he's tired of this offense.
Yeah.
He's tried everything. And, and he's always been, and I think the Giants have always been since his tenure, pretty predictable as to how he sets up his people to get that situation where they have the most success to succeed. And when that doesn't happen, you start to look for other ways. You start to go against what your basic philosophy is. And he did. I mean, he did it with Meckler. And then, and then all of a sudden here comes another situation that's identical. And now you go with Austin Slater. Well, that needs to be questioned. You need to have an answer for that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what kind of happened with Gabe. I think he was just sort of upset with the situation, upset with the offense. And it kind of it came off as if he did challenge Danny, but good for Danny. He hung in there, and I think it was great. I think as everything goes forward with Gabe in the future with the reporters, you might see more of this, and I think it's healthy.
Mike, it's funny. We talked to Sean Estes yesterday just about, what it's like for a player like him to deal with the media, day in, day out over the grind of a long season, 162. And he said, listen, man, there were some reporters I just didn't want to see. I didn't like the way they asked the questions. Like it almost becomes a thing. It's like, oh, no, here's that guy again. But I wonder, Mike, as you observe these kind of interactions over the years and the ones that you had yourself, and Murph's right, like Lou Pinella's not out here throwing phones across the room anymore. It's really calmed down a lot. Do you think that the reporters have also kind of softened their style and the way that they ask their questions in this age compared to back in the day?
That's a great question, and I don't think that they've softened at all. I think the responsibility of the press is to question everything and not back down. I think that the responsibility of the person who's getting questioned has the responsibility to answer that question and not try and intimidate and not try and blow smoke. I mean, I'll tell you what happened to me when I was a rookie, and I'm in the clubhouse in Chicago, and Herman Franks was our manager, and way old school.
Yeah.
And I'm watching some of these veterans who were getting questioned, and they went, no comment. I mean, if you say no comment, that's like taking the fifth, right? You just don't say no comment. But I didn't know. I thought that's what you're supposed to do. So there was Jerome Holtzman, who was a Hall of Fame writer, and he became the guy who was in charge of the historical wing of the Hall of Fame. Just a great writer. He was one of the writers there. And so it came a day where I got ripped. I didn't get out of the third inning, and everybody got around, and Jerome was the longest tenured writer, and he says to me, you want to explain your outing? And I went, no comment. I thought, okay, that's what you do.
Yeah.
And he looked at me, and he did a U-turn, and he walked up the stairs and into the manager's office to go see Herman Franks. He wasn't gone 2 minutes, and here comes Herman Franks. And he's got nothing but marble bag underwear on and a long cigar hanging out of his mouth, and he's barefooted. And he comes walking in, and he was kind of a cartoon anyway, and I loved the guy.
Yeah.
And he came over, and he says to me, in my office now. So I followed him up the stairs, kind of, okay, here I go. And he goes up, and normally when you have a conversation with a manager, if it's going to get loud, they'll close the door.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't close the door. And he proceeded to rip me every which way but loose.
Wow.
And what his message was, these riders have an incredibly important part in the whole scheme of things in baseball, because these riders, they get people excited about our game. They get people interested in our game. These riders put people in the seats of those ballparks. And if you don't respect that, if you don't understand that, then you're going to get your butt shipped out of here. And he yelled at me, and it was so loud, and it was all within earshot of every reporter that was down there. And as I walked out, I mean, they all had the smug look. And I went right in front of my locker. I turned around, and I addressed every conversation. And it went long. I had to wind up talking for about 30 minutes. But it was a great lesson for me. It was a great lesson to understand just how important the press is and just how much we need the press. And it's not always easy. When you get your butt ripped, it's not easy to stand there.
No, right.
When you're in a playoff situation and you let down your fan base and you let down the world, and you're the losing pitcher in a really, really big game, it is so hard to stand there. When you strike out with the bases loaded and your team loses after they've played 162, and now all of a sudden your team's eliminated, it's tough to do. I think one of my favorite people on the planet was Dennis Eckersley after he had given up that home run stood there in L.A., and he stood there for over 45 minutes answering every question.
Wow.
And in some instances, answering the same question 10 different times. So, I mean, that's how I feel about it and how passionate I am about the relationship between the press and the player and the manager. And if it gets a little tense, okay, that's fine. But get over it. Apologize. Move on. And that's exactly what happened in this instance.
Man, great stuff. Great stories. Man, I love hearing the names Herman Franks, Jerome Holtzman, too. And you're right about Eckersley. This guy, Hall of Fame pitcher, Hall of Fame person, and a masterclass in how to handle adversity. I mean, Mike, by the way, I believe he is, for people who don't know, he's the guy, correct me if I'm wrong now, they brought the phrase walk-off into the lexicon.
Oh, yeah?
I think, Mike, isn't that right? He's the first guy to ever call it a walk-off piece when you, is that your understanding?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's when he was with the Cardinals. But I always loved the guy anyway. I mean, he's a Californian, and when you're in the big leagues, you know who are guys from your state and whatnot. And when, in fact, I'll tell you, I'm getting into a tangent with Dennis Eckersley, but when I first got to AA ball, the very first two guys I saw who were the opposing pitchers when the Midland Cubs, of which I was a part of, were playing the San Antonio Missions, I think. Anyway, it was the Cleveland Indians AA team, and the first two guys I saw were Jim Kern, who threw 110 miles an hour, and the next guy was Dennis Eckersley, who had the nastiest stuff I'd ever seen. He was 19 years old. And I thought, my God, if I have to throw like these two guys, I have no chance. So I kind of followed the guy for the longest time, and of course, when he has a Hall of Fame career, it's an easy one to follow. But that thing that he did in L.A. after giving up just a rough pitch and a big home run, I mean, it just made me appreciate the guy even more.
Without question, love him, and I think he and Dwayne are out there golfing their ball sometimes, right?
Well, yeah, and that's another thing too. I got to know Dennis through Dwayne. I mean, they're really close, and there are a lot of characters on those Indians teams that Eck and Kite played on. You know,
a lot of losses,
and
but
a lot of them are still around broadcasting. You know, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I just want to share one last anecdote on. You jarred a memory. So one of the great experiences I had was covering the 1999 American League Championship between the Red Sox and the Yankees. I was Glenn Schwartz, the dean, sent me out there for the Examiner, and in Game 1, great game, 10th goes into extra innings, and Rodney Beck gives up a walk-off homer to Bernie Williams. And I just want to shout out, because Rodney's Beck ain't with us anymore, shooter. Mike, you will not be surprised, or maybe I stood in front of that locker in a throng of Boston and New York reporters who were just devouring him, can of beer in his hand, and took it all over, waves and waves and waves.
Shooter,
and
man.
And just stood there in his locker and didn't leave until the last guy left, Mike.
Respect.
Oh, I love that guy. He had one of the best acts I ever saw.
Yeah.
He had a better act than stuff there most days. In 1993, he just would never say, no, I want the ball, and they kept giving it to him.
Yeah.
And there were times there towards the end when he had absolutely nothing. One damn thing.
Yep, nothing.
And he kept and he stood there tall. And then he'd go through his whole act like he was the baddest guy on the planet. And in some instances, he'd get it done. But what you say about him facing the press, oh, he was great. And he'd have a beer in one hand and he'd have a schmag in the other.
I still remember it. I remember because I was on the outside fringe of the waves, and I just can still see his eyes, and the lights were in his face, and he was, obviously it was the ALCS at Yankee Stadium. He gave up a walk-off, and he stood there and took it all, man. It was not easy. Mike, I do know that the guy, speaking of Gabe getting ticked off at Danny, in the one of the most famous moments in Giants history, the 1997 Brian Johnson homer game, Beck gets out of the bases loaded, no out jam. And the little secret was he was getting ripped by fans because he wasn't and he comes off the mound and he does a gesture.
Well, one of those.
It looked like he was pumping his fist, but maybe it was a mixed message, right?
Yeah, but he kind of took a different route to get the fist up there.
He did.
He kind of went low, and then he kind of put that fist up.
So there's a case of
it was I was my first year as a full-time broadcaster.
Yeah.
I mean, doing all the games, and I'll never forget it because the place was packed.
Oh yeah, Paulie
and
was
when
there.
he loaded the base with nobody out, there was a guy right behind the Giants dugout, and he was up, and he was just livid, and he was giving Beck both barrels, the one finger salute with both hands, and he was screaming. I mean, he was just beside himself. And then he strikes out Zeal, and then he gets Eddie Murray to hit into a double play, and it was the greatest walk-off of the field because he went right there and he looked right at that guy.
Yeah,
and that guy in one pitch, one double play, he went from a double one-finger soloist, just giving him both barrels to like, you're my man, you are the man, I love you, Rod Beck. Oh my God, I'll never forget that guy.
It's funny. I did that 50-year book on the Giants, and Dusty told the story of before that game. He was signing autographs, and there was a cute little girl at the dugout. And she goes, Mr. Baker? And he said, yeah, little girl. And she said, don't pitch Rod Beck today.
Oh,
she said,
oh, damn. Hey, you got that double play,
you know
though.
What? You think our fans are cool? Do you think they miss anything? They don't.
Man.
Paulie was lucky enough to be at that game.
What a day at the stick. I'll never forget one of my favorite candlestick memories of all time, Mike. I mean, you want excitement, Dodgers, Giants, end of September. I mean, that had all the ingredients, man.
That was a good one.
It's like you missed it by a day. I was at the game the night before. That
was a great one, too. The Bonds home run, yeah.
And he did that pirouette.
2-0. I remember that, too.
And Bill Plaschke of the LA Times thought that pirouette symbolized like the Giants' dominance of the Dodgers for the next 6-7 years. He was like, we couldn't ever recover from that. That was a writer's embellishment, Mike.
Well, you know what? I don't think it's that far-fetched because when he did that, I'd never seen a guy do it. I don't even know what he was doing. He never did anything like that.
Spin, yeah.
But he does this spin, and he's got the high-top shoes and the dangling earring, and it was just outrageous, But it was such an unbelievable hit. And we always talk about, how loud it can get at Oracle Park. Nothing was as loud as Candlestick.
No. 20,000 more people.
Well, yeah, but it was enclosed, too. And the acoustics, they just went off. And I mean, I'm getting hairs on the back of my neck standing up right now.
I know, man.
So good. Me too. I miss it. Hey, all right. Well, from the lofty heights of those memories to what's facing them tonight, Just a word on the Braves, so people know what's going on. I mean, boy, you got to tip your cap to how they've built this club. Whether it's a combination of young guys like Michael Harris and Spencer Strider, and by the way, finding Ronald Acuna somewhere in Curacao, I think, right? Ozzie Albies, who I think is out this weekend on the IL, which is a break for the Giants. Guy's got 28 bombs. Trading for Matt Olson and Sean Murphy. I mean, these guys, Mike, they've built themselves a monster down there.
They really have, and I mean, they're one of those organizations that they do things right. They take their time. They evaluate well. They teach well. I mean, you just have nothing but respect for them. The one thing that they have going right now, and their offense is setting records. I mean, they're hitting more home runs. I mean, they literally have a chance to break the team season record for most home runs hit. And they have the freedom that you search for, you try to get when you're an offense, and that freedom is the freedom that if it gets by me, the guy's going to pick me up.
Yeah.
There's total belief up and down that lineup. So you feel that when you're pitching against a confident lineup. I mean, the very first time I ever did that was against the Big Red Machine in Cincinnati in the 70s. It just never stopped. There was another wave of threat with every guy that stood in the batter's box. And the thing that you have to be able to do is you have to be able to read swings, and you have to have movement that can take advantage of the holes in their swings. Everybody has a hole except Tony Gwynn. Everybody has a hole in their swing. And you need somebody like an Alex Cobb. You need somebody who has a good command, a good mixture of movement, can understand swing, and then pitch to those weaknesses. And it'll be a challenge for Webb. Or for Cobb, well, Webb too, but Cobb's tonight, and he's coming off this 3-game stretch where he's kind of got into a set of mechanics that have been probably some of the worst that he's had all season. One thing we can count on him is stuff and location. Well, he got sick. He kept his team in it, gave 6 gutty innings in when the bullpen was dinged up. Then he comes back, and I don't think he completely was right. I don't think he was completely strong. You know, that happens to you. You come back on that 5th day, and you're not always ready. He went out there, and he was a little lazy. And then I thought, okay, his next outing, we're going to see him. He's completely regrouped and whatnot, but he was underneath a lot. He had push in his delivery, and that was really for the first time all year. So I'm a little bit concerned about his mechanics. If he could, and when we're watching him tonight, watch and see what type of corner command he has and what type of knee-high command he has early in the game. Those will be the keys. But if he's right and he's got his mechanics, he's more than equipped to shut this offense down.
He could be. I mean, all-star, Alex Cobb, and, who knows? We'll see. He's obviously, as we said, it's a huge challenge. Just a quick word on Ronald Acuna before we get out, Mike. He's 25 years old, 4-time all-star, has finished top 12 in the MVP 3 times. But this is a guy who then suffered a devastating ACL injury. And if you look at his 2021 and 2022 seasons, those are just cut short. But if you take those out, he's had an incredible start to his career. And I think most people feel like he's the MVP this year. He's leading baseball in runs, 109, stolen bases, 55, on-base percentage, 422. He's got 27 bombs, 73 ribs. Oh, by the way, there's defense. Mike, I don't know. This kid, wow.
After his rookie year, we did a off-season interview, and somebody was talking about, okay, who if you were going to start a team right now, what was the one guy you would build around? I said Ronald Acuna, hands down, top of my, it's right there. And if you ask me again, give me another guy, I'd say Ronald Acuna too. And on down the line, because this guy had all of what you're talking about. He was the complete player. He was the quintessential 5-star guy, and he excelled in every way, shape, or form, and he was a presence. I don't know if he's going to win the MVP. I mean, Matt Olson's going to have something to say about it, but he's one heck of a player. And I love the fact that guys bring energy. The old saying about speed has no slump. Well, he's one of those guys, but in his particular game, his game has no slump, and those are unique players. They really don't come around very often. So he'll be a guy you're going to have to stop. He'll be a guy that'll be fun to watch, and I hope that they can do it.
Yeah, he is fun to watch. And if last word on Atlanta, just having pitched down there all those years as an NL West guy, this is the Giants' first trip there. It would have been nice to draw this one in April, but they got. I think it's going to be. Paulie was saying they got a break at mid-80s tonight, mid-80s tomorrow night.
It's actually not bad.
But 90s Sunday matinee. I mean, You probably left. There's a pool of sweat down there with your name on it, right?
Well, one thing you have to learn, and I know we're running late here, but you have to learn how to deal with humidity. And that's one of the big disadvantages that Giants pitchers have had forever, because you don't deal with it on the West Coast. Mm-hmm. But I think the fact that they flew into Atlanta, they had a full off day to acclimate to the humidity is going to help. Normally, if you fly into a humid condition and you don't have that buffer day, it's rough. I mean, you sweat out early, and when you sweat out, you're done. So guys, they're planning for it and whatnot, but hey, you got to be in shape. It's the big leagues, and everybody has to deal with it.
Yeah, it should be awesome. Good baseball awaits. Mike, you have a great weekend in the beautiful High Sierras. We'll talk to you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
In a bit.
There he is. Great Mike Krukow today.
Good stuff, man.
Herman Franks in marble bag underwear.
Yeah, with a cigar, no less, too. And a cigar. That's a big feature right there. Marcus, you a cigar guy? I bet you light up a stogie.
I'll dabble in the cigars every
I can
once
see you
in a
in
while.
Vegas, like watching ball with a cigar in your mouth.
I'll puff a cigar.
How about
I'm
you?
not a cigarette
Surprised
guy,
to know
but
that
a stogie.
I'll enjoy a cigar.
A little slightly surprised.
I'll enjoy one.
Yeah.
I will enjoy one.
When was the last time you had one?
It's just about frequency and where. Like, it's got to be the right environment.
You got to have a whole scene now. Yeah,
exactly.
You got to have a scene.
You got to have the right. I would say this upcoming dream trip we're taking.
Okay.
Down to a Labor Day
on
weekend.
A stogie, man.
We may have some, in honor of our buddy Harmsy, who we are still reeling from. So that'll be among the many coping mechanisms we have here. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, well, that was great. How you feeling about this Braves situation, Paulie, huh? Yeah.
Well, it's funny, after talking to Susan and how they elevate their play against the good teams, there is part of me that would not be shocked if they went down there and just won
Somebody's
tonight.
Somebody's got to hit the freaking ball, though.
Yeah, but I bet you it'll be a domino. Once they start hitting the ball, the whole team will wake back up. That's probably what will happen. If they can win 2 out of 3, we're right back here on Monday.
They'd be hum babies on Monday.
And then I'll be saying, why didn't you stop me, Dad? One of those, yeah.
You guys know, when I went down in 2019, I saw Acuna. I was absolutely
I remember you came back.
Away.
I remember you were like, you should see the way. This is what you said when you came back. You were like, I was watching this kid run the bases. You're like, we need a guy like that who can just fly around the bags. By the way, we're still looking for that guy who can fly around the bags.
I said this, and it made
maybe Meckler's that guy.
Lightning strike me down, but it was 20. He was 21 years old at the time. That year, he scored 127 runs.
Where's my 21-year-old Acuna?
That year, he was 21. He hit 41 bombs, drove in 101, stole 37, hit 280, APS of 883.
Yeah.
And I said, honestly, this must be what it was like to see Willie Mays. That's honestly what I felt like.
That's a big statement you're making right there, too.
I know, but
comparing this kid to Willie Mays.
I went to his baseball reference page. Waterboy, you do this. You do the comp. They say similar hitters. You ever go down that? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the 15-yard unsportsmanlike on this thing.
Who's on there?
Similar hitters through age 24. The number one comp they have for him is Cody Bellinger. I'm like, bro, I'm talking Willie Mays, not Cody Bellinger. Number 2, Jose Canseco. All right. 3, Darryl Strawberry. 4, Juan Gonzalez. So these are all big names.
Yeah.
But I guess Bellinger through the age of 24 was the dude.
Well, that's when he was winning MVPs.
Yeah, true story.
Early on in his career.
Now he's back in Chicago with that stoned look on his face doing his
and
thing.
he's kind of swinging it like he's 24 again.
Oh, he is.
He's having a really good year.
In fact, the Cubs have, I did the schedule breakdown for the Jock Blog looking ahead, where in my conclusion that the Reds and Marlins are going the wrong direction, so the Giants can back into one of those wild card spots. But the Cubs have one of the easiest schedules going forward. So I think the Cubs. I think they're going to the postseason on the north side this year.
How about that?
Hey, Chicago, what do you say?
What do you say? And I just want to point out for anybody watching the live stream, whenever I bring up Cody Bellinger's name, you can see Triple E get depressed and kind of slump his shoulders because he cut him in our fantasy baseball league. And guess who picked him up, Murph?
Well, listen,
this guy.
Well, this is like
there's only so much you can do.
One guy playing checkers. One guy playing chess.
You know what I mean? We've tried to describe that to you for some time now, and there is a difference.
Chess, it ain't checkers.
I mean, Triple E on his birthday out here with
blanks chess.
moving checker pieces around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Chess, it ain't checkers.
Triple E's just laying back. He's got the board, and he's got the Queen's Gambit right in front of him. He's just going to outfox.
Well, Triple E's just looking at the board, though. The pieces are probably moving around on their own. You know what I mean? Based on his church.
Speaking of which, we have...
He takes communion at his church.
We have sound in the cooler of content
Name of the Father and the Son.
is like that. Shocking sound from Mike Tyson.
It's a birthday. Well, that doesn't surprise me one bit. He's out there now. He's part of the scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
The big hit is the 49ers. What did Kyle Shanahan have to say? What do you want to see tomorrow? The Niners are playing tomorrow.
Do you see what he did to Shanahan on the sheet?
Well, I'll show it on the live stream next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Gabe Kapler stopped by KNBR tonight last night with FP Santangelo to talk about the Giants' East Coast road trip out to Atlanta and his back-and-forth interaction with KNBR's own Danny Emmerman. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm just saying 3-4 years ago, the NFC West was the head-knockingest division there is. That is not the case in 2023. For the Raiders, as the Niners kneel down, the Raiders win this 34-7. Game was tied at 7, but a couple turnovers, a couple missed field goals, and a lot of good play by the Silver and Black. And after 2 good days of practice and then the exhibition game, it's the last time the Niners will see Vegas and see the Raiders. And so that will do it. 34-7 the final.
All right. Well, that was the past. I'm not here to talk about the past. We're talking about the 49ers and the Denver Broncos. And if you're on the live stream, first of all, good morning. We're on YouTube.
Hey now, y'all.
KNBR Livestream. Or
thanks for watching.
Twitch app.
Hey now.
The KNBR, if you go to the KNBR app, which you all downloaded on your iPhones. Of course. And there it is. And we're on Twitch. And I'm holding up, so Triple E does art for us. Here's the big hit. And he has a picture of Brock Purdy as an Iowa State Cyclone.
Yeah.
Shout out the Iowa State Cyclones. And then he has a picture of Kyle Shanahan, but he's photoshopped a birthday hat on Kyle Shanahan, Paulie, to celebrate Triple E's birthday.
No, it's a lot to take on. It's a lot to take on. The
Marcus,
party
you have
hat,
a thought on this?
streamers.
Well, first of all, I want to point out the fact that during that Mike Krukow interview, I got up to go to the bathroom, saw Triple E working on this Photoshop. I came back about 10 minutes later, and he was still working on the Photoshop.
Well, it's not that important, Triple E.
So I know he's putting a lot of his time and effort into this. And I was
make
talking
the show
to him.
better?
Decorating Shanahan.
No, it's a little cute. I don't know how cute it is, but he was also telling me now he's reaching out to the 49ers because, of course, Kyle Shanahan's hat is always a topic of discussion every year when he's wearing on the sideline. He said he's going to send him a birthday hat so he could wear it this weekend.
Triple E also breaking new ground in that he's the first ever Murph and Mac employee that we wind up riffing on his own birthday. Like now we're turning the tables. It was a celebration at first. Now we're turning. Now it's about to get ugly.
Have we examined the profound psychological meaning of his obsession with his birthday and the need for all this love and
to be
attention?
honest. I saw a baby picture too. He's all about this.
Does Freud have anything to say about this?
I mean, because here's the thing. I didn't have my guy Nash checking in every day, counting down the days to his birthday.
A 10-year-old kid.
That's what I'm saying. My guy Nash, happy birthday.
10 years old, but he just wanted a quick hit.
He said, guys, give me some love and I'm on my way.
That's all he wants.
Triple E's like it's a month-long celebration.
Anyway, back to the big hit.
It's an ordeal is what it is.
The 49ers take on the Broncos tomorrow. So what does it mean? Well, it means that everybody's going to freaking flip out again
What
about
does this
Trey
mean?
Lance and Sam Darnold this weekend.
Well, hopefully not, though. Hopefully we see a little bit more defined kind of play from each guy where there's not as many questions. I mean, Trey Lance, to me, this is an opportunity for him. That he has a chance to erase the memory of last week and just make some plays, man. Go out there and make some plays.
Yeah, and you heard Greg Cosell say earlier that he thought he looked hesitant. That's the big word, hesitant. Tommy Tolbert's been saying that on the afternoon show. Tolbert's phrase is a good one, too. He says he's not dropping the back foot and throwing off, hit the back foot and throw.
Processing.
I agree with Tolbert on that. Waterboy, why don't we start with Cut F as in Frederick? Because Kyle Shanahan came on Tolbert and Copes yesterday and gave a little bit of news about tomorrow's game plan.
We plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here. So I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
So, and God help, and sorry to interrupt you, Murph, but God forbid Brock Purdy has an errant throw out there. Like if he gets in for a series or two and he doesn't look awesome,
Well, yes, he'll
get
be
ready for Twitter, X, whatever they're calling it. There's going to be an explosion of fury because people just can't have it anymore. There's no more, like, I need to see Super Bowl status right now here in the preseason, or else my thumbs are going to get active.
It will be the big hit Monday if he throws a pick.
Oh, it's a guarantee. We're going to reverse slam this as a big hit.
Well, it'll be fun to see him out there. Listen, January 29 was a dark day. Do I have something dark to admit to all y'all?
Yeah, sure. What do you got for me?
I'm not sure what
Let's
we
do
said.
some confessions.
I can't remember the Friday, January 27 show we did.
Okay.
On the forecast.
Well, remember, Rags called in with the top 3 reasons the Eagles suck. That was a lot of fun. We'll do it again this year.
Fantastic.
Because I'll say, Rags, give me 3 new reasons they suck.
Can we say this? Even with Brock Purdy, Niners weren't going to win that game.
See, I'm not ready to say that. I'm not going to say that.
That was going to be a very difficult game.
You never know how this S is going to shake out. I'll use Exhibit A being the Niners going into Lambeau in a blizzard and pulling a victory out of
that.
that.
Aaron Rodgers is a wuss. I trust Jalen Hurts more than Aaron Rodgers.
Wow, that's awesome. I'm glad you said that. I love what you just said.
I am living in, but I'm not hiding under my bed about Jalen Hurts. I am terrified of this guy.
You probably should be. He's going to be, he's a problem. He really is. But I'm not ready to say they wouldn't have won that game. You just don't know. Maybe the defense makes some plays. And there's just no talent.
To support your argument, freak plays like the Super Bowl where Jalen Hurts inexplicably fumbled that snap.
Yeah,
and it got bounced into the hands of the Chief who ran the other way. That's the reason they lost the bowl.
Yeah.
That's the reason they lost the bowl.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, here's Kyle Shanahan on all 3 quarterbacks. You got your Trey, you got your Darnold, you got your Purdy, and they all do different things here.
Each guy is a little bit different, and when you do put a quarterback in there, you've got to use their skill set the best way possible. And some guys have different ones than others. Sometimes when a guy's more of a runner, you utilize that stuff because it can really slow down the defense and make the defense a lot easier when they do become a passer. For a guy who's got no threat as a runner, he better be a damn good passer because he's not going to change the defense. They're not going to get scared once he scrambles once, or they're not going to get scared if you run the zone read and they ignore him 1 play. You better do it about 8 plays and scare them before they change. So all that thing's going into account when you're thinking about guys, but it's what makes them successful. Can you tie that to your team, and can you find a way to win that way?
Yeah, and Darnold's got the elite arm. Purdy's got the great processing. Trey's got
to show us something. He's got to show us something. Yeah.
Well, what are Trey's best qualities? It's
do we even know?
I
guess that's it.
Go downfield.
Yeah.
And then the other thought was he would keep plays alive with his mobility and scrambling.
That's what I was going to say. We were sold that was part of his appeal, is that he is a mobile quarterback who can make it happen in the air or with his feet. Like we were told.
Haven't seen that as much.
Not really.
Of course, it's also, again, he's played 2 minutes since 2018. You know what I mean? It's the most bizarre thing in the world.
It really is.
Meanwhile, we'll get to the kid, Brock Purdy. And here he is in the Iowa State Cyclones hat once again, per Triple E's artwork. He didn't Photoshop a birthday hat onto Brock Purdy.
No,
Maybe he didn't have enough time, Waterboy. Maybe
just
he
didn't have enough time.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't put Sam Darnold up there in the birthday hat.
Or
he could have sending a message to Brock.
Could I get another one of Brock Purdy playing pin the tail on the donkey at a birthday party with his peers? Yeah.
So he's talking about this Brock Purdy story goes back to the first OTA in the spring of 2022.
Well, the thing that helped Brock was how much he impressed us from the first practice he got here. I mean, starting in OTAs to training camp, it wasn't just me, but the players. And I remember Trent saying things to me, at the end of OTAs, like, what's up with that Purdy guy? He can play, huh? Guys like Fred coming over at the end of a practice, be like, what's up with the third guy? And so he had a hell of a camp. He just wasn't getting many reps. I remember saying to Jed one time how good he was doing in camp, and but you never truly know till they get in there, and it's the heat of the battle in this NFL game because you got to see how they react under pressure. You got to see once it's really going and they're really hitting. But I remember when everyone got hurt, and I remember Jed saying to me, he's like, all right, well we're gonna see if that third guy's so good now, and then I immediately backtracked. I'm like, wait, slow down. This is his first time playing, and you try to slow down because you don't know until they get in there.
Jed giving him the low-key pressure. You told me about this third guy. How is he? You know what I mean? So
another great reminder how great Kyle is on the radio, too. Just more incentive to always catch him here on the leader. Now you can catch him in the afternoon, but he's just so good. He'll give you the real answer.
You mean unlike Harbaugh?
Total opposite of Harbaugh.
I gotta go.
I think you're trying to provoke there. Yeah. I think you're trying to provoke.
Maybe I was provoking when I said...
it ended on a sour note, too. We put in so much work. I remember we would do a Harbaugh show, and the sales guys would be gathered around the studio being like, damn, it's like a car wreck in there. Because he would just mess with us, dude, and he would, like, really kind of pull punches, and he was tough.
And then there was, like, times he came on and talked about his Halloween...
or Rockford Files.
When he went out to, he and his wife went as Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston for Halloween.
Yeah.
They went as Brad Pitt and Jennifer Lopez or whoever. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that Kyle on the radio.
He's great.
He's dynamite.
No, he really, and John Lynch too. We'll have John Lynch, by the way. And why does that start? Can I get a confirmation?
Not till week 1.
Not till week 1.
Friday before week 1.
I see.
Friday, September 8th before they play at Pittsburgh. John Lynch will be on with us every Friday at 8 a.m.
Nice.
Put it in your iCal right now. Friday, 8 a.m. Get an alert.
Let me get my iCal. Hold on. Yeah.
More Trey Lance. The pressure of being the third pick.
It's the big time now.
In the draft.
Yeah.
When you have the pressure of a third pick in the draft and all the eyes on you, when you do have 2 plays like that and you get sacked, that's what comes with it. But that does happen to a lot of other quarterbacks. That happened to our quarterbacks, not just Trey, but it happened to Nate last year and it happened to Brock in their first games. It's just not quite as big of a deal.
Listen, the 262 versus 3, it's just shock. It goes to show why it's unscripted theater. It's why we do it. And once again, I'm going to say Brock Purdy, if he, continues this ride, it really is Kurt Warner light. It's like a Kurt Warner type story. It really is.
Okay, stand by for clarification. I've been told by very important sources within the KNBR infrastructure, John Lynch actually starts next Friday at 8 a.m.
Great
next
news.
Friday. So, Marcus, actually, that'll be me and you.
Who figured that out?
We'll be, the birthday boy. The birthday boy.
By the way, a guy at 925 said, I ride with Triple E.
I saw that
said
text.
His hijinks add great value to the show.
I don't disagree. That's why he's here. We break his balls. That's part of his part of the appeal. Yeah, really?
What are you giving for Triple E and Baba Booey, perhaps?
Yeah, same kind of function. Yeah.
If only we had guys who could write those songs like...
We're in fact,
what are some of the great Baba Booey songs that the listeners wrote?
Oh my God!
Ones,
I mean,
there's been incredible ones.
You're putting me on something. I'm choking right now. Yeah,
anyway,
but no, Triple E. But he's got it easy. They beat Baba Booey to a pulp on that show. He's got it easy with us.
So, if only we could find a video of Baba Booey apologizing to his girlfriend or whatever, right?
Oh my God! How about when he goes, I really love you, man? He drops a man on the woman he's in love with. I really love you, man.
It's like a VHS tape.
He was selling tickets, bro. He was selling like tickets for the premiere.
Oh man. Anyway, that's the deal. Is it's the third? I don't know. You poor Trey Lance. Listen,
just go play, man. All he's got to do is go out there and look decent, make a couple of plays, don't throw any picks.
As of now, I'm sticking with him. I'm keeping my quarterback room as strong as it can be.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens after that. So right now, you're staying with him. I will miss John Lynch next Friday, but you guys will handle that.
Yeah, we got him, Marcus.
Yeah,
that's it.
Job.
Yep.
Marcus, that'll make him for you whiffing on Carlos Correa back at Christmas time.
Oh,
all right, buddy. So
I was still waiting for that one.
All right, well,
in my kitchen.
There's your big hit just to get you guys ready.
Thanks, Murph.
3
I like
quarterbacks play, and who knows, maybe even some of the ones other than Brock Purdy will play at 5:30 tomorrow. You'll hear that game on. It's our sister station, KGO 810, The Spread.
Look at you dropping spread.
And I do believe on
Spread bombs.
107.7 The Bone. 107.7 The Bone. Bone crunching stereo, Paulie. Bone crunching stereo.
Oh, by the way, Louis, just real quick for your head, since you asked, it was 510 coming to the rescue for Baba Booey songs. Great one. The Baker Street. Ba 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 booey. Ba 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 boo. Very nice 510. I'm with you on that one.
I can't get over the talent of Howard's listening.
Yeah. Then the other one, now they're coming back to me. The other one was a big Baker Street, man. Yeah. Ba 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 booey. Yeah. Ba ba ba. Yeah. I got Murph. Or you should go to break. Marcus doesn't know what's going on. Poor
the
kid.
production value's level
I know.
high. What's the other one?
The other one was from Empire Strikes Back, that whole Darth Vader. Ba, 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 ba. That's another one, yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
The Baker Street one is
incredible. It's a good one.
I got tears in my eyes.
Because the guy's ripping it, too. Like, he's selling out, man. Like Steven Tyler. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Murph knows. That's just a moment for me and Murph. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Tears in my eyes.
Yeah.
All right. Cooler of content. Oh, boy. On KNBR.
Let's do it.
Mike Tyson and mushrooms. I can't believe this. Next on These Sports.
Can't wait.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coates to talk about the Giants' recent struggles and when we could potentially see Kyle Harrison joining the big league club. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, here we go, guys, into the cooler of content. There's some crazy stuff in here today. I wanted to get to it. Before we get to Randy Cross at 8:35, Wade Meckler at 9 a.m. calling us from Atlanta. That'll be cool, man. Meck. Miggity, Meck yourself before you wreck yourself.
I love that.
All right, TikTok dancer named Shiggy. Do you know the TikTok dancer Shiggy, Marcus?
I'm a TikTok dancer.
No, I know the reggae artist Shaggy, who I saw at Cali Roots earlier this year.
Did he say it wasn't him?
It wasn't me.
Okay, all right.
Murph, stand by for my latest song parody, Hold Me Closer, TikTok dancer. Something I'm working on right now. Yeah.
So Shiggy pushes Russell Wilson out of the way to take a picture with Sierra, and Russ is corny? Here it is.
My dog tried to push me out the way, try to get to my girl. You feel me?
Ain't nothing but a thing.
I know she fine, but dang, don't try to steal my girl.
No, you got it locked in,
Rusty. Is that corniness? Is Russ being corny? Is that it right there? He said my dog in there, too.
That's a keeper right there.
My dog.
Yeah, you
got
to let that trail out with that. Totally. My dog.
Yeah,
Money.
I
That
know
was great.
she's fine, all that stuff. He's trying to, Russ adopting a whole new persona.
I guess so. It's Mile High. Mile High curls.
Be like me talking like that all of a sudden.
I wish you would. That'd be the greatest.
I know you.
Murph came in.
Imagine me talking like that.
Murph came in like, yo, what up, dog? Like, just started talking like, you'd be like, dude, I love this.
Well, shout out the Office episode when Michael Scott came in with the kerchief and did the whole gangster rap thing.
Mike, right?
Prison Mike, yeah.
Prison Mike,
Big news in the world of my 15-year-old. New Madden came out.
Oh, yeah, that is big news.
He had to dig into his savings to pay for 3/4 of it.
Oh, good for you.
Well, it's Candace who actually did that.
Yeah, good for Candace. You give them everything, Marcus, and they still want more. I'm riffing. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, Miami Dolphin, says he actually uses...
There's another team that no one's really talking about yet, but they could be good, too, theoretically.
Here's what he uses Madden for, Tyreek Hill.
So I feel like Madden has a good tell of how good players are. So I just play Madden the night before, and I go look at all their ratings. So let's say, for instance, they had Steve Nelson and Derek Stingley over there, two phenomenal players, by the way. I just go get on Madden. I go to the EA rosters, then I scroll down and see what their awareness is, their speed is, and they sprint, and that's how I get a good tell on them.
I don't think he's riffing. I think he's telling the truth.
No, he is. I think he is, too.
Dude, this is artificial intelligence taking over the world now. Madden video games, like, can you imagine Bill Walsh? how are you getting ready for the New York Giants? Well, I'm studying Madden.
Yeah,
I'm studying Bill
just
Walsh
watching Lawrence Taylor on this Madden game.
Well, you know who else is also big on playing Madden before a weak matchup? Is Greg Papa. He'll hop into Madden and he'll get the 49er squad out there.
Is this legit?
And he'll start running plays against like the Seahawks defense.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So whoever the software engineers are for Madden know more about football than Tyreek Hill and Greg Papa.
You could still, theoretically, Murph, you could still go into a film room and watch actual film.
Once again.
I mean, I'm just saying, that's still out there.
It's like
That's an
telling
option.
Farhan and Gabe.
You watch the actual game.
Like telling Farhan and Gabe, you could watch the game.
I'd rather watch a made-up game. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I know. They got actual film of the actual guys.
Triple E, on your birthday, are you Madden 23, are you in? Yes? No? Maybe so? Not today, but he will. Okay, what about you, Marcus?
I'm down. Actually, I haven't bought a new Madden game in a while.
Oh.
It's kind of a running joke that I have with my buddies because each and every year, of course, they release a new version.
Yep.
And every year, it's practically the same.
That's the problem.
Oh, is that right?
But a few years ago, they came out with the Madden 25 anniversary. So I always joke with my friends, like, why would I buy Madden 23 when I've already got Madden 25, Paulie?
There it is. Hey,
25 is the one where you can go back and take guys like Ronnie Lott and stuff, right? Like
Yeah,
you
they
could
had a bunch of legendary players.
I got to give some of these games credit, though. My kids actually, it's the same way I used to look at, sports stars of the 1950s, and I learned about Whitey Ford or Yogi Berra or Ted Klaczewski or whoever I learned about. They honestly are featuring historic players in these games. So my kid knows my kid knows who frickin' Ty Cobb is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's cool because a lot of these, like whether it's the show or Madden or NBA 2K, most of these video games have the ultimate team version. And so basically you get these cards, like a pack of cards, and you unlock legendary players. And it puts the younger generation on game.
I got a little homie saying to me, Daddy, do you know who Jack Sigma is? I'm like, I know who Jack Sigma is. Yeah. How do you know who Jack Sigma is?
That's the better question. Yeah.
Okay, Paul. So there's a podcast. I got to give these guys credit. I'm not sure.
It's the Logan Paul podcast.
Okay. So Logan Paul. Don't you hate this guy?
These are your guys.
Paul's older brother. Yeah.
Don't you hate him?
I don't like the guy.
Everybody Tyson went on it, so he must like him.
Oh, did he? All right.
So where are we with are mushrooms legal?
Well, that's a great question. I believe.
I want to preface this by saying, if you're in the car with your kids, this is not a positive. We're not endorsing this.
I'm not going to name names or anything.
This simply for content. Although Triple E says he might endorse.
Be positive, bro.
Okay,
I'm going to give you
legal?
Complete revelation here. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. First of all, the mushrooms, and that whole scene has been part of the Dead scene for a long time.
You're a real deadhead.
So I may or may not have observed them in the Grateful Dead community for a long time. But now you're right. No, it has become legal in some states, like in Colorado. It's very lenient.
So if you join in California, a mushroom church,
they give the sacrament as mushrooms.
You can legally procure mushrooms.
Come on up for the sacrament. I'm handing out shrooms.
Without giving too much away, should we start calling him Brother Eric? You know what I mean? Brother Eric?
Yeah, totally. Brother Eric.
I think Brother Eric could point you to a place, huh?
But he's becoming more and more accepted.
You have to say, though, that you are a parishioner of a church, and the church is the church of mushrooms.
I would say this, too.
By the way, I'm not riffing.
No. This is totally legit. But here's what I've heard. The people that are getting, legal mushrooms, they come in such small dosages that it hardly affects you. That's what I've heard. Honestly.
What'd you say?
That it really.
Oh, well, you're setting this up
The
nicely.
doses are tiny.
Because on this webcast, they start talking about, I think in Colorado they're legal.
I believe they are, yeah.
This Logan Paul guy has a handful of mushrooms.
Yikes. Well, that's enough to do.
And he's talking to Mike Tyson about mushrooms. Take a listen to this. Mike Tyson then does something very Mike Tyson-ish here. Take a listen.
About 4 grams of dried mushrooms. It's got the gold caps with the blue spots on it. This is a moonshot for the average person. This is, Mike, you would eat this amount as a daily dose?
I'm just getting ready to shove it down.
Mike, this is a lot of mushrooms, Mike.
I used to do bags.
This is crazy. I can't. We're heating up. Oh, he's going to be chewing for a sec. Now,
you chews it down to a paste.
The people put it on a peanut butter sandwich. It mixes together. You know what I'm saying? But Mike wants all those little particles stuck in his teeth. You'll be digging a gram out for the next couple hours, trying to figure out, there's some stuck in the back there somewhere.
The fungus is what we made out of. We made out of this. Yeah. When we died, we're turning the
We made it.
The fungus. Yeah.
Mike.
And that thing is in the hands. So I notice when I box when I'm on it, I don't feel the punches.
Oh my
Mike,
God.
I gotta encourage you to have a sip of that water. I'm so sorry. I hate to be.
It's not ready yet.
Okay, take your time.
Oh my God.
Couple quick reactions. I got to say,
my God.
I don't know if Mike Tyson's the kind of guy.
A mouthful.
Oh, dude, if Mike gets loose on shrooms, I don't know if you want to be in it. That's a risky.
He had a mouthful with both cheeks full. And when he said,
Murph, a little goes a long way.
Maybe the line of all time, he's defending his eating of it as natural. This is what we're made. This is a fungus.
This is what we made out of. We made out of this. Yeah. When we die, we're turning into mushrooms.
It's all
fungus. Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I want that cut
When
forever.
we
That's
die,
a keeper.
we turn into
we made out of this S.
And then he said, when we die, we turn into mushrooms.
All right, man.
This is what we made out of. We made out of this.
Don't.
When we die, we're turning into mushrooms.
That's it.
Fungus. Yeah.
One of the most insane things I've ever heard. Tyson pounding shrooms on a podcast. Welcome to 2023.
Like a double handful.
I can't stress to you enough that a dime's worth will go like the size of a coin. That's enough to knock you out for a couple days. This guy's eating.
He says that.
Here we go. I'm watching it now.
He won't.
God
he says
bless
that the
America.
next
Look at him.
morning when he boxes, he doesn't feel the punches.
Oh, now that I see the visual, it's a lot. Wow. Dude, this one puts it in a whole new show. This to Murph. That's crazy.
I'm the one who sent it to the
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's just
by the way, I gotta
pounding
give
a
credit. You know who
handful.
sent that to me? Mike Zagaris sent that to me. So Zagaris contributed
He
to
knows a
the
little
content.
something, too.
So Z-Man sent it to me. I sent it to Triple E.
You don't need that much, kids. I can promise you that. He
said the next morning he boxes and doesn't feel his punches. that thing at the end there.
Are you serious?
That little cut at the end there, Triple E.
I didn't feel a thing.
Yeah, he goes, listen.
Oh, my God.
Hey, it's at the end. He goes, the next morning.
I know when I box when I'm on it, I don't feel the punches.
I don't feel no
Wow, man.
punches.
All right, Mike. Just take it easy, kid. I don't want him getting crazy out there on shrooms.
Well, the guy Logan Paul was saying he's gonna. It's like so stems and he's gonna.
You're
be
supposed to
picking
mix
stuff out of
it.
his teeth.
Yeah, that's why he was talking about putting it like on peanut butter.
He said the wussy people do that.
Yeah, count me in as one of the wussy guys. Yeah, if you're gonna do it, I'm not going raw.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, let's jump down to the Iguodala one. 818A. Andre Iguodala defending. We got a bunch of people defending Jordan Poole.
Okay.
Andre Iguodala. By the way, December 22. We're gonna have Larry Harris on at 9:30.
Steph Curry's at the front of that line.
Iguodala went on a podcast, said the same thing here.
You think he about the average?
He already averaged 20.
He
now,
averaged
though.
20 last year.
Yeah, so
on a bad year. You think I'm 28, 30?
He gonna get to the line because they didn't. He was the one getting to the line for us.
Yeah.
He's the only one that got to the line for us consistently. People act like he had a bad year. I'm like, okay, a bad year. Like y'all blamed him for the year we had last year, and he averaged 20. And they have no expectation for winning.
Yeah, he gonna average 30.
At least 25 plus.
Yeah, for sure.
25 plus. Easy. Easy. He gonna get to the line, and then at home, you got to give him a whistle at home. He gonna average 30 at home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's
he probably average 30.
And it's Chocolate City, so you know he's gonna be in the stands. They got all the memes. Every time you see a bad chick, he baddies 40.
It's a pool party with when the baddies in the building.
Bro, they're talking about him like he's James Worthy or something all of a sudden.
Wait a minute. What was that at the end? They're saying Chocolate City?
That's D.C. is Chocolate City.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, Chocolate City. That's a nickname for Washington, D.C.
I never heard that.
Really?
And then he said
Yeah,
the
it goes
baddies,
back.
so they're saying that he performs better in front of attractive women?
Oh, yeah. You've seen the memes. Anytime Jordan Poole shows up and sees an attractive lady sitting courtside, he drops like 30, 40 points.
Are you serious?
They call them baddies.
Baddies.
The kids are calling them the baddies. Probably if he had been at Bob's this morning, he might have gone for 30. There was a baddie in line with me at Bob's this morning. All right. Wow. What a good cooler. That was a Triple E's birthday cooler content. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Russ being corny, Tyreek using Madden, Mike Tyson wolfing down mushrooms.
Oh, my God.
And Iguodala saying that the D.C. baddies will inspire Poole.
Hashtag Chocolate City.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, that was a special birthday version.
Yeah, it was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Triple E's
I'm still kind of queasy about Mike Tyson eating all those shrooms, though, in one go. That's a lot.
That's what we're made of.
It's a lot. We made it, it says.
He's telling no lies, right?
No, I guess not.
All right. Well, Randy.
Mike.
Okay, here's our deal. Randy Cross, Wade Meckler at 9, Larry Harris at 9:30, talking Warriors. Fun. Friday, Reggae Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a fungus. It's what we made out of. We made out of this.
Yeah.
When we die, we're turning into mushrooms.
It's all
We turn into fungus.
stardust.
Yeah.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I was disappointed in the pass protections. They're bringing it to the back and the man coverage with the hug-ups coming, and we got to do much better in that game than we got to do much better going forward than we did in that game because we struggled in that area.
Kyle Shanahan on the, it's funny. Trey Lance. Oh, there's this thing called the offensive line that has to perform too. Obviously, they didn't play any ones against the first preseason game. Who they play? The Raiders.
The Raiders, remember? Last week, yeah.
I'm thinking about the Broncos
Raiders
tomorrow.
look good, by the way, too.
Yeah,
or either that or the Niners made them look good.
As we used to say back in the 90s, matters not back in the Wayne's World days.
Probably. I remember you'd hear a lot of this in my old high school. Mr. Narag, that's Rags. Have you completed the essay I asked you to do? I've completed it, not... That was a big thing for a while. I have it not. I've completed it not. All that nonsense.
Randy Cross is our great pal. We check in from time to time and talk football with the 3-time Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
Randy Cross. Randy, welcome back to Murph and Mac. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
good to hear you, man.
So,
thanks.
Trey Lance. Driving everybody up the wall here in San Francisco and the surrounding Bay Area and Northern California. Everybody's got a take on a preseason game. I don't know, Randy. I know you're down in Georgia, but your thoughts just on a guy getting drafted third, having a kind of a star-crossed start to his career, and really, what the Niners' strategy should be with him on the roster.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what he can prove to them. Is he going to be better than Sam Darnold for starters? I mean, can he be a solid number 2 in that offense? He had a bit of a rocky show the other day. My guess would be he probably would look even a little bit better next time he takes the field. But I don't think it's going to change who's going to be starting, barring injury there. With Brock Purdy sort of executing the offense the way he has, it'd be crazy to say that job is in question to me. I don't know. What's he worth? What's he worth to the Niners? What's he worth to somebody else?
Right.
If somebody gets hurt here in the next week or two, that would be a setup for possibly a deal, I guess. But I don't know. It's sometimes you swing and sometimes you miss. You get a lot more credit and hype for the second round down when you hit on these draft picks. Or Mr. Irrelevant for that matter. First round, when you make your guesses, can be pretty damn costly, and you really have a hard time recouping that value.
It is kind of amazing, Randy, that if indeed Trey Lance is a miss, which some people think he already is because he hasn't won the starting job as the number 3 pick, but that the Niners are this good, even missing on that pick that included 2 number 1s and a number 2. I mean, that says something about their later round drafting, and a couple of trades for Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. Yeah,
it does. I mean, arguably going into the season, at least in the NFC, they've got one of the top 2, maybe 3 rosters in the NFC, and they're as good as anybody on the other side to me. So, it's just a matter of who stays healthy, but you get everybody staying healthy. You get Nick Bosa getting his $30 million in his new deal per year, and finally gets in and gets signed and gets in that defense. It's not crazy to still be thinking Super Bowl for this team. And that makes, to be honest with you guys, it makes the Trey Lance saga a lot less interesting and a lot less important unless you get another one of those rashes of injuries and he's got to play and you see something that you haven't seen before.
Randy Cross is our guest on the UMA guest line. Randy, you mentioned Nick Bosa in there, man, and we've been keeping an eye on things. I don't know, is there any reason for concern from the way you're viewing this? I mean, it'd be nice to have him here, but at the same time, we all expect to get it done. Any concern?
I don't. Is you ever concerned about what kind of shape he's in?
No, not that.
If there's a guy out there, I think I put him and McCaffrey and Debo and a few of the other guys in the same thing where they work out as much as anybody, and to a degree, not having reps, all it does is less wear and tear. And I think that's a good thing for him. I'm not worried at all.
Okay.
You know, I think the Yorks and John Lynch and Shanahan, the rest of them, they know how important he is. And when Donald signed that deal in LA, that kind of sets your window. You know, if he's worth 32 million a year, that's about what Nick Bosa is worth too, because I think he's just as valuable to the Niners.
Yeah, good stuff. Randy Cross, of course, 3-time Super Bowl champ, joining us here on the Uma guest line. All right, Randy, the O-line, man. So it's funny because Trey Lance, Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, all these things, but the right tackle is where I'm probably most concerned. That was Mike McGlinchey, who was much maligned by a lot of 49ers fans, but still won a lot of games.
He had a pretty good year last year, McGlinchey.
Better maybe against the run, better maybe on run plays than against the pass.
Yeah.
They just handed the job to this guy, Colton McKivitz. Now, he's played a little bit, and he's shown a little bit, but there's a lot of pressure and a big question mark over there, Randy. I mean, how do you knowing what you know about the O-line and this guy out of West Virginia, who I think was a 5th rounder, I should have probably checked that before I asked, but is that to you the hot spot on this offense?
Well, as good as Trent Williams is, it's always going to be a lot of pressure on whoever plays on the other side from him, just to kind of keep up your end of the bargain, keep up the slack a little bit. But that's really important. It's going to be, and unless you see the practice, because let's be honest, these preseason games are jokes. You know, nobody played in the first one. A couple of guys will play in the second one. And then some coaches won't play a soul, won't even suit up guys for the last one. So if you're seeing practice every day, you're seeing the actual football team and where they're at. If you're not seeing that, you have no idea. I mean, none. I don't care how much you concentrate in that first 10, 15 minutes of walkthrough / warm-ups they let you watch. If you don't see all the practice, you don't know what's going on, because that film and what they're doing is going to tell you everything you need to know. If they're not worried about it at this point, I would say they got a pretty good reason not to be worried. I think that right tackle is going to be very, very important, but the rest of that offensive line, starting with 71, is really good in my mind.
True story. Hey, Randy, you mentioned preseason. By the way, McKivitz was a 5th rounder out of West Virginia. You mentioned preseason. I'm going to go back. So you were drafted in 1976. Back then, 14-game season. I want you to tell the kids out there, how many preseason games did you play?
It was those first couple of years in the league. Those training camps were camps from hell, because they were real training camps, and they were real double days. We had a month of training camp before the first preseason game. And then we didn't break camp until after the 4th preseason game.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah.
Then you still had 2 more preseason games.
Okay, so they had 6 preseason games. 6.
It was highway robbery.
Yeah, right? And I mean, did you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a 30-year damn schedule. Doesn't count.
Yeah.
But they've remedied that, and
yeah.
I think 3 is a great solution. 2 is probably even better. And eventually, the way we're going with these preseason games, the way they look, can you really make an argument that if you're going to play games, they should count? If you're going to practice, then practice.
Right.
But if this is kind of practice, it's very disingenuous and to a degree dishonest to charge fans full price to see this kind of football.
That is tough.
Well, I mean, I think the owners, us saying they should get down to 2 preseason is right, but the owners can be like, well, we want our income. They added a 17th regular season game, Randy, which to you, does that sound, having played 14 regular season games, does 17 sound crazy?
That's a lot.
Yeah, but wait till you see 18. If they go down to 2 preseason. They're not going to play less games, guys. That schedule ain't changing.
No.
Now, which ones they're counting, that's open for discussion now. So you eliminate another preseason game, or you're going to have 18 regular season games.
Yeah.
So if you play 18 regular season games, and let's just say you're really good and you go to the Super Bowl, so now you're talking about 21 full-on, full-speed games. I mean, How
The
many
human body.
Yeah, let's talk about the human body for a second, Randy. Can it withstand that? Honestly, like that's a hell of a punishment to put on.
Well, I think it's incumbent to the more progressive thinkers in the league that I think over the last decade or so have done a really good job of kind of massaging the game from a rules and, what you can and can't do and the hits and everything else. You're going to have to be very, very cognizant of staying on top of that, or, then injuries take their tolls. But I think the more games you play, the bigger the rosters have to get. You've got to have more people on the roster and more bodies available the more games you play.
Yeah, that's very good.
That's reasonable, yeah.
Hey, Randy, we can't let you go without, we're both UCLA Bruins.
Oh, boy,
and
here
obviously UCLA and USC, broke the mold when they went and joined the Big Ten. Now we can talk about that, but what's happened since then in the last month is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Washington and Oregon join. Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah go to the Big 12. There's a Pac-4 right now, right here in the Bay. Cal and Stanford, Oregon State, Washington State. The Big 10 has 18 teams now. I can't name them all. The SEC has whatever. The ACC might take Cal and Stanford. As a guy who's in the College Football Hall of Fame, Randy, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, who also played in the Pac-8, by the way.
Yeah, which I missed, by the way, yes.
It's chaos. Chaos does not breed stability. And right now, these will be remembered as the years of chaos for college football because there's nobody in charge and there are no rules. And for fans that are as passionate as college football fans are, and as much money is involved in college football, come on. You're going to see – you haven't seen the wild stuff yet. I think it's going to get even crazier. Where they're going to stretch your mind theoretically as to what you're going to accept as major college football because eventually we're going to be down to 2 or 3 super conferences, and that'll be major college football, and then everybody else is going to have to kind of swim around the outside and be like those little fish you see swimming around the sharks eating the scraps. That's going to be everybody but those major 60 to 70 teams.
Wow.
And I don't know. We talk about the human body, and these are college kids theoretically. I mean, the concept of the student athlete was always maybe mocked by some, but now when you're taking football players and flying from UCLA to Penn State, UCLA to Maryland, UCLA to Ohio State, is that just out the window now, the whole student athlete concept?
Well, I think so. I think what we haven't seen the repercussions of is go through that entire athletics department, go through all those sports. You guys talk to people at Stanford and Cal and have been going through this whole situation. They're going to be getting paid a lot of money. But if you're going to have to average as a football team, 23 to 25,000 miles flown as college students, and potentially you're looking at playing because of this new playoff, an extra 3 games, 4 games.
Yeah.
And suddenly now you're looking at 16, 17 games. Well, we're not only professional, as many games as them.
Yeah, right, exactly. Playing as many games when you're all said and done. By the way, I was just looking at your schedule here. When you were a sophomore, you guys went to Nebraska and to Michigan State. So that's a little bit like that. And then when you were a junior, you guys went to Tennessee. You guys went to Tennessee, and you guys went to Iowa. So I guess, you had your share of travel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but not every single week.
I know. Those were 2 preseason games.
In our swim team and, women's field hockey and soccer and track and field and all of them, they're going to be logging some serious miles.
I think that they should, Chip Kelly suggested, and it's true, they got to figure out a way to separate football from the rest of the athletic departments. Leave all those Olympic sports in the Pac-10 and just have football play in its super conference.
It would make a lot of sense if that was done nationally. We're just football. The sports that produce the money, football and basketball, be treated totally separately.
Yeah, that has to be. That's my call in terms of the evolution of it all. So, all right, Randy.
Eventually, it's just taking them forever to get around it.
Well, like you said, chaos, no rules, and we're right now it's the Wild West, and maybe in 10 years we'll have a firmer picture of baseball and basketball and football doing their own thing and Olympic sports staying at home.
It better not take that long.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Hey, great catching up with you, Randy, man.
Awesome, Randy.
Always just chewing the fat and shooting the breeze and talking Niner football. And like you said, high expectations here, man. And Niners, I mean, they're thinking Super Bowl here, and that's realistic, right?
Rightfully so for them. Get that damn number 6.
That's right, Randy. That's it.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for going on Murph and Mac.
All right, no problem.
There he is, man. Randy Cross. Very cool. Yeah, he's in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Randy's the best, man. And never forget, interesting trivia on Randy Cross, Murph. When he first hit the scene in the 70s, he wore number 62, and then he switched to 51. And one of these days we'll ask him why he did that. But I'm guessing that his college number was 51 and it wasn't available.
All I know is the mustache was incredible.
And so were the teeth. And the last time we saw those teeth up close, I think, was the Army-Navy game.
Yeah,
remember, you saw him down in the end zone.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, 2 things. One, we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group.
Oh, yeah.
Because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. You're going to call Waterboy's friend Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Also, Football Talk with Adam Rank joining Papa and Lund today.
All right, buddy.
At 1:15. All right, well, listen. We booked Wade Meckler, the rookie, to make his KNBR debut on the Murph and Mac show at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
So guess what? Wade Meckler making his Murph and Mac debut at 9 a.m. next on the Sports Leader.
Get that damn number 6.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Amici's. You should get it this weekend when you're watching the 49ers and the Giants. But also, I want to talk to you about Amici's larger events and the catering menu. So, there's a catering menu at amicis.com, and that's pretty much full-blown. You can order all the pizzas and all the pastas and salads and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. Yeah, it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them the full range of menu items. So, whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or whether it's food for a special event, like I said, it's youth sports are regathering here in the fall. Maybe you want to have a little pizza party, or, like you're an employer who wants to get the workers back in the office, lure them back with an Amici's catered meal. Great range of options, ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at amicis.com. When you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Now Wade Meckler. Meckler's been up twice and struck out both times. Now he swings and lines one into center field. Base hit. There's his first big league hit. And man, did he blister that one. 99-mile-an-hour line shot. And he gets a big ovation from the fans here, who all know that it's his first big league hit.
Just relief. I wasn't even excited. I was just like, all right, thank God I got one. Especially after, you punch out 4 times in your first 6 at-bats or whatever it was. And I'm like, man, it starts feeling like you're never going to hit again. And then you get that one and the weight's kind of off your shoulders a little bit.
Man, good stuff for Wade Meckler, and great rejoin on Reggae Friday. This is you're talking your boy's style here. What do we got?
Well, this right here is a creative Tony request, so you know he's going to give you some roots reggae music. Yeah. This right here is the Rivers of Babylon by the Melodians.
Yeah, the Melodians. Yeah, that's just fabulous. This is the kind of stuff that my man Credo plays on RTE in Ireland.
You going to tune in tonight?
Well, we're going to be on the road.
Oh, that's right. You're away.
Seattle.
Yeah.
But you can always go back and play back too. You can always listen. I'd highly recommend everybody download the RTE app and listen to John Creedon.
But only when they're not listening to KNBR 680, the Sports Leader. Yeah.
His Sinead show was incredible.
Yeah.
I'm still, by the way, I'm still sifting through the Sinead stuff. I just saw a thing with her in the Netherlands in 1988 at a festival, and the 2 guys from the Smiths joined her, and she was blown away because she was only 22 at the time, but she crushed Mandinka with them. By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Interesting that Creative Tony puts in this request. Paulie, can I help? Obviously, it was a request submitted remotely, right?
Yes. Oh, there's no question. No, you won't. That's not a face-to-face thing. No, not at all.
Maybe FaceTime audio or FaceTime video.
It's not a recorded message of some kind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wade Meckler is going to call. He's supposed to call. Oh, look at this. He's calling right. Calling right on time.
Right on the screws. Actually, a little bit early, which I really respect.
Kind of like how he hits baseballs. I'm guessing that Wade Meckler's the kind of guy like, okay, I got to hit at 9. I'm going to call in at 8:59 because if I'm supposed to hit in the cage this morning at 10, I'll be there at 9:45.
Yeah.
All right, what a pleasure to welcome our first chance to get to know the Giants rookie center fielder, Wade Meckler, or as Kapler calls him, Meck. The kid out of Orange County. He is, of course, really just been on an incredible rocket ship ride to the big leagues and finds himself in Atlanta this morning with the Giants, getting ready to take on the Atlanta Braves and Spencer Strider tonight. So, Wade, we want to welcome you to the Murphy Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. We've been doing this morning show for many years, for many Giants teams, and we're excited for you, man. Congratulations. How are you?
Morning, Wade.
I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. How's the first road trip any different, like in terms of, your head settling down or your head kind of getting used to this big league thing? How was the first plane ride and hotel situation here for you in the big leagues?
Yeah, I mean, it's different. I was riding on some bus rides in Richmond, 2-3 weeks ago, and then you go on a charter jet. It's a lot nicer. But yeah, no, I pretty much settled in my head, kind of calmed down after the first, I'd say, 2 games. By game 3, I was starting to feel like I was just playing baseball again.
So, we're going to go over a lot of stuff here, but it is fair to say that the rush of the first 2 games seems like a blur to you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first game for sure was like, I didn't get in until 3:34. So that was tough, missing some time with the routine and getting in a little late. And then game 2, I still feel like I had some like internal pressure on myself to get a couple hits. And then that kind of went away. And now, by the 3rd game, I was like, all right, I've done what I need to do. Now I can just play.
And now you find yourself in Atlanta, ready to go and play ball. We're looking forward to it. We want to get to know you, Wade, and just it starts here on the West Coast, right? Orange County kid, born and raised?
Yeah, I grew up in Anaheim, California.
And Esperanza High, right? Is that right?
Yes.
So did Mater Dei didn't get their grubby paws on you? Is that right?
No, none of those schools would have let me play for them.
Wow, how about that?
Were you, the Little League World Series is on TV right now. Were you a Little League star, one of those kids who was like dominating Little League or what?
Yeah, so I was when I was like 9 or 10, when everyone was small and the other kids grew and I didn't. So by the time I was 12, I wasn't good anymore. And then I, wasn't good for probably 2-3 more years after that. And then I started to catch up again, and then I started being a good player again.
Well, it's interesting you say that. So, some kids would get discouraged at age 12, 13, 14. Guys are getting bigger and stronger than you. Was there a point where you were discouraged at all and baseball's, I don't know, took a hit in your mind?
Not really, just because I felt like I was more skilled than those kids, and I kind of knew that I was going to eventually catch up and surpass them. If anything, it just kind of drove me seeing kids that I felt like shouldn't be playing better than me and didn't deserve to be playing better than me, play better than me. So that was kind of a driving factor of almost making me want to work harder.
Is there a lesson there for kids who are like,
oh, there's got to be.
Coaches aren't seeing what you think you have? I mean, did you like verbally complain to coaches like, you got to play me more, or what was your attitude?
No, I mean, I was just, it was more so just I know I'm better than this kid, and he just has 50 pounds on me and can hit the ball a little further because he's got 50 pounds on me, but his swing's no good and my swing's good. Like, that's kind of how my mindset was. I never verbalized that to anyone, but
yeah.
That's the way I thought of it.
The confidence. So, we had a lot of fun watching your family react to your first at-bats, and I'm wondering now if this baseball Jones was instilled by mom, dad, brother, like was it in
Good
the
question.
home?
Yeah, where'd it come from? Yeah.
Yeah, it was my dad. Yeah, so my dad was the one who was in the cages with me every day. My mom did play college volleyball at San Jose State, so I did get some of the athletic genes from her. But in terms of the one who was kind of, pushing me baseball-wise was my dad.
Was Pops a ball player?
He played in high school, but not beyond that.
But he just one of those guys. He loves the game, and he was going to raise a ball player, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was he coached me in Little League, and I think he'd seen how driven I was for it, and it started off with me dragging him to the cages, and then he started researching like how to swing the bat and all that stuff. So I think he saw how into it I was.
Who was your my dad? He was not nearly a cage head at all, but he did turn me on to Ted Williams, The Science of Hitting. Who was you and your dad? Who did you guys look up to? Who was your swing guru idol?
It was Tony Gwynn and Cal Ripken was who he got most of his stuff from. And then beyond that, YouTube started to become a thing, and there was an old website called Pastime Athletics that would post slow motion swings of like every big leaguer. And we would just go on there and watch those swings.
Nice.
I love this, man. Wade Meckler's our guest on the UMA guest line. So for you as a young kid, you're talking about how your dad got involved in the cages. Who were the players that you looked up to, the guys you liked and said, like, hey, that guy's got my body type or whatever it is, and I'm a fan of his. Who'd you like?
When I was a kid, it was David Eckstein.
Nice.
I love David Eckstein.
There you go.
Yeah, he was my favorite player probably till I was 12, 13 years old till the day he retired.
Well, that's a little worrisome, though, Wade, because David Eckstein played a role in one of the Giants' worst moments ever.
We don't like to talk about it. Yeah,
you were in diapers or you were toddling around the 2002 World Series, man. I know, but you aware of that history?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up an Angels fan, so I, up until I entered college and started realizing I was probably going to play pro ball, I was. The 2002 World Series is my favorite thing ever.
You got a rally monkey on your bed when you went to sleep?
I actually did have a rally monkey, yeah.
That's hilarious. That's a little stuffed one, like a little toy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
They used to sell my Angel games.
Oh, that's so great.
Uh-huh.
Well, listen, Eckstein, that's a pretty cool one to look up to. And yeah, there's the model right there, right? World Series MVP, right? Am I wrong or no? Am I?
Yes. Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Oh, well, hey, man, life goals, Wade. Life goals, right?
Absolutely.
So you get to high school, and this is the story that blows me away. They're reporting that you were
this can't be true.
4'10" and 75 pounds as a freshman. I
rejected that. I'm like, there's no way that kid weighed 75 pounds. I mean, tell me that's not true, right?
That is correct. I was 4'10", 75 pounds,
dude.
When I entered freshman year.
Okay, at that point,
still 75 pounds though, man.
At that point, Wade, are you like, okay, baseball's not?
So you're telling me I go into the weight room, I take two 45-pound plates, that weighs more than you? That's crazy.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. I mean,
I don't want to say bullying, but like did people just dismiss you because of that?
Baseball-wise, yeah, I had coaches that would dismiss me, but I could really pick it on defense, and I was fast for my size, and like you could kind of see some pieces were there. So I had some coaches that had played college and had played pro ball, who like would always tell my dad like he's going to catch up, don't worry, like. He's going to be really good. And then I'd have other coaches that, in high school that maybe didn't play, past high school. And those are the ones that were kind of dismissing me a little bit.
Man, what a story of perseverance and patience, too, waiting for your body to kick in. So when did you finally hit the growth spurt you wanted?
It was slow. It was I probably just got 3-4 inches a year every year in high school. It was never like, I hit my big growth spurt right then. It was just like, sophomore year I was 5'2", and then I was 5'5", and then I was 5'8", and then I was 5'9" in college, and then I was 5'10". And I think my junior year of college, I grew 2 more inches in college, but I finished high school at 5'8", and then finished college at 5'10".
And what weight are we talking here now, Wade? What are you tipping the scales at?
Yeah. Right now, a little bit under 180.
Okay. And out of high school, you're probably probably under 150 probably, huh?
When I finished high school, I entered college, I think I was 155.
Okay. But why? Would they use the word wiry to describe you?
Yeah, I've gotten that one before.
Yeah, that's always like the phrase for like a kind of a guy who's on the shorter side but kind of muscular and tight and all that. So, okay, so you're in high school, you're playing, then you finally have your breakout, right? Junior, senior year, you start putting it together, right? You put up some good numbers?
Yeah. In high school, yeah. So are you talking about high school or college?
High school.
High school, yeah. So my junior year, actually, I didn't make varsity till I was a junior. And junior year, I probably played half the games. Didn't play much. And then senior year, I'd grown a few more inches. I'd gotten a little bit better and played every day, and actually put some good numbers my senior year.
Okay, so at that point, your goal and dream is to play college baseball?
Yes, yeah. Well, the goal was still to be a big leaguer, but the next step was college baseball.
So big league dreams, like legit. You're like, I'm going to play in the show.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was the goal the whole time.
Nice,
awesome. So then you hit another roadblock. No college's offer, right? Did you any knocks, any nibbles? What was the extent of your college flirtations?
Yeah, so it was mostly like high academic Ivy League schools, or those types of schools. It was the final 3 schools that were really considering me were Harvard, Yale, and Georgetown. And it wasn't, I was picking those schools because I had gotten the grades and the SAT score to go to a school like that, and that was my way of like kind of eliminating competition. Because I knew that 90% of baseball players that could play college baseball couldn't get into those schools. But all 3 of them actually, not even academically, all 3 of those schools ended up not wanting me from a baseball side.
Wait a minute. They didn't even want you on a baseball terms?
Yeah. So I had reached the academic requirements for, because they help you get in if you're an athlete at those schools. And I'd reached the academic requirements to go there with baseball, and baseball was actually the determining factor for all 3 of those. They didn't, they gave their roster spots to other kids.
So even then, even though they were flirting with you, they eventually said, no, we're going with somebody else.
Yeah.
So at that point now, I don't know if you're disappointed or crushed. Were you, if they had offered you, would you might have gone Ivy?
I 100% would have gone Ivy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Such a great story. By the way, at that point in time, were you sporting the mustache that you currently have now?
No, I couldn't grow one back then.
No, it's all right.
Because I was going to love just you walking into a Harvard or Yale dining hall with that tash on.
You're like, what up, guys? Yeah.
It's so good, like the Cowboys in town here. So now it's like a little bit, I don't want to say dead end, but, I don't know, maybe one of those D3 schools down there like Claremont or Pomona or something. Is that the option?
Yeah, that was my number one. I was going to go to Claremont McKenna, I think. That's really where I was leaning towards. There was some, family stuff that ended up happening that, it might have been an issue financially. So I ended up having to wait a little bit to like maybe accept that offer there. And I had gone and played in Arizona the following month. This is October going into my senior, so October of 2017.
High school or
high school?
Yeah.
So I was going and playing in Arizona for it's called the Senior Fall Classic. It was for uncommitted seniors. And I had a former coach who had always told me that he thought I was a big leaguer, who was, calling and texting every school in the country about me, saying that they needed to have me.
Wow.
And none of them wanted to go watch me play, and the only school that went and listened to him and actually went and watched me play was Oregon State. So Oregon State came out, watched me play one game in Arizona, October of my senior year, and ended up offering me a walk-on spot after that one game.
This is an incredible story. And then the story that many people repeated this past week when you got called up was that even when you got to Oregon State, there were more roadblocks, right? A couple guys told you, nope, that's it, your time's up?
Yeah. So walked on my freshman year, got 15 plate appearances that year, and then we had a new coaching staff come in, and then November of that year, they basically told me, look, man, we don't see a roster spot for you here. We don't see a path to playing time for you, and we don't see one for you in the future. We will help you find a new school because we think you're good enough to play somewhere else. We'll help you find a new school if you want to transfer. And I basically went in there the next day and told them, no, I'm staying. Worked my way back onto the roster later that year. But there's a NCAA rule that you can't cut a scholarship player, and if you do, you lose the roster spot.
Okay.
So we had cut a scholarship player that year. So the college roster for us in 2020 went from 35 guys to 34 guys, and I was the 35th guy. So I technically got cut twice in the same year.
Wow. Oh, man.
Dude, you're have you ever seen the movie Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes, I have.
You're like Leo DiCaprio saying, I'm not leaving.
No, you're not going anywhere. Show goes on,
right?
Show goes on for Wade, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, this is amazing. And then all the skills that you and your dad worked on since childhood came to flower. And you become, would you describe yourself as in college, were you a gap-to-gap guy? I mean, it wasn't over the fence. It was just gap-to-gap. Is that it?
Yeah. I mean, so I think I led the Pac-12 in doubles my senior year. So, yeah, I was pretty much just spraying gaps. And, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Corrales, but it's a tough place to hit homers. So, yeah, I had 2 home runs and 23 doubles my senior year, so it was 100%, mostly gap to gap.
Always top of the order?
Yeah, I hit. So junior year, I started the year off hitting 8th and 9th, and then probably midway through the year, I ended up getting bumped to the leadoff spot and then stayed there throughout the rest of my career.
Did anybody from Oregon State ever, I don't want to say apologize to you, but on your way out the door say, dude, you were right all along?
Yeah, I mean, my head coach used to always tell that story, and he would tell that story to recruits about, kind of what what they were expecting, mentality-wise out of players. So it ended up being a good thing, I think, especially for the school and for recruits and for walk-ons in general to hear at Oregon State. Because I truly do believe that if there's a place where you're going to thrive as a walk-on, it's Oregon State. So it ended up being a really good thing that it had happened and ended up working out.
And is there a big, for parents listening out there and kids or whatever, about how to keep believing in yourself when nobody else believes in you?
It's a tough thing to just try to instill in someone and teach someone that. It has to, it can't be you have to keep believing in yourself. It has to come from you. It can't come from really anyone else. It does help to have other people who do believe in you. And believe me, I had people at Oregon State who did believe in me the whole time. But at the end of the day, it kind of has to come from you.
That's beautiful. Wade Meckler, just a few more minutes here, sharing his great, unbelievable journey. Now we get to draft June of 2022 or July of 2022. What were your expectations? Were you thinking, I'm getting drafted, 100%, I'm getting drafted?
Yeah, I knew I was getting drafted for sure. the important thing for me was to go within the top 10 rounds. I was a fourth-year junior, so I had another year of eligibility left, but I had graduated college. And when you graduate, these teams basically realize you have zero leverage. So I knew I wasn't going to get any money, really. So the focus, instead of how much money can I get, was let's go inside top 10 rounds here. I had talked to a bunch of teams that had me between rounds 5 through 7, and they kind of all ended up falling through. And I had talked to the Giants one time, their area scout, the Northwest area scout, for 15 minutes on the phone after we got eliminated in our super regional. And I had not talked to him since. Other teams were having me fill out surveys, do Zoom meetings with the front office, all this stuff. And the Giants was one 15-minute phone call. Eighth round rolls around. They call my agent. They say, hey, if Meckler's available, will he sign for this? And my agent goes, absolutely. And that's how they got me.
Incredible. I wonder, did they tell you there was like a sneak attack? They didn't want to show too much interest, or what was the strategy on only talking to you once for 10 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think, I haven't really asked them what their what the philosophy was behind that, but I'm assuming they had just watched me play and they had made up their mind and they just wanted to have a discussion with me. I'm guessing that's the way it went for them.
Dude, and then, so you do what, Arizona, did you do the Arizona Fall League in 2022? Yeah, you did?
I did not.
Okay. What's ACL? I'm looking at your card here. ACL Giants.
That's Arizona Complex League.
Okay. So now, you opened just a couple months ago, San Jose. Okay? Single A, low A, 11 games. You get the call to go to Eugene, 20 games. You get the call to go to Richmond, 39 games. You get the call to Sacramento, 10 games.
Oh,
you get the call to the Bigs.
Yeah, look at this.
Was each call more mind-blowing or what?
Pack your stuff.
The one that really surprised me were Sacramento and the big leagues, obviously. When I was in Eugene, I was like, all right, the call's got to be coming pretty soon here. And then I got to Richmond. I played well there. But I still, wasn't expecting to get to Sacramento as early as I did. And I kept seeing in Sacramento, and I was like, rosters don't expand till the end of August. Like, make your goal to be a September call-up. And then ended up, going a few weeks earlier than that. So, the ones to Sacramento and the big leagues were kind of caught me off guard a little bit. But obviously I was super excited to get them.
Can you tell us your call-up story? There's usually somebody gets I don't know, was it like he tried to fool you and all that? Or how'd it go?
Yeah, so we had just got off the plane coming back from Vegas. I had an off day. Our manager comes up to me. He's like, hey, what are you doing for your off day? I was like, I'm just probably going to get a little lift in and then just hang out the rest of the day. I'm not going to do anything. He's like, okay. He goes, who's your roommate? Oh, I don't have one. I actually have an open room in my apartment. He goes, we're going to have to get you a new roommate. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. If I don't mind not having one. But, if you want to, if you need an open room, I have one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that sounds good. He goes, no, but we're going to get you a new roommate because you're going to San Francisco.
Woo! Oh, man.
So I was like, are you messing with me?
Yeah.
No, you're heading to San Francisco right now.
Oh, man.
Grab your stuff.
Wow.
As soon as we get back, pack your bag, and there'll be a car waiting for you.
I mean, first call to mom and dad, obviously?
Yeah, I called my dad, and I was like, hey, Dad, I'm going to San Francisco. Get a flight as soon as you can.
Hey, I don't want to be like, I'm a sap. There were a little emotion in that call?
Oh, come on. Of course.
No, my dad was just like, the San Francisco, really? The Giants. You're playing for the Giants tonight. And I was like, yes. He goes, okay. And he hangs up, books a flight. And, yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's funny because we were joking on the air about, they showed your family a lot in the stands, and your dad looked like he was like, yeah, he was not he was not letting himself get all emotional.
Yeah, he was like, this is how I drew it up. I knew this would happen. Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I guarantee that's what he was thinking too. If I got a hit, he's like, yeah, that's what should be happening.
Exactly.
We were joking on the air. We were saying the old man's not impressed. He wants a triple.
Yeah.
How about your brother? He looked like he was pretty pumped, huh?
That was actually my agent.
Oh, that's your agent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he had the head of hair on him.
He's got
man.
that
He looked
agent
like a
hair.
Hollywood
Yeah,
guy.
he looks like an agent, right?
Some people thought he looked like Gavin Newsom.
That's it.
Yeah, he's his Instagram handle is actually "How's my hair." So
Are you serious? Perfect.
Yeah.
Did you know your mom got a little famous because she was like running up and down the stairs? She hiding her eyes.
Yeah, that's that's how she is. I got first interview question after that game was about my mom stressing out.
Well, that's beautiful, though. That's the best part. Okay, you're a big leaguer now. Anybody in the big? Who was the best greeting in the big league? Like Brandon Crawford, I don't know, J.D. Davis, Logan Webb, Mikey. Yeah. Who gave you the welcome?
I'd say probably Conforto, just because he was an Oregon State guy as well.
Oh yeah.
And I had known who he was for a long time, since our freshman year. So. Cool to have that connection and see another guy who I've seen in the big leagues for a long time.
And for you, I guess it sounds like based on what in our 20-minute conversation, we sure do appreciate your generosity with your time, Wade. Is that I was going to say, you had to draw Tyler Glasnow, but I'm guessing based on you and your old man, you're like, bring it on, huh? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I was like, all right, well, it ain't gonna get harder than this. So let's get a couple of hits.
Were you seeing it good? Were you comfortable?
Yeah, it was pretty. I mean, he absolutely dotted in the at bats I had off him. There's not a whole lot you can do, but I felt good off him. He's got an electric fastball, but nothing I felt like I hadn't seen before.
Oh man! And by the way, just to settle the controversy, you'll hit a lefty, huh? You don't mind?
No, I don't really care. I've actually in the minor leagues I've struck out less off lefties than righties this year, so it's not something obviously it's, in my opinion, it's more difficult hitting same-sided sides, but the numbers throughout my career have kind of backed up that left on left, isn't a huge problem for me.
Well, man, hey, listen, we got to let you go. It's been amazing getting to know your story.
Yeah, good having you on, Wade.
Listen, I know it's a cliche, but if people said it's like Rudy, I mean, Rudy couldn't play, though. You can play,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Hey, and just last one is like, we follow these Giants religiously every day. Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, Wade Meckler, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison. I'm leaving some guys out. Keaton Wynn, Carson Wynn. I'm leaving guys out. But is there a discussion amongst you guys that you guys are the nucleus? You guys are the ones. This is going to be the next generation.
No one's really, coming out and saying that. I think everyone's just kind of trying to come out here, do their job, and make sure they stick in the big leagues. And, if everyone just kind of focuses on what they're doing and handling their own stuff, then eventually, you're going to win a lot of games. So, I think everyone's just kind of focused on them and trying to get the job done.
Man, Wade, it's been a pleasure getting to know you, and we'll say hi at the next homestand, and we sure all the listeners are loving hearing your story. So thanks for coming on Murph and Mac, and go get Spencer Strider tonight. Go get him.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
Wade Meckler on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the game plan for Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold this weekend against the Denver Broncos. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Waterboy, thank you, buddy. I made one request today. Little English beat, Doors of Your Heart, man.
You got to take care of Murph's requests. You got to hook him up.
Reggae groove here. Okay, I will welcome Larry Harris after I tell you we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health.
Attaboy.
World-class care, closer than you think. Plus, Adam Rank going to join Papa and Lund today at 1:15. All right, well, from the beat to the well, I can't make a transition, to the Warriors. The schedule came out yesterday, and it's got a lot of interesting stuff, a chance to talk some Warrior basketball with the assistant GM and director of player personnel, Larry Harris. It's always good to have you on, Larry, and how you doing this morning, man?
I'm great. Murph and Mac, it's great to be on. It's very nice in the Bay today. I live in Texas where it's 110.
Oof.
Feels like 120 at times, but it's good to be back in the Bay, spend some time here with the front office, coaching staff, and actually had some mini camps here over the last 3 weeks, so it's good to reconnect.
Actually, that leads us, before we get to the schedule, the first question about Mike Dunleavy. He's give us your Larry, you've been around basketball all your life. You've been a GM yourself. Yeah. And give us your...
Yeah, I can tell you it's ironic that I've now worked for his father as the GM of the Milwaukee Bucks, and now I work for him. So Mike and I go back a long way. I used to babysit him when he was about 5. Yes.
Was he a good kid or was he a handful? Give us some dirt.
I don't have too much dirt. What you see is what you get. It's almost like he and Bob Myers could be brothers. I mean, they're very similar in their approach to the game of basketball, their thought process, which I think is why it's been an easy transition for us as a front office to, with the departure of Bob and then the arrival of Mike. I think the fans just need to know that you've got a guy that's really seen it all. He played. His father coached, was a very successful coach in the NBA. He's been around the game his whole life. He went to Duke, which seems to be a good starting point for a lot of people, both executives and players throughout the NBA. So I think we're in really good hands. And I think also with the addition of, the elevation of Kirk and Kent and what they're doing for our organization as well. So we're in really good hands. It's hard to see a good friend go in Bob, but, I've known Mike longer than I've known Bob. So I think we're in good hands. And personally, he's a friend, even though he's my boss. I couldn't be happier for him.
It's a great point about how he and Bob could almost be brothers. It's really, in a way, I don't know if he's, not mimicking, but it's almost like, did Bob take him under his wing kind of to show him the Warriors way?
Yeah, I think early on when Mike ended up playing, Mike was trying to decide what he was going to do, go in the private sector, or was he going to come to the NBA? And I think his relationship with Bob, which stems many, many years, said, hey, why don't you come and start at the grassroots level, kind of see what scouting's all about. He was obviously on the East Coast at that time with his family, and it just kind of grew. And I think that Mike really found the niche. And then once he brought him here full time, that Bob's way of managing has always been he's managed a large group, which can sometimes be challenging, but he's always had a right-hand man here full time that's kind of been a go-between between the front office and the coaching staff to give Bob the ability and flexibility to do a lot of different things, which, President and GM are responsible for. And I think that elevated Mike quickly enough, certainly in the eyes of our ownership group with Joe and Peter, that said, you know what, I think it's time. And sometimes I think everybody wants to go outside and get some fancy new shiny object. But I think most importantly, when you have a successful franchise, as we've had over the last decade plus, is that promoting from within, if they're qualified, is probably the right thing to do, and I think this was.
And Larry, we're talking to Larry Harris, of course, director of Warriors player personnel, assistant GM, and right away, you talk about being unafraid to make a splash. Now, I know everything in the Warriors is collaborative, and you and Joe and Kent and everybody has a say, but to step right in and trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul right out of the gate was quite the bold move for a new GM. Can you share us a little backstory of just in that building?
Especially because it's Chris Paul, let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Mike wanted to do something. He wanted to upscale Bob.
You don't have to, right?
Bob would have been afraid to make that trade.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
I can say that now because he's not here.
That's right.
You know what? To be honest with you, I think Mike said it well. You know, I think you took some flack and some feedback, not positive, in the sense of a couple days before you talked about Jordan and just his future with us. And I think one thing you can find out about the NBA, and having been around it quite a number of years myself, is that, you know, a day before or day of, you can think that your map of what your team looks like, and then all of a sudden something becomes available. I think that, you know, I don't want to take away anything from Jordan. I think he's gotten a lot of bad press, just how he ended the season with us, but we wouldn't have a championship without him. I mean, I think he's going to do great things in Washington, but when you have a chance to get a Hall of Famer, it was a tough decision because it kind of changed your trajectory a little bit. You know, Jordan was kind of a future piece as well as a present piece, and trying to decide, hey, do we want to go for it now and maybe pick some pieces up towards the next 2 or 3 years that can continue this successful run we've been on. But I've always said, I remember here when we first got Kevin Durant, and when he stepped in the building, it was just different. And that since Chris Paul's been here, and this is nothing against Jordan Poole, it's just different. When you get a Hall of Famer, when you can get a Hall of Famer, you got to go for it. And I think, you know, like you said, it was collaborative. But I think at the end of the day, Mike had to make that call, and I want the fans to be excited in the sense that there's a lot of Jordan Poole fans, and when he comes back, I'm sure a lot of fans will come out, and he should get all the accolades that he should with us. But Chris Paul he's really going to help us. We're excited about that. And, you know, Raymond Ritter, he loves stats, just gave it to me before we got online that the first year that Chris Paul joins an organization, there's 10-plus wins.
Really?
Now,
okay.
Yes. So we'll see if that, you know, I'd love to see 10-plus. That'd be great for us.
Me too.
But I do think that there's going to be a different presence in the locker room. I think there's going to be a different approach to what we do, and I think we've upgraded some concerns we had at the end of last season, and certainly concerns that Steve had. And I think, not to put it all on Chris, but I think it gives us a different dynamic look and something that we're desperately needing.
That's really good background. And by the way, I just want to let you know, Larry, you just guaranteed, let's see here, what was the total win total last year? Was it 45, I think? Was that it? What'd you guys? Yeah. So
well, I mean,
you just guaranteed 55. That's it. 55. We're putting it in the headlines right now. It's in the headlines.
Larry Harris promises 55.
Raymond Ritter guarantees 55 wins next year.
Well, you know the one guy that's not going to be happy you're going to print that is Steve Kerr.
No, he wouldn't like that at all.
Well, he's too busy overseas, right? He's international right now, right?
Yeah, he's got some pressure on him right now. So, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah.
He's got the whole country watching him. So Larry Harris joining us, kind of celebrating the Warriors schedule release party, October 24th at home. Again, you want to talk about a fun one. I mean, I know the NBA regular season is a bit of a grind, and we're just trying to get to the playoffs, but might as well get a little sizzle right out of the gate. Here comes Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and Devin Booker, and Chris Paul's wearing the jersey opposite of last year. I mean, get your popcorn, right, Larry?
Yeah. You think that's a coincidence? It just worked out.
The NBA, they got a little nose for entertainment, right?
Yeah, right.
Exactly, and on national TV. It just worked out that way. It's amazing. You know, the interesting thing is, I didn't realize this. You know, again, being in the NBA and was in Milwaukee for 20 years, this is the 10th time that the Warriors have opened up against Phoenix, which is, I think it may be the most. You know, you can't quote me on that, but 10 times. I think the interesting part of it is, as I always look at the schedule, there's like 6 things I look at. And the first thing I look at is who do we open with and where do we play? Mm-hmm. So the fact that we're at home, I think, is good. But with KD coming back to the Chase Center for the first time since leaving 4 years ago, I know that we want to do something for him, but I really encourage the fans, and I know they're going to be great, is to just show him as I guess the word that we use today is flowers. I guess that's a term.
That's what they say, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I would say accolades. I'm kind of old school. And the appreciation for what he did for us.
Yeah.
And I know you guys know well what he did and how successful we were with him while he was here. And again, we're not playing tennis or golf, so he didn't play by himself. But what an integral part to the success and the banners that we have. And I know our fans, once the ball goes up, they're probably going to boo him every time he touches it. Hopefully not. But I think the fans, and I know they will be thankful for the time that he was here. And he was great when he was here.
I guess the Kings home opener, I think, is the Warriors. And Larry, I mean, we've all lived long enough now to see the Kings and Warriors become rivals.
It's a thing now.
That was for the last several decades. That was not the case.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's the beam, right? The beam has created this situation.
I mean,
you know what? Rivalries are good. I think we, again, as you look at our conference, I think it's the toughest conference in the NBA. So every time we go up against one of those foes, it's like, it's a 2 for the price of 1. You want to get all the wins you can within your own division. And like I said, I think we have the toughest conference, the Western Conference. I think we have arguably, and I think, and again, I could be biased. I think we have the toughest division in the NBA. So Sacramento, it's always good. I mean, I think the 2 LA teams aren't hard to get up for, at least, in the past. But I think with Sacramento, where they're going and what they've done, and Mike Brown, certainly got to give him all the respect. I mean, 7 games and Steph had to be unbelievable to win that series. So I know this. They're on the schedule. Where before, maybe in the past, people just kind of looked over it, but now it's a real thing. And so we're excited. Unfortunately, our first 7 of our 9 games are on the road, but I think that's going to be a good test for us because, as you guys well know, that we did not start out well last year. But I think I just see a different approach to our players. Maybe the time off. We've had a longer time off than we had, obviously, last year. But I just see a different approach to our team, and that's top to bottom. I think the fans are really going to be excited to see what we have put together. We're certainly not done yet. We probably have another roster spot and a 2-way to add. But I'm excited, and I just want the fans to feel like, hey, you know what? We addressed some of the concerns. We know some of the areas that we needed to improve upon, and I think we did that.
Larry, just before I let you go here, Larry Harris, of course, helping us get ready for the Warriors season. He's the director of the Warriors player personnel. We got the home opener October 24th against Phoenix. The other highlights include Jordan Poole's return on December 22nd. The 12th consecutive Christmas Day game.
That's a hell of a run.
Against the Denver Nuggets.
Nice.
By the way, you want to make sure, doesn't Jokic need to go home for Christmas? Shouldn't he send him home Send him home to Serbia.
Let's export him,
Yeah, it's a Serbia national holiday. He needs to go back. There's a serious horse race going on, and I'm sure he's got some horses.
My God, speaking of horses, Larry, I mean, my God, how about that? Isn't that funny about the draft process? That guy was a late second rounder, right? Pudgy kid.
Yep. Yeah, unbelievable. And again, I think if everybody's true to themselves at that time, I mean, he slipped because of, I mean, you've seen the pictures and stuff like that. It wasn't that he wasn't talented. He just didn't know if he was motivated enough to want to really make basketball a serious thing. And, well, he's made it really serious, and he's really a problem. But I think you guys alluded to it just a few seconds ago, is how prestigious it is and how much of an honor. And that's another thing I look at. Are you playing on Christmas? You'd like to play at home. You don't like to travel with family because it's a holiday thing. But how, again, how special it is, and take nothing for granted. And I think it just says a lot about our players in this organization, that our fans, I mean, we have 477 sellouts going into the season. The fans are excited about it. We're a global brand. People know of us, and there's no fluke that we're on national television 29 times this year. So it's a great testament. I hope we can get number 13 next year. So it's great.
Awesome.
It's great.
Yeah, for sure. That Christmas Day game is at Denver, as Larry said. Last one, Larry, is just kind of totally non-schedule related. Everybody should go to Warriors.com, make Raymond happy, get your tickets for the Warriors, man. And they're all out there. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the schedule. You can get your tickets. Celtics coming to town December 19th, probably Christmas with the green,
That'll be
the
a
whole
good
deal.
one. Yep.
But Dame Lillard on the 23rd, a little Santa's elves with on December 23rd. Hey,
what team do you have him with? What team is he coming with?
Well, I had him with Portland. Am I wrong?
Okay. I don't know.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
We don't know yet.
Dame Fest.
It's like James Harden. We don't know when he's
That's
coming.
true. That one seems. Sure. I feel like it's more certain Harden will be somewhere else than Dame. I feel like Portland might just sit on their hands. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But and by the way, the Miami Heat come to town December 20. I'm on December. They got some good games. Jeez, the Heat, the Celtics. Is Kuminga. I wanted to throw Kuminga at you.
Yeah. So Kuminga.
There were a lot of people who thought once the Jordan Poole move went down, the Warriors are dismantling. They're going to ship all the young guys out. Kuminga's gone next. And no, he's still here unless you guys have a move planned up your sleeve. And I don't know what it matters, but he scored 60 in a little Pro-Am game recently. And I know he went to Africa. I saw his social media. He's just this dude who were like tantalizing as heck. Larry, what do you got?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this. I think that one of the things that we did at the draft and in free agency, we made a conscious effort as we were looking for the best player and best fit and so on and so forth. We could get deep into the weeds of why you chose who you chose in the draft and free agency, the way you went through that. But one of the things that we really concentrated on was trying to give a runway for both Moses and JK, and certainly Jonathan in particular, was just trying to give him a lane and an opportunity to really showcase his talents. I think the fans got to see the last third of the season where he got meaningful minutes prior to the playoffs, that there's something there. The athleticism, the ability to run the floor, the ability to guard basically 1 through 4, ability to get to the rim, can play vertical, which, we need athletes, and he's probably our best athlete, him and Andrew. So I think the fans should, what they will see is, regardless of the 60 points in the Pro-Am, which again, 60 points anywhere, it is an impressive stat, even if they didn't guard anybody. But I think for us, we've seen the growth maturity-wise. His focus is much better. I think that the players are trying to engage him to be great. And when I say that is, just to give you just a little note on like Chris Paul, when he's come here the past couple times and just kind of run up and down and played with our guys, he and JK have connected in the sense that, like, after a play or after a short amount of time on the floor, he'll pull JK aside and say, here's what I'm looking for. Here's what you need to do. I think that tutelage is going to go a long ways. And Chris has been known to do that with young players. And I think that Jonathan's taken to that. And I'm just excited to see his mentality, his approach. It's been great. His body's great. He looks great. And his focus and everything is he's doing it with a purpose. And I think he sees that if you look at our roster and our depth chart, he sees that there's opportunity for minutes to play on this team this coming season.
Man, I like that. CP3 and JK, the friendship of the summer. I like it. All right. Well, listen, really, really good catching up with you, Larry, and enjoy this Bay Air. It's nice and fresh. And we hopefully will see you as the season goes on. And thanks for hopping on.
Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, I certainly will enjoy the work. Thanks for having me on, as always. And I really am excited about this season. I want the fans starting on October 24th. It's going to be entertaining and it's going to be exciting.
Heck yeah.
Tell Raymond, go to Warriors.com. Get your tickets.
We'll be there.
All right, Larry, take care. All the best. Larry Harris. All right, bam. Busy 9 o'clock hour. We got to get out, get a pop in London next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
so strong, girl.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
All right, Paulie. Wow. Big hour with Meckler and Harris, man. I really enjoyed that. We got Johnny back out of Santa Clara.
Fun show today, too.
We plucked him out of Levi's Stadium.
Randy Cross was great. Mike Krukow was great. We got a lot of good stuff.
Down in Atlanta.
She checked in.
We had that Kapler sound from the FP show.
Now I got John Lunt to my right. I got Papa on the screen. Now is Papa, look at him. He's all decked out in Giants. No, is that Niner red? I can't see.
Niner red.
Well, it's game day tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah.
Game day.
What did you take some of those mushrooms? Can't see that red?
I would never admit it on the air, John. You'd have
the
to
Mike
test me.
Tyson mushroom gobble? Was that insane?
Totally.
Holy
Tyson
moly.
on mushrooms. Did you see the amount of mushrooms he shoved down his mouth?
It looked like me eating Captain Crunch back in the day when I was a kid.
That'd keep him incapacitated for like a week.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that, and man, that's a bit.
Well, we found it. You eat that much, don't make any plans for about 4 or 5 days.
Well,
You're not going anywhere.
As he said, 2 things. One, he doesn't feel the punches the next morning. But the heavy-duty bomb where he said, well, this is what we're made of.
Yeah.
This is what we'll return to.
Well,
I was like, whoa, Mike Tyson.
Yeah, blowing my mind, man.
All right, G-Pop, you down there? You ready? Niner Bronco history?
What's
how
up,
many
Greg?
references?
What do you want to know?
How many references to
Jerry
Super Bowl 24?
Jerry
how many
Rice
references?
breaking the tackle of Steve Atwater early in the game.
I like that.
Did you go there?
That was a good one.
How many references to Brent Jones in the Superdome down there?
55-10?
Yeah, 55 to 10.
But it started with JR breaking that tackle on Atwater.
Yeah, Steve
That's the
Atwater
one
could
where it
play
got
now.
going.
He could play.
Atwater was Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, he could play.
He was
Never forget.
Ronnie Lott light, but he was a pretty good player.
Another big night in 49er history, Greg, was 1997 Monday Nighter in December.
The old Mile High.
Yeah.
No. This is
here's the
Candlestick
home
Park
Candlestick,
now.
yeah.
So they
All right.
retired Montana's jersey that night.
You guys are going back to 97?
Well,
That's what I'm doing.
Went back to 90
All right,
first.
Went back to 97.
How about last year's game when we lost by a point? But whatever.
Oh, that was not good.
What
I don't
happened
like
in
that.
97?
That was not good.
Well, so in 97, the same night that they retired Joe Montana's jersey was also the same night that Jerry Rice came back after getting his knee torn up by Warren Sapp in week 1.
Tampa, Mooch's first game.
He scored a touchdown that night, but then he re-aggravated the knee, and that kind of cost the Niners in the playoffs. They lost to Green Bay in the NFC title game that year.
I missed the old Bronco uni and helmet. I missed that.
The orange with
Which
the D?
one?
The D.
So you're not old enough to remember the 60s when they had those ugly stripes.
No.
In
no.
the
I never saw the
AFL,
Orange
in
Crush
the
era.
AFL, they were the worst team in the league by far. They did have the great Floyd Little.
So they were an
out of
AFL
Syracuse.
team, huh? They were.
What are you kidding me?
Well, I
They
did
were
not know.
original AFL
I
team.
did not know that.
They had-
honestly.
look at their one-loss record in the decade of the 60s. And then when they where it all flipped is when they hired Red Miller. And they won Orange Crush for the 77 year.
Yeah, I got to say that the Broncos in the 60s might be the most obscure sports team in U.S. history.
They had the worst. Okay. Wow. Quebec Nordiques.
That's
what do you
U.S.
got on the
U.S. history.
Good one,
U.S.
man.
history.
That's North America.
Yes.
Damn. You're really stretching it there.
And besides hockey, we counting hockey as a big
They had the
three,
great Marlon Briscoe. You know, first African-American quarterback.
Wow.
Was a
That's
Denver
good.
Bronco.
Hey, is Russell Wilson playing tomorrow?
Oh, he's playing. He's going to
Okay.
play the entire first half. The question is...
He loves Levi.
Is Brock Purdy going to play?
According to Tolbert and Copes, a series or two.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
What did he say?
He said he was going to assess it after practice and look at it this morning. Look, they're going. I'm going to go watch walkthrough at 11 o'clock. So we'll see by then. So I think they're determining it right now if he's going to play a series or two. He may not. If he does it in this game, more than likely he'll play against the Chargers a week from today.
All right, boys.
You guys got it. Take
That's
it away.
Have
Johnny.
a great weekend,
Carl
Greg.
Mecklenburger.
That one I remember, but that wasn't the
yeah.
60s.
You don't remember? No, he was a 70s guy. He was the first elephant.
Yeah. Craig Morton out of Cal.
Craig Morton out
Now
of
they're in the
Cal.
Pac-4, Cal.
Yeah.
All right, hand it over. Paul, have a great weekend.
You too, buddy.
Papa,
Fly
we'll
safe.
be listening
Have
to
a
your
good show,
call,
boys.
buddy. We will
Cheers,
be
y'all.
listening
All right,
to your
man. You're
call.
not coming to the game? Come to the game.
No, I'll
5:30
be in
tomorrow night.
Seattle, actually, in Russ Wilson's old town. So I'll give you a scouting report
Going
on
to
the
the
Hawks.
gum wall? Go to the gum wall.
I'll let you know. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's a pool party when the baddies in the building.
The fungus is what we made out of. We're made out of this.
Yeah.
When we die, we turn into mushroom. We
It's all
turn into fungus.
stardust.
Yeah.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, we plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here, so I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
Yes, happy Friday. Hope you are doing tremendous. We got a lot of great sound today. Kyle Shanahan was with Murph and Mac yesterday. Farhan was with Murph and Mac. Gabe Kapler addressed our situation. We talked to Danny Emmerman. It was a great job for us at KNBR.com covering the Giants. Gabe Kapler addressed that like we thought he would. So we have a ton to get to today. Obviously, a game tomorrow at home, Levi's Stadium, against the Broncos to address, and the Braves and the Giants, as they got 3 against the Braves, 3 against the Phillies, and then they come home for the Braves again. So 6 of last night against the best team in baseball. We have a ton to get to. Happy Friday. We'll erect a poll as well. Good morning, my friend.
Erect a poll?
Yes.
What's it on?
Friday.
Spencer Strider and his porn stash?
Best
and
mustache?
By the way, watch when he pitches tonight. He opens up, he shoots each leg outward and opens up. I mean, the guy with the porn stash, he's ready to roll here. And he's got thick legs. He looks like modern-day Tom Seaver meets Roger Clemens meets Nolan Ryan. So just keep an eye on our guy with the porn stash, John. He could be a porn star from head to toe. There's no doubt.
Plus the offense. I mean, I was studying them up a little bit today. I mean, it is just amazing. They probably have, 5 or 6 guys who get at 30 home runs. I don't think our guy Sean Murphy will get there. He's got 20. So
how many can hit 40?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few, but right now Olsen's got 43, and then the second one is at 29, and then you got Acuna at 27, and Austin Riley, and all these different guys, and Ozuna's in there with 24. I mean, this team right now, I think they could get, not Murphy, but they could get 5 to 30 certainly. Olsen 43, Riley 29, Albies 28, Acuna Jr. 27, Osuna 24, and Murphy at 20. And by the way, the Braves or the Giants haven't had a 30-plus since Bonds in 2004. So think about that. They got 5 guys who are probably going to do it this year. If Murphy got hot, maybe they could potentially get up to 6, and the Giants haven't had one since 2004. And I know it's tough to hit the ball out of this park.
Brandon Belt got close. He got 29. Hunter Pence got close. Pablo had close. Yeah, we've been following that stat forever. And Ozzie Albies is out. He went on the IL. So a little bit of a relaxation in that spot, but really top to bottom, there is not a hole in this lineup. It is exhausting. And Alex Cobb and Logan Webb, the new ballpark, Sean, are they in Cobb County now? I think they have left Fulton County, and they're in Cobb County, right?
Yes.
Where they are, Truist Park. So Alex Cobb in a county named after himself. Let's see if he can keep the ball in the county to give out this lineup. But we'll talk to Bags at 10:50 and break it down. It's obviously going to be a critical series. Then go to Philadelphia. We might see Michael Lorenz in there. He's pitching tonight. We'll see how it lines up. But you got Strider today. And Max Fried, who's been on the IL, he pitched his first home game. And going back to Cinco de Mayo, his last start. And between the two of them, and, Strider will be nothing but fastballs. Just put the ball in play and try to stay alive. So they're going to have to score and then get the pitching from their top 2 guys before they go opener on Sunday. So I'm at Levi's. You are in the city today. You didn't come see me down here.
Yeah, I was in the city. I have a business in the city today.
Sure you do. You and Mike Tyson.
Yeah, exactly. And I got to steer clear of those driverless cars, which we spoke of yesterday. Of people are having sex in them now, and now they're hitting emergency vehicles and not stopping for the emergency vehicles.
While they're having sex?
That's a problem. That would be kind of jarring, wouldn't it?
Have you ever
get hit by a fire truck?
Driven in an automatic drive car?
I have not.
Tried one? Try one.
I will. I would.
Try mine. Tessie's here. You want to borrow Tessie for your business?
Well, what I think is interesting is that you were a bit when that thing first got going, but now you're a little bit more apprehensive.
No, that's not.
Because you've learned.
No. That's not it. That's not what I'm saying. No, you misinterpreted what I'm saying. I am fully aware of all of it. When I first got it, it was weird. It took me like an hour, and then I used it all the time. I know the rules. You don't, in the right-hand lane, if you're on the highway and there's an exit coming, the car follows the guidelines of the boundary. You don't want to be in that lane. It's going to move, and you're going to lose it for a second. So that's why I don't know how Cruise and the completely driverless cars work. I haven't been in one, but I know how the Tesla, and they were the first ones to do it, and you got a other ones. So, no, I fully embrace it. I use it all the time. It's just you asked me a question when I hop in the back seat, either by myself,
exactly,
Pee-wee, or a partner, or whatever it would be, John,
Right.
usually by myself.
Yeah.
That's a different deal because I know, I mean, is the technology different when you're in the right-hand lane? And I wouldn't use it on the surface roads. I don't trust it around stoplights and stop signs, but maybe it must be better because there's nobody in the car at all to even take over. I mean, the car I have, if you don't touch the steering wheel every 60 seconds, it shuts off on you.
Right. I have a general philosophy, which is I'll let other people work out the kinks. So there's other people that, I don't know whether it be technology or anything else, and they get in line and they want to be first, and that's fine. I don't need to be first, especially when it's a driverless car that's getting hit by fire trucks because it doesn't know that it's a green light to me, and it goes right through the thing.
I have a general
I'll wait for a minute.
philosophy. If I'm going to be killed, I'm going to do it by my own choice and things that I ingest in my life. Whatever it is that kills me, if it's my fault, then I died. If it's something that I don't trust technologically, then I ain't going to die that way. That's my general rule.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. All right, we'll get to a ton of stuff today. We have a tremendous guest list as always. Bags is going to join us at 10:50. I don't know if you saw his piece today. It is outstanding about how the Giants stole a relief pitcher literally by ambulance chasing from the Dodgers and how pissed the Dodgers got about this whole thing. And that said pitcher is almost
Blake
ready
Trinan?
to contribute. Not Blake Trinan, but this is a great story. And this is why the guys at The Athletic do such a good job, but this is why I like, it's certain things about technology you don't like, certain things you do. But it used to be that a guy covering the Giants who was considered a beat guy would just write about the game, right? And Bags is able to, and a lot of the guys nowadays are able to just kind of write whatever it is that's great. And so it's just a great piece that Bags wrote. We'll talk about him, obviously, about the Giants, but this is a neat piece. We'll do that at 10:50. Jeff Legwold's going to join us. Jeff is great. He does basically what our good friend Nick Wagner does for ESPN for the 49ers. He is the Broncos version of that, ESPN senior writer. He's going to join us as well. You got a chance to talk to Ambry Thomas, who's having a I don't know, what would you call his camp? Just a bounce-back camp, right?
Well, he had a good rookie year, obviously. Got some playing time late in the year and had the big interception against Matthew Stafford in the final game on January 9th to seal the playoff win. They went at him in the playoffs. I mean, that NFC Championship game, how many bubble screens did they throw at Ambry Thomas? It was incessant. But he rallied up and made the tackle. But then he kind of slid back a little bit last year. A very honest assessment. We spoke to Ambry this morning. Got him out just in time to make the special teams meeting. Got him out by 2 minutes in time. I don't want to get him fined. And he is on teams. And the bottom line is Isaiah Oliver, we've been talking about it throughout training camp. I don't see the change of direction in him. I didn't see it in Atlanta last year. 49ers played him. He intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo, but it was more of a safety position. He plays that nickel spot, and Steve Wilkes calls it the Buffalo when they go big nickel, where he's kind of like a light linebacker. It's a big nickel. But you get into a 3rd and 7, and the threat of the run is away, and you want him matching up with Cooper Kupp? I don't know if you want that. So what they're doing is experimenting, moving everybody inside. A.J. Parker can certainly play it. He had some good snaps in Detroit a few years ago, intercepted Baker Mayfield. But they're starting to look at Diamador Lenore, Demo moving back inside. Sam Womack can go in there as well. But if Demo takes over as the nickel, then that opens up the opposite corner to Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man, John, and that could be Ambry Thomas. And I thought one of the key things for him is just being more physical. This last year in Michigan, he opted out during the pandemic year. He just needed to get in the weight room more. And one of the big plays in the game, and the NFL Network is good enough to replay 49ers and Raiders from Sunday right now. Thank you. But early second quarter, he made a play in a 4th and 1 where he came down from a tight defensive formation. Steve Wilkes called it really tight, brought everybody in, knowing it's going to be something. He went to Zamir White, the back, and he was able to come down and make the tackle. So we'll hear from Ambry. I think in the 11 o'clock hour, John, 49ers have walkthrough today from 10:50 to about 11:30. So while you're talking to Bags, and then we'll roll the Ambry interview right after that, I think I'm going to duck out and see what they're going to do tomorrow night.
Sounds good. And here's the thing, too, is and we talked about this, they thought they had to address maybe that nickel position, but like you said, it's such an important position, and I'm reading about a lot of teams throughout the league that are kind of dealing with this, who's inside, who's outside, and, it's ironic because playing the Broncos this weekend, K'Wan Williams, who I believe wears number 8 for the Broncos, for years was like, okay, we've got the perfect guy inside. We don't have to really worry about it. But it's such a huge position now. It's on the field 2/3 for some teams, even more amount of the time. And in the Niners scheme, coming up and blitzing and stopping run, and guys in the slot like Cooper Kupp now in Seattle, what they've got with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they'll put Lockett in there as well. The Cardinals, they're not a very good team, but they have some really quick, fast slot receivers. So those are the teams you're going to be playing and have to beat in the division. And they'll have really good slot receivers. Running game, you got to come up, and there's a lot for the nickel to do. So you want to have a great guy outside, there's no question, but that nickel is a huge position that I don't think enough people talk about.
Totes. I mean, K'Wan Williams, John, is 5'9". Isaiah Oliver is 6'2". And then last year when K'Wan was gone, it's the second year in Denver, Jimmy Ward did it, and Jimmy was a safety who could play all over the field. And oftentimes, even when you had Jimmy Ward and K'Wan on the field together, they would bring Jimmy down and third down, man up against Cooper Kupp. He was good at it. So, and K'Wan, the thing about him, 5'9", but he had the short area quickness being a smaller player. And then they love that shark blitz. Kyle called him Shark, going back to his days in Cleveland when they were together early in his career when he first broke into the NFL as an undrafted free agent in a pit. They blitz him a lot, and he was a really good blitzer. He forced a lot of fumbles. So Isaiah Oliver can blitz. He can do that. It's the short area, change of direction. So you may see the 49ers use 2 different nickels. You could also, with the 3 safeties, you could bring one of the safeties down in some scenarios. So, but the point with Ambry Thomas is he's starting to light one off. He had a great offseason. And if they do move Demo Lenore inside, say your base is Charvarius Ward on one side, Demo on the other. And then when you go into the nickel, you just bump Demo inside, and you could bring in someone like Ambry Thomas to play outside.
All right, we got a ton to get to on the 49ers. We will absolutely look at things to watch on Saturday, plus what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. Will Brock Purdy play? That's a smart thing to do. We'll get into that conversation as well. Tons of Giants to get to. Still more on the Warriors' schedule. But coming up next, Gabe Kapler, give him a ton of credit, went on with FP last night and addressed the situation we talked about at the beginning of the show yesterday. Danny Emmerman, and I thought Gabe might come to this conclusion. We'll tell you what it is next, and you'll hear it only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Will he or won't he play? That is the question, or one of many. Kyle Shanahan went on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Brock Purdy may play in the game tomorrow against the Broncos. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app. Hey, it's a big national sales event going on right now with my good friends at Modesto Toyota. It's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. And there are cars, SUVs, and trucks. They arrive every single day. In fact, I was there 3 days ago. I was out at Modesto Toyota picking up a brand new 2023 RAV4 Hybrid. It's white with the black wheels. It is an awesome vehicle. I'm stoked. And that's exactly what I did. Went online, checked out the cars, SUVs, and trucks. Of course, the SUV is what I went with. And I checked them out. I got no dealer markup, which was awesome. I reserved it, got all the bells and whistles that I wanted. And it was, as always, an awesome experience with Modesto Toyota. They've been family-owned and operated since 1965. You love it because they know how to treat you. They've been in business a long time. You drive off the lot, as I did on Wednesday, and you feel great because you know they're going to be there because they've been there since 1965. They take care of you, the customer. Now, that means, as it was with me, getting you a great deal on the very best price and, of course, great customer service. And right now is a great time because it's the big national sales event. So go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. I saw them, the big trucks. They're loaded with new Toyotas. So come get yours with no dealer markup. Now's the time to get that great deal, just like it was for me at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas. Just told you that. Where I got my son's Toyota. Check them out right now. Reserve yours at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has like 4 career pinch hit at-bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
All right, so that's the short version. We played this for you exactly 24 hours ago. Then we had Danny Emmerman on yesterday at 10:30, and he thoughtfully discussed the whole situation. He certainly did not want to make it about him. And then Gabe, and I give him credit, and I think you and I talked about this, that he would probably at some point, and I don't know who reached out to who. I don't know if FP reached out to have him on the show, or if the Giants did, or if Gabe did, or whatever the case may be. But then Gabe was on last night after that interaction and clarified and apologized to Danny. Here's what Gabe Kapler said with FP last night on KNBR Tonight.
Danny and I do have a good relationship, and he sent me a text message today kind of to talk through things, and I was planning on talking to him in person, but he initiated via text, which is great. And, you know, I basically told him that I've been around a lot of beat writers. You have too, FP, but I'm talking about the crew in Boston when I played, the crew in Detroit, like some tough, good quality beat writers. Obviously, the writers in Philly and the writers here in San Francisco, as well as LA. I've developed relationships with them. I've maintained relationships with them. And Danny is as thoughtful and as aware and as fair as any writer I've been around. And it's amazing because he's doing this at a really early stage in his career. And, you know, I think he's both finding his way, but also like asking the tough question, asking the challenging question, you know, as you saw in the scrum. And it's with respect to how I reacted, I think I just reacted like a guy that had just come off a game where his team got beat up pretty good by the Tampa Bay Rays, and you know, probably a little less patient than I could have been. And I told Danny that, and can always be a little bit more patient in those interactions. And
there's another part to it. I don't know if we have this part because it's my favorite part. So Danny, tell me if we have the part about the ribs. That's the only other part I wanted to hear because I wanted to discuss that. But we can
eating ribs or ribs on his body.
Eating ribs because I guess he came to a conclusion. I'll just read it. He says, if I had to do the interaction all over after my day of filling my belly with ribs and going down to the river. Do we have that one? Okay, let's play that and then we'll discuss. Yeah, I don't know what river he went down to, but clearly. Do we have that part of it?
Are they in Buckhead? Where are they?
You know, that if I had the interaction to do all over after my day of filling my belly with ribs and going down to the river, I might have just said we look at a couple of things when we make those decisions. You know, the first thing is the leverage of the situation, how important it is in the context of the game. The second is who the batter is that's walking up to the plate, and third, the pinch hitters that you have available. And
okay, so yeah, point
he was
is
angry.
That, yeah,
when he just got his ass kicked, right. He was angry.
Yeah, and I think that's what we said yesterday. Is just there's a frustrated guy, and Danny happened to be standing there, and that was kind of what happened.
All right, first of all, we talked about this yesterday. This is so not unusual. You know, when you can talk to Bags when he comes down at 10:50, John, and get into it. Bags has been in clubhouses going. He covered the Angels. Mike Scioscia. Joe Madden was the bench coach then, and Bud Black was the pitching coach. You know, go back to when they won the World Series in the early 2000s. And, you know, if they brought cameras, and there was some cameras, but everybody's rolling, you know, their phone. When Tony La Russa was the A's manager, there were so many interactions just like that. Or Tony, and you know, he would be even, but he would turn it around and get a little snippy, or Tony's Italian temper would blow and he'd flip the spread or something. So I think we're, in some degree, making a little bit too much of this, and he handled it well. By and large, he's been cooperative, but I think it speaks to a bigger issue. And I don't know if you saw John Shea today in the Chronicle. John wrote a big piece about this, about Gabe, and it's kind of a public referendum on him. And I just texted Shea, and I said, did you talk to him after the Emmerman situation or before? And he said, Wednesday morning. So all these quotes were before, well, what happened with Danny. And the point was how he's under pressure and social media. And John went through and detailed the whole week. I think this is not just the Tampa Bay series, John. It's the return of Bochy and the way Bochy got the love, the way Texas beat him 2 out of 3, the way he had all the right-handed hitters in against Andrew Heaney, and then was he sick? He had the crud, and Boch flips it and goes to a righty, and he kind of capped, and out Farhan, and they got lucky with the Bailey walk-off. There was some, taking Webb out and getting booed, and Camilo Duvall, the whole thing. And John details it day by day, starting with Friday all the way through Wednesday. But this was before the minor snappage on Emmerman. And Cap said, I've done this for a long time now. I've done it in some pretty tough environments. And he's, obviously managing the Phillies for a couple of years. I have thick skin because he grew up in a baseball clubhouse. He was talking about how Danny Emmerman is a young guy on the beat. Cap started playing pro ball when he was 19. And he's kind of, immune to it. You have to be that way. So but I think it speaks to a larger issue here. And you may want to get into it with Bags at 10:50, John. Greg Johnson's been clear. They want to pick up Farhan's option and then extend him. Do you extend Gabe Kapler's contract? Do you make them like terms? What do you do there? If Farhan gets an extension, he's the one that hired Cap. You've had up and down success. The 21 season was amazing. Last year, 500. And the Dodgers Austin Barnes hits a home run last night.
They've won 15 of 16.
11 in a row. 15 of 16 since the trading deadline. And everybody laughed about Lance Lynn. He's a proven guy, getting Joe Kelly back, all these right-handed hitters, Rosario and Kike Hernandez. They just don't. You are 11 in the loss column behind them and 10.5 overall.
It's over.
So it's not over yet, but it's looking, you got them 7 more times. You're putting yourself up against the wall. When you beat them by a game in 21, you had to win every single night. The Dodgers are winning every single night, and you're not. Obviously, it's a bad funk right now, and then they have to go to Atlanta. So if this year does not go well and they fall completely out of the playoffs, and I think between now and September the 6th, they're certainly since Labor Day may determine their fate, they may not have time to come back in September. What do you do with Gabe Kapler long run? And if you ask the fan base, we have a Danny Big Bowl. Maybe we shouldn't do that today. Wait till it's over. But, what Shea's writing about in Bags, will get into it. I think it's the return of Bochy, and all of a sudden we have a big question mark with the guy who was the National League Manager of the Year just a couple of years ago.
And you bring up a great point in that regard. Wasn't George Karl fired after he lost to the Warriors? Coach of the year,
Coach of the year,
Manager of the
Best
Year.
one-loss record in the history of the Denver Nuggets.
It just doesn't mean a whole lot. But, look, they can do whatever they want. They own the team. But outside of 21, which you got to put that in there, 107 and 55, but you lost in the first round of the Dodgers. Other than that, 19 no playoffs, 20 no playoffs, 22 no playoffs. And right now they're at a critical juncture, which is why we're talking about this, because it's not, as you said, it's not so much to me the interaction between Gabe and Danny. It's what it showed, which is Gabe Kapler, who is pretty unflappable, showed cracks in the armor. That's exactly what happened. And he's all of a sudden you're looking at the Braves in 6 of the last 9, and you're basically in a dead heat in the National League. That's what's going on right now. You have the toughest schedule in the next 2 weeks, and you got the best team in baseball now for 3, then the Phillies, and then the Braves again. And it's going to be really tough. And if they don't pull out of this tailspin, especially offensively, and now that the opener has lost 6 of their last 7, which was their great elixir, all of a sudden you find yourself out of the playoffs again. And if that's the case, I don't think anybody deserves an extension. How can you go through 5 years, make the playoffs once? I'm of the opinion that the Giants, and again, they're not going to financially spend like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, et-cetera, but that should be the goal. So if
Greg Johnson told Susan they're not.
Well,
he said we're not going to go heavily over the CBT
and that's okay.
line.
But this is a major market team, and if a major market team wasn't in the playoffs for 4 of the last 5 years, if that happened with the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, any of those teams, and I think that should be the comp. I know it's not financially, but you should be in the playoffs, especially with an extra playoff team. There's no excuse for that. And if you haven't been in the playoffs for 4 of the 5 years of this regime led by Farhan, how does anybody get an extension?
Well, Boch managed his first year in 19. Cap came in 20. And that was a weird year. You're 1 hit away, playing a 60-game pandemic-reduced season, and one Austin Slater hit at the end of the year, and you're in, and Milwaukee's out. and then the 107, and last year 81 and 81, and this year they're 64 and 57. I mean, since the 10-game winning streak, they're 7 over, so they're under 500. They've just been incredibly streaky. So I hear you. I mean, are Farhan and Gabe tied together would be the question. They want to pick up his option and extend Farhan. They're on the record as saying that. Does that mean that they sign Gabe Kapler to an extension, and would it be like length that they sign Farhan? I mean, Farhan gets to pick the manager. He's the one that picked Cap and ushered Bochy out after 1 year. So I think they're going to bring Farhan back. They've said that publicly, but in light of what the last week or so, and you don't want to overreact, what's their position on it? And then if it gets worse, I mean, they're streaky. But how are they going to pull out of this against these teams? You got Atlanta, and you got Strider, and then Freed, and then you go to Philadelphia. Who are you going to see in Philly with their starters and their offense that come back for Atlanta, and we've in Cincinnati, and the whole deal? So if they do not make the playoffs this year, don't make any of the 3 wild card spots, what is Farhan? He's the one they're going to pick up the option, so I guess he would make the call. And then how involved is Buster? You think it's curious that Buster's just moving back to the Bay Area? Why did he come back to the Bay Area? Is he coming back because ownership wants him to come back?
That's a great point. Plus, look, if I look at the National League, if I was the owners of the Giants and I looked at this wild card chase, you're at 56 losses, the Marlins at 58, Cubs at 58, Reds at 59, Diamondbacks at 60. So you're obviously in the dead heat of this thing. Phillies at 55. If they're not one of the teams that makes the playoffs, the American League's really, really good. The Braves and the Dodgers are really good in the National League. Outside of that, there's not great teams. You need to make the playoffs. And then the other thing, too, is, again, as they're sitting around that table and they're thinking about the extension of Farhan, and I like Farhan. I'm probably in the minority of that. I'm probably going to get hate mail, but I like Farhan. But the thing is that even though it's good in retrospect, they didn't sign Correa, and Aaron Judge has been hurt and all these different things, they haven't been able to sign that big bat. They haven't been able to get some things done. He's going to come under scrutiny for not making moves at the deadline. They didn't get a starter. They didn't get a bat, even though in July they were by far the worst offensive team in baseball. So I like Farhan. I like what they're building. But you look at this whole thing, and there's blame if they don't make the playoffs. They should make the playoffs in the National League at the very least.
I think I know why you're in the city.
Why?
Gold Bar Whiskey just dropped off some product for me.
They did?
That's what I hear.
Now, if I knew that, I would be with you.
Well, are you coming to the game? I'm also being told Holder's going to bring it to Levi's tomorrow.
Oh,
how many empty bottles of Gold Bar will be in that case? And I'd feel more comfortable with you doing it, John.
I do. I would too. I'm much more trustworthy.
He's not a whiskey drinker.
No, he drinks beer.
If it was craft beer, he drinks.
Now
beer.
Wait a second. As you said that, what was that thing that just got rolled in there? Seriously, Holler is with somebody, and they just rolled a bunch of stuff into his office.
The official whiskey of the 49ers, John.
So are you going
send a bottle to Cap and invite him on our show?
You know what I'm going to do next time? You know what? I am going to take a bottle of that. I'm going to see if I can do a trade. He's got a bunch of good whiskey.
We should do next time we're on the patio on the 30th.
Let's go in there.
Before we go hang with Barbara and Mary Jane and do bloodies and Jameson shots. Let's bring him a bottle of Gold Bar and go talk to Cap. Maybe
do a shot and relax a little bit.
Well, not pregame, but maybe right after the game.
Wouldn't hurt.
Maybe we need to have a little quality time with him.
That's a good idea. All right, I am going to check on this because now, are you getting yours delivered to you, or do I need to bring it down to you?
They brought it there.
Oh, they did. Yeah, that's what it is. Holler's talking to somebody.
Because I'm in that studio in San Francisco so often, they deliver it there.
There's a big. They just wheeled something. He's holding it up now. He's hearing us.
To everybody in
okay,
the studio.
I'll bring it down
Danny
to you.
Gets one, Walter.
Okay, you trust me to take your booze?
Yeah, I totally trust you.
All right.
Way more than Holder.
Yeah, I know.
Although when Derek gets in, maybe give it to Derek.
Oh, give it to Derek? I'm not giving anything to Derek. That ain't making it to you if I give it to Derek. There's no chance. I mean, it's 50-50 whether you get it from me.
Problem is, you're coming to Levi's tomorrow. Holder's coming to Levi's tomorrow. Ain't no way in hell Derek's coming to watch the Niners against the Broncos.
That's a good point. His two least favorite teams.
That's a game the Raider fans don't like.
That's a good point. All right, Bags in about 20 minutes to discuss. Plus, get caught up before we talk to him because he's got a great piece on a reliever that the Giants stole by basically ambulance chasing
Evan Phillips. Did they steal him?
No, they didn't steal Evan Phillips. They did not steal
I thought
Blake
he was going to give
Trinan.
it up last night, Jan.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought Austin Barnes hitting his first home run of the year.
And I got to give it up to Nomar. Did you see that in the pregame? Nomar said he was going to do that.
Was Austin Barnes,
Yeah.
and then they had a camera shot of him, and he's shooting his arrow. He got all Garcia.
Lucky.
When was he a Dodger?
Yeah, really, for like a minute. Jeez, now he's all loving him. All right,
Ramon. Nomar backwards.
Oh, jeez, that's ridiculous. All right, we will get into some Niners. We'll start previewing that one. By the way, guest list is awesome today. We got a lot of NFL and Major League Baseball stuff. We did say that we're going to talk to our good friend Andrew Baggarly at 10:50, and his latest piece is great. But Jeff Legwold's going to join us, Ambry Thomas, who you spoke with, Matt Maiocco, Adam Rank from NFL Network. So we got a lot of NFL after that. But we'll talk to Bags in about 15 about the plight of the Giants as they got the Braves for 6 of the last 9, plus his latest piece, which is awesome. I'll do it all next on the Sports Leader.
Fire and smoke.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, what's happening? Your good friend John Lund here. I can see again. It is it's a big deal to me because you got to be able to see, right? It's kind of a big deal, and I say that it's life-changing, and people say, come on, dude. It is life-changing. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, I had CLR. Now, it's called custom lens replacement, and it was right for me, but they do all sorts of procedures. So you need to go in to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and see what is going to work best for you. Now, CLR worked for me. It worked for Greg Papa. It has been absolutely awesome. I can see near. I can see far. I don't need glasses when I go into a restaurant and it's dark to read a menu. I don't need to turn my light on with my iPhone. I can drive down the road and look at my instruments and then look up and I can actually see. I don't need to play a game with my glasses. It is absolutely awesome. It is life-changing. I say that all the time. And it's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a simple procedure. It is quick. A lot of people I've talked to, too, were like, well, it's your eyes. You don't want to mess with that. I'm telling you, it is awesome. And like I said, if CLR is not right for you, which it was for me, it was for Greg Papa, who's seeing great as well, there's other procedures that the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley does that are going to help you as well. So give them a call today and get that free consultation. Absolutely 100% free consultation. So you got nothing to lose. It is awesome. Options for modern vision correction that are now available. I'm telling you, it is absolutely great. So if your eyes are giving you trouble like mine, we'll pick up the phone. It's 877-GET-2020 to schedule that free consultation. Again, free consultation at 877-GET-2020. For more information, visit them online right now at BayArea2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Ooh, an oldie but a goodie here on a Friday.
Because the sailors say brandy.
Wow.
No, they don't.
Look at all that stuff.
The sailors say Gold Bar Whiskey, the official whiskey of the 49ers.
If you are on YouTube or Twitch, you can see all the Gold Bar that I've got in front of me.
How many bottles you got, John?
Well, here's what's funny. I got
Looking glass.
I got 5 in front of me, and then I had 3 little mini bottles.
How many were in the case total when they were delivered?
I don't know, because Holler just brought them in, so he probably stole some. But I know what he did steal is I had little mini bottles of the Gold Bar that look like bars of gold.
Oh, I know.
I was just going to shoot those just for fun. But
that's a San Francisco-based company, by the way, Gold Bar Whiskey.
I think Holler took the
Have you been to the Gold Bar at Levi's, John?
Yeah.
Up the escalator on top there?
I've got a Gold Bar right here. Man, these are nice, man. These got to be the nicest looking bottles in whiskey right now.
They are.
No offense to Steph Curry. I've not seen the bottle of his.
Now, his is bourbon.
Yeah.
No different.
This is nice. I got to try that, though. But anyway, there you go. There are the Gold Bar whiskeys, which probably have a 50% chance of making it down to you at Levi's.
It's all right.
I will make sure they get down to you.
Now, give it to the staff. Let them enjoy.
Yeah. But you need it for your golden tones. I mean, not that you're going to swallow it or anything. It's just, you gargle with it.
I think every Brock Purdy touchdown pass he throws tomorrow night, John, will do a shot of Gold Bar whiskey. You want that?
that he throws in a preseason game. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night. Only tomorrow night. Yeah.
What if he doesn't play? Then does it transfer to Sam Darnold?
Everyone that Sam Darnold throws.
There you go. Yeah. Absolutely. Good stuff, man. There's a lot. I was thinking about this today, and we're going to have Matt Maiocco on later on in the show, 12:30, about what we're going to be looking for. But, and I don't know if Brock is going to play or not, but obviously the quarterbacks, we talked about the nickel situation, the depth on the offensive line, which was tested against the Raiders last week, pass rushers without Nick Bosa. I mean, there's a ton on the agenda for preseason game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm going to go out. I'm going to leave you in bags alone, and then we'll play my Ambry Thomas interview, so you'll be in good hands, and I'll come back about 11:30. They're doing special teams walkthrough in about 6 minutes, and then offense, defense at 11. So the issue to play Brock, Sean Payton is going to play his guys, and his defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph, you don't want him to have the time of his life on Saturday night. So they're going to play. They're going to play Randy Gregory. I don't know if they're going to play Frank Clark, Nick Benito, the young pass rusher out of Oklahoma, looked good against Arizona. DJ Jones is out with a concussion. Zach Allen will play, I think, a little bit. The former Arizona Cardinal was with Vance Joseph in Arizona when he was the DC, and, of course, the former Bronco head coach. So my point is, if you put Brock Purdy out there, and they've got guys that are coming to get the quarterback, like Randy Gregory, does that mean Trent Williams has to play?
That was the exact thing on my mind. Does
that mean
really
Colton McKivitz plays? Maybe you play, and this is different. Go back to the first preseason game last year against Green Bay. They did not have any joint practices going into that. McGlinchey did start that game at right tackle. Burford, Brendel, Banks, all, just new starters. Trent did not play, but the other 4 did. So would you make a deal with Sean Payton?
Don't touch my quarterback?
Well, don't blitz him over if I don't play Trent. I don't know how you would do it. So basically, and go back to Sean Payton. Remember the 2011 preseason game? 49ers in New Orleans. And Greg Bountygate Williams was the DC then. And Alex Smith was talking about this with Matt Barrows the other day. They gave him, apparently Harbaugh did not return Sean Payton's phone call. A lot of times coaches will set it up on how you want to play the game. You're going to blitz this game, right. You're not going to blitz. Some guys don't give a damn, and they're just going to blitz. They're just going to do their thing. In any event, Harbaugh apparently didn't call Sean Payton back.
I remember that.
Payton was mad, so he told Greg Williams, do whatever the hell you want, and they gave him cover 0 blitzes the whole game, and Alex got obliterated. This is the same Sean Payton.
That was their first preseason game, right, that year? I remember that.
Yeah, I was like, it was bad. So usually in the old days, you didn't blitz, but that's all we're seeing. Arizona last Friday against Denver, on the 4th down touchdown pass to Jerry Jeudy, That was a flat cover zero. They were cover zero, no safety in the middle of the field. They brought all three linebackers,
Philly last
the
night.
Sam,
Philly
the Will,
against-
the Mike.
Yeah,
Philly
last
does.
night
A lot
did
of
against
coaches
Cleveland.
think Steve Wilkes is not going to blitz much, he told me. Coaches feel like you need to, if you want to be a good blitzing team, you got to practice to blitz. Wilkes thinks he can call it up. He does not want to give it away. But the point is, if Brock plays, that's fine. But do you have to worry about Randy Gregory with those long arms coming around the edge and, getting at him, maybe the elbow again and all that? So do you play Trent Williams? Do you play McKivitz, Burford, Brendel, Banks? I think it's tied together whether or not Brock plays tonight, how much of the first-team offensive line. If he's out there for 2 series, do you want the first-team offensive line to be out there 2 series as well?
Well, let me ask you this, because we're on the same page on this. It's all about Trent Williams. If Trent's going to protect him and McKivitz is going to protect him, you're going to play the first-team offensive line, then he can play. If not, then he can't, at least in my mind. But it all comes back to injuries, to me. Is 2 series worth potential injury? And I know that it's a low percentage, but again, if Brock gets hurt, then we're back to the 2 and the 3 quarterback, and it greatly alters your season. So is 2 series, and I know he didn't throw all off season, all these kind of things, so it would help to have him play. But is it worth the injury risk to play 2 series?
Well, they could get hurt in practice. They can get hurt in a team meeting. Devontae Adams got hurt in a joint practice. So did Oren Burks on the same play where he and Ward sandwiched Devontae. Oren Burks hit his posterior cruciate ligament. He's out now. So
but I go back to Trent Green and Kurt Warner, right? Trent Green got hurt in the preseason, and that opened the door for Kurt Warner, and the rest is history.
Well, they get hurt sometimes, John.
Yeah.
They're playing football. But he also needs reps to play. He's going to play. If he doesn't play this game, he's going to play against the Chargers. Brock Purdy will play. He wants to play. He needs to play. He didn't, we talk about Trey and, his limited, resume as far as throwing. Brock's a young guy. He played a lot at Iowa State, but this is not Iowa State. It's the NFL. He still needs room to grow. He needs to rep with his guys. So the point is he may play a couple of series tomorrow night. He may not. But I think against the Chargers, you will see him play maybe the entire first quarter of them. Again, that'll be a week from tonight on Friday.
All right, we're going to go from football. We'll get right back to football. We'll get a ton of different things today. Like I said, Jeff Legwold's going to join us, covers the Broncos for ESPN. Matt Maiocco is going to join us at 12:30. Adam Rank from NFL Network. So we got a ton of football. We will preview this game tomorrow night at Levi's Stadium. But first, let's talk to Andrew Baggarly. He has a great piece out right now that is required reading for you to check out before we talk to Bag. So you got a few minutes. By the way, the reliever's name is Darian Nunez. And he had Tommy John surgery, and he was a Dodger. The Dodgers thought procedurally they were going to release him and then sign him back, but the Giants jumped in. They ambulance chased and they grabbed this guy. They rehabbed him for 2 years, and he's on the verge of being able to pitch for them now. And apparently, as Bag's piece points out, the Dodgers were quote-unquote pissed that Farhan did this, but he knows the rules, and there is no dumpster that he will not dive into. But this one could pay off. We'll get into Bags. Obviously, all the thoughts about the Giants and what's going on right now as they head out to Atlanta for 6 of the next 9 games. Of course, home and home against Atlanta and the Phillies in there between, and a tough schedule the rest of the way for August. Gabe Kapler showing a little bit of cracks in the armor a little bit, getting a little frustrated. So we'll get into all those things, but his piece is great. The latest, we'll talk to Bags about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The leverage of the situation, how important it is in the context of the game. The second is who the batter is that's walking up to the plate. And third, the pinch hitters that you have available. And thought Slater was a good guy to take down that moment. As simple as that.
Thanks for joining us. That was Gabe Kapler talking about his interaction with with Danny, who was on yesterday, by the way. Does a great job covering the Giants and was on with FP last night. So Danny Emmerman, of course, does a great job covering the Giants. Also, of course, our good friend Andrew Baggarly, who joins us every Friday. And Bags, I know we talk about all the time about all the great pieces that you write, but I think that your latest is one of your best. This story about basically Farhan ambulance chasing a former Dodgers reliever and using, I don't know if it's a loophole, I don't know you would caught it, but the Dodgers thought they were going to get him back. They didn't, and now the Giants have rehabbed him, and hopefully he's coming back soon. But what a tremendous piece and what a great story.
Well, you play up this angle because, the Dodgers were ticked off that they didn't think that anyone would claim this guy who's going for Tommy John surgery. His name's Dariel Nunez. He's from Cuba. He's got an interesting story. He was 15, 16 years old. He was lights out. He was one of the top really young up-and-coming pitchers in Cuba and probably, was going to end up getting out of the country at some point on an international tournament or with the help of various people who get you out of Cuba, and was probably looking at millions and millions of dollars. And his elbow kind of blew out, and he had surgery when he was only 15 or 16, and that kind of partially did it. But, he didn't get out of the country till he was 25, and by then he only signed for $15,000. But, he was finding a way through and got up to 98, and it's just funky. He's got a real sort of that Aroldis Chapman little shoulder dip and dive sort of segmented delivery that a lot of Cuban pitchers have, like El Duque or Contreras. There's deception there. He's got a good changeup. He's 30 years old now, and he's only had a little big league time with the Dodgers in 2021. So it's not like we're talking about, they're poaching a 21-year-old Aroldis Chapman away. He's sort of a fringy guy, but he's a guy who could help in a big league bullpen, and he's at AAA now. And we're part of that story way back in spring training. It was just sort of sitting on and waiting for him to, get healthy, get on the field, and get in a position where maybe he could be, a call away, and that's sort of where he's at right now. So yeah. So now we can tell the story of Dariel Nunez getting fleeced the Dodgers, getting fleeced by the Giants a little bit there.
Oh well, and as you point out, first of all, if it's the Reds or the Phillies or the Rays, I mean it's kind of different, but it's the Dodgers, and so I think people love that part of it. And then as you point out how pissed they were, and what it also illustrates probably biggest of all, and we all talk about this all the time, is he's constantly, just churning and dumpster diving in there and all this stuff, and now he's ambulance chasing, but he will turn over every single rock anywhere to try to find that player. And then as you point out as well, is he was asked if he wanted to go back to the Dodgers, and the Giants paid him, I think you said like 7 times more than what the Dodgers were, and so he woke up and he just said, hell no, I want to stay with the Giants, a team that wants me. So there's all sorts of cool layers to this.
And this is something that other teams do as well. The Giants just turn up the volume on it a little bit, and it doesn't always work out. In fact, it usually doesn't work out. But, that's how they got Scott Alexander. That's how they got Luis Gonzalez, who was National League Rookie of the Month. We gave him a good run of production there. And it's what Andrew Friedman does with the Dodgers, too. I mean, they've rehabbed and turned a whole lot of different players into really functional, important parts of their team. So, it's not just something that only the Giants do. And I want to say that, because you read the comments section, it can be a tire fire these days. Giants fans are upset. I mean, even though the team's still in playoff position, we all kind of see the way things are heading. And I know there's a lot of frustration about the openers and platoons, and I can hear folks on the other end saying, well, that's great that you claim a guy, off waivers, and now he's a good pitcher for you at AAA, but, give me the stars. Where's the difference makers? You can't just have a team that you build that's championship caliber all around the margins and all around the fringes. And I hear that. I totally hear it, and I understand it. And the simple answer is good teams do both. And so, yeah, you play up a skill that you have as a front office, and you also recognize talent, and you go out and you get players that are undervalued that could be everyday players, or you draft them and develop them. And obviously the Giants have not done enough of the latter, and they haven't. There need to be more Patrick Baileys that become everyday players on this team. And so you're working the platoons and the matchups around the edges of your roster as opposed to, the guys who are hitting cleanup for you. So, that's where they have to get as an organization. They're clearly behind. They're not where they should be. And I think every criticism that you want to sort of lay at their feet is certainly warranted. But they also are really good at the things they have done well at, and that deserves to be pointed out too.
It's a great piece. The Giants stole a potential big league reliever, and the Dodgers are not happy. It's about Dariel Nunez, and he's getting close. So make sure that you check it out. It's a great piece. as often Bags does. Let me big picture this thing, and then let's drill down, because you talked about this, that this regime, not Gabe because he wasn't there the first year, Bochy was, but certainly Farhan has been here, and it was 77 and 85. He was hired on November 6, 2018. So 77, 85, the short year, 29, 31. Then they break out for the 107 win year. Then last year, 81 and 81. And this year, they're 64 and 57 with a daunting schedule ahead of them to get into a tight wild card. If they don't get in, and Greg Johnson has talked about wanting to extend Farhan, and we don't know what's going to happen with Gabe, but that would have been 4 of the 5 seasons not getting into the playoffs. Now, I don't want to be short-sighted. Like you said, there's a bigger picture to this in drafting and developing talent and all these kind of things. But as you look at those 5 years, does that scream Farhan stays, Gabe stays? I mean, are they potentially playing down the stretch here for their Giants careers, or no?
Well, not if you take everything that Greg Johnson has said. I mean, he's made it very clear that he wants to extend Farhan. And, I think there's a recognition that the model is good and that their processes have been good. And, the results aren't always going to be there. You're not going to hit on every first-round pick, and they've obviously, they've missed on a couple big ones thus far. I think if you were to evaluate the 5 years in total, I don't know if you could get to satisfactory on the 1 to 5 scale, 3 being satisfactory. I don't think you could get there. Like you said, the Giants aspire to be a playoff team more than once every 5 years. There have been some things that have trended in the right direction. And, I go back to 2009. I think that was a big year in Giants history. That was the first year that Bill Newcomb really had taken over from Peter McGowan, who'd been a little bit ousted from the control seat. And the Giants were coming off a couple of bad years post-Bonds. Bruce Bochy was still not really a beloved figure. He was just, kind of a guy. And he and Brian Sabian, they were in the final years of their contracts. And in 2009, they had a better year. And a lot of the young pitching started coming up. And, they were starting to establish a few things. They had Posey making his debut at the end of that season, Bumgarner right there. And Bill Newcomb said, you know what, I'm not going to clean house right away. I'm going to give these guys a little more runway because I like the trajectory. And maybe this year is a little bit analogous to that. Obviously, if they completely go into the tank here over the last 6 weeks, it's not going to be, Purdy, it's going to be hard to talk about their positive trajectory. But we have seen some good things happen in terms of player development, which has to happen for this organization to become perennial contenders again. And maybe that's part of the evaluation. But I just go by everything that Greg Johnson has told me, and then everything that he has repeated since then, which is that, he has trust in this ownership group. And I think Gabe and Farhan are probably a package deal for the most part. I think, if Farhan's there, then I would have every assumption that Gabe and his coaching staff would be invited back.
Now, in terms of what's been going on, and we played the cut coming in, we had Danny on the show yesterday. You've been covering beats and been in clubhouses and locker rooms for a long time, Angels before the Giants. These things happen. I know that we're around here, we're kind of blowing it out of proportion maybe because Danny works for KNBR. To me, I looked at it and I saw a frustrated manager, and that's what Gabe told FP last night. How did you see this whole thing?
First, can I go off on a tangent?
Of course
here?
you can.
I just want to do a public service.
Sure.
Buster Posey is not going to manage this team. He's not going to manage it tomorrow. He's not going to manage it a month from now. He's not going to manage it 5 years from now. Buster Posey retired because he did not want to be locked into the schedule and spend more time with his family. And he is not going to lock himself into the schedule when he can't even play. So that just, I understand
that needed to be said.
That he's moving back to the Bay Area,
that needed
but
to be
that
said.
is not happening. That is not happening.
Okay.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Now, to your other question, you know what? I wanted to make clear what I wrote is that, Gabe didn't raise his voice. There was no profanity, didn't flip any tables. He was very calm. The cameras were rolling and he kind of broke a fourth wall. He didn't respond to the question. He responded to the questioner. And in my opinion, if you ask me, I'm entitled to an opinion too. I thought it was condescending. I thought it was unnecessary and condescending and wasn't the best look. But you know what? I also understand that a manager's job to deal with the media, be front-facing, especially through difficult times, is not easy. And I know that I would probably be terrible at it. I would lose my poise all the time. So I try to have a lot of empathy for, every manager I've covered. And most of them have had the patience of Job. I mean, Bruce Bochy, great example. Felipe before him, Dusty before him. So, and by and large, I think Gabe has has kept his poise with the media, even when he basically a lot of times isn't the kind of manager who's going to really give you platitudes or sort of play the game or say the nice thing. And in that instance, all he needed to do was say, I have faith in Austin Slater. I know that he's hit a rough patch. He's still so good at this. He's one of the best pinch hitters in the franchise history, really. And so when you have that move at your disposal, I don't think you think too hard about it. You make it, and it didn't work out. And that's probably all he needed to say, but instead he felt he had to challenge a young reporter who also, by the way, Danny, kept his poise. And I told him afterwards, I said, you handled that great. And,
yeah, he did.
And I don't know if I would have been a lot more flustered than he would have been, especially at his age. So, I just think it's frustration. It's just frustration that the moves aren't working out. The system isn't working out. The problem is they got no right-handed hitting right now, none outside of Wilmer Flores. And that's a problem when so many of your lefty hitters need to be shielded from same-side pitching. You don't want Jock to face lefties. You don't want Conforto to face lefties the way he's gone this year. Ideally when Yaz comes back, you don't want him to face lefties. So it just makes it difficult for all the parts to fit together when the guys that are counted on to come up in certain spots, just aren't having success in those spots. And you know what? It's a double challenge for a manager who manages the way that Gabe does and the way the Giants run it, because they need a lot of buy-in, and they need players to do a lot of things that probably aren't in their best financial interest in terms of arbitration, et cetera. And that's tough. It's tough to get that buy-in. It's tough to tell, Alex Wood he's not starting when he's a free agent after the season. It's tough to tell a young player that you're not getting, you might come off the bench and get 2 at-bats. So when it's working, it's easier to get that buy-in. When it's not working, I think everything gets challenged. So this is really a tough time when I think everything is going to get tested for the Giants. And by the way, they're playing the Braves and Phillies and come home to play the Braves again. So we'll find out what they're made of, I think, here real quick.
That's a great point. Andrew Baggarly is joining us again. Great piece that he's got out right now you need to check out. The other thing is, just along the same lines that you're talking about, when things are working, everybody loves it, everybody's on board. When it's not, then people start questioning. I know that obviously, as you said, Alex Wood is frustrated, but at one point the opener was 15-4. Now it's 16-10, so 1-6 in their last 7 with the opener. And Farhan has come out and said, look, we're not trying to carry the torch for this whole thing. It's kind of what they need to do, the 2-man rotation. And so you're excited when the thing is working, but now they're 1-6 in their last 7. Do they just keep this thing going? Do they just have no choice now? Kyle Harrison is potentially there, but Harrison, it's not like he's throwing 7. I think 20 starts this year. He's averaging about 3.1 innings per start. So, is he going to be a bulk guy? I mean, what do they do here? Is it just too late and they've just got to keep going with this opener thing despite the fact that it's struggling right now?
Well, if they're consistent with what Farhan said the other day, they would use Harrison as a starter. I would imagine it would be kind of a Jacob Junis, kind of a jumbo opener almost, where he goes, 3 innings or 4, whatever he can give them, and then you hand it over to the next guy. And that could be a move that we might see in Philadelphia because they've got a lot of lefties, and Ross Stripling is struggling. He's given up a lot of homers, and that's not a ballpark you want to pitch him in. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Harrison in Philly, but I don't think they're going to throw him up against the Braves, who have the best OPS in the major leagues against left-handed pitching. And really, I only think there's been one game maybe where the opener is really blown up in the first inning, and you could point to that and say, okay, the game really got away from them there. Otherwise, it's been Tristan Beck has struggled. He had a bad outing. So would not opening for him have made him better that day? I kind of hard to argue that. So I don't think they're going to shy away from the strategy. I think it has worked. I think it does make sense that you take the guy that you have as your quote unquote featured starter, and you have him start against maybe the first guy they face in the lineup is the number 5 or 6 hitter. And then they're facing the top of the lineup, which is generally a team's best hitters. They're facing them one fewer time. And so I get the logic of it. I mean, it definitely makes sense, and it has worked for them, and I think they will continue to use it. Honestly, this team just needs to hit more. I think there are going to be games, especially on this road trip, where they're just going to have to win 7-6, and they haven't really been shown the ability to do that all season. So, that's probably, where the onus is on this team right now.
Great stuff. Bags, as always, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. And again, that piece, your latest, is great, man. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. That is the great, and I do mean great, Andrew Baggarly. And if you've not seen the latest piece, I did just tweet it out at John Lund Radio. And Darian Nunez is the guy's name. And again, look, whether he does something or not, and I know people are frustrated, as Bags said, with Farhan, but this is just a great piece, and the way that he did things. And again, whether you're upset or not, it's just kind of illustrates that what they do to try to uncover guys and whether it works or not. We'll continue the conversation. Like I said, Farhan's been here. This is his 5th year. If they don't make the playoffs and they're coming up against a tough stretch, they are a wild card right now. But Greg Johnson has said consistently that they're going to keep him around. But lots of issues going on as far as hitting. The star of the opener, which was 15-4, is now 16-10, 1-6 in their last 7, and it's too late in the season probably to change it. Bag said also that he thought that Kyle Harrison, probably against the Phillies, there's no way you're bringing him up against the Braves, especially with that OPS against left-handers. They hit everybody. It doesn't even matter, but especially against left-handers. So potentially in that role, but again, it's not a starter like Logan Webb who's going to go 7. Probably next year they'd stretch him out, but this year in 20 starts, he's averaging 3.1 innings per start, and in his minor league career, which is 69 games, he's averaging 4 innings per start. So it's not like they stretch him out. He's 21 years old. He didn't pitch in college, so they're trying to be conservative. I completely understand it, but he's not going to be a third starter in the rotation. And then you look at other guys who could potentially start. Ross Stripling, as he said, is giving up a ton of home runs. You're not going to do that. Sean Manaea is thriving in his role. I don't know what you do with Alex Wood. At one point, he was a serviceable starter. He's not. DeSclafani's out. So they don't have any choice. And now they're struggling with the opener. When it was working, everybody's like, fine. But the minute it doesn't, you start criticizing, right? I mean, look, I don't like the City Connects. They're ugly to me. But what are they, 24-8 all time? So you can't bitch and moan about it. It's like they're beautiful until they're ugly. And when you start losing, then it becomes ugly. That's just what's happening with the opener now. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Pop is going to rejoin us. Spoke with Ambry Thomas. End of the season 2 years ago against the Rams. He gets that interception that helps him go into the playoffs. You think he's going to have a breakout year the following year, which was last year. He does not, but he's having a good training camp, which could mean some movement in the secondary that we're going to be watching on Saturday. He caught up with Ambry Thomas yesterday. We'll do that conversation next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Gabe Kapler, I wouldn't say he said sorry, but he certainly clarified to our own Danny Emmerman his actions in the dugout the other day. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Stafford back on first down, throws a deep one down the right sideline for Odell Beckham Jr. Intercepted by Ambry Thomas. Ambry Thomas takes it away. The Rams only have one timeout remaining. The 49ers are going to win the game in L.A., and they have won the game. They are going to Dallas, Arlington, Texas next week to end it.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Friday. I hope you are doing outstanding. It's Papa and Lund. Next segment, bottom of the hour, 10 minutes. Do not miss it. We have finally come up with a poll an hour and a half into the show. Good job by Danny, and I don't mean that facetiously. I'm saying good job. We've actually been debating it during all the breaks, so we got that coming up next. But the reason why we play an Ambry Thomas interception, which, of course, sealed that game in L.A., and we were down there, all of us, in the booth, and it was a very cool moment for Ambry Thomas, and we thought that would then take him and get him to a next level. He was a former third-round pick of the 49ers. Remember, John Lynch embraced him in the tunnel, and everybody's thinking Ambry's going to have a breakout year the next year. He had struggled to that point, and he'd come around because of injuries in the secondary. Remember that whole season started with Jason Verrett in Detroit getting hurt, and the cornerback, and they're bringing in veterans and stuff like that, like Josh Norman, who was terrible. And so Ambry Thomas, and you're looking, geez, he finishes that game, gets the interception of Stafford down that sideline, and you thought, well, in 2022, Ambry Thomas is going to be great. And then he's back in the doghouse. He's not playing. But by all intents and reports and so forth, Ambry Thomas has had a tremendous camp, so much so that it's kind of forcing the 49ers to rethink things. Isaiah Oliver, who was expected to be the nickel corner, may not be. We're going to find out tomorrow night. There's going to be a lot of things discussed about who plays where, but Ambry Thomas is an outside guy. Maybe it's going to be Oliver. Maybe it's going to be Diamond or Lenore moving outside to inside. So part of this is because Ambry Thomas has had such a good camp. Well, Pop caught up with him earlier this morning and started out by talking about the 4th and 1, the stop last week against the Raiders, and all other discussions of why he's having such a better camp.
Well, Ambry, tell me about the 4th and 1 stop. Zamir White's a big back. Looked like Steve Wilks kind of reduced that front. You were in tight, and you got him on the ground.
Yeah, we just know people like to attack us on the edges, and they tried going up the middle on that one, bounced it to the edge, but I just shot and made the play.
You hadn't played in a long time, so what's it like, to get a guy on the ground at a 4th and 1 in the preseason game? You're doing all the reps and leverage in the run game and force on the outside in practice and training camp, but you're not taking ball carriers to the ground. Is that what these games are all about, actually tackling and finishing the guys to the ground?
Yeah, we talked about in our cornerback room, like we have to come up, we have to be physical, we have to set those edges, and basically that's what we're all just trying to demonstrate right now, so we're capable of that.
Yeah, and you got a guy on the other side in Charvarius Ward. Mooney Man is one of the best tackling corners in football. He missed exactly one tackle all of last year. So tell me about your off season. I know you went to Dallas and worked with Charvarius and a few others. You said it was more structured. What did you do with Charvarius at the Metroplex?
I mean, we just got lifts in together, and we got field work in together, stuff like that.
What was the goal, to get physically stronger more so this past off season and the off season before?
Yeah, a little bit of it all, get physically stronger, mentally get right, and put myself back in the mind space. Like, I'm ready to compete with some of the best, and I know I can be one of the best.
Kyle has said you are a different player than you were last year. Do you agree with that? And if so, how so?
Yeah, I feel that just being more serious about everything and just attacking everything with a dominant mindset and just trying to stay focused all along.
What do you mean more serious? After your rookie run and the great playoff run you had and the interception against Stafford to clinch the playoff spot, you kind of thought that you arrived in the NFL a little bit, Ambry?
Yeah, and that offseason, I didn't just take care of everything how I was supposed to and got behind when camp came back around, so I wasn't behind the 8 ball.
You got a new D coordinator in Steve Wilkes, and he said you're doing a tremendous job. He loved your preseason opener. I see him on the practice field, really coaching you up in details. What's it been like? And obviously, you know, D'Amico was a great coordinator, now a head coach, but he's a linebacker. To have Steve Wilkes, a guy that has coached defensive backs in the NFL for so long and played the position collegiately, what has that meant to you personally?
It's meant a lot, actually, because he's been taught myself and the whole group just so many tricks and so many things we can do to help us out and just proper techniques. And at first it was kind of all shaky for us because we weren't used to sticking to something. But now, like, we're comfortable doing what he's coaching, and we love it, honestly. We feel like he honestly didn't save us all.
And he's moving people around after the first game, and now Demo and a few other guys are taking reps inside. So that has opened it up for, if Demo goes inside as the nickelback, Mooney Ward will be on one corner. The other side is wide open. Is this a chance, in your eyes, to get yourself back in the starting lineup?
No, most definitely. It's an opportunity. I just got to approach it the proper way and just attack it how I've been attacking everything.
Does it matter what side you play on? Because when you were playing a lot as a rookie, you played left cornerback on the offensive right. Charvarius will follow certain receivers around, but he likes that side. Does it matter if you flip side, left or right at all, Embry?
No, not at all. It don't matter to me.
How much you playing on special teams? Because I know, even if you're starting corner, they play a lot of starters on teams. Gunner could be open this year with Tarvarius leaving, Tarvarius Moore. How much you playing on teams?
Yeah, I'm playing a good amount right now. I know I'm starting on kickoff return, and punt return right now.
All right, this game against the Denver Broncos, they have two stylistically different wide receivers. Cortland Sutton is big and strong, and Jerry Jeudy is a tremendous route runner, loves those over routes. So what's the challenge in week 2 of the preseason?
We all just got to trust our techniques and just focus on our job and focus on doing our job, and the plays are going to come to us. So we just got to focus on us and not worry about them.
All right, man. Ball out. Stay healthy, Ambry. Nice chatting with you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, there you go. There's Ambry Thomas looking for a bounce-back season. And again, that's going to be one of the things to watch on Saturday. A lot of things to watch. First and foremost, of course, watch the quarterbacks. Kyle Shanahan did say yesterday on Tolbert Copes, maybe on Brock Purdy. If not, then Sam Darnold the whole first half, and then they'll flip, and Trey will play the second half, and maybe Brandon Allen at the end, kind of what happened against the Raiders. A lot of different things to discuss, but I think that the corner position in the nickel and what they're going to do there is going to be huge against the Broncos, who will start Russell Wilson and some of the starters for a little bit under Sean Payton as well. So, again, that is tomorrow. By the way, Giants baseball, of course, and I get this all the time on Twitter, and people contact me during the game, 8:10 The Spread, our sister station, 8:10 The Spread. That's where we're going to be tomorrow, 1 o'clock for the pregame show. And, of course, then Tim and Pop take over at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock for the kickoff down at Levi's Stadium. So we'll talk to them. But, again, the pregame, postgame, and the game itself on our sister station. By the way, it's not Pop and Tim. They're on TV. They go to the glitz and glamour of TV. So Fitz will have the call along with our good friend Keena Turner and Dante Whitner. That's
only on 810 The Bread.
There we go, The Bread. So that was us last week, by the way. But so make sure you tune in. If you're looking for Giants, it's going to be right here on 680, and then 810 will be all your 49ers stuff. All right, here's what we got after Ambry Thomas. A bunch of stuff coming up. Jeff Legwold is going to join us in about 20 minutes, give you a preview of the Broncos side of things at 11:50. Then Matt Maiocco is going to join us at 12:30 with the latest, plus the things he's going to be looking for on Saturday. Then Adam Rank from NFL Network. So a ton of NFL stuff to rip your face off. We'll do all that coming up. Pop will join us back next, only here on the Sports Leader.
hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Honestly, I don't think it's any one thing. I wish it was. It would make it easier to address. And frankly, we've had our struggles against top line starting pitchers, guys that are fourth or fifth guys in a rotation of a team, guys we've seen before, guys we haven't seen before. We're not really seeing, although, it can certainly seem like it at times when we have some of these poor offensive performances. We're not really having bad at-bats in terms of chasing and things like that. That's been pretty steady, but one of the things that has been pointing out, which is true, is we're not hitting the ball hard as we were in the first couple months of the season.
That's Farhan Zaidi yesterday with Tolbert Copes. Had a great day. They had Kyle Shanahan on and Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations for the Giants. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. We're going to erect the big poll. It is Friday after all. Danny's big poll in just a second. It is Giants-centric. Has to do with whether they'll make the playoffs or not now that they've got a difficult schedule ahead, as you well know. 3 against the Braves, best record in baseball and one of the best offenses in the history of the game. Then 3 against the Phillies, who lead the wild card chase right now. Then right back to the Braves for 3. So 6-9 against the Braves. Although I looked at the Braves record in the second half, I think something like 18-13, which isn't terrible, but it's certainly not on the pace that they had in the first half. So if you want to look for some silver linings, but the other side is Matt Olson, who of course is a former A, has 43 home runs. I think they got like Shane Langoliers and a bag of peanuts for him. That was brilliant. And Sean Murphy's having a great year. He's got 20 home runs. Between those two guys, there's 4 or 5 other guys, and they could potentially have as many as 5 guys hit 30 home runs. Ronald Acuna has 27. Riley has 29. Going there, Ozuna has 24. I mean, Ozzie Albies, who's out, won't play in this series, has 28. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches, and they've done a tremendous job. Give the Braves and their front office a ton of credit. They got all these young guys signed to long-term contracts. I mean, Acuna's deal is just over $100 million. I mean, it's embarrassingly low for as good as he is. But they did a tremendous job. Right when they traded for Matt Olson, long-term. Right when they traded for Murphy, long-term. Michael Harris showed positive long-term. They just went boom, 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 boom. They have good, not great pitching, but their bats are extraordinary. And that's 6 of your next 9 games. And we'll unveil the poll in just a second. But my question earlier was, and you can hit up the text line, and then we'll unveil the poll, is that Greg Johnson has said that, we want to extend Farhan. And I like Farhan personally. When I was working with Tom, we had Farhan every week. And thank you. And he's a pleasant guy. And he tells you as much as he possibly can. A lot of executives aren't like that. His thought process, I think, is sound. I think sometimes there's too much dumpster diving. There's too much shopping at TJ Maxx. You're a major market team. But again, he can only do so much with the purse strings that he's given. The thing I would say about last offseason, although you won't criticize him because, look, Aaron Judge has missed a lot of time. Carlos Correa has been really bad. But when we're talking about potentially extending him, first year, 77 and 85. Second year, 29 and 31, no playoffs. The third year, I give them a ton of credit. They won 107 games. But if you can have a fluky 162, they did. With Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt and all the guys that had their career seasons, it all just came together. But you got to give it to them. But then 81 and 81, no playoffs, 64-57. They're in the playoffs. But if they fall out of the playoffs in a National League that's not very good after the Braves and the Dodgers, very top-heavy, that's a problem. And then it's 4 of 5 seasons not in the playoffs. Now, there's more to that as a general manager and president of baseball operations as he is, which is, are you developing players? We'll see. Patrick Bailey was drafted and developed by the Giants. Give him credit. He's found some guys, certainly, that have filled in some cracks. Absolutely. But you haven't gotten a big bat to come here. That's difficult to do. I get it. But it's your job to do it. He hasn't done it. So, look, there's a question in my mind whether in their 5th year, if they don't make the playoffs this year, whether both he and Gabe stay around. So that is certainly a question mark. So let's get into it. Let's play let's unveil today's big poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, Danny's Big Poll for a Friday. Very simple question. It's on Twitter right now. I just retweeted it at Danny Dunn 24. KNBR, I'll send it out as well. Friday's big poll. How confident are you that the Giants will make the playoffs? How confident are you that the Giants will make the playoffs? Your selections are, they are a lock. Confident, not confident, will miss the playoffs. Lock, confident, not confident, will miss the playoffs. What say you? You're back. What's happening?
Who's you? Me?
Yeah, you.
Listen to the whole show.
Oh, look at now. You're confusing me. You have a Giants hat and a 49ers
from
sweatshirt.
49ers walkthrough. You want John Lynch and Kyle to see me in Giants gear? I did that one day right from the patio with my George Contos orange Nikes, my Jordans, and they gave me crap, so I switched back. But I heard you talking about the Giants, so I switched to my
very nice.
I am the old G.
Yeah, there you go.
I went to my G hat.
That's all you'd have to say is your G.
Taking a shot at the City Connects, John. They're way better than the Red Sox City Connects.
But if they were 8-24 instead of 24-8.
Okay, I don't agree. I like the look. I think it's a clean look. I know it's got the fog-inspired theme, but I think they look good in the daytime. They're light and they're breezy. They're way better than the Red Sox. Who has the best City Connect one-loss record?
Oh, the Giants, I'm sure.
Boston.
Oh, really?
Oh,
they're better?
Because those go to Memorial Day. That was the day of the Memorial Day bombing, and they've been wearing them ever since. They wear them. They don't just do them on Fridays. Most team does them on Friday nights, but the Giants have their Orange Friday, which is a weird look. You like the orange tops going throwback?
I don't mind those.
Yeah, those are a little
All
weird.
right.
I like the City Connect better. But in any event, Red Sox have a great record in the City Connect.
The UCLAs?
Yeah, I don't like the look. That's weird. I'm watching the Cubbies today. They're playing a day game at Wrigley.
Yeah, I'm watching that.
They got their all blues on Friday, which are weird. There's the Cody Bellinger with the catch.
I don't like them just because their home uniform is so classic and fresh that I wouldn't mess with it.
My general rule is, and I love you like a brother, I would not take any fashion advice from you whatsoever.
I'm
moving on.
Great fashion.
I listened to the Bags segment. I listened to the Embry Thomas. When I was walking through walkthrough and came back. So, I mean, we're a little lock. Are they a lock to make the playoffs? Who would vote for that? I mean, they're not going to make it anyway. Fan? You think they're a lock to make the playoffs?
No, I don't.
The Cubs got a lot to say with it. The Cubs are shockingly good. They had two of the best off-season, acquisitions. We thought they would sell off Marcus Stroman and maybe Cody Bellinger. Whatever the reason, they win, and they're breathing down your neck. And don't forget, at the end of this stretch, where you go to Petco Park on Labor Day weekend, you go to Wrigley Field to deal with them. So we're going to keep an eye on the Cubs. We got to root for the KC Royals to beat them today. But, I mean, right now, what are the choices? A lock? What are the next two?
Lock, confident, not confident, will miss playoffs.
Well, I wouldn't say it. I mean, we're going to determine over the next few weeks here. 19 games starting today. When you look at the schedule, obviously Atlanta, Philadelphia, Atlanta, come back for Cincinnati, go to San Diego, then the Cubs. When they go to Wrigley, I mean, Cubs are starting to get on your back, and Philadelphia's opened up a 2-game lead on you for the number 1 wild card spot. And then the Cubs are, I mean, the one-loss record, take Philly out of it. They've got 55 losses, but 2 of these teams are going to make the playoffs. Giants have 57 losses. Cubs have 58 losses. Reds have 59 losses. Miami has 59. And then throw Arizona in there. They beat San Diego last night. They have 60. And then the Padres have 64. And you got to go to Petco Labor Day weekend for a 4-game series. So I would vote to be determined, TBD. I have no idea.
That's not a choice.
That's where I'm going off. I'm going E. I'm going.
I would say.
Who knows?
I would say if again the choices are they are a lock, confident, not confident, will miss playoffs. I would say not confident, and the reason I would say not confident is they're not hitting, the opener's not working, and if you look at this team, to be honest with you, I'm surprised they are where they are in the playoff chase because they have too many rookies and too many old guys. They don't have enough guys in the middle. They have a 2-man rotation. They've used 20 rookies. I mean, to think of all those things being true, they're wildly inconsistent. And even though the National League is not great, if you told me all those things, I'd think they were in like the Padres position, sub 500 than the position they're in. But they've done a lot of nice things. They just, honestly, they don't have enough talent. They have guys who are too old, and they have guys who are too young, and they have a 2-man rotation. I'm surprised they are where they are, to be honest.
They had 20 rookies this year?
Yeah.
20 rookies.
Yeah. Now, think about it. Meckler, all these guys. I mean, I'm assuming, obviously.
20?
Yeah. Well, I think it's 19, but I think that, as Bag said, I think
had 20 guys on their roster that would be eligible 19. For the Roy this year.
They have 19. Jeez. And Kyle Harrison, I think, is going to come up against the Phillies. So I rounded it up for my argument, but technically 19. Right. But they're going to have 20 when he comes up against the Phillies. I mean, that's just not normally a recipe for success. And then when we continue to talk about all the injuries and, Crawford's older and all these kind of things, it's, I think they've outperformed what you see on paper.
All right, what would you have said the night of July 18, Tuesday night? They had just finished up, they actually won 2 games that day. They beat Cincinnati from the resume game from the rain the night before and then won a regular game. Then after that, they lost 2 in a row. They got swept to Washington, lost to Detroit, and went over. So at that point, you'd think they're better than the Reds. The Reds they got a lot of young guys, and they're not ready. So this team is streaky. This is one of the streakiest teams we've observed all year long. It's been up and down and all around. They're in a funk right now. They got to get out of it. But I mean, last year, they started 14-7. They did well going into Father's Day. They got walked off in Pittsburgh. Craw got hurt in Atlanta when they went there last year, keep in mind. And then they disintegrated. But the end of the year, did you ever think they were going to be able to get to 500 and get to 81-81? The bullpen was a mess. And they came out of the All-Star break a year ago, lost 7 in a row, got swept at Dodger Stadium. It's a long season. I know what they're not doing right now. They're not doing anything, and they're not winning. But the opener did work earlier in the year. The offense was good early in the year, and these are veteran players. They just go up and down. Right now they're all in a funk except for Wilmer. And who else? Tyro? So Conforto, he's been up and down a lot. He's got to lock back in. So I know what they've been doing. They've been in a rough patch here. Ever since they went to Oakland on August the 5th, John, and lost 2 there, and then lost 2 out of 3 in Anaheim, and then, Bochy, and now what happened with Tampa. But they got to find a way to turn it around here. Don't get swept in Atlanta. Figure out a way in Philadelphia. Come home. They're a better home team. What if they sweep the Reds? They get through this Atlanta portion of the schedule, and they could sweep the Reds back at home. I mean, those are the teams you're going to have to find a way to beat. Cubs, by the way, got out of the inning, throwing out a runner trying to steal third base for the Royals. So
what he was doing.
Cubs these are the teams. It's obviously Phillies. Can you go to Philadelphia? And what if they sweep Philadelphia? And the other thing to look at, you want to get any one of the wild card spots, but you'd like to be the first one because then you have home field advantage. Right now, it'd be the Phillies and Giants in a 4-5 matchup, and the Phillies would have home field advantage there. So I know we're looking at, can they even make it? Because you got the Cubbies, the Reds, the Marlins, and the D-backs, and the Padres to some extent breathing up your back a little bit. But that Philly series is close, is going to be big. So anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to make any absolutes. There's too much baseball to play, and this team has been up and down and all around. They just got to find a way to flip it around and start playing better.
It's just since they were 18-8 in June, and since then they're 18-20 in the July, and they got lucky in July. They went 12-13 in July, but they didn't have this daunting schedule, and then they haven't righted the ship. And the thing that scares me and why I would say not confident right now is just you're playing these tough teams who are going to expose you if you can't score. They got lucky enough to play teams that they could potentially beat 2-1 or 3-2 in July, enough to hang around. But now you're starting, and you said this yesterday, and you're right. So a lot of people are focusing on the hitting, and it hasn't been very good, and I'm being kind. But now the pitching isn't very good, and you're in a 2-man rotation, and Ross Stripling's not helping you out. You need some guys to start stepping up here. Even the bullpen, which in July had a ERA or June and July they were 20-6 with an ERA of 2.60. That's jumped up in August to 3.89. So all of a sudden now the things that you were doing, okay, we're not scoring enough runs, but we're getting the pitching. Now you're not getting the pitching. Well, the relievers aren't doing it. So they're breaking down in every aspect. Now, could they turn that around? Absolutely. But is it likely they turn it around against Atlanta and Philly and all these teams that they're playing? It's not looking good.
Let's just see. I mean, the Dodgers in July were 13-10. What was their team ERA? They were historically
it was like
bad.
6. It was like 6.5.
They
almost
looked
6.5.
like they were incapable. Yeah. And they added Lance Lynn, and they added Joe Kelly, And they went out at the deadline, Friedman, and he picked up, a couple of right-handed hitters. Kike Hernandez, the former Dodger, and they brought in Ahmad Rosario. He's hitting bomb after bomb. They've lost one game in August. It's an 11-game winning streak. What are they, 15-1 since the deadline? So they're pulling away. But they've been streaky to some degree. So it looks like they're on their way to another division championship, but we'll see. But then the wild card's there. So I know right now you're telling me everything they are currently, and they've been for a while in some degree, but they're also a team that got off to a 6-13 start and then somehow got back 10 over 500. Do you think this team was capable of having a 10-game winning streak? And when they got to 42-32? I blame it on Mike Dunleavy Jr., John, trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Ever since then, they're streaking the wrong way, kind of.
All right, let's flip it back to the 49ers. Our friend Jeff Legwold's going to join us from ESPN. He covers the Broncos, and so we'll preview that side of things. What's going on with Sean Payton's camp? Russell Wilson trying to bounce back. He's going to start. They're going to play some starters. Would that mean the 49ers would as well? We'll ask Jeff Legwold all the pertinent information for tomorrow night's game at Levi's Stadium. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I'm not far from the San Jose Airport at Levi's Stadium, getting ready for 49ers Broncos tomorrow night. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, when you want to know if you are paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk, or even going able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved one. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They joined John and I in the patio at the Public House on Wednesday for the day game, and he was there in the KNBR suite. Huge Bay Area sports fan and a Giant jersey on. So give him a call. There's no cost or obligation. Call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because Greg says planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is your moment of truth. Rookie's got to cover Sutton. Wilson back, steps up in the pocket. Russell Wilson will run for a Denver first down inside the 25-yard line, down on the 49er 24. Here he goes again.
That, of course, was last year when the Broncos beat 49ers. Jimmy steps out of the end zone, all that kind of stuff. Denver, solid defense, but struggled offensively last year under Nathaniel Hackett, who we're seeing on Hard Knocks. Now Sean Payton is there trying to resurrect Russell Wilson, fix the offensive line, all that kind of stuff. Javonte Williams back. How much are we going to see of the Broncos starters? Let's get into all of it. Jeff Legwold does a great job covering the Broncos, ESPN senior writer, and make sure you follow him at Jeff_Legwold. He gives us the insight into the Broncos, so we'll see tomorrow night at Levi Stadium, and Jeff joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Jeff.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
All good. All good.
So before we get into tomorrow, just a camp under Sean Payton. What's it been like?
Well, I think, he's been very intent on showing and saying, as a matter of fact, whatever they did last year, they weren't going to do this year. So if last year's camp was sort of a summer of love, then this one's been a lot more traditional in scope. They've practiced in pads more. That the starters have already played in the preseason more than they did all in one game, more than they did in all of the preseason last year. And it's just been more physical. He said that's part of it, and that, it's an important part of his philosophy. And I think those have been the biggest differences, that it's just a much more traditional, hey, this is football and this is what it's going to look like.
So two of the 49ers' longtime NFC rivals are joining forces. Obviously, Coach Payton in New Orleans for 15 years, that epic playoff game, Candlestick years ago. And then, public enemy number one around here, Jeff, is Russell Wilson after his 10-year run in Seattle. So my question is, and Denver's ownership and George Payton gave up a lot. They gave up a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick to get Sean Payton. A lot of rumblings last year when he was doing TV that he may go to Dallas and Jerry may rehire him. He kept Mike McCarthy, kind of had his eye on the Charger job, but they weren't going to make a change with Brandon Staley. Why Denver? Is it just the money he got paid and the walking orders as far as fixing Russ? Where's that at? What's the relationship going to be with the new head coach and the second-year quarterback?
Well, I think ultimately the money probably didn't hurt. I mean, the Broncos now have the wealthiest ownership group in the league, and it's not close, between them and whoever is in second. So they're going to be able to do these kinds of things when they want to do them now. And I think this was the first, big move that the ownership group was barely in when they agreed to do Russell Wilson's big extension last year. This was their first real significant move with everybody in place and all of that. And I think Payton decided, there's a lot of resources with the Broncos. This last 7 years notwithstanding, there's some tradition, and he was going to be able to, have the things he wants, and they could afford to do whatever he wanted to increase to. They made the strength coach one of the highest paid strength coaches in the league. They've added to the scouting staff, all of the things that don't have a salary cap, they're spending money on, scouting, personnel, technology. That's where they're going to really invest. And I think Payton saw that. Now, job one is Russell Wilson in the offense. This is an offense that hasn't scored more than 21 points a game since 2015. So it's a big job, and they can't do anything with Russ for probably another 2 seasons, this season and next, at minimum. So he's got to be fixed in some way. And They told Russell to lose weight. He did that. He came in great shape. They've tried to pick up the tempo on offense. And I think Peyton's resume is big enough that so far Russell has gone along with the changes. And kind of after a sluggish start, he's looked much better the last 2 weeks in camp in the specific things, red zone, 2-minute drill. You can definitely see progress. And, it'll just be a matter of can they protect him as they go through yet another roster makeover.
Jeff Legwald joins us. He covers the Broncos for ESPN, and, of course, Broncos and 49ers in preseason game number 2 at Levi's Stadium tomorrow night. And as you pointed out, the defense should be good. I know they lost Draymond Jones to the Seahawks, but largely intact. But offensively, you mentioned the offensive line. One guy that's there is Mike McGlinchey. He's not going to play tomorrow night. He's got that sprained knee. Is there an update on the former 49er?
Yeah, still not practicing. Yesterday was kind of the first day that we at least saw him out at practice with a brace doing football drills, with a brace on the knee and doing pass protection drops and other things like that and drills. So that was the first day we've really seen that since his injury. So I think probably the timetable is regular season opener if they feel pretty good about where he's headed. But I don't see any way he plays in the preseason, and I don't think he'll even participate next week. They're having the Rams in for 2 days of practice next week, so I don't think Mike McGlinchey will play until the regular season starts.
And obviously in the offseason, they needed to fortify the offensive line, giving Mike the money to play right tackle and buying the left guard Ben Powers from Baltimore, Jeff. So last year, Russell Wilson got sacked 55 times. 55, and he missed a couple of games. When you think of Russ, I mean, he's one of the great runners in the history of pro football from the quarterback position. He has more rushing yards than Steve Young. He had years, just about every year in Seattle, where he rushed for over 500 yards. One year, his third year, he rushed for 849 yards and 6 touchdowns. And, he got out of the pocket. He was dangerous. He'd make that play. His last year in Seattle, the rushing numbers weren't there. There were whispers that he lost something. Last year, the 55 sacks, the rushing numbers. He's 34. He's going to be 35. Undersized quarterback. Just as far as the athleticism, how much is the weight loss going to help? Coach said he lost about 15 pounds, but where's Russell Wilson's mobility at right now, Jeff?
Well, it's much better. I mean, that's the part. I think he was given an edict when the new coaching staff arrived. You come in better shape and ready to go to be mobile. And to Russ's credit, he took it to heart, and he did. He looks so much better in terms of mobility, scrambling, throwing on the move. He looks so much better than he did last year at this time when, I had people from the Seahawks texting me, how much does he weigh when camp started last year, because he just looks so much bulkier. And I think this was kind of an edict. And I think Russ probably would have done some of it on his own, just because of the way last year ended, but it definitely was a benchmark for this new coaching staff, because they did it with other players too. I don't want to make it sound like Russell Wilson was the only guy they gave that edict to or suggestion, or however you want to phrase it. They had that discussion with a lot of players, and he was the most significant. Now, you watch the preseason opener, and they had 8 quarterback hits in that game overall. They surrendered 8 quarterback hits through the whole game, whether it was Wilson or Stidham or Ben DiNucci, the number 3. And you can't give up 8 quarterback hits a game in the regular season. So the protection is still the issue they're working through here. And I think until they show it isn't a problem, it's going to be the one people are going to ask about the most right now.
So, Jeff, on Saturday, how long do you expect to see the starters? And then we're hearing Javonte Williams coming off that knee injury that he's going to play as well.
Yeah, I think their plan for Javonte, just as a easy ramp-up, is 10 or 12 plays total. Whether that means 2 carries or 3 carries or whatever. but 10 or 12 plays total for Javonte, and then the offensive starters, most of them will probably play about what they did last week. So between 20 and 24 plays for the starters Saturday night, and I think they played 20 against the Cardinals, so roughly the same.
And Russ played the first 4 series on Saturday in Arizona. He's likely to play the entire first half, and likewise for Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. So, Sean Payton had that great decade-and-a-half run in New Orleans, and he was with a sub 6'4" quarterback or close in Drew Brees. So that's the commonality with Russ, Jeff. But the difference is with Drew Brees, everything was on time. He was a machine. He executed that offense. He would get out of the pocket every now and then, but not often. With Russell Wilson, he's known, for the spontaneity and the scramble drill and getting out. So how does Sean Payton embrace going from Drew Brees to Russell Wilson, going from the scripted play that he calls to the unscripted and Russ being Russ? And then maybe more importantly, in Seattle, Tyler Lockett was just amazing on the scramble drill. The young wide receivers, Jeudy and Sutton, how do they have to adjust when Russ becomes Russ?
Well, it's been a big topic of conversation here. And even, Payton has talked about it openly, and offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, who was with Payton for a time in New Orleans, has talked about it as well, that, getting Russell Wilson in their mind to understand the difference of the play where you needed to climb the pocket and the play where you did need to get off schedule and escape and do some things. So that's the biggest thing they're working through. And, at times it looks like, okay, they're on the same page and this is coming together. And then there'll be 1 or 2 plays every practice where, I think they will have told Russell, you left the pocket too early, you left it too soon, you didn't need to go right then because we had this available to you. So that is a big, topic of conversation for them, and it probably will be one of the bigger adjustments they want Russell Wilson to make. But again, in the preseason opener, it was hard to tell what kind of progress he's made in that because they didn't protect well no matter what quarterback was in the game. So most of the time in the preseason opener, the quarterbacks were correct in leaving the pocket because they were getting hammered when they stayed there. So I think the two issues kind of go together right now. We're not going to know the progress until they get things shored up front a little bit to even see if he should have left the pocket or not.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jeff. We appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow at Levi Stadium.
Anytime. Thank you very much.
Take care. Jeff Legwold, ESPN, covers the Broncos NFL senior writers. He's very similar to what our good friend Nick Wagner does for ESPN and covering the Niners. Does a tremendous job covering. The Broncos are going to be one of the more intriguing teams with Sean Payton trying to turn things around for that offense. They got a solid defense, as we saw last year in the loss to the Broncos for the 49ers, but they got to get that offense going with Russ. This just breaking.
We got breaking news. What's going on here?
Gabe Kapler has been suspended for tonight's game in Atlanta and fined for returning to the dugout after he was ejected on Tuesday night.
He returned to the dugout?
Did he do Bobby Valentine? Did he?
I didn't see the fake glasses and the fake nose and the mustache. But
yeah.
When did he come back to the dugout?
I don't know.
Wow.
But, there you go. It'll mess around with that stuff.
Did you see any video clip or anything? I mean, everybody's got a video on everything. And they got dugout cams. I'm sure Major League Baseball saw it, but I didn't see anything where now it's amazing that it's just for tonight. Also been fined. I wonder how much they fined him. A lot of times managers, run the game. And when you go down those dugout steps, you got the indoor batting cage there, and there's an area there where they can communicate. His office is way up the runway. But it kind of happens where there's a communication. But when did he go back to the dugout bench after getting ejected? I didn't see any video of that.
No. So he will be out tonight. Maybe his mini-me, Kai Correa.
Kai Correa will run the team.
Yeah. You'll hardly notice, except for the tattoo on the hand. But they look very similar. I think I'll call him Mini-Me. So there you go. A couple of things. The Cubs go down 1-0 to the Royals through 3. So they are the third wild card team, and they're fighting with the Giants. So that is good news from Wrigley Field. And since we have a quick extra minute, did you say you saw the second episode of Hard Knocks, the Jets Hard Knocks?
I did.
How about that mentalist at the beginning?
fantastic.
That was
what did he
incredible.
say?
I want to see
the
that
Super Bowl is going to be who?
So he did all these tricks and everything, and it was pretty amazing.
He goes to all the teams.
He was awesome.
Him with the Baltimore Ravens.
I love
He's done that
guy.
a lot. He goes to a lot of training camps.
So he brings up McCole Hardman, the former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver, and he does a kind of a thing with him. And he says, okay, what is going to be the Super Bowl? And McCole Hardman says 31-21, Jets over 49ers.
Well, first they asked him, who are you going to play in the Super Bowl? And he said 49ers.
Yeah,
and then he had him write down
Yeah.
the score and the mentalist. I love that.
He
He's
was
a
awesome.
mentalist. You've never seen him before? He's been on. I've seen him on pregame shows.
I've seen guys like that. I haven't seen that exact guy.
I think he did. Did he not do Hard Knocks last year with the Lions?
Maybe he did. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's done a
drinking.
lot of NFL training camps.
But
I've seen him many times.
Then he flipped over the card, and that's what he had, 31-21. So there you go.
Yeah, that's his gift. He could read your mind.
I'm telling you that if
wouldn't that be? Would you want a guy in the room that could read your mind?
No.
Like when is the mentalist going to wrap up so I can go eat lunch?
No, that was freaky. I mean, and he did the goldfish thing with Aaron Rodgers, and there was all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, I think what it is that because he goes through all these numbers and everything, and he's staring at you all the time, and when you twitch even the slightest way, I guess he can tell, and that's why he's able to do it.
How would you get 31-29 over the 49ers from McCole Hardman twitching? How would you get that?
I don't know, but
did he say he's a former Kansas City Chief? He was there. He was there when the 49ers lost to him in Super Bowl 54, right?
Yeah.
Was he there? Yeah, he was a young player.
He was
That's right. He was just. I think he was a rookie.
And then he killed them last year. Remember on all the jet sweeps and all that stuff.
Nick Bosa's way in Charvarius Ward. I'm familiar with his game.
Guy. But I mean, all the stuff he did, I thought was really cool. That was a kind of a cool way to start the show. But 31-21. By the way,
we don't like that score.
No, I don't like that score. But I'll tell you this: if next February in Vegas, it was Jets and Niners, I'd sign up for that in 1 second. And I can't think of a team that I'd rather have than the Jets, just because the Aaron Rodgers angle and the Robert Saleh angle and I that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
That would be interesting.
You know,
I wouldn't mind the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, that's true.
Do we want to play the Kansas City Chiefs again?
No, I don't want anything to do with Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl.
I'm just impressed McCole Hardman picked an NFC team. I thought he may get really confused here and wonder what conference he's in.
Yeah, he was out for a long time. What happened? He didn't have a concussion or anything, did he? I don't know what he.
When last year?
Yeah, he was out a lot of last year after he crushed the Niners.
Yeah,
my gosh,
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah. Anyway, that was cool. That was a good episode. I liked it. And Aaron Rodgers is becoming likable.
He was de-emphasized in week 2. It was more Saleh. I like Saleh calling out the offensive line.
Man, he went crazy. He was a potty mouth.
Did they want that to come out?
They had a lot of Saleh, a lot of Quinnen Williams, who I was thinking. Yeah,
how good
Q-ball.
is he? Remember that debate we had for years?
Yeah.
I loved him coming out. I saw him as
you called a Bama game that year, right?
against Auburn in the Iron Bowl. But the only difference was at the time you had Buckner and Armstead inside. You needed more edge. They wound up trading for D Ford and getting Nick, but Quinnen Williams was.
He was the third pick.
Now that's went Kyler Murray, Nick Bosa 2, and the big debate was Quinnen Williams, and it was Cleveland Ferrell who went 4 to the Raiders. But Quinnen Williams had his last year at college. I mean, Nick got hurt. He had the core muscle injury early in the year, played like 3 games.
Couldn't stop him.
So just based on that season, Quinnen Williams was the better player. And it's hard to, compare because Nick's an edge guy. But how many sacks did Quinnen Williams had in the joint practice in Carolina?
11.
I got 10.
and then Aaron looked at him and said, 11.
And Aaron's going to have lunch with Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
Let's get together this week. Let's do lunch. Like, can you please block my blind side?
I'd buy that guy whatever he wanted for lunch. I'd buy him tons of stuff. And then at the end of lunch, after he's nice and full and everything, and I'd be like, bro, can you please not get me killed? Please. I mean, my gosh. Because if the Jets are getting to the Super Bowl, they're gonna have to get some more. They're gonna have to get a tackle because they got our friend Laken Tomlinson in there, and they got some decent guys inside, but their tackles are brutal. My gosh, that was brutal. Aaron Rodgers, he's being all nice now. If the season started, because they got Buffalo in week 1, like right out of the gate, not messing around.
Wait, when did Cap admit on the radio that he didn't go to the clubhouse? He hung out by the batting cage. Did he admit that?
Is that what it's saying?
That's what I'm hearing. Why would he do that?
You got to go straight to the clubhouse. That's it.
You got to go to your office.
Yeah, you got to go.
You got to lock yourself in your office. You can't. So did he go to the dugout bench or did he just go to the bat? So those indoor batting cages are right when you go down those stairs. Right. Those indoor cages are right there. So did he go there? I didn't see him on the dugout bench. And who ratted him out? Who said he did?
Well, like you said,
he admitted it on radio. Did he do it with John? FP last night. Oh wow.
Oh, FP got him fined. Never coming on this.
They're always listening. I don't know. Did he do that? I'm just speculating. I don't know.
I didn't. I did. The only part I heard was when he talked about Danny. I didn't hear the whole interview. Not because FP's the best. I was just probably drinking Gold Bar whiskey somewhere.
Would you think the manager would talk too much?
Yeah.
He doesn't tell you anything.
Don't implicate yourself. I mean, come on, man.
He doesn't tell you anything.
Does he not know that you have to leave?
Tonight? I have no idea who's pitching in Cobb County. Maybe Alex Cobb. I have no idea. But
he's not going to be there.
Did he admit that? Did he get himself
He must have.
Suspended?
Can we go back and hear that? Can we go back and go through that? And see if either FP got him in trouble or he got himself in trouble?
Or maybe John did on the Cap show. So, Cap, what did you do when you got run?
Nothing.
I ran the game right from here. What?
The Commodore 64 runs the game. I mean, come on. Just go back. Kai's got it. You can just tell him what to do. Look exactly the same. Nobody even know. Get a tattoo on your hand. Couldn't even tell them apart.
And he admitted that Kai was coming down to get advice. What
do I need to do now?
Was he getting into his brown liquor in his office when he was doing that? The hell?
What did he do? Go back, have a drink, and come back out?
You can't handle the truth.
Right.
All you did was weaken a lineup today.
Let's see if it happened on FP's show.
Wow. He ordered the code red, the code orange. What's he doing? Wow.
All right, Matt Maiocco is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Things to look for on Saturday tomorrow.
It was not the FP interview.
It was not?
Not the FP.
Of course it wasn't. FP wouldn't do that. Well, I mean, it's not like it would be his fault even if he did. Matt Maiocco at the bottom of the hour for the preview of Saturday's game. Adam Rank at 1:15 from NFL Network. So a lot of NFL ahead of you. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Will he or won't he play? Brock Purdy, that is. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I'm right down there behind the dugout. I'm not one of those guys who can go to my office and like put a cigar in my mouth and pour myself a drink and watch the rest of the game. I usually like right down behind the steps and have a chance to chat with Andrew Baggarly and Kai Correa or whoever's kind of running point in the game at that point to kind of get on the same page with decisions, just like I would if I was standing right there, just in a different way. I don't have the same level of in the moment discussion. It might have to be between innings.
Wow, that's one of the dumbest things that a manager has ever done. Honestly, I like Gabe, and I'm not calling him dumb. I'm just saying that was one of the dumbest things. That was with John Miller Wednesday, right? On the Cap Show on Wednesday, pregame.
Yeah.
Just to get you caught up, Major League Baseball fined and suspended Gabe Kapler for one game for returning to the dugout following his fourth inning ejection Tuesday against the Rays. He's going to serve it tonight when the Giants, of course, open in Atlanta right here on the Sports Leader. And then he goes on with John and kind of laughs about the fact that he was standing there on the steps behind the dugout talking to Kai Correa and Andrew Baggarly about game strategy, which you clearly cannot do. Oh my God!
He's a bright guy. I don't know. He implicated himself.
Wow.
So is that how they found out? I mean, that's unbelievable.
Why would you say that?
He didn't know the rule. He didn't know. He said, "I'm not the kind of guy." Has he ever been? Well, it's the third time he's been kicked out twice this year.
You have to leave.
So he's done it before. He got away with it before because he didn't give himself up. I'm not the kind of guy that can have a cigar in my office and pour myself a drink.
Nobody said you had to do that, but it's
no, you have
old,
to go to your office.
Well, it's the old adage. Look, you don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
Well, you can't have to go to your office. And the other rule is now he's been, and he got. I'm amazed it's only a one-game suspension. It could have been more. Undisclosed fine. I imagine they hit him pretty hard, and then he needs to know the rule going into the game tonight. He is suspended. I think, John, he's either, can he watch the game?
I don't think you can even go to the park.
Can he? Tony got suspended, I remember. Can you watch the game from a suite upstairs? You cannot go on the field. You can't go in the clubhouse. And maybe you can't go to the stadium at all, or you can go to the stadium, but you have to go upstairs. So he's got to be clear of the rule. They had video. If they had video of it, they would have suspended him for the game Wednesday. So they didn't have video of it. He gave himself up on the pregame show on Wednesday. And you wonder how that came to light. I mean, everybody hears everything, and they obviously put it on social media. I don't know. But he basically implicated himself. He laughed about it. So that's so he got run. It helped the Giants win a game on Tuesday night. Now we'll see what happens to the game tonight, how that impacts it. But he's got to be clear of the rule now. It's different when you're suspended. When you get run, you can stay in your office. You just can't leave. You cannot communicate with the pitching coach or the bench coach during the game and the acting manager. We know that, but they do. There's ways to communicate, but they don't admit it. He did that. He came down to the cage, which is illegal, and then he communicated with Andrew Baggarly and Kai Correa, and he laughed about it. So the one thing is learn from it and make sure he knows what the rules are tonight. Does he have to stay in the hotel and not come at all? Does he have to go up to the press box level at Truist Park? What are the rules tonight? Make sure you know that and keep it on the download, Ken. Wow.
Why would the part that blows my mind is that he would say that.
He was ignorant of the law.
And basically say that, look, I just stand so I get kicked out, but I just stand in the stairwell and I just tell Kai and Andrew Baggarly what to do.
He gave himself up. So what was the suspension and fine when Bobby Valentine, and Bobby laughed on it. He went back on the dugout bench when he was the manager of the Mets and put on the fake glasses, the fake mustache and nose, and he sat there on the bench.
Ooh.
What did he get suspended for that? I mean, he openly laughed at them, and he went back on the dugout bench. So at least Cap did it underneath where there was no video of it, but he gave him audio the next day on the Cap. Well, Cap do the Cap today from the hotel?
It's not John's fault.
I'm not blaming John. John said, well, where did you watch the game?
You heard it here first from Greg Papa and John Lund.
Thank you, John.
You heard it here first on the Cap.
Man, that's crazy.
On the Booch, he never gave himself up like that.
Well, I was just standing in the dugout
How about the day against the Dodgers? Bochy got run.
Yeah.
And Wody got run. They both got run. And Flan had to run the team. Remember that? Flan's story about that was hilarious.
You see Boach in the stairwell. Hey, Flan, here's what I want you to do.
Well, he wouldn't tell anybody, though.
Exactly.
What they do is they have a relay system where he tells the bat boy, he runs. Have Dave Fleming as the bat boy. Have him run down and tell you what you're doing. So, wow.
Boach couldn't hide. He's got a bobblehead head. He could not hide. Hey, is there a bobblehead in the stairwell?
Cap was hiding. He didn't come out of the dugout bench, but he told everybody the next day what he did.
Man, that's
crazy. Did it.
That's crazy stuff.
Wow.
All right, Matt Maiocco is going to join us coming up next. What to look for on Saturday? Some of the battles, certainly quarterback position we're going to talk about, plus the corners, a lot of other different things. And of course, we'll have it for you right here on. We'll have it on our sister station 810 The Spread. Remember, 49ers on 810 The Spread tomorrow, and Giants baseball right here on 680. So we'll talk to Matty all about it, what he's looking for next on eSports Hitter.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who work closely with professional builders and contractors. Aside from the highest quality lumber yards across the Bay Area, they offer services and products they believe in, like Simpson Strong Tie. Their code-listed, field-tested products help structures resist high winds, atmosphere, rivers, and seismic forces. Their innovative products also include structural connectors, fastening systems, anchors, and products that repair, protect, and strengthen concrete. Imagine what they can do for your clients' homes and businesses. Another company Golden State supports is James Hardie, who offer fiber cement textured panels. It's like stucco, but without the mess, and they won't crack. You and your clients will love the fact that James Hardie textured panels are cost-effective, durable, easy to install, and resistant to mold, dry rot, and fire. See the many options they have for your clients at GoldenStateLumber.com. Helping professionals build better since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, if this football thing doesn't work out, the singing career will. Matt Maiocco.
I can name that tune in 3 notes.
At Maiocco, NBCS, of course, covers the 49ers and does a great job on the 49ers Talk podcast. He's still talking to Walter, so hang on.
I want to hear more, John.
Do we have more of Maiocco singing?
I want him to sing live.
That is good. That's high quality stuff. What can't Matt Maiocco do? He does everything. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi.
Hi, John.
How are you?
You want to pick up the rest of your song? I just can't stop loving you. Take it from there, Matty.
Wow.
Sounded pretty
I'm not the one who did it.
We liked it.
Where was that?
What? I didn't hear. I was talking.
Play it. Take 3.
Yeah,
that's Freddie Fender.
Yeah, I know.
Wasted Days and Wasted Nights.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my karaoke go-to right there.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
I mean, typically I don't remember it the next morning, but hey,
exactly.
It's my karaoke go-to.
That's a great topic. Your karaoke go-to. Text line is wide open.
Yeah.
Here's another great trait about you is it looked like that Brock Purdy wasn't going to be a starter, and then you got your latest with Jennifer Lee Chan. You said, I may have spoken too soon. So what are they going to do here? Is Brock going to start, do you think?
I don't know, but I'm just basing that off what Kyle Shanahan said on Tolbert and
Copes.
Yeah. Yesterday he said that he hasn't yet decided, but he did speak the day that I posted that. He did. I mean, he was asked about the quarterback rotation, and he mentioned, well, we started Trey Lance the first game, and Sam came in after that. So this week we're going to flip it. Going to have Sam start off, and then bring in Trey. And so then the follow-up was, so no Brock Purdy, and he's like, I haven't decided. But it didn't sound like he was leaning that way at all. It almost sounded like, as an afterthought, like, oh, that's right, Brock Purdy's our starting quarterback. Yeah, I haven't yet decided. But then yesterday it sounded like he was leaning more towards just having him get on the field for one or two series. But, I was thinking about that is that, if I were a coach, I would not want my starters playing in games that don't matter. But I think I would want them going through the mechanics of a game day. I'd want them suiting up. I'd want them going through pregame warm-up. I'd want them doing everything, and then maybe even like jogging out to the huddle and handing off 3 times to the number 4 running back, and then boom, that's it. I would think that would be beneficial. I honestly don't think that there's anything to be gained by having Brock Purdy go out there and throwing 2 checkdowns and then calling it a day. I don't see as much practice time as they get in a controlled setting. I don't see any benefit for a guy throwing a couple of passes in a game. But the other part of it, just to kind of get the routine of a game day down, I think is probably beneficial.
Well, I mean, look at coaches, and Sean McVay doesn't play anybody. at all in the preseason. But Andy Reid played Patrick Mahomes' series in New Orleans, and he's playing the whole half tonight, Mahomes. And Russell Wilson played 4 drives for Sean Payton, and I think Russell Wilson's going to play the half tomorrow. So there's different theories there. I think you need to play, and it's different to play actual tackle football than it is in the practice field, so we'll see. But the bigger picture is he's able to play if they choose to. And he was cleared this week for 3 consecutive days. And I know he felt after yesterday's 3rd day in a row, and it was a lighter day, but Wednesday was a heavy day, that his arm, the GPS readings here show the VLAO is maintaining. So just the bigger picture, because that's all we ever talked about, Matt, was, when he would be able to play. In fact, you had the date, I think, August 21st, circled for a long time when he'd be fully cleared. He was fully cleared at the start of training camp. It was, 2 on, 1 off, or 2 on, 2 off. But the bigger story is Brock Purdy can play if they choose to play him tomorrow night.
Yeah, no, the August 21st was 6 months, or what would that be, 6 times 4, so 24 weeks after the surgery.
March 10th.
And that was and that was the time frame that everybody was kind of working under. So that's how that date came about. And I thought that he would be practicing. I just didn't know that, on the very first, it'd be the second day of practice, that he'd be ripping, 45-yard passes down the field, which he was. Now I think he looks great. I think he looks just fine. The ball's coming out very well. I can't tell any change in velocity, and what you just said is that they can't either, just by the numbers. And Kyle Shanahan's like, Brock Purdy's healthy. He looks like the same guy. So it's not even a thought in their mind right now that they need to protect him. And they're going to manage this because he didn't have the base of throwing as much during an off season. While he was rehabbing, going through PT. I mean, he might have ended up throwing more than he would, but it's a different kind of throwing to get himself back up to this strength level. So, I mean, it's all systems go for Brock Purdy. That's, there's no doubt about that. There's, the day that he got cleared on the first day of training camp, there became zero competition. There became zero question of who the 49ers starting quarterback was going to be when they run out there for week 1.
Matt Maiocco joins us, of course, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the 49ers Talk podcast, getting you ready for the Broncos and the 49ers at Levi Stadium tomorrow, the preseason home opener. Okay, so behind them, let's for a second, if he doesn't play, then it's Sam Darnold, and then it's Trey Lance. They're reversing from last week against the Raiders.
That is the plan. Yes, that Trey Lance played a full half. I forget how many, 20, maybe 27 snaps, something like that, in the game on Sunday. And for, I guess, the guy who needs the time is clearly Trey Lance. But the 49ers are in this position where it's like the train's leaving the station, and it's like, Trey Lance could benefit more from the playing time than Sam Darnold, but the 49ers also have to make a decision, on who their backup quarterback is going to be. And so they do want to see more of Sam Darnold. Everybody, people who think, well, the 49ers don't need to see Sam Darnold. He had 55 starts in the NFL. Everybody knows what he's about. Well, people don't know what he's about because those are 55 starts with other teams. And, and there's a reason. Shanahan has reason to think, and he should, that experience with those offenses, with those supporting cast, with that coaching of the Jets and the Panthers isn't necessarily applicable to what he's doing right now with the 49ers. So, they basically, in the eyes of Kyle Shanahan, when he was evaluating Sam Darnold coming out of the draft and he liked what he saw, the time in the NFL means nothing to him because the time in the NFL was with different systems. It was in different situations. And the only thing that mattered as far as the evaluating of Sam Darnold is what he's done since he's been in Santa Clara. And what he's done is he's gotten a lot better. He's picking things up quicker than he was earlier on. And, just it's the same, I guess you could say, for Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. I mean, they're better. All three of them are better quarterbacks right now, 3 weeks in or 4 weeks into training camp than they were certainly for Brock Purdy's case, certainly better than the offseason program, but also better since training camp opened, because Purdy's gotten a lot of work, and Darnold and Lance haven't gotten as much as him, but they're getting out there daily, and on those days when Brock Purdy wasn't out there on the practice field, those guys were the ones splitting the ones.
So, a lot has changed. I'm listening to you talk in a year when, Kyle said this is Trey's team, and to where we are now, where he's saying Brock is the real deal. So just as it relates to Trey, and I think he is a better quarterback, but the room is crowded, as you said. You got Brock and what he did last year, and Sam coming in. I mean, Trey Lance as well as anybody from the start. You went back to his hometown of Marshall, Minnesota, did a huge series of features and on NBC Sports Bay Area, wrote about it. We saw it. Just where's he at in his career now? After the injuries his rookie year, it's Trey's team last year, the ankle injury against Seattle, the offseason, the follow-up surgery, reworking his mechanics, but you have Christensen coming back now, Brock being the guy, Sam being brought in. You've watched the ups and downs and all around, so how do you assess the first couple of years now into his third year in the NFL for Trey, Matty?
It's impossible to assess, and I know everybody wants an answer. Everybody, was this the worst draft pick ever? Is he a bust? I mean, stuff makes me just makes me queasy to hear, because how does anybody know? And I was just talking to Alex Smith yesterday. Remember when Alex Smith came into the NFL, the story was, and you could see it, that he, a lot of the same stuff that Trey Lance showed in his very, very, very small sample size is what Alex Smith was like. He had difficulty, pulling the trigger on those passes and making quick decisions, and the anticipation, all those stuff, those traits can be learned, and Alex Smith learned them. And Alex Smith became, a 3-time Pro Bowl player? He ended up being a really darn good quarterback in this league, and it didn't start off that way. But what Alex Smith had working for him was that he was playing a lot of football. He missed a season with an injury, but early in his career with the 49ers, but they kept at it, and he kept fighting, and they didn't go out necessarily and get somebody to take his spot, or somebody didn't step in and just say, okay, I'm the starter, and Alex Smith can be looking for a job elsewhere. But that's the difference, is that Trey Lance needs to keep the blinders on. He can't be listening to all the noise. He has to just keep his head down and get better, and he's doing that. The problem is for him, the unfortunate thing for him, is that he may never get a chance with the 49ers. If Brock Purdy continues to play the way that he played at the end of last season when he took over, then not Trey Lance, not Sam Darnold, not anybody else, not Kirk Cousins coming in, nobody is going to be taking Brock Purdy's job. And so that's the unfortunate thing for Trey Lance, is that he is 23 years old. He's got a lot of improvement to throughout his career that he can do, but he's also gotten a lot better now that he's healthy, and he's a better football player than he was a year ago, no question about it. But it might not matter. I mean, it's a really interesting circumstance where the 49ers this season do not feel obligated to put him out there just because he was the number 3 overall pick. That was the situation last year. Now the train's leaving the station, and they cannot afford to spin their wheels a little bit or bring a young quarterback up to speed, or they need to limit the unknowns as much as possible. And right now there are fewer unknowns about Brock Purdy than there are about Trey Lance. And they like what they've learned about Brock Purdy beginning from the time that he took over and they saw him in real game action.
Matt Maiocco joining us, getting ready for tomorrow night's preseason game between the Broncos and the Niners. Outside of the quarterback, I know that's difficult for people to comprehend, but outside of the quarterback, what are the positions you're going to be watching tomorrow night?
Well, I guess, if the starters are out there, there will be eyeballs on Colton McKivitz. On the defensive side, I think keep your eye on the nickelback and see how the 49ers work that situation. Very clearly, Isaiah Oliver did not wow the 49ers and has not wowed the 49ers during practice, during camp. And that's a departure from, what I thought was basically a given in the offseason and during the OTAs, is that that's Isaiah Oliver's job. Now they're contemplating, and they've done this here in the last couple of practices. They're moving Deommodore Lenoir, who's a no questions asked starter, outside. They're moving him into the slot in nickel situations, and part of the reason they feel like they can do that is because they believe that right now Samuel Womack and Ambry Thomas, one of those two, is a really good option lining up at outside corner. So in order for them to get their best 5 players, their best 5 defensive backs on the field for those money downs, it's about 2/3 of the time teams are in nickel. That is where they're leaning right now. Basically, it's saying that Samuel Womack or Ambry Thomas is better than Isaiah Oliver. And so that's something to kind of keep an eye on tomorrow night to see how the 49ers work the nickelback spot.
Great stuff, Matty. We appreciate it. Thanks for the insight, and we will see you tomorrow night.
Sounds great. Thanks, gentlemen.
Karaoke after the game.
Yeah, there you go. Matt
Early
Maiocco.
game, John. 5:30 game.
I like that.
Well, you'll be on the air till like midnight. I'll be done by 8:30.
We'll be, let's see, we're on at 1. Probably get out of there. Yeah.
5:30 kick, 8:30 gun.
Yeah, probably like 10:30. Yeah, we'll be out of there about 10:30. That's okay. Get me home, 45 minutes. Yeah, I'll make last call easy. With like an hour to spare. I'm fine. It'd be nice. Be real nice. All right, about 9 minutes, we will give you today's foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. If you don't know why Gabe Kapler is being suspended for tonight's game, we'll recap that with Gabe's own words, and we'll help you preview the 49ers and the Broncos with some good stuff. Don't go anywhere. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Kyle Shanahan said on Tolbert and the
Copes.
Yeah.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Gabe Kapler, I wouldn't say he said sorry, but he certainly clarified to our own Danny Emmerman his actions in the dugout the other day. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah.
Straight up. That sounds like Cap today.
Yeah, I know. He's going to have time. He doesn't have anything to do. You know what he has time to do? This is going to be awesome. He's going to do a coffee house Atlanta maybe. Maybe a bourbon Atlanta where he does like a pub crawl or something. He does a bunch of bourbons. Since I have nothing to do today.
We're going to hear from him in 1 minute. He's going to address the media at 1 o'clock our time.
Did you not know that rule?
Now, so he can go to the park and take part in the workout, and then I believe he can watch the game upstairs. I don't believe he has to go to his hotel room or to Buckhead and drink. So we'll find out. And did he implicate himself? How did Major League Baseball contact him? This is quite odd because on the
we heard you on the pregame.
He did talk after the game. So there was two things. After the game, and it was the game that Jack Peterson had the big slide at home and then pointed at the umpire. Whitson, Elliot Ramos had the slide at the plate. So they asked him, where he saw that, and he said to the media before the Cap show the next day on Tuesday night, he said that he watched those plays from the cage. He didn't go in the dugout, but he went in the cage, which is not allowed. And then, John had the interview with him. So I'm a little surprised they didn't suspend him for Wednesday's game after he admitted that Tuesday night. After what he did, they may not have caught it, but in any event, he's going to be suspended, undisclosed fine, and he's going to give us the details coming up in just a minute here.
We'll play that for you if you missed it on the pregame show where he had admitted as well. That probably did not help him either. And then, of course, we'll get you previewed for the 49ers and the Broncos on Tuesday night, which, again, we'll have Giants baseball here on 680. You and Tim will be on TV, and then, of course, Fitz, Keena, and Dante will have the radio call, but we'll be on 810 The Spread, our sister station, 810 The Spread, for 49ers football tomorrow night. By the way, I meant to mention this, and since we have a quick moment before we get to foreplay, I was driving home yesterday, after you and I departed, and Tim Ryan was with Amber Thier-Harris, one of our favorites, and we talked to her a lot at the Super Bowl. She was hanging out. And that was great. They had,
and Alex Smith.
Yeah, and Alex Smith was there, and it was Niner after Niner after Niner. And one of the funniest things was Debo was on there telling the story about the rookie wide receivers. And I know this has been written about, but to hear him tell it was incredible. So basically, they don't have a first-round receiver. They don't have a receiver with a bunch of money. So basically, Ronnie Bell's sitting there as a sixth-rounder. He didn't have any money. And so they went to Vegas. They went to the rookie dinner, and they're ordering all sorts of wine. And they wasn't really a big
bill. They went to STK at the Wynn. So I saw him going out when I was heading somewhere that night.
So he goes to the manager of STK and he says, "Look, just give us a big bill of like $15,000. Just bring it over to these guys, and it just as a joke, and then let it play." So anyway, he hands Ronnie Bell this bill for like $15,000,
and Isaiah Winston,
who's a free agent.
Yeah.
And they don't have any money, and so they're panicking and sweat and all this kind of stuff. And Debo said they let it last about 10 minutes. And then finally they brought over the real bill, which was about $5,000.
Now, Ronnie Bell had to call his bank.
Yeah, he said they were closed. He was freaking out.
Money in there.
So then they brought over the real bill. It was still $5,000. Debo said that he paid $3,500, so they paid the remaining $1,500. Debo pay all of it? Yeah, he paid $3,500.
Just pick it all up.
So anyway, it was pretty funny. But they had McCaffrey on. They had, and like you said, Alex was hanging out with the guys, and they had Kittle, and it was really cool. They did a nice job with it. Brock Purdy was in there, but it was cool because Tim's in there, and Tim knows all the inside anything. Not that Amber Thier-Harris wasn't great, she was, but then you had Alex, and Alex is talking to Brock about the QB situations and kind of saying that similar situations, and he's familiar with the way that it all works with competition, and it was just really cool. And then to have Tim in there with the type of insight that he obviously has was really cool. It was a cool listen. Nice. Yeah. It was a good job.
I listened to all of it.
Yeah, it was good.
It was funny.
Really good stuff. All right. It is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's hit your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
By the way, Adam Rank at 1:15 after the foreplay from NFL Network, NFL.com, so make sure you stay tuned for that. So we were just talking about Gabe Kapler, and you've got to leave the premise. You can't hang around the dugout. You can't hang around the batting cage. You certainly cannot.
When you're ejected from the game. Yeah.
You certainly cannot give advice in the tunnel. So here was Gabe yesterday, and I don't know if this is the one that implicated himself, but he has talked about it a couple of times. Here he is talking to John Miller in the pregame show on Wednesday after the Tuesday night ejection.
I'm right down there behind the dugout. I'm not one of those guys who can go to my office and like put a cigar in my mouth and pour myself a drink and watch the rest of the game. I usually like right down behind the steps and have a chance to chat with Andrew Baggarly and Kai Correa or whoever's kind of running point in the game at that point to kind of get on the same page with decisions, just like I would if I was standing right there, just in a different way. I don't have the same level of in the moment discussion. It might have to be between innings.
He gave himself up, but I think John asked the question because he admitted that when the scrum, the writers came into his office Tuesday night because there was a play at the plate involving Jock Peterson and one with Elliot Ramos, and so he was asked. He said that he was standing. So what he's saying is he was not on the dugout bench, but he went down those stairs you see on TV, and right there, when you get to the bottom of those stairs, is the indoor batting cage, and that's where he went. You have to go right to your office, and you cannot communicate with anybody on the dugout bench at all. So I don't know. He incriminated himself. It's unbelievable. And we have a former president that did that regularly, and he got away with a lot of stuff, and now he's being tried. Anyway, so I wonder if retroactively they can. Has he done this before? This is the third time he's been ejected from a game, a second time this year. Did he do this in Philadelphia and early this year? I mean, can they retroactively suspend him for that or take money? I mean, for him to admit this upon his third ejection is amazing. He's too bright for that.
Plus, I don't know how he couldn't know, because I know. I mean, and what do I know? I mean, in terms of you got to leave. Like, I thought that was pretty common belief. Of all the things they know, and as smart as the organization is, you can't stand there and give advice to Kai Correa and Andrew Baggarly.
That's the whole point of being ejected.
Yeah, you can't stand there and tell them things.
I could see where he thought the indoor batting cage is an extension of his office, maybe. But that's not allowed because it's so close to the dugout bench. And the whole point is, in the day, way years ago, they would shuttle information from the manager's office down to the clubhouse and then into the dugout bench. And managers ran the game anyway, but they did it through, a pigeon, somebody that came down. Mm-hmm. There's all kinds of device electronically they could do it easier. But for him to admit that after he was ejected, he had communication with guys on the dugout bench, it's amazing to me. He's been played too long. He's managed too long. How did he not know that rule?
It's crazy. So there's Gabe Kapler, and he's going to be suspended for tonight's game in Atlanta. Here's Michael Lombardi, and a lot of 49ers fans came to Trey Lance's defense. A lot of people nationally thought that Michael Lombardi went too far when he talked about when Trey Lance came out of the womb and saying that he just wasn't bred to be a quarterback. Well, here's Michael Lombardi doubling down. Here he is.
What I said about Trey Lance was he just doesn't possess instinctively how to play the position. Now, a lot of people were critical of what I said. That's my evaluation. Like, everybody that gets evaluated for instincts. Some quarterbacks are just born with it. I can't explain why Brady does it. I can't, but it happens. And so, look, I'll stand by what I said about Lance. I've watched the tape. I've seen him play. It doesn't come.
All right.
Now, what he's saying is, you're born with it. I think it's a learned behavior as well. And Tom Brady played a lot of football. I mean, obviously in Michigan, he was a backup, but then he became a starter later on. And then obviously in the league before he became a a champion, but he was that first year. But I just to say that he does not have the natural instincts. He may not possess the intuition of a Tom Brady, but if he plays more, can he get better and better at that? He just hasn't played enough. He didn't play, enough quarterback growing up in high school and in college. Obviously, we've talked about it in the pros. So, can he learn that behavior? I just say this, John. Tomorrow night's a big night for him. If Brock Purdy starts the game and plays a couple of series, they go to Sam Darnold, and then Trey's going to have the whole second half. So I think just in light of the narrative after the first game in Vegas, he needs to ball out a little bit tomorrow night or against the Chargers. And who knows how much he'll play in that game, because I think Brock will play more in that game, even if he plays tomorrow night. So we can all have our opinion on where he's at and try to project the young man's rest of his life. He's just 23 years of age. But he needs to put some better plays on tape tomorrow night.
I agree 100%. And as far as what Lombardi said is, look, I respect his opinion, but how do you instinctually get better at something? How do you develop instincts? You play. And he hasn't played, and he's not going to play, and he's in a really tough position. I mean, he's going to play in the preseason, but he just hasn't played enough, and that's how you develop anything in life is you do it more, and he just hasn't had an opportunity. So to say that, again, that he came out of the womb and he just doesn't have the instincts, I don't know that I can buy that. If he had, like you said, he mentioned Brady. Well, Brady played a ton at Michigan, and that sharpened his instincts because he played. You have to play, and so anyway, he hasn't had that opportunity, and he's not going to have that opportunity anytime soon, at least here. Here is Kyle Shanahan on what the rotation could look like tomorrow night for the quarterbacks.
We plan on Sam going the first half. Still, we just finished practice here. So I'm going to talk to the trainers with the rest of our team and everything. I might get Brock in there for a little bit. I have not finalized that yet, but thinking about playing the ones for possibly a series a little in the first quarter. But whatever that is, if we don't, Sam will have the whole first half. And if those guys do open the game with Brock and some of the ones, it probably won't be much longer than a series or two.
Again, that was Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes telling us that maybe, just maybe, Brock Purdy could start.
And I think they're figuring that out right now. And I think there's a chance that Brock could play maybe one series, 8 plays or so. I don't think Trent Williams will play. Christian McCaffrey won't play. The rest of the guys might. And then George Kittle won't play. He's working on the side field. So, and then on defense, you may see Fred Warner a little bit in this game. So, Sean Payton's going to play his guys. They're playing the whole half. And, Andy Reid's playing Patrick Mahomes a half. And so you got to practice a little bit. I know people have a debate on this, but you want to come out firing that first game of the year in Pittsburgh. So they're figuring it out right now. The good thing, John, is that Brock felt great after yesterday's full workout, the third day in a row, first time he's been cleared to go 3 in a row in a padded practice. And he was saying the GPS, the velocity on the throws were as strong in day 3 as they were in day 1 on Tuesday. So it's all trending in the right direction.
Adam Rank's going to join us coming up next, NFL Network, NFL.com. Not only are we going to talk some football, but he's a big fantasy guy as well. So you got your draft probably coming up. Got a couple of things to discuss with Adam Rank as we get you ready for the Niners and the Broncos tomorrow night at Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Will he or won't he play? Brock Purdy, that is. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Handoff, McCaffrey off the right side, jumps over Marcus Epps, still fighting, breaks a tackle, touchdown! CMC!
2 sticks of dynamite on that one, baby, because they had the wham block.
Tim Ryan. Let's talk some NFL with Adam Rank. Does a great job not only talking NFL, but also great fantasy stuff, too. At Adam Rank, make sure you follow him. NFL Network, he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
What's going on? Is Greg playing back his own calls? That's what we do.
I didn't do that. That was Tim Ryan's call. All
right. Want to make sure.
No, because the reason we played that coming in is that we have a quandary in the Bay Area because there's all-pro halfback, all-pro fullback, all-pro tight end, all-pro Z-back, running back and Debo. Ayuk's about to take off. You got, we're not going to, draft Trent Williams in fantasy, but who knows? But because they're so loaded, are they too loaded to pick one out? Let's just start with Christian McCaffrey. Starting with Roger Craig in 85 and then Marshall Faulk. He's the third guy in the history of the NFL to go 1,000. With all the weaponry around CMC, is it possible, Adam, that McCaffrey does it for a second time? 1,000.
I don't know about that because that's a tall order. But the one thing that impressed me last year was that he scored a touchdown in at least 11 games last season, which gives you the safest possible floor with a fantasy running back. I mean, outside of Austin Eckler, I don't think there's anybody that would even come close to that mark. And it's been remarkable. And I thought that last season, and I got a lot of pushback because when he was traded, I even said, I like this. I think that even with all the great players in San Francisco, he is still going to go out there and be one of the top performers in fantasy. And people scoff. And I didn't know anything. But he did. He played pretty well. And I think that he's going to be in line for that again. I think it does come at the expense of the other guys. Like, I would probably downgrade Debo a little bit more than I would like to. I think that George Kittle is a weapon that you use, but it kind of, and I know this is sacrilegious to say in San Francisco, because he's way better than this player. But it reminded me of, like, the way Jay Novacek was in the 90s, where he was just like the most annoying player. You're like, oh, my God, just when you think that you have everybody handled. Yeah, just when you think you have everything handled, you're like, oh, we got everybody. We got him, we got Irvin, we got Smith, we got him covered. And then here comes Jay Novacek, on 3rd and 7 catches an 8-yard pass. And Kittle has that kind of ability, and he can also break 100 tackles. So I don't know. It's an embarrassment of riches for the 49ers, but I think that Christian McCaffrey is still safe.
Adam Rank is joining us, and that's what makes it tough for them, right? Or tough in a fantasy aspect, because they have so many guys that you'd think, because you're looking for guys who are going to just dominate and get a bunch of yards, a bunch of carries, a bunch of catches, all those kind of things, but you never know week to week with the 49ers who's going to be the star because they have so many stars.
Yeah, it's a huge, especially at the wide receiver position, because I think a lot of people would be shocked to realize that Brandon was the guy who led the team in receptions and yards and things of that nature. So with so many great plays, and especially with Deebo and Kittle and even CMC, being able to make such great YouTube plays that you forget, like, oh yeah, Brandon Ayuk is also really nice. Like, he's a really nice player. It is, it's one of the reasons why you don't draft them as your wide receiver 1 or your wide receiver 2, but you take him as your wide receiver 3, and that way you can kind of live with the weeks where they're not maybe the focal point of the offense, but can still give you great value and great production. And because the team is going to score a lot of points, there is a safe enough floor to make them playable every year or every week.
Yeah, once they got McCaffrey, they went from scoring 20 points a game pre-CMC to 30 post-CMC. And then once Brock Purdy got in, it was up over 32.5 points a game when he was the quarterback. So Brock last year played 5 games, and he threw for 1,374 yards and 13 touchdowns. So let's just say multiply it by 3. You know, he could push for 4,000 yards and maybe 40 touchdowns. So what do you do with the 49er quarterback? Now, he did get hurt in the championship game. The 49er quarterbacks got hurt. I don't know if you noticed, Adam, on the reg around here. So I mean, you know, obviously the top quarterback's going to go higher than Brock, but if you wanted to load up on other positions, would you draft Brock Purdy to be your quarterback in fantasy?
You know, I would rather have somebody who I think that at this point of their career and this point of the off season is going to be a little bit safer. But if I end up with somebody, like if I have Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, somebody like that, I'm pretty good. Like I don't believe that I need to draft a second quarterback. But if I miss out on a run, I would even put Trevor Lawrence in that category as well. And if I miss out on the run and like, oh my gosh, I'm in a spot of the draft where 6 or 7 quarterbacks go off the board, and I'm picking up Kirk Cousins, for instance, who's not a bad player. He put up a lot of yards. He's a good fantasy performer. I would want to have Brock Purdy. I would want to take chances on guys like Brock Purdy, like Anthony Richardson, who have that kind of ceiling that they can be fantastic. They can be really good. And so in a lot of my leagues so far where I've missed out on one of those elite level quarterbacks, if I have to take 2 quarterbacks, I do want somebody like Brock Purdy because I thought the sample size and the way he performed last year, I don't think that's a fluke. And I think he'll be able to come back and get pretty close to what he was doing last season, especially with that offense and that coach. I have a lot of trust with Kyle Shanahan, so I'm willing to take that risk.
Adam Rank is joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. 8 players in the top 100 at NFL.com, just the overall talent of the 49ers. I mean, how do you see the NFL as a whole, or excuse me, the NFC as a whole going into the season?
Well, I think that you have your 2 main event stars. You have the Eagles and you have the 49ers. It's kind of like when you look at the WrestleMania card and there's Seth Rollins and there's Roman Reigns. Like, we got the 2 guys at the top. It's Hulk Hogan, it's Randy Savage. Like, we get it. Like, we have our main event ones. And then we have all the mid-card teams, like the teams that could surprise. You know, we saw the Lions make a surge last year. The Vikings won the division. One of the teams out of the NFC South, I guess, has to go to the playoffs. Maybe it's the Saints, maybe it's the Falcons. There's the Cowboys are also in that mid-card. None of them, I feel, are serious threats. I think that it would be shocking if it doesn't come down to the 49ers and the Eagles once again. It's similar to the 90s where it was Cowboys, 49ers, but not in the sense that they were the 2 best teams in the NFL, but they're definitely the 2 best teams in the NFC right now. So I think that even with some of the looming question marks at quarterback for the 49ers, they can weather the storm. I mean, remember last year, they lost week 1 against the Bears. They still survived, and by the end of the season, they were the best team. They were one of the best teams in the NFC. I don't want to get the Eagles fans upset at me, but I think it's going to be very similar this year. And if I had to pick a team that I kind of trusted more, Probably the 49ers, because I think top to bottom, they're a better team.
December the 3rd, the Niners are going back to South Philly to invade the Link. It'll be on. One team you did not mention behind the 49ers and Eagles, Seattle. You don't see Seattle in that next rung?
I mean, they're there, but I think that last season a lot of things went well for them. We see this every year, is that there's always a surprise team that kind of seemingly comes out of nowhere, somebody you weren't expecting to do very well. And we thought that once Seattle got rid of Russell Wilson, this team's not going to be good. And then they overperformed. Geno Smith had a career year. And even though that they have great talent at wide receiver, they bring back Bobby Wagner, I'm not that convinced that they're as good as they were last year. And even last year was a struggle. They finished 9-8. It wasn't like they were a 12-5 team or anything like that. They were 9-8, and they were fortunate to be there. And when they regress this year, I am going to be there telling everybody, I told you this was going to happen. So I don't know. I've seen enough. I love Pete Carroll. I think he's a great coach, and I think he did a tremendous job last season. I think it's difficult to expect a team like that to continue to repeat that success. And I think that they're going to find out the hard way. I think they probably should. I mean, maybe this draft wasn't the one where you go after a quarterback, but at some point they really do need to address the quarterback position if they're really going to be a contender in the NFC.
Adam Rank, make sure that you follow him at Adam Rank, NFL Network, the Sick podcast as well. Make sure you follow that. It's always great catching up with you, man. I'm sure we'll do it throughout the season. Thank you so much.
Oh, my gosh. The pleasure was all on this side of the phone. Thank you so much for having me.
Touchdown!
There you go. See, he does it himself.
I love it.
I got it on loop.
I love it. I'm a huge fan, man. I've loved you for years, so thank you so much. And it's always an honor to come on with you.
Anytime, man. Love to have you on throughout the year. Thank you, brother.
Classic, man. That's good.
He called me out.
Very nice. Papa Lund today, sponsored by our good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the BBB, by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite right now. You got issues? 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Do remember Tolbert and Copes today. Who's that, Matt Maiocco? Tolbert and Copes. That is Marcus Thompson at 2:30.
Tolbert and Lund.
Jeremy Affelt at 2:50.
Razor and Mr. T.
Giants and Braves.
Tolbert and Rado.
For first pitch. Pregame at 3:40. And do remember, we will have your 49ers coverage tomorrow on our sister station, 810 The Spread. Because every time we start
always the sister? Could it be your brother's station?
I guess so. I don't know why they call it that. Why did they call it that, sister? I don't know. But every time we start the pregame in the preseason and we're not on the big blowtorch, I get inundated with tweets and the such. Where are you?
Only on 810 The Bread.
Sounds like your mother, Jan.
Where are you? And so I'm just like, this is where we are. Come hang out with us. So that's what we do. So 810 The Spread. You will be, of course, on the glitz and glamour of TV with one Tim Ryan.
And Vern Glenn. Don't forget Vern Glenn.
I love Vern Glenn, by the way. Vern Glenn.
Hard Knocks. He was not on episode 2 of Hard Knocks.
What's up with that?
He was on episode 1.
Yeah.
His interview with Aaron up at the American Century.
He was. It was outstanding. It was outstanding to have Vern Glenn. Yeah, love it. So you guys will be on TV on KPIX. So make sure that you stay tuned on the TV side. All right, we have your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol coming up next, some remnants, and then Tolbert and Copes. That's Tolbert and Copes at 2 o'clock. Only here on these Sports Leader.
What's going on? Is Greg playing back his own calls?
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm talking about how many kicks Jake Moody made this weekend. The kicker that they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round.
Smart.
The Niners, idiots. And drafted kicker in the 3rd round. He missed 2 chip shots in his first preseason game, which goes back to a theory
he's getting it out of the way.
I'm working on, which is you never draft a kicker. You don't draft the kicker. Even if he's Adam Vinatieri, that's pretty much it. You don't draft the kicker because the minute you draft the kicker, it's in his head.
So there is a line, though.
You got to wait.
Vinatieri.
Like, you can't draft a kicker early unless he doesn't care about anything, like it's Sebastian Janikowski. Like, if you go to his workout and he's just there's a pile of, like, Pabst Blue Ribbons and he crawls out, you're like, that's my kicker.
So that,
like Greg Zuerlein.
What's the Mendoza line for?
Greg Zuerlein. Because in St. Louis, Greg the Leg hit a lot of long kicks, but he was the type to get on the plane and just get slammered on 12, Milwaukee's best. I mean,
kickers get expensive too. Like, so if you have a good kicker early, you're gonna have to pay him again and pay him again.
At some point, these guys die. These kickers, they get so old they do.
That's Chris Long's philosophy on kickers.
Wow. That's how he sung?
He does not like
was
kickers.
Intelligent.
Does not like kickers.
Except Greg the Leg.
That's it, because he gets drunk.
Gostkowski was a 4th-round draft pick.
Yeah. Anyway, that's Chris Long. That's his philosophy on kickers.
That may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard him say. I thought he was smart. He went to... Where did he go to school? His dad
Virginia.
went to Villanova.
He went to Virginia.
2nd
overall pick of the draft was Chris Long.
Wow.
So there you go. We are rolling this in. I had forgotten to tell Walter about this, but I've said this often, but we're going to play here in a moment when we get it in the system. Did you happen to see, and what's funny here is Tolbert used to call slam ball, which is basically this thing that has come back after years where they have these trampolines and you're playing basketball basically on trampolines.
Marshawn Lynch, the one he was the commentator?
Yeah, so they put Marshawn Lynch in there, and I've been an advocate for this for all the big sporting events to get Marshawn and whoever he wants on an alternative channel, and they'll just like they're sitting on a couch watching a game, and it's hilarious. So we got it in there. Here's some Marshawn calling some slam ball. Listen to Marshawn Lynch here.
Lower than most people. What a hit! Oh my!
If this was Sonic, all his coins would have been knocked out right now. And you would have been hearing them things come out.
You're the perfect guy. What a physical game. This is a physical. Oh! Took him again.
Sit him on his back pockets. Sit him on his ass cheeks.
He's unbelievable, man.
You love yourself some beast mode.
Well, what I think is so funny.
Enough.
What I think is so funny is remember back in the day where, I'm just here so I won't get fired, and people thought he was shy, and people...
He was never that.
He never. And we all knew that, who actually knew of Marshawn Lynch, but it's kind of funny. But anyway.
So what is slam ball? Last week in Vegas,
it's unbelievable.
I learned about power slap.
Yeah,
what
power
is
slap.
Slam ball?
So this was something that was years ago. In fact, Gus Johnson used to call it with Tolbert years ago. And what it is essentially is in the offensive zone, they have on each side trampolines. And so these guys bring it down, and then we get into that. And then it's just like guys bouncing off these trampolines trying to dunk over each other. And it can get physical. I mean, guys can get hit. They're bouncing up, and they're both at the rim and all this kind of stuff. So it's kind of funny to watch. But they brought it back. They thought, well, what the heck? It's been years. Let's bring it back. And so that's what it is basically these trampolines in the lane, and you're bouncing off these things trying to dunk on guys. It's crazy. It's craziness.
And Marshawn crushed it?
Yeah. And is
he back on Amazon Prime, by the way, this year?
That's a good question. I don't know.
They have a preseason game coming up. The next Eagles game is an Amazon Prime. They're going to do a pregame on that?
Yeah.
With Whitworth and
Richard Sherman,
Carissa and Sherm. I don't know if they are going to do a pregame.
That's a good question. I don't know that.
They got to let Marshawn show up at the site and not just do it all on tape. But I love beast mode.
Well, I just think that somebody's got to get smart here, and I think that in an alternative broadcast with him and chosen people, maybe by him, maybe not. But I think people would tune into that stuff. I could be wrong, but I
put him on the
main
cast every game.
You think so?
No,
I don't know if most people can handle that. but I would
he'd be drinking the hey, and Peyton's got whatever he's got in the red Solo cup.
Yeah, that would be kind of the alternative to the alternative of Peyton Manning, Peyton and Eli. Anyway, I do like alternative broadcasts.
When he was a Raider, and he just took over training camp. What was that camera, the video crew that followed him around?
Yeah.
Amazing. It was, seriously? Are you working on your post-career career? You're going to want to play running back.
Well, I like the stuff he was doing on Thursday, but like you said, I think it's time to, make him part of the crew. I mean, I don't know what the hesitation is there.
That there was video of him completely annihilated drunk driving a car.
Yeah.
May have been part of it. Oh, that's not a big deal.
I mean, they have Richard Sherman on that show, and he's been in compromising positions.
We don't know if he was driving his car, though.
No, but he was at his ex's door, and that was not pleasant.
I know.
This one is Love Stinks, and the romance is getting off to a bad fart for cutting the cheese whenever she pleases a woman's year-long relationship with her live-in lover is now on the brink of disaster. It says the gassy gal feels her penchant for letting one rip shouldn't be the issue that rips them apart. Point is
Who wrote this?
All right, this is the New York Post.
Yeah.
Essentially what is happening is this woman and man are having a problem and says that my boyfriend constantly fart shames me, says I should act like a lady. And I'll just tell you that, personally, my wife, who I've known and been in a relationship with since 2016, has never done that in front of me. Has never,
okay, let's
ever
not make
in a
it about
million
the
years.
sexes, because women fart so do men.
Yeah, I know that.
What I mean, does she have something wrong with her? She's
my
the great,
wife?
No, the woman in question, the great flatulator. Why is she? Is it her diet? Was she having enough roughage?
Here's what she says.
What's wrong with her? How much is she farting?
She said she's been with her partner for almost 2 years. We just moved in together about 4 months ago. Essentially what she's saying is that she should be able to do whatever she wants.
Well, how often is she doing whatever she wants?
Let's see. Doesn't exactly say, but it says lately he's been getting really frustrated with me because he says I fart too much at home and it disgusts him.
Okay, we need a verification.
Okay, she says, here you go. It says, I tend to fart a few times a night and he gets super grumpy.
A few times? Must be SPDs. Just a few times?
A few times a night is what she says.
Under the covers?
Well, that wouldn't be good. Call that a covered wagon.
Give him a warning. Why do we know all about it? What couple hasn't had that problem? Why is the whole world consuming her flatulation issue?
But I'm kind of the same way. Like I said, we're coming up on like 7-8 years that I've been with my wife, and I'll generally go outside or something. I don't just sit there on the couch and rip them out. I mean, I don't do that.
Well, my question would be, what orifice is the fart coming out of? Is it a vaginal fart or an anal fart? There is a difference there. You need to get to the bottom of this, John.
Literally.
Maybe it's her diet.
Yeah. Of course it's her diet.
Twice a day is pretty normal, isn't it?
Oh, at least.
So what's the issue?
At least.
Wow.
He just says that
live alone, sir.
He says it's not ladylike, but I would agree with that.
Ladylike? Come on.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
That is so ridiculous.
This is kind of funny. Tim Tebow, we haven't talked about in a long time. It says there's a Netflix story that's upcoming called Untold Swamp Kings, and of course it's about the 2000-era Florida Gators.
Who does not have a doc being made about them?
My God.
Nonstop.
What doc did I just watch?
Johnny
Oh, no, it was
Manziel?
Johnny. Yeah, it was Johnny. I just watched that. I thought it was fairly disappointing. But anyway, this is kind of funny. Former Gators linebacker Brandon Spikes took a trip down memory lane during the 4-part series and shared how he would test Tebow to see if he was serious about saving himself from marriage. He said, quote, I just wanted to see if he was for real. So I would, maybe have a nude picture on my phone or something and show it to him to just see how he would react. He was like, come on, man. Like, you really got to get a guy uncomfortable.
Well, that's not testing him. How's that testing him by looking at the phone? What's he going to do, hump the phone?
But apparently lots of guys would do that.
Send a lady to his room.
So once Spike started to do that, other guys would do the same, and they would try to test him and so forth, in his virginity and so forth.
Did they send him a woman?
No, that's
like the night in Vegas when I bought you one and you ran blocks away from me?
That was in New Orleans.
Oh, New Orleans. Where were we?
That was in New Orleans.
You ran away.
No, the only reason I don't remember if I was in a relationship or what, but
it was more of a joke.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
And what happened was, it was probably, I don't know, 4 to 4:30 in the morning.
It was after a night of absence.
And I'm going to be nice about this because we're on the radio.
Yeah.
They had already partaken in some action, and there's a sloppy second element to that whole thing.
On the fourth seating.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway,
you put it much more succinct than I did.
Did anybody send a woman to his room? Hey, Tim, look at my phone.
That's probably true. That's a better way to test it.
That's not.
Yeah, that's the best way. Better way to taste
yourself,
it.
AC Green.
I will be
AC
interested.
Green travel with the Showtime Lakers? Is what
that to me is the most unbelievable thing ever.
How did he travel with Magic?
By the way, I haven't watched Winning Time, and apparently Jeff Pearlman.
Season 2.
Yeah, I haven't watched season 2 yet, and apparently Jeff Pearlman. I just saw a video with him, and I guess nobody's watching it. I enjoyed the first season. I just haven't had time to watch the second season.
I'm going to catch up after the preseason.
And he said that he's basically imploring people to watch because I guess HBO is saying that we're not going to do a third season. He's already got a third season written. He was talking about the actors and how much they're into it. And he's like, please watch.
I loved season 1. It was your dick.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the whole Jerry West thing and Pat Riley.
But apparently they're not getting the viewership in season 2 that they got in season 1. And so he's imploring people to watch.
I didn't know it was on.
Yeah, it just, a couple of weeks ago it started up again. I was planning on watching it because I did enjoy season 1, but I haven't partaken in
all there for you,
season 2.
You can go watch them all. Bang, 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 bang.
But yeah, he's saying that nobody's watching, and he's like, we can't make a season 3. Look out. So anyway, last one. Remember last year? I think it was last year. It might have been the year before. That strip club in Atlanta called Magic City, and it was Lemon Pepper Lou
Atlanta,
Williams.
You're saying?
Yeah, in Atlanta.
Oh, Sweet Lou.
And remember Lemon Pepper Lou, and he said he went to the strip club because of the chicken wings and all that kind of stuff, and so everybody started calling him Lemon Pepper Lou.
Well,
so
he had like multiple wives.
Yeah, he's wild. So apparently at Magic City now, the next thing that they have unveiled is they do a coffee house there now. And you know how like when you go to a fancy place and at the top of your cappuccino, they'll put something, maybe they'll put a leaf or a heart or something like that. Well, what they do at Magic City is they put a girl, literally a girl, but it looks like in the foam they make a girl, and if you move your cup, it actually shakes. So that's their latest invention.
So this is a coffee house, strip joint, in Atlanta,
called Magic City, and they're famous for their wings. A lot of NBA players are like, they just have the best wings. That's why I go. That's what Lemon Pepper Lou said, which was
I'm going to follow Cap on IG tonight.
But
Something
in
tells
Atlanta,
me he's getting his coffee from Magic City.
How great would that be?
With Sweet Lou. And Grant Liffman may show up as well.
That's a great piece, by the way, in the Chronicle.
I saw that. I texted him this morning.
Can you imagine that? This is since I was suspended, I went to a place called Magic City. I've been told that they have the best cappuccinos in Atlanta.
He did talk at 1 o'clock, and it's all his responsibility. Oh, crap.
Did he not know? What did he say?
He must not have known.
Oh, my goodness.
And they put the extra cream on the top,
I really enjoyed the...
Where in Atlanta is this Magic City?
I really enjoyed the MC at Magic City. Hey, it's time to get your cappuccino.
I knew you were going
It's
there.
Gabe Kapler in the house.
I know you were going there.
Yes, the cappuccino at Magic City with the shaking butt on the girl was very nice. And I would like to say that the DJ treated me very well in calling me out in my suspension. I will go back the next time we are in Atlanta. I wonder if he will do anything in Atlanta with his extra time in his IG.
I think he's going to watch the game from the upper level. If he's not there, you know what they should
watch it from
do is
Magic
just do
City.
everything they would normally do. Like Lamont Wade Jr. should open the game with a bunt. Cap's not here. How am I going to hit Strider?
How funny would that be?
He throws 100.
If Kai Correa just said, guys, Cap ain't here.
Just
do whatever the hell you want.
Just do your own thing. Why don't we start an actual pitcher tonight in Cobb County?
Exactly.
We got Alex Cobb. Let him go.
Bases loaded. Jock Peterson to the plate. He's dropping down a bunt. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
You went Biff Barnes on me there.
That'd be crazy. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. We got a couple of things before we let you go for the weekend, and then, of course, Tolbert and Copes joining at the top of the hour. We'll tell you about their guest list next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Gabe Kapler, I wouldn't say he said sorry, but he certainly clarified to our own Danny Emmerman his actions in the dugout the other day. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
you roam throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, a couple of things to take care of before we get out of here. You've been waiting on it. Tony's Pizza be caller 10 right now, and you can win 50. Tony's Pizza, Napolitana, North Beach. Of course, we're going to be at Levi's Stadium. They've got one there.
I'm there now.
Oracle Park. So make sure that you call right now. $50 to Tony's Pizza. Who doesn't want that? I do.
That's one big pie.
That is one big pie.
One big calzone.
Let's go. It's right up the street from where I am right now. I'd like to do that before I get out of town. Take one home.
Go get it.
That'd be nice. So, Tony's. It's you.
Gemignani.
Tony's been making pizzas for over 30 years. Award-winning.
Go to Levi's, where I am now.
Where is it in Levi's? Because, I appreciate that the 49ers feed us media and all that kind of stuff.
Smell it, John. Can't you
Tony's
smell
would be
it?
nice.
It's wafting.
Maybe walk down.
We have lineups for the game tonight. It's brave lineup. My God.
Silly.
And even without Ozzie Albies, he's on the IL. Acuna Jr., 335, 27 bombs, 73 RBIs, 55 stolen bags. They move Michael Harris up to second in the lineup, 11 jacks. Austin Riley hits third, 29. Matt Olson, 43 and 107 RBIs. He's changed his stance. Remember when his arms were straight out as an A? It was like the weirdest thing. He's the bat's more in, and he's hitting everything. Ozuna, 24 bombs. Rosario, 18 bombs. Murphy. How many former A's they have? They got Walsh at third, 20 bombs. Arcia, 13 bombs. Nicky Lopez, he's more of a slap hitter.
Got him in Kansas City.
Where do you take a break in this lineup? My God.
Yeah, they're good. They're
Top
really
to
good.
bottomest.
It's going to be tough. By the way, the Royals are on the verge of helping the Giants. The Cubs are the third wild card right now. They're down 4-3 at Wrigley Field in the bottom of the ninth. Christopher Morel is up, though, and he was the one who hit the 3-run shot the other night when they were down 3-1.
Walk-off.
Yeah, hit that walk-off the other night.
He's trying to tie the game on that first one.
I saw that one.
He let out some shaft.
3-1.
So that'll help. I mean, you just got to root. You got to root for the Cubbies to lose.
He just struck out. So one out in the ninth. They're down one at home to the lowly Kansas City Royals. But the Giants know what the Royals do. That was early in the season. In fact, that was the first homestand.
First homestand of the year.
It was the Royals.
Lost 2 out of 3 to them.
So yeah, you got that. And then, like you said, for the Giants, Lamont Wade, Wade Meckler, Flores, Peterson, Conforto, Davis, Bailey, Crawford, Estrada with Alex Cobb in Cobb County.
Against Spencer Strider.
Best mustache in the game.
13-4 with a 3.75. He's got the porn stash. But watch his setup. He looks like a porn star opening up. He puts his legs, he points his toes completely out. It's like the weirdest thing. I've never seen a picture like this guy. And he is huge. His legs, I mean, he's like Tom Seaver. Remember Alex Fernandez with his big legs?
He's a big dude.
I mean, just this guy is thick. And he throws a lot of fastballs. So what's the over-under on Giants strikeouts tonight against Strider?
16? No, that's not nice. Wasn't that the opener? I think it was the Yankees.
It was 17
was
the other day. It was 17 against Tampa on Monday.
Yeah, it's not good.
16 against Garrett Cole in the bullpen opening day.
If you want to be optimistic, as good as the Braves are, they're only 18-13 since the break, which is good. It's just not what they did in the first half. I'm just trying to look for something.
They just swept the Yankees.
Yeah, they're really good.
You see what they did to the Mets?
Yeah, believe me,
they're
they're
good. First game of a doubleheader last Saturday, 21-3.
All I'm saying is it's 6 of the next 9, and if they don't find something, they got to go they can't go 500.
You know what's amazing about them, too?
You do something.
Is their guys, and Albies is on the IL. Up until Albies went on the IL, where'd they go? Acuna Jr., Albies, Riley, Olson. The top 4 guys in their lineup, John, play every single game.
Yeah, they don't care. Throw an opener at them. They don't care.
Well,
they're
they're
going to do what they do.
They played a doubleheader in New York last Saturday, won the first game 21-3. All those guys played the second game of the doubleheader. They don't believe in load management, and even day game after a night game, they don't care. They play them all. How many guys are going to play 160 games? Acuna, Will, Riley, Olson. I mean, their guys just play, or as they say, they post. Morrell just slapped a single, or actually,
no,
did.
It was a Horner, and he got thrown out at second, trying to make it into a double.
You're ahead of me. Ooh, he's out.
He's out.
2 outs, nobody on in the ninth.
Well, and they signed these guys long term. I mean, they're going to be a problem for a long time in the National League.
The only guy they let go is Dansby Swanson, and he's now a Cubby. Interesting.
Thanks as always to Danny and Walter doing a great job on the guest front today. Bags, Jeff Legwold, Ambry Thomas, who you spoke with this morning, Matt Maiocco, Adam Rank, good stuff today. Marcus Thompson at 2:30 with Tolbert and Copes, Jeremy Affelt 2:50, and then Giants and Braves. Pregame starts at 3:40. So there you go. They upheld that call. That was easy. So 2 outs for the Cubs.
2 outs, nobody on.
And nobody on.
I will see you in exactly 24 hours.
Exactly right.
5:30 kick. I think I'll arrive around 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Bring me the bottle of Gold Bar whiskey.
Oh, I got it all.
How many you got?
Holler drank the whole thing during our show, but there's a few more. Yeah, and I think Walter drank one.
A whole bottle?
And I think Derek drank one. No, I don't know. We'll find it. I'll get it for you. All right, we'll do that. We'll see you tomorrow. And again, we're on 8:10 The Spread tomorrow for the pregame show. Well, the Giants will be here on the Blowtorch. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Kyle Shanahan said on Tolbert and the
Copes.
Yeah.
Only on 810 The Bread.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be with you right up until Giants pregame, 3:20. We'll have Jeremy Affelt on. Talk a little bit about the Giants and how do you get out of the scuffle. And then Marcus Thompson will join us. We'll talk a little football, maybe a little basketball. And I did enjoy listening to Pop, like he just found out about the Braves. Hey, these guys are good. That lineup's incredible.
He's like he just discovered that they're a good baseball team. Yeah. They were in the World Series a couple of years ago, right?
That's Spencer Strider, something else. Isn't
that's a ball club over there. He's like, you seen this team?
Oh man, that was funny.
That's wild.
They do. They might have. I'd have to think about it, but they may have the best throwback jerseys in the game. I don't know if that's their City Connects. No, the whites with the blue patch, the blue on the side, and then the white and blue helmets, the panel helmets.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's a good helmet. That's it with the lowercase A.
Those things are nice.
Yeah.
Love those. I had one of those.
That's like their first. That's their first Atlanta helmet, I think, or their first Atlanta hat, right? After they moved from Milwaukee, because Hank Aaron he wore that, and he was in Milwaukee first, so.
I remember I had a Braves helmet growing up. I had helmets. I think I had a helmet for every team, and I put a number on it. My favorite player,
good
Dale Murphy,
helmet.
Big Dale Murphy fan. So, yeah, they were just smooth. The color of blue, the white panel was. I missed the panel hats. Like after a while, I was like, yeah, I kind of like the one tone, but now that I start looking at some of the panel hats, like the Brewers' incredible panel hats, the Orioles have always have a good one. I don't know they ever went away from them. Blue Jays really cool, but the Braves are just the Braves are nice. The Braves panel hats are like they're just sweet. I dig those.
The cool thing about the National League is, in my mind, I've always associated. It's why and I've said this to you before. I always laugh at and mock the National League West because there's two classic teams. And they're two of the most classic teams in the history of North American professional sports, right? Or I guess you'd say North American professional sport, Tom.
Sport.
In the history of sport, they'd say. But like the American League, it feels to me like, and I know that was a league that merged with what was the National League and Major League and professional baseball back around the turn of the 20th century. But it's Cubs, Braves, Dodgers, Giants, Cardinals. I mean, those are like Pirates. Who else am I forgetting? Is there somebody else in there that's like the classic? It's sort of like what are the original 8 hockey teams in the NHL? Or is it 6?
I think it's 6.
I think it's 6.
6 for hockey.
Yeah. But that's kind of how I envision the old, because there was like 15 teams, right, in each league, or something like that. Like you go to like 1940 National League standings.
Who is the original 6? The Rangers, Bruins, Blackhawks, Canadians,
and then Nashville Predators.
Maple Leafs,
right?
Maybe?
Yeah,
I don't think the Alouettes were in
no.
the original 6.
What about the Sabres? They're up there, no?
I don't think the Sabres were in there as well. Oh, probably the Flyers.
The Flyers, probably.
Well, maybe not the Flyers, though.
No, I think you're right. I think it could be. It's Toronto. It's got to be Toronto, right? Or Canadians.
Toronto, Montreal would make sense. You know what? Maybe was it I don't think the Islanders.
No.
Rangers were definitely. Bruins definitely. Blackhawks definitely. Like I know, I'm a little like Flyers and Maple Leafs. I could be wrong on, but I think they're there for. I think I have those. But yeah, remember when basketball there was only like 8 teams. And I don't even know what those were because it was like St. Louis Hawks and teams like that.
They don't even exist. The Buffalo Braves.
Yeah, they moved around all over the place. So I don't know.
Here you go. Here's the original 6. It's
okay.
Boston Bruins, Chicago Blackhawks, Detroit Red Wings, Montreal Canadiens, the New York Rangers, and I was right, Nashville Predators. No, the Toronto Maple Leafs are the.
So I missed the Red Wings. I should have got that one. So it wasn't the Flyers. It's the Red Wings, not the Flyers.
I'd love to spend more time talking original 6, Tom.
Yeah,
but,
I know. So
I'd love to elaborate more.
Spend the whole hour
on a warm Friday afternoon. I'd love nothing more.
Spend the whole hour 20 talking original 6.
Than to get into the original 6. And
Bobby Orr.
Yeah,
guy was incredible.
Yeah,
incredible.
Bobby or who?
Love that guy.
Thank you. All right,
2 hours, pal.
We have a short show today, so we have Giants pregames coming up at what is it, 3:40 today? Is that right?
3:20.
3:20. Excuse me, 3:20 today. The 20 is a weird one. That throws me off a little bit. So we got some stuff we got to get into, and number one is that Gabe Kapler's not managing tonight.
He's out.
I didn't even know that until I spoke to Derek on the phone. He's like, dude, you hear about Gabe? And I was like, what, his comments from last night with FB? Because he came on KNBR last night and actually followed up with what had happened with Danny Emmerman and basically gave the answer that we were all kind of like, he was honest about it. He's like, yeah, I got a response from a guy who was pretty ticked about losing the game. He's like, we got beat pretty bad. And he goes, yeah, I probably could have handled that better, but also we have a good relationship. And that's what I said, is this all doesn't happen in a vacuum. They've already squashed it with each other. All fine and good until about half hour later when Derek tells me Gabe's not managing tonight because Derek goes, he incriminated himself. I was like, what?
Incriminated? Should have taken the fifth.
Said it so heavily. I was like, and what? I was like, what was he testifying for? He apparently, so he got tossed the other night in the game defending Wade Meckler for balls and strikes. Yep. Then he does the pregame show every day. Today's Cap with John Miller or with Dave Fleming on the pregame every day. And I guess he admitted to John Miller after he got ejected, he didn't go back to the clubhouse, which is the rule. You're supposed to as a manager. You can't do the Bobby Valentine thing.
Yep.
Anyway, we got the sound. Is this what he told John Miller here? This is what he told John Miller. I'll give you the sound from Gabe, and then we'll give you what he had to say last night to FP. But first, here's Gabe Kapler on what he told John Miller and why he's suspended. This is what got him suspended.
I'm right down there behind the dugout. I'm not one of those guys who can go to my office and like put a cigar in my mouth and pour myself a drink and watch the rest of the game. I usually like right down behind the steps and have a chance to chat with Andrew Baggarly and Kai Correa or whoever's kind of running point in the game at that point to kind of get on the same page with decisions, just like I would if I was standing right there, just in a different way. I don't have the same level of in the moment discussion. It might have to be between innings.
Dude, what? That's not allowed. He like blatantly, he's like, hey, I can't just go back and hang out and watch. I usually just still manage it from somewhere else. Like, you're not supposed to, like, I've always assumed all coaches are always going back there and talking to managers and whatnot. But if you're going to do that, at least like, if you're gonna drink in public, don't do it right in front of the cop. You know what I mean? Like if he's gonna like look the other way.
Yes.
Yeah, unless you're what? Unless you're in Vegas.
Unless you're in Vegas.
Well, then do it in the front seat of a cab.
Yeah, because if you're in Vegas and you don't have a beer, they'll ticket you.
They're like, excuse me, where
like,
so you're empty-handed.
Bro, where's your
you're coming with
where's
us.
your beverage?
You're under arrest.
Here's a ticket for not having a beverage in public while you're in Vegas.
Sir, your drink is not a yard long. You're coming with us. There's a like you legitimately can't do that. If you're ejected, you're ejected from the game. And if somebody's doing that, if they're going back and talking to the manager, like I don't know how that works and how they're governing that or watching over that, but that's something that's probably gone on for generations in baseball. We know the famous Bobby Valentine one, but this is like you've egregiously just said, I can't go back and do that. I usually just talk to the guys who are actually managing the game still. So you're still managing the game.
I don't know. I mean, it's actually it's funny, but it's not funny because the Giants are scuffling and everything is looked at through that prism. Like it just it's another thing. Just like one more thing that you got to deal with. So, look, I'm not going to ding him too much for doing that. He should know better. He should know that you can't do that, and not say it publicly so people could hear it, and then he ends up getting suspended. But again, if they had won, 9 of 10, then it'd be like, yeah, whatever. That was really goofy.
Yeah.
But now that they were scuffling, it's like, what are you doing?
Well, yeah.
You can't do that.
Dude, now you're snapping at dudes and admitting, like, yeah, I was just being sharp because I'm. So he's admitting frustration, right?
Yep.
And we'll get into that. He's admitting frustration. We'll play that sound for you when we come on back. But then also here he's now costing his team. The manager of the team's not there. Kai Correa has never managed I don't know if Gabe's been suspended yet. We'd have to look into that. If he's been suspended where Kai has had to manage beginning to end. I know he's managed games where he's been ejected, but we'll talk a bit about that more as we get into Giants pregame a little bit later. When we come on back, though, Gabe Kapler did come on with FP Santangelo last night on KNBR Tonight and talked about his interaction with Danny Emmerman, and we've got that explanation from Gabe, though you won't see him in the dugout tonight. He's suspended because he admitted he did not leave the dugout after getting ejected the other day. More to come here. Tolbert and Copes with you until 3:20 when the Giants and the Braves are coming your way. Sans Gabe Kapler, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's Sports Leader.
Gabe Kapler has been suspended for tonight's game against the Atlanta Braves after admitting on the Giants pregame show that he did not leave the dugout and go to the clubhouse after he was ejected on Tuesday night. More on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Danny and I do have a good relationship, and he sent me a text message today kind of to talk through things, and I was planning on talking to him in person, but he initiated via text, which is great. And, you know, I basically told him that I've been around a lot of beat writers. You have too, FP, but I'm talking about the crew in Boston when I played, the crew in Detroit, like some tough, good quality beat writers. Obviously, the writers in Philly and the writers here in San Francisco as well as LA. I've developed relationships with them. I've maintained relationships with them. And Danny is as thoughtful and as aware and as fair as any writer I've been around, and it's amazing because he's doing this at a really early stage in his career, and you know, I think he's both finding his way, but also like asking the tough question, asking the challenging question. You know, as you saw in the scrum, and it's with respect to how I reacted. I think I just reacted like a guy that had just come off a game where his team got beat up pretty good by the Tampa Bay Rays, and you know, probably a little less patient than I could have been. And I told Danny that, and can always be a little bit more patient in those interactions.
That's wordy. There's a wordy Gabe Kapler answer there in response to what happened with Danny Ehrman. Basically, my takeaway is, yeah, Gabe, we all knew you were kind of testy and irritated and irritable based on what happened. He gave us the answer there that he said, yeah, I probably, you know, in reflecting on it after getting a belly full of ribs and hanging by the river. This is probably what I should have said. And I'm like, yeah. So then it tells me we were all warranted in our response to, and anybody who was defending Gabe, like, get off his back, he's telling you, yeah, I was snarky about it. And also I've got great relationships with these guys. So what you see sometimes is not always the big picture story. And that's why I said that yesterday. I know Danny well. Danny and I are friends. And Danny and Gabe have a great relationship. So there you go on that. Any response to that, Tom?
No, it's fine. That's
fine. A good response. Squash, done with, over.
Yeah, that's it. And again, it just hit a nerve when he was kind of being a little passive aggressive, but it's just one thing. That's it. It is nothing that I was talking about had anything to do with his managing or the day before.
We knew why he didn't do it. He
or
didn't
the
have
day
Slater.
after. It was just that instance, and it's over. That was done. That was the perfect answer. Like and it makes sense. The team isn't playing well. Got his head handed to him. Wasn't happy, and was a little short. It happens. I mean, I just again, I was gonna say I kind of miss the old days. Like it would have been even better with Tommy Lasorda. Like if you're just gonna rip somebody. But
Did you imagine asking Lasorda to apologize? Like, you want to go on with FP Lasorda and talk this through?
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. But like everybody, it's a stressful job. It's a stressful situation. So we get it, and that answer, makes perfect sense. So yeah, it's over. It's done with until he comes back.
We got Marcus Thompson coming up at 2:30 here in a few minutes. Jeremy Affeldt at 2:50, and then Giants pregame at 3:20 to take on the Atlanta Braves. So just get a thought from you on the 49ers taking on the Broncos this weekend. Is there anything Trey can do this weekend at all in tomorrow's game, maybe relative to Sam? No. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff he could do. Is there anything that he could do
No, I know where you're going with it.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like we finish each other's sandwiches, Tom. It's great.
Yeah, no, we don't. I don't know what kind of sandwich you like. I don't even know if I like the same kind of sandwich you like.
Say your favorite sandwich on 3. 1, 2, 3. Tuna.
Peanut butter jelly.
No, I'm kidding. It's not tuna. I thought that was a funny way to go.
Oh, I love tuna melts.
Me too.
I actually had a crab melt last night.
Okay.
It was really good.
Never should have brought up tuna. Pulled on a thread I shouldn't have gone down.
It was really good. You don't eat tuna melts?
No, I love tuna melts.
Incredible.
I know that we have to get to the question I'm going to ask you about Trey. And I said, we're short on time.
I
thought
that was the question, the sandwich.
Yeah, it was after the Trey question.
Okay.
Anyway,
let me get back to Trey.
How about this? What can he do to make you think he's still in the running to be the number 2 guy?
Just look better than he did in game 1. I mean, I want to see him deliver the ball on time. I want to see him be composed. I want, when he drops back, I want it to look like the game's slower for him. Like, I just want him to, he knows what's coming, he understands what's coming, he understands where to go with the ball. Look, again, I think people think sometimes when you kind of rip somebody or talk about somebody that it means it's pervasive may not be the right word, but all encompassing, I guess, is a better term. No, it's just about that game. I still think Trey can be a good quarterback. I do. And I think he's got a lot to learn. There's no doubt about it. But there's some skill there. And I would love to see it blossom, but it's just, you got to see it. This is a team that's built to win a Super Bowl, and you got to prove it. They can't wait for you. It's not like we know you need time. We're going to give you that time. This is not that team. We talked about this yesterday. It's not that team. Like the Warriors weren't that team last year with the young guys. So he's go out there and show that I'm comfortable in this. I know where to go with the ball. I did appreciate yesterday Kyle Shanahan saying on that one play where it looked like, God, he really held the ball, the receiver fell down.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. I didn't know that. I don't watch the all 22. So I like hearing that because, okay, that makes sense.
Explanation.
That's why I held the ball on that one. Okay, that one makes that's why I like talking to the coach, and that's why I like talking to Greg Cosell, because they watch the all 22. They see that kind of stuff. So when you see something on TV and you're saying, "The hell is he doing?" Okay, I get it now. Now that's understandable. So you can move on. But yeah, I just want to see him play. That's the one thing Brock Purdy did from the get-go. He looked like he was comfortable. He just looked like he got it. He knew where to go with the ball. He knew what to expect. He knew it was coming. It wasn't like he had perfect gains, but that was the overall sense I got. I still remember thinking that after the Miami game. Wow, he looked like he'd done this a long time. He gets it. And he has done it a long time in college. It's different in the NFL, but he's had those reps, so it's understandable. But that's what I want to see Trey progress to. Just that level of comfort where it doesn't feel as manic as sometimes as it does with him. So, yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of people say it's going to be Sam Darnold for sure. I don't know that, but I mean, it's not like Sam has distinguished himself, even in the NFL. So, yeah, I absolutely think there's stuff he could do if he can. Now, I don't know how Kyle thinks about it, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give up. There's not a chance I'd just give up on him and say, yeah, it's done. No. I still think there's a lot to mine there, and you got to be patient with him. It's just not the time to be patient on the field during the regular season, but I still think there's something there.
Yeah, I think there is. We just don't know what it is, and I think Trey's got to do a lot more over the next 2 games than Sam does to prove that he's the number 2 guy. I just think because there's no track record and body of work. We can talk about that very topic with Marcus Thompson, his weekly conversation with us.
Cuban sandwiches.
Dude, a Cubano. Dude, one of those pickles. Dude, give me a spear, too. Give me a pickle spear.
Pickles, I love. Those are my 2 favorite spears, Mark and pickles.
Yeah, and Tom, I bet you're in the club, too. I bet you're in a club.
Wait.
Mark and Pickle. Come on.
I quit.
It's Auburn and Cobes. Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett & White. Trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every Friday with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, and this time of the year he's usually all over what's going on with the 49ers. What's going on, Marcus? Getting ready for the home preseason opener tomorrow. How are you?
Hey, man, don't be trying to connect me with no preseason football.
So
like 5 of y'all who care.
So you're not coming tomorrow?
No.
I won't see you there?
No, you will
I swear
not
to God,
be
I will
there.
take a picture of you from across the press box and tweet it out if you're lying to me now.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay, all right.
I'll be sure. I might do the last preseason game. But
That's the worst one. That's the worst of all the preseason games. That's like that's the nub piece of bread at the end of the bag.
Although with
that's the
only
part where
3 of
people
them,
make the team.
that might not be.
Yeah, that's where people make the team, right? Like that's where it's like, all right,
7 o'clock Friday night.
Yeah, it's your last shot, So otherwise, it's like, you can watch Allen get those snaps. I'm sure you'll chronicle them. You'll tell me he went 6 of 13 against the third string.
I mean, I'll tell you. Yeah, I've got that covered for you. But you're right. Jeff Wilsons are born on week 3s or week 4s of the preseason. The old week 4.
The old week 4, yeah. That used to be when the starter actually played, like the last tune-up before.
I thought it was the third one usually the starter got a big chunk.
That was the third week.
Right. The third one did, yeah. And then 4 was still always like kind of the fringe guys or guys who needed to show a little bit more. Like they needed a little bit
one last shot, right? This is where hard knocks really kick in. That last week, it's like, all right, who's going to make the squad?
Yeah.
Week 4 was family and friends. That's who that was for.
Yeah, this is the last time you put on a jersey, buddy. So enjoy it.
You know, when they put the Kleenex in your locker room, it's not a good sign because you're going to be crying after the game. Oh, damn, my career's over. Oh, that's cold.
That's right.
Did you ever go to the Summer League games?
Yeah, I go to Summer League games.
Okay, well, I don't want to hear you talking about.
I think we've talked to him about Summer League. Yeah,
because Summer League sucks too.
So the thing about Summer League, though, is the person you're going to see is he's playing. You know what I'm saying? Like the fourth quarter. Steph dropped 40 in the Summer League game. Like that's the equivalent of like, you know, Trey Lance going out there and throwing 4 touchdowns. Like he's playing a quarter and then he's done. So that's the thing about, you know, Summer League. Well, now like Victor played a game and they shut him down. But back in the day, back in my heyday, like you played the entire Summer League game.
Back in my day, you played the whole Summer League. Yeah, dude, that's great. That's Marcus's comp to like baseball pitchers shaving down. Back in my day, they played 36 minutes of a Summer League too.
5 days rest? What?
18 and 7. That's what you did in the Summer League, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they were playing. Remember Anthony Morrill set the record?
Yeah.
Like that's when you were watching the dudes who were gonna play. You were watching
Raining threes, Anthony Morrill. Yeah.
Raining threes.
He had 37 at the Garden, didn't he?
I think he did.
He did. I'm not joking. I think he had like 8 threes or 7 threes in the Garden.
Yeah, he had some monster
I
games.
think I wrote a piece after that talking about, are we watching the next Ray Allen? Oh, yeah, I had some misses. And them were the days where every time the Warriors did something, you were like, this is it.
Bro, I guarantee you on Golden State of Mind. I guarantee you on Golden State of Mind, I wrote a blog about that, Marcus, on Looking Towards Tomorrow. I promise you I did. I was like 16. I was like, this is the next Ray Allen. I was like, this is going to be it, dude. We found our guy. Everybody forgets Ray Allen was like a buck and a Sonic not winning for a while. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
Ike Diagu had a couple buckets in the paint, and we were like, this is Charles Barkley in the future. Like, we were going crazy.
So he's 6'2". What are we doing? Marcus, go ahead, Tom.
I want to ask him. I wanted to ask you about Trey Lance. I made the comparison yesterday where it's kind of like the Warriors and James Wiseman and some of their young guys that this is kind of unnatural to have really good players be on really good teams. It generally doesn't work that way. It's really good players get drafted high, they go to poor teams, and then they get a chance to work on their game and take some bumps and bruises and learn. Well, Trey Lance hasn't really had that opportunity because of injury. And he needs that time, much like James Wiseman needed that time. He wasn't going to get it because the Warriors were trying to win a championship. Niners are trying to win a Super Bowl. They don't have time anymore to like get guys ready. Like if you're the best for the job, you're playing because that's what we need. I mean, can he succeed here? I guess is the question, because I still think there's something in there that this guy could be a viable NFL starting quarterback somewhere. I just don't know that it can be here because I don't know that he's ever going to get that time to really be able to develop for a team that's in this window where they're competing for a Super Bowl.
It's going to be tough, but I do think it's more possible in football than it would be in basketball.
Yeah.
Because of the rate of injury, right? I mean, the truth is Trey did have a chance, right? Like, even though they were like, we trying to win a Super Bowl, like, it's tough. Like, last year, this was his team. And then, he broke his foot. So, like, that was the chance. Like, Wiseman didn't get that chance where it's like, hey, you just have to start for the rest of the season. It wasn't really that. So, and, it's still possible, right? If there's no guarantee Brock Purdy plays the entire season. That's how Brock Purdy got the job.
Yep.
So, in football, it feels like there's always this opportunity for you to get a shot. But the question is, do either party want to pay him while they wait for that, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about Brock Purdy making whatever the last dude in the draft makes, but maybe the fact that the guy in front of him is so cheap, you could probably get away with it. But if you're the 49ers, it really just comes down to how patient are you. The thing with the Warriors was they just couldn't wait. They literally couldn't. There's 5 dudes, right? The roster is 12 guys really who are going to play, and they just needed those minutes. They needed that spot. Can the 49ers be patient? Because if it happens in 2 years or 3 years or whatever, if Brock gets hurt and he gets a shot, maybe it's this year, maybe it's next year, who knows, and he proves to be that guy. Like, that happens in football at a far higher rate than any other sport. But you just got to be willing to be patient. It seems like if you're a Trey, I'd probably want to get out of here.
Yeah.
Except for this idea that, I might actually end up halfway through the season playing because that's how football works. But otherwise, he needs, like, those minutes. Like, if you look at Fields, man, like, to talk about Fields now, it's like this is going to be a breakout year. He's looking good.
Yep.
Well, he had 2 years to, like, get beat up, and get snaps and learn some stuff. So his third year is like, all right, he's ready. Like, Trey needs that, but I just don't know how you look Trent Williams in the face and say we're going to play the second best or third best quarterback because we need to develop him when these dudes are trying to win a Super Bowl, right? Like, that's the difficulty. They got so many guys like George Kittle, right? Like, they're trying to win a Super Bowl. You got to put the best quarterback on the field, and right now that seems pretty clearly to be Brock Purdy.
Dude, and they'd be like, you tell him. I'm not going to tell Trent Williams.
Tell him from far away.
Somebody call him. Wait till he gets home. Wait till he's left the parking lot, then call him.
Union.
Yeah.
I'm going to send to Western Union. Somebody got to deliver that news, make sure I'm far away.
Dude. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. What does Trey have to do? I mean, I was asking Tom this before. I'm like, I think he still has a shot to become the number 2. I think he's behind in the running, and he probably has to do a little bit more than what Sam Darnold has to show. But how much does he have to show this weekend and next to take that job or to make sure he's the guy?
I think he's got to, believe it or not, I think he's got to take advantage of the skill set that he has that the other two don't really have as well, like the mobility, and not from the sake of running, but the playmaking. And to me, the reason why Brock Purdy is clearly the guy is because he's not just sitting in the pocket making it happen. Like, he's better from the pocket, but guys like Trey who, have their flaws in the pocket, they usually can supplement it. But that's what Brock does, right? He'll get out the pocket and make something happen. To me, Trey needs to do more of that. Do more of this thing is falling apart. Let's make a play. And if he does that, you at least got something to look forward to. If he's just going to stay in the pocket and you just hope he makes the read and makes an accurate throw, and that's what it all comes down to, then you might as well just play Sam Darnold, right? Because he at least has the experience. He's got the snaps. He's struggled before. Like, he's learned the hard lessons. So to me, Trey's got to be more dynamic. He's got to take the deep ball, right? He's got to push it down the field in a way that the others won't. Like, I'm going to come in and make the play, and I know y'all won't throw it to Brandon Ayuk, but I'm throwing it to him deep, right? I'm going to get out the pocket and make it happen. I feel like he has to do that because the talent is clearly there. Like he's got it, but he just got to, show it. But I think also we got to say, how he's handling it really helps him a lot. Like, he seems to be fine with the fact that he's a number 3 pick, and he might be the third string, and he's handling it well. And to borrow another analogy from the Warriors, right? Like, we watched Jonathan Kuminga have a hard time with this not playing stuff. So it doesn't have to be this way, but you can see him taking every rep seriously, saying all the right things, talking to he's handling it well. He's just got to take advantage of his opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a guy that's easy to root for, right? I mean, he is you want him to succeed. I mean,
my daughter sure thinks so. He's like,
what's that?
Trey.
No, well,
my daughter sure thinks so.
Well, I'm not asking him. You watch him play, and you're just because he's kind of got dealt a little bit of a bad hand with the injury, and you just get the feeling like things could have worked out in a different way, maybe a little bit better. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's not going to be any good. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, how many quarterbacks have we seen that have been drafted in the top 10 that just weren't any good? They just weren't. Not because they went to a small school. There have been plenty of guys that have went to big schools that came to the NFL that weren't any good. Just some are, some aren't. In fact, most are not. I think when we said it, Marcus, when they got drafted, who was it? It was Lawrence. It was Trey. It was Mack. It was Fields. and it was why do I always forget the Jets guy?
Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson. I don't know why I can't. It's such an easy name to remember. But how many of those guys have hit? One? I mean, one for sure, and the other 4 we still don't know about. That's it. I mean, think about that. I mean, 4 of these guys are like, nah, not really. I mean, it's crazy to think the attrition rate of quarterbacks because teams overreach for quarterbacks because everybody needs quarterbacks. So, I mean, it really shouldn't be a surprise. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, though. Why everyone is so invested in Trey Lance? Like, and Mike Silver wrote a pretty comprehensive piece for the Chronicle about why people get it wrapped up and get upset when it comes to Trey Lance. I'm just curious what your thoughts are, because it's kind of, I don't know if he's a quarterback, he seems like a nice guy, I don't know what the reason is, but man, there are a lot of Trey Lance defenders out there for, to me, no really apparent reason other than he was drafted really high, and maybe I don't know if he got a raw deal, but what are your thoughts on it? Because it seems a little weird to me.
I do think part of it is the illustriousness of being a 49ers quarterback, right? I do think there's some of that. Like, this is not a regular position. This is like Texas high school football, right? Like, being a 49ers quarterback is a big deal out here. I do feel like it's something everybody's watching. But I actually think it goes back to Jimmy Garoppolo, because he was a pretty polarizing figure too. Whereas, like, half the audience thought they will never win if Garoppolo's in. The other half is like, dude, all he does is win, right? So if you were anti-Garoppolo, you probably were pro-Lance. And at that point, you got to dig in, man. This is how we do. Like,
yeah, you better saddle up now. Yeah, you better saddle up now.
It don't matter. If he looks terrible, it's the offensive line of Shanahan's fault. If he looks great, it's because I'm right. That's what we dig in. That's what we do.
That's true.
I feel like people are invested based on that previous conversation, because you were like, "Yo, get Garoppolo out of there. It's Trey Lance. This is the guy of the future." And you were either really on that or you were like off of it. He ain't the guy. So we just don't know how to talk about sports anymore. That's the big issue. It's like we're all in. You got to be right. Your first take, that's it, and there's no changing. There's no getting off of it, because then you're unworthy of debate. And now we can't even block you on X or whatever it's called, because the block feature is leaving. So this thing is only going to get worse before it gets better.
The block feature's leaving. How about that?
That is really going to hurt.
Yeah, look, Trey, Kyle, if he doesn't throw for 4,000 yards, it's all your fault. That's what I'm saying right now.
That's it.
Because I said Trey was going to be good, and I cannot be wrong about this.
It's irrational, but it's fun. There's no doubt about it.
It's so fun.
All right, man. Have a great weekend. Enjoy. You're gonna enjoy a little Braves Giants tonight. How about that?
You know what I'm doing tonight? I'm going camping.
What
you are not going camping.
Listen, I'm going camping.
You don't strike me as a camper.
I'm
Where,
not
in your backyard?
No, like in some mountain somewhere.
Some mountain somewhere. You better drop a pin, bro. Some mountain somewhere.
Nephew's coming with me. Yeah, I gotta look it up. I literally don't know where it is. When it's time to go, I'm gonna look it up.
You better get one of those tinfoil blankets, dude. You'll be all good.
Somewhere Chabot or something. But I'm hot because I tried to cheat and get me a blow up, like one of them air mattresses. So I got it, and then I bought this little power station thing, but I didn't get a strong enough one, because I plugged that thing in and pressed it, and it was like, boom, it didn't blow it up. So I have nowhere to sleep tonight. So I'm about to go to Home Depot and try to buy me something bigger, because this mattress has to blow up, or I'm not gonna make it. They're gonna wake up. They're gonna be like, "Where's Marcus?"
Oh my God!
You better watch a couple episodes of Bear Grylls just for the hell of it.
Watch the Marshawn out there with in the woods.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I got this dope glam tent though, like 15 people. I don't know why I got it that big, but nobody's in my tent, so I'm just like, I brought another tent for my little nephew, because you can't be in my tent, man. It's a personal experience, and I'm gonna have all kind of like stuff I'm not.
He's never even been. No, he's got rules for the tent. Never even got rules. Yeah, got cable in the tent, everything. Yeah.
Have a great time this weekend.
This is not.
And
I really a disaster.
I really hope, Marcus, we're able to talk to you next week. I really hope that.
I would like that too. I really hope I don't get something that kills me out there, or I don't know. Like, let's hope.
We'll see.
Yes. I wish the best for you. Have a good weekend, Marcus.
Good stuff from Marcus.
Some mountain, somewhere.
We got to run. Jeremy Affel when we come on back, and the Giants pregame coming up at 3:20, only here on the Sports Leader. Gabe Kapler, Kyle Shanahan, and Farhan Zaidi all joined KNBR yesterday. All of those podcasts are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. I'm hanging out with my good friend Steve Moskowitz. I'm here for Steve Moskowitz. I'm with Steve Moskowitz. What's going on, Steve? Happy Friday to you. Tell everybody about the ERC.
Happy Friday to you, too. And your listeners will have even a happier Friday if they can cash in on the ERC. If you're an employer and you employed people during 2020 and 21, you can get up to $26,000 for everybody you employed. And for those who say, oh, my CPA told me I didn't qualify because my gross revenue didn't go down enough, that's only one of two methods. And a lot of CPAs, and I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, are only doing the easy method, the math method, because that's what they like, numbers. There's another method, it's just a lot more complex. It requires analysis, and that's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. And if you qualify, certainly not everybody does, but a lot of people do, you get just as much money as the other method. And lately, we've seen some very large amounts coming through the clients. I realize people's fact, circumstance, results can differ, but there's so much available. We have a free consultation. Just treat us like you would a medical doctor. Let's have that second opinion. If you qualify, let's go ahead and get this free money before the government closes the program.
Thanks so much, Steve. Why wouldn't you? Get the second opinion from Steve Moskowitz. He'll take care of it for you. 888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
It's Friday, and you know what that means. Time to talk a little baseball with our good friend Jeremy Affelt. Built for the Storm podcast. You can catch it where you get all your quality podcasts, and we'll talk a little bit about that and what's coming up there. But first, what's going on, Jeremy?
Nothing, man. Just, it's still 107 in Texas, but Brewery's doing good, man. We're actually hopping today. I was actually doing some work, and when I took the call here, I had to step into my podcast room. I couldn't hear you guys so loud. So that's a good sign when your brewery's loud.
Absolutely. I like the way you hopping. It's perfect for beer. It's hopping.
Yeah.
It's hopping. Anyway, I didn't want to let that slip by anybody out there, Jeremy.
Well, I mean, it's a good marketing scheme I've got going on.
It's very, very good. So let me ask you this, because you've been on teams that have, I'm sure everybody's been on teams that have struggled at points during the season, even winning teams, but this team's like, I don't want to say cratering, but they are certainly haven't played all that well recently. When you're getting down to it, I mean, we're getting kind of past the dog days now and into the stretch run, and things aren't going well. How do you get yourself back on track? Is it don't care without care, or care without caring? Like, so you go out there and play without being too tight. I always hated when people say, "Oh, just have fun." I'm like, we're losing. That's no fun. I'm not having fun. I can't go out there and smile when I'm getting my ass kicked. It didn't work that way. I got to win before I can have fun. But you can't think too much about it either, because then you go out there and do the same stuff. What worked for you to get yourself out of a slump, or when a team was in a slump? How do you go about doing that?
Well, for me, you got to control what you can control, right? Controllables, uncontrollables is what it comes down to. And when you have a pitching staff, my thought was like this: today's game, I have no idea, because there were starters when I played and then relievers. But so for me, when the starters would go out there, I didn't have any control over Kane or Lincecum or Bum or Vogie or Zito or the starters. Like, they had their five. Hey man, you guys have your game plan. I'm fully going to expect that you're going to execute your game plan. Then the bullpen has our game plan. Let us worry about our game plan. So I kind of broke it down like that. Mm-hmm. Hey, the starters got to get us to this and their whole job was to give up less runs than we got. So if we only got 2, you can only give up 1. You come out of the game, the bullpen's in, same skit. Hey, they gave us an extra run. We're up 3-1. We can only give up 1 more because we're only allowed to give up 2 runs today, because that's all we're getting is 3. So go out, command, dominate, do whatever you got to do. We in the bullpen say we're covering the last 3 innings. We're only allowed to give up 1 run in the next 3 innings. That's all we can give up. So go out there with that mindset and let's compete from that mindset. And then what it allowed me to do is it stayed away from offense. Mm-hmm. Hey, the offense got us 3 runs. They got us 2 runs, whatever they got us. I can't hit for those guys. They get paid a lot of money to do what they do. They need to focus on whatever they got to do to be a hitter. Defense, guys got to be doing whatever they got to do to play good defense behind us, knowing the score. So I have to be able to trust all those guys to do their job. We only have our job. So if we're in a slump, and man, we had a lot of those, right, where we only get 1-2 runs a game. Well, then I'm not going to sit there and say the hitters need to help us out. What I'm saying is, look, we only can give up 1 run today. That's the mentality you have to have. Mm-hmm. And if you have that mentality, you compete with that mentality. You go out there and you strategize all your pitches and approaches to only give up those runs that you're allowed to give up. And every pitcher wants to give up 0 runs. Everybody. If you keep that whole mentality going, you don't worry about the hitters. You don't worry about the defense. You execute what you can execute and let everything else fall where it may. And that kind of helped keep me calm in that area. And think about the hitters. The hitters are like, man, our pitcher is so locked in. We're going to try, but we got to score 1 to 2 runs. We got to score 3 runs. Like, figure out let's scrap to get those 3. We might not be a powerhouse team right now. We might be struggling to get runs. Well, can we scrap to give up to get 3 runs because we know that our pitchers are doing good? And that was kind of their mentality. I think it helped, right? And that's how you can kind of more relax and compete. But if you're saying, if you're worried about what the hitters are doing, the pitchers are doing, and the pitchers are worried about what the hitters are doing, man, it's just not going to make a lot of sense. And then you get teams, what they'll start doing is they will start panicking. Everybody gets tight. Now the pitchers are tight, the defense is tight, the hitters are tight, and then it just unravels, right? And so for me, you got to just relax and only do what you can do. That's why these good teams that don't make it to the playoffs and don't score any runs, the last week they get knocked out, all of a sudden they score 8 runs a game. Mm-hmm. Well, they score 8 runs a game because they don't have to do anything. Now they're actually competing like they should have competed. You know, it's all a mentality, and it's all a way of approaching the game. And if you can do that, you'll be just fine.
What are you seeing with this team recently? I mean, they've been playing really good competition. There is no doubt about it. But hey, it doesn't get any easier. They get the Braves, then the Phillies, then the Braves again. So, I mean, somehow, some way, they got to scrap their way through this and kind of stay in this thing. What have you seen from them recently? I mean, their offense has been pretty brutal for about the last month or so. Is there anything you're seeing when you're watching this team that maybe has been different from early in the season?
Well, I think you got a lot of youth up. You know, you got guys that you're bringing up from AAA, and you're trying to, they got Pop, or these guys are going to – man, you got a lot of pressure riding on these young kids they're bringing up to be the fill-in-the-gap guys. And to be honest with you, it could work. And you might hit a diamond in the rough. I mean, it could work. But this is also a product of at the trade line that you went out and you got nothing. You didn't try to give yourself an opportunity to fill a big hole for these kind of things. They didn't get any offense. They did no moves. And they just riding it out in the wild card race. And for me, I understand behind the scenes they might be like, well, you know, you weren't in the meeting, you didn't know what we had going on, or there's a reason why we did that, or all these different things. But you're also, the fans are looking at it, that's what it's a product of. You can't depend on, I'm sorry. I mean, I know there's this youth movement and all this different stuff, or, you know, we think he's big league ready. You're never big league ready. You never are, to be honest with you. I maybe have seen a handful of guys that were big league ready. Buster Posey was big league ready. But he's a Hall of Famer. I'm sorry. Those aren't just they don't just roll those out on the freaking, you know, the delivery
assembly line.
The Cardinals do. The Cardinals do.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that get?
They got a factory. Yeah.
But it's like, man, come on, man. You can't say, well, I got these guys down there, so we won't go get anybody. We'll just pull them up. For what? To face Texas, who's, I mean, they got veteran pitchers, veteran position players. They got veteran bullpens. They've been there, done that, coming at them. They got the Dodgers coming at them. They got all these teams coming at them that have got bona fide guys. And you're saying, well, the young guys can handle it. No, they can't. Some can. Some maybe could if they had something around them that would soften it a little bit. But man, depending on these guys that come up with the clutch hit, I just don't see that that's how this game's built. I don't care what your analytics say. I don't think that that's how the game's built, because having a guy with a mentality that has been there, done that, is going to win every time. And this whole thought process of, well, his swing is this, and he's got this, and he can compete at the big league level, and he's never been there, but we know he'll step in and do the job right away. That garbage is exactly what that is. That's just garbage. And if you're going to keep competing like that, you're going to keep putting yourself in a situation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would back them up in saying this, that if for what they were being offered, or at least what it sounded like they were being offered, I'm perfectly fine keeping the younger guys, especially the 4, 5, 6 guys that we've seen this year. I didn't want a 2-month guy to give away guys that are 23, 24 years old and could help this team in the future. Now, to your point, we don't know that they're going to help this team in the future. I think Bailey is the one guy we know. Okay, he's their catcher for a long time now. We're good to go. The other guys, I mean, we're not so sure what Schmidt's going to be, what Luciano's going to be, what Matos is going to be, what Meckler's going to be. A lot of those guys, we're not exactly sure. But, you know, for some of the guys that are being offered, I don't know that those guys were going to make such a huge difference that they were going to even be able to compete with the Dodgers or the Braves or teams like that in the playoffs anyway. I just, you know, to me, Jeremy, if they make the playoffs this year as a wild card, I think that's a success, and then go from there. The thing that kills me is they brought in like supposedly 7 starting pitchers to start the season, and they've gone the whole season with about 2, maybe 3, but about 2 starting pitchers. And that to me is like, well, what happened to the starting pitching depth that supposedly you had?
Where are they going to put these guys? Now the question's like, what are we going to do with these guys? You know,
I know where they put them. They put them in the 3rd inning. Is what they do.
Where do
with
we put them in the 4th?
Right. How do you use 7 starting pitchers? You use 2 or 3 of them in the same game.
Oh, dude, it's easier than you think, Tom.
That's how you use them. Like, don't you look at this team and say, you know what? I'm not going to trade away any youth for some veterans for a couple months just because. Like, what's it going to get us? How much better are we going to be? And is that really going to catch us up to the Braves or the Dodgers this year?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if that's the mentality you had, then you've got to live with what you went with. And if you're going to live with that, you're going to live with a team that's not going to put up runs. And now they might all of a sudden put up 10. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying right now what you're dealing with is a product of those moves based on those situations. So instead of being like, oh, man, we don't score any runs, I'm hoping, because I'm not in the clubhouse. I don't know what Kapler's doing. I'm hoping the thought process is, man, I need to pull some guys in here. Hey, guys, here's the deal. Pull the veterans in, pull some of the main team guys in, offense in. Be like, here's the deal. We didn't go get anybody because what we were getting offered based on what we had to give up was not going to work. And it didn't make any sense to anybody. You can be vulnerable. You can be transparent. They're grown men. It's okay. And, hey, it wasn't going to work for us. So what I need you all to figure out how to do is to make it work. So go out there and take some pride in what we do and scrap 3 runs across. If that's all we're going to get, then I'm going to need you all to also play ridiculous defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meeting dismissed. Get the pitchers in here. Hey, guys, here's the deal. This is all we got. You can only give up 3 runs. So whether you gotta go out there and figure out how to give me more than 2 1/3, do it, please. Because we've got to go ahead and you've got to figure out how to freaking nut up, go out there, have some balls, and go after some dudes and want to win and know that I am going to put up zeros because that is what is the call for me today. So go and compete like that and give us what we got and let's win 3-1. I don't care. Let's figure out how to do it. Get these guys motivated, but don't run from the problem either. Just say, hey, we already know the situation, but that's no excuse. You're at the big league level. Have a big league mentality and a big league mindset and compete like big leaguers. I don't want to see anybody dragging their head, pointing fingers. I want you to go out there and just do what your job is, and that's put up zeros. The hitter's job is to figure out how to scrap across a couple runs, and the defensive job is to figure out how to keep runs from scoring if you keep the ball in the ballpark. That is the plan. And then just let it go. Let it ride.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm taking a page out of Bochy's book. That's exactly what he did to us in 2010.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said to us.
Yeah. Well, hey, you won't be in the clubhouse. That's something you're going to have in common with Kapler tonight. You won't be there either.
Come on, man. What are we doing,
what
Gabe?
do you do?
Oh, dude, this is incredible.
You could tell him.
Oh, well, so he got tossed the other night, right? And I think Tom and I both agreed with him getting tossed. I mean, Wade Meckler was seeing pitches that were way inside. They were high. He's like seen 2 games, and he's getting called out on strikes that weren't even close to being strikes. So Gabe gets tossed, and then he's doing the pregame show. Today's Cap still to come on KNBR, which is what he does with John Miller every day. And I guess he mentioned that after he got tossed, he didn't go back to the clubhouse. He just kind of like hung around the dugout. Now, Tom, did he say something like, "Oh, I do this all the time"?
He said if he gets tossed, he usually hides behind.
Yeah, he just hides behind the dugout, like without the. He should at least go with the Groucho Marx, Bobby Valentine mustache and glasses.
Yeah, put a mask on or something.
Yeah,
put a couple of noses.
Everybody looks like Gabe in the dugout. They all dress alike. He could do it pretty easily,
Exactly.
I'm so thankful you said that. I did a side-by-side of a couple coaches, and I'm like, you all tell me what's going on. I'm not even going to – you could probably just go ahead and just look at that.
Oh, dude, it's a riot. I was like, dude.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like,
man.
Running around out there.
Everybody starts to look like each other, dude. It's so funny.
So apparently somebody's read that comment or heard about that comment, and they suspended him for tonight's game for not leaving the dugout.
It's a tough deal.
I mean,
the power of media.
Oh, that is classic.
Probably just an easy slip up too. It wasn't a huge deal.
That's a good way to create as a manager to get a couple days off. Throw me out, and then by the way, I'm going to stay in the dugout and I'm going to leak it to a media guy, and then I'm going to have another day off, and I'm going to have a lot of scotch.
So give us an idea of what's going on. I know you said you took a few weeks off from the podcast. We starting to ramp it back up now. We're going to get that podcast room cooking again.
Yep. Ramping it up Tuesday. I'm actually doing a really good. I'm looking forward to a sit-down interview with a buddy of mine here that he's a retired Special Forces guy, but he was on the ground, man. He's a ground commander, so he was running the teams down there, and he just has a great perspective on life. I think what he dealt with on. I just want to talk about his transition and how he kind of keeps himself going and how he thinks and how he, he's kind of seen everything play out so far. So I'm really excited.
Definitely check them out. And those Special Forces dudes are different. They're just flat different. Get back out there. Get back out to the bar. Go have fun. Enjoy the game tonight. And enjoy the beers with the crew inside Free Roam.
All right, dude. All right, guys.
Have a good weekend, Jeremy.
See you, Jeremy. Later, brother. Gabe Kapler has been suspended for tonight's game against the Atlanta Braves after admitting on the Giants pregame show that he did not leave the dugout and go to the clubhouse after he was ejected on Tuesday night. More on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer's ending though. Bummer. It sucks. Although the best thing about summer ending is football just around the corner. And how about the last road trip of the summer? That's right. When you get on the road trip, the problem with road trips is gas. Gas is always more expensive during the summer. But you got things to do. You got places to be. You want to do it? Simple. Get yourself a Honda. From sedan to SUV, gas to electrified, Honda's got a ride that'll save you at the pump. That's what we're talking about, savings at the pump. You'll enjoy a ride that's stylish, dependable, safe, and a whole lot of fun to drive. Doesn't matter whether you're speeding by those gas pumps, like, oh, I don't need you. You'll stay well connected with your Bluetooth. You get all the gadgets, all the entertainment. You have all the safety. If you want more car for your money, more MPG, more reliability, more style, more features, more miles, more driving fun, you got to get to your NorCal Honda dealer immediately. The year's best lease and financing deals are happening now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
All right, we got about 2, as Dick Callahan used to say.
For two. Who was the guy who used to be in the arena opening? Stop shooting 2.
That I don't know. I just remember Dick
Horowitz,
Dick
yeah, that's
right.
Horowitz, yeah.
Okay.
He was there forever.
He's a good guy, too.
Hey, we do real quick. Did you see the baseball news? The
I don't know.
scheduling
Which
news for this weekend.
news?
So you know about the big storm, the hurricane that's coming in to Southern California. The first tropical storm in 80-some-odd years is hitting Southern California.
Southern California hurricane?
Dude, they're going to get in the desert, they say they're going to get a a year's worth of rain in one weekend or something like that.
Good for that. That's pretty good.
I don't think it's going to be all that good. I think it's going to be somewhat disastrous and dangerous. So it's going to be kind of a problem. Anyway, Sunday.
Well, that's not good.
No. Well, Sunday, the Angels, Padres, and Dodgers were all scheduled to play at home. They've moved their Sunday games to Saturday as part of a now scheduled doubleheader. All 3 of those teams.
Wow.
How about that?
You don't see that every millennium.
You don't. The storm or the doubleheader? The doubleheader was more likely than the storm.
Both.
Doubleheader was probably more likely. So,
wow.
So instead of just calling it,
that is shocking.
I wonder what I'm going to look at the opponents right now for them because the Padres are playing at home against Arizona.
I think the Angels are playing the Rays.
The Angels are playing the Rays, which would be a tough makeup because that's cross country, and you got wild card implications for both of those teams. That would be a tough one to. Well, excuse me, for Tampa you would.
Thank you.
Cross country. Sorry, I forgot the Angels didn't win for like a week and a half.
Yeah.
And then who are the Dodgers playing this weekend?
I didn't.
Or the Dodgers. They're at home against Miami. So that's another cross country one and playoff implications for both of those teams. So that's a weird makeup one too. So that's interesting with the scheduling. Padres and Arizona would be an easier one based on how close you are. That's when you could just move to a different side if you had to. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
That is wild.
Real quick, also, we got one piece of sound here as we're coming up on Giants pregame. Check out the disrespect of Matt Maiocco today. He disrespected me, Tom. Just absolute disrespect from a guy we love. Check it out here with Papa and Lon.
I don't know, but I'm just basing that off what Kyle Shanahan said on Tolbert and the
Copes.
Yeah.
He did that on purpose.
Yeah, you son of... All right, Mike. All right, Mike Maiocco. We'll see you tomorrow on Niner pregame, all right?
Oh, God.
Or maybe we won't. Maybe the line will drop. We'll see. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That's too much.
It's too good. We got to get out.
All right, let's thank everybody. And by everybody, I mean Jeremy Affelt and Marcus Thompson. That's it. And Derek, as always, hell of a week. Good job. And Tim, good having you back.
Tim, you were there.
Matt Barrows.
You were there. You were here. Yeah.
Matt Barrows.
Matt Barrows.
Oh, it's
Thank
Matt
you, Tim.
Barrows.
All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and the Bravos. We'll do that next, right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh my God!